Wednesday. A Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area with 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. Strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, plumbers, longshoremen, garbage men, everybody out there. If I'm forgetting you, I apologize. Good morning to you. And good morning to our families. Our families are always listening. Good morning to our families, the Shaskys, the Spadonis, the Lovemans, and, of course, the Hills and the Tyndalls. Good morning, everybody out there as we get started. You know, Shasky, Warriors are going to start this 5-game road trip, and we're going to lose our minds. And it starts tonight in L.A. with the Clippers.
Doesn't it feel like one of those, post-apocalyptic movies where they've got their packs and they're going across the country?
It does.
And we're like, half of y'all are going to die in the first, day or two.
No, they are.
You know what I'm talking about?
They're not already killed off.
Have you been watching The Last of Us?
No.
Okay, it's like a zombie post-apocalyptic movie or TV show. It used to be a video game, but it's not a real zombie show. But anyway, point being is it reminds me of something like that. We're going on this big road trip, and we just got to make it to the other side.
Yeah, I've been watching The Godfather, Harlow.
Oh, nice. Now, I haven't started it. I've only got a couple episodes left because I told you I've been rewatching Sopranos.
Pretty good.
It's on my list.
Pretty good. Amazon
JP
Prime.
Money has been hyping it up.
Has he?
Forrest Whitaker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Forrest Whitaker playing Bumpy Johnson.
Yeah, he says it's outstanding. He said that they basically combined multiple characters into one, I guess, essentially.
Bumpy Johnson, Malcolm X, Chin, the Five Families, all that stuff. So it's all connected.
A little Bonanno action, all right?
Yeah. You got Bonanno, you got Columbo, Joe Columbo. You got it all.
Let's do it.
Chin Gigante, I should say. He's involved. So anyway, there's a lot of basketball going on. I'm thinking about the road trip. And then all of a sudden I stop and I start reading and I start going down the Sam Darnold rabbit hole.
Oh, I thought it was the Jock Peterson making a play in center field for Israel rabbit hole.
No. Did he make a play?
He did. He made a diving play, and I needed the Benny Hill theme music to be playing.
Was Tommy Pham in the building?
No, he was not. No, he was not.
All right. So, yeah, I was not. I definitely wasn't watching World Baseball Classic.
I've had my eye on the WBC.
Yeah, I mean, off and on.
Yeah,
off and on. I've kind of faded.
Shohei got MVP.
I'll wait
for his pool.
I'll wait for the tournament for the single elimination.
It's coming. Yeah, no doubt.
It's coming.
Keep going.
But Sam Darnold.
Oh yeah.
And I went down to Sam Darnold rabbit hole, and I put out a poll. And
Saw
you know
that.
what? I think we need to brace ourselves for this. Sam Darnold signed for $3.5 million guaranteed. $4.5 million overall for 1 year.
That's more money than they gave guaranteed for Nate Sudfeld to be the number 2 last year.
Yes.
Because originally, when they gave him the money, they thought he was going to be the number 2.
Right. And so knowing the Shanahan's and knowing Lynch and knowing how the 49ers operate and knowing that the love Trey Lance isn't getting, because Trey Lance, let's face it, Trey Lance needs the ball out. In OTAs and training camp. Darnold's coming here to start, especially with the news of Brock Purdy. We all believe, like some people, they may say, Brock Purdy's going to be ready by week 1. I don't believe that whatsoever. I don't think Brock Purdy's playing at least the first month of the season. How can he coming off a UCL injury? I don't know.
Let me ask you this question, because I know where you're going here. I got a feeling where you're going. Who was the big Sam Darnold fan between Lynch and Shanahan?
Felt like Shanahan.
You think it's Shanahan?
It felt like Shanahan. There was rumors running rampant when he was in his last season with the Jets that the Niners would trade a first or second round pick for Sam Darnold. He's always been linked to the 49ers. Remember that?
I do.
I mean, Shanahan loves Darnold. He's mobile. He's got sneaky athleticism. He can see it, the play action pass, all that stuff.
He's had bad coaching. That's the number one thing that you hear.
Clay Helton, Adam Gase. And you know what? That's fair.
No, Clay Helton's terrible.
Adam Gase is terrible.
I agree with that.
Whatever the hell was in Carolina was terrible.
And Alex Smith is one of many examples of guys that had bad coaching and then had great coaching, and there's a stark difference. Look at Geno Smith.
Yep.
We went from bad coaching, bad rosters around him, to good coaching. And I don't even think – I think Darnold has more talent than Geno Smith, although I do like Geno as a thrower.
So with all that said, and we all – agree that Shanahan's offensive system is very quarterback friendly. They don't ask the quarterback to do a lot, right? 1 read, 2 reads, whatever. Can you extend plays? Darnold's not here to just be a third-string quarterback. I don't believe that whatsoever. Brian Griese, not a quarterback coach. What if he likes Sam Darnold?
Is that his decision to make? I don't know.
Maybe he had some input on that.
Yeah.
Because they went out there on the first day of free agency.
I mean, that was...
Or the legal tampering period.
It
said,
right
we identify Sam Darnold this offseason. We're bringing him in.
And if you're Sam Darnold, you can only do a one-year deal? Like, was he promised something? The more I've been thinking about it, because wouldn't you, if you're Sam Darnold, how many of these teams are looking to sign a backup or someone to compete for the starting job right now? There's at least 7 or 8 teams at minimum. And he can't get a multi-year deal?
Yeah.
Isn't that a little surprising?
He's got to get a prove-it deal.
So, but that's my point. I think maybe, not that he was promised something. Does he know something about what's going on with the quarterback?
This is what he knows. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle's on this roster.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey's on this roster. He knows that this is a great situation, a team that's ready to win.
Yeah.
With a solid defense, with the coach who knows offensive football.
Yeah, this is the best situation of his career.
Yes, no doubt. And a reputation that Kyle Shanahan has in bringing out the best in quarterbacks. Sam Darnold knows, you know what? Brock Purdy's on the shelf. Trey Lance is an unknown. I've got more experience than Trey Lance. I've got 5 years of NFL football plus college football at the highest level at USC. I'd go out there and win that job. So if people are out there thinking that Sam Darnold's here to accept the backup role or third string role, no. Sam Darnold's going to go out there and compete in OTAs, and I can already feel it with the fan base. I can already feel it with some of the media members in this market. Sam Darnold will get an opportunity to start at quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers week 1 of the season. So
let's play this out, right? To me, I don't think there's any downside of keeping all 3 quarterbacks and letting them compete. To me, that would be the most optimal situation.
Yep.
A, because I know that quarterbacks go down in the system. B, I want to bring the best out of everyone in the room, right? I think competition brings the best out of everyone.
Yep.
And C, I need these guys to compete so I can see what type of guys I have.
Right.
I want a fighter. That's what I want. If you look at some of the great quarterbacks, they have fought for their spots, whether it be at college, professional level, whatever. Now, the big elephant here, B, is are you insinuating that Trey Lance is on his way out the door?
No, but what I'm insinuating is Trey Lance better be on his P's and Q's.
Well,
Trey Lance now with Sam Darnold, a guy who I guarantee you right now, if you poll 10 NFL fans, and I'm eager to hear from Niner fans right now. 888-957-9570. I bet you a lot of people, 7 out of 10 would say Darnold's a better player. Guarantee you, 7 out of 10 will say Darnold's a better player than Trey Lance.
I don't know if I've seen enough of Trey Lance to make a conclusion. If that, and I'm not trying to remove myself from the discussion. I just think that there's just such a small sample size. I don't know what to make of it. Now we've seen Darnold over a long sample size for some crappy teams,
right?
And he looks lost.
He looks lost.
Although this year he was a little bit better because I keep looking back at this one thing because everyone's like, oh, this trade and that trade. The dead cap hit. If you were to move off of Trey Lance, the dead cap hit for this year is a $20 million hit.
Right.
So it feels like making a move to get rid of him for the $20 million.
I don't think you have to get rid of Trey Lance.
No, and I think it's bad business.
Yeah, no, I don't think you get rid of Trey Lance.
And I think it hurts your quarterback room, especially given how many guys have gone down. So I think that would be foolish.
No, even if you get beat out, you keep
that's
Trey
what I'm
Lance
saying. Keep him
as your third stringer.
Yes.
But if Trey Lance gets beat out by Sam Darnold,
isn't that more of an indictment on Trey then?
That's an indictment on this organization for picking Trey Lance and moving up and identifying him at number 3 overall, saying, forget Mac Jones, forget Justin Fields, forget any other quarterback. We want Trey Lance.
You're probably
That's
right.
on the organization,
especially
for
given
identifying
the ammunition you used to get it.
Yeah, why is that all on Trey?
No.
And then you look at last season. You look at last season, and people say, "Well, Trey can't do the things he should have had." Watts, dude, why'd you pick him? Why'd you pick him? If you can't run the same game plan with Trey Lance as opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy, why'd you pick him? Which I didn't think was fair. Let Trey Lance run the same playbook. Don't let Trey Lance run all over the place. And all of a sudden the rumors are coming out. The spin cycle's already in motion.
Do you think it's this ramped up already just by signing Darnold? Do you really think it's this?
It's not ramped up already.
Okay.
But it will be, Shasky. I'm telling you to brace yourself.
Well, you were right about the impression of Darnold. I misread it. I saw it as a reclamation project, as just another guy who's going to help compete and go in. I am kind of floored at the overall, he's clearly the best quarterback on the team. I mean, the amount of people that are coming in, and look, people's opinions are their opinions, but the amount of people coming in saying, oh, yeah, he's going to win the job.
I'm telling you.
I was kind of blown away.
You thought it was long off seasons with Jimmy Garoppolo. Folks, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you ain't seen nothing yet.
But what if Sam Darnold rises to the occasion, becomes the best version of himself? Is that the worst thing in the world?
It's not the worst thing in the world, because at the end of the day, it's about the 49ers winning football games.
Exactly.
I don't care if it's Darnold, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy. I don't give a damn anymore. I just want to win. I want to win a Super Bowl. But it would be bad business. It will look bad on the 49ers for missing on another first-round pick and moving heaven and earth to go get Trey Lance and not developing him, and all of a sudden you get a reclamation project in Sam Darnold, who executives in this league thought had first-round talent. They thought he was a top 5 pick, and he went number 3 overall to the New York Jets.
B, we've had this kind of like running joke with Shanahan prior to CMC. We've had like a running joke about his weirdness with running backs. Like, you're his guy today. Right. Next week, you're not his guy. And he just collects them left and right. Is he doing the same thing with the quarterback room?
I think so.
You know what you get where I'm going? Like,
Shanahan,
he plays favorites.
Again, I think Shanahan believes that as a coach in his system is what thrives. It's not the quarterback per se. It's not the quarterback talent. It's the system that gets the best out of the quarterback, not the quarterback getting the best out of the system. Shanahan has a system. He said, oh, I could plug and play anybody. That's how good I am, and that's how good my system is. I truly believe Shanahan feels like that. You can call it arrogant.
No, I'm kind of absorbing what you're saying here, and I think you're kind of onto something. The system is great, and it does work, but at the end of the day, you keep falling short. Like, and I know it's hard, and I don't want to rip him for that because, believe me, I'm defending him every time he falls short. At some level, you have to recognize that, like, quarterback is the most important position in sports. There's a reason why Lamar is looking for $200 million in guarantees. There's a reason why the Jets are on pins and needles waiting for Aaron Rodgers' decision. There's a reason that Pat Mahomes is a given that he's going to win every single year. Like, right now, Niner fans, just remove the Niners. Every other division winner in the league, you could identify today, and you're going to point to as long as that quarterback's healthy, that team with that guy is probably winning that division. Let's just go around. Cincinnati with Burrow, they're going to be at the top of that division. Buffalo with Josh Allen, they're going to be at the top of that division. Dak Prescott, why do we look at the Cowboys as probably
Jalen Hurts?
No, but I was going to say, like, as Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott in that division. In the NFC South, why are we feeling good about New Orleans? We're like, well, they do have the best quarterback. That's literally the only argument for the Saints. They have the best quarterback right now in the South. So why do we feel good about the AFC South with the Jacksonville Jaguars? Because they have Trevor Lawrence and no one else doesn't.
But you could make the argument that the Niners do not have the best quarterbacks in the division.
They're an outlier. They're the rare outlier.
Right. And does that get you a Super Bowl? Because that's what it's about at the end of the day. It's about, can you get a quarterback who can help you win a Super Bowl? That's what it's about. This ain't a rebuilding project. This ain't, hey, let's reset. This is about winning a Super Bowl with this core.
Well, then doesn't that contrast with bringing in Darnold? Like, because part of the Darnold experiment, if you will, is there is a reclamation project at some level on this.
He has been in the league for 5 years.
Yeah, but don't you? I mean,
and maybe there's untapped potential. And maybe Shanahan is saying, I saw him in week 17 or week 16 throw 341 yards against Tampa Bay last season.
But aren't there some wrinkles to iron out?
But Shanahan maybe believes that he can iron them out. But maybe Shanahan believes this is the number 3 overall pick from a few drafts ago, saying, oh, he's legit. This is a franchise quarterback. We got him for the cheap.
Yes, I think they do think that. But aren't there similarities to, like, letting Trey develop and letting Sam Darnold develop? Do we not see
time's ticking on Trey?
Oh, I agree
time's ticking on, and how much time? Like
Wiseman,
like James Wiseman with the Warriors, he's balling right now with Detroit. The Warriors didn't have time to help him develop. They didn't have time. They're trying to win now. So did the Niners have that time to continue to develop Trey Lance after missing basically his entire sophomore season?
But if that's your viewpoint, then why aren't we more in on an Aaron Rodgers or a Tom Brady like that? Do you see what I'm saying? And I know there's a financial component here. I'm not trying to dismiss that, but it was weird to me that we'd be all in on someone who I think still has a lot to work on in Sam Darnold. Like, his mechanics are crap. He's not a very accurate quarterback.
Maybe
seeing the field is a problem.
I believe all those things. You believe Sam Darnold's side here?
Shanahan loses his mind on the Jimmy Oh-No throws. How about the Sammy Oh-No throws?
You're preaching to the choir. Let's go to RJ at Fairfield. RJ, what's happening? You're on the road.
Hey, good morning, Vontae.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Shasky.
Good morning.
I just want to talk about the Sam Darnold.
Yep.
You hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. Hey, so the Sam Darnold, man, I like the pick, and I'm gonna make a bold statement. I think he's gonna beat out Trey Lance in the beginning of the season, and
why?
And here's why. Here's why. So from what I see from Sam Darnold, I see a veteran quarterback that can move. That is his decision making. I believe is better than Trey Lance. I mean, Trey Lance, you can't really point to nothing. I mean, when he does start, what throws have you seen from Trey Lance that make you say, "Oh, he's the quarterback"?
Well, there was a layered throw against real quick. A layered throw, for example, in the monsoon, he threw a couple of dimes down the field, one to Ray McLeod, and one to Deebo Samuel, and then Brandon Ayuk over the middle. There were about 3 throws in that game that I haven't seen a 49er quarterback hit since Kaepernick.
No, but if you look at the tangibles from Sam Darnold, can he not make those throws in a Shanahan system? It's Shanahan. Shanahan will scheme that up for Sam Darnold. And Trey Lance, I mean, come on. Like, even the Houston game, he put up 17 points. What is it, 10, 13 points against the Bears? Like, nothing, man. Like, I'm out on Trey Lance, and I'm just want to say, like, I think he's going to beat him out in the preseason, and it'll show, man. I'm just making that statement right now. That's just how I feel, guys, but
hey,
I'd like to hear you.
Hey, RJ, I don't think you're the only one who feels like that. And I got that gut feeling yesterday when I drove home, went down a rabbit hole, and I heard some things that I just can't unhear. And I'm saying to myself, oh boy, Sam Darnold's going to get every opportunity to start. If you think he signed here for a third-string quarterback, can I sell you this cup of coffee that I have? I promise you it'll be fresh by the time I get it to you. I swear to God. Darnold's going to get every chance, I think, to start week 1, and he has the experience on Trey Lance.
5 years in the league. How many fumbles?
Oh, I told you that yesterday. It's over 35 fumbles.
35
He lost
fumbles.
11.
I mean, I'm just looking
He
at
lost 11.
He basically has a 1-to-1 interception to touchdown
He's a turnover
ratio.
machine. He's a turnover
and then
machine.
You factor in the fumbles. Like, he's got a lot of Jimmy traits.
But why did Shanahan sign him?
Because it's low risk.
And a high reward.
Yeah, I think it's low risk.
Untapped potential.
I'm not mad at them signing it. I just think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think all these guys have question marks.
No. I'm telling you right now.
I'm not saying you are.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying our listeners, our roasters, and its fan base need to brace themselves. Because I'm telling you what's going to happen. I already know the way the Mullins thing played out, the way the quarterback thing is played out here, the quarterback roulette in San Francisco, the way we discussed the quarterbacks. This fan base, wanting a quarterback or just wanting to win. And the way we salivated over Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey at a point, and Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard. The minute Darnold lights it up in OTAs. And what do these beat writers press send? What do these beat writers press send on the tweet? It's going to spread like a wildfire. I'm telling you right now. And the Darnold Trey Lance, because a lot of people are out on Trey Lance. A lot of people are out on Trey Lance. They already think he's a bust. They think he can't pick up the system. They think he's slow to process. And Darnold's going to come in with the experience of NFL reps, the experience of playing high-level college football, and he's going to be in the system saying, oh, my Lord, this is fun. I actually have coaching. Oh, I'm back in California. This is cool. I just got a sick feeling about this, Shasky, that we're going to see Sam Darnold start a few football games this year.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I think it's more of they can't keep their quarterbacks healthy. Like, if you're betting on it right now, they've had a quarterback miss time in every single year except for the 2019 season.
How bad would it look if Trey Lance is not starting on week 1?
I mean, if they win 12 games, I don't think it's relevant at all. But if they don't win and Trey Lance isn't any good at all, and let's say Brock Purdy comes back down to earth, and now we have situation critical. Right, there's a lot of things that would have to coincide with Trey Lance not being good.
They moved all those picks.
They can offset it.
They can offset it, but the fact that they move all those picks, that impacts your depth.
Oh, no doubt.
That impacts everything. And now all of a sudden, I'm thinking to myself, damn, you should have just took Mac Jones.
They traded away DeForest Buckner, and DeForest Buckner's been an all-pro in a different situation. And they've been able to offset it because they've been very, very good.
They have.
Bad trade. They've overcome it, though.
However, D-line was a problem in the playoffs.
Bunty,
I agree. To go out and go get Hargrave.
But wouldn't you agree that the fervor over the anger of that trade dies down when you go to NFC Championship games back-to-back years?
You can mask a defensive tackle.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't mask quarterback. You can't hide quarterback. That's the position you can't mask.
Well, I mean, Shanahan might argue that he masked it all throughout the Jimmy Garoppolo era.
How many Lombardis does he have?
None.
Why?
But they've been wildly successful.
Because quarterback has been inconsistent.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game sponsored by law offices of Robert Goldstein. We'll get into the Warriors in their 5-game road trip. They got to get some wins here. They got to get some wins on the road. I believe they could go 3-2 on this road trip. We'll break that down after Steph Curry celebrated his 35th birthday. 888-957-9570. Sam Darnold a threat to start at any point this season. I know it's the first day of the new league year. He just signed for $3.5 million. Sam Darnold, is he a threat at all? 888-957-9570. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
NFL free agency has started.
QB3 or potentially 2 or potentially.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Let that rock. Not gonna lie. Bump, bump, bump. This is hard. So, one game, USC comes up here to Cal. Go to the game.
You know who I think of right now while this music's going?
Who?
Petros Papadakos.
Oh, my God.
I don't know why, but I
do not
instantly think of him.
Petros.
Saturday night game. I'm Petros Papadakos.
Yeah,
I used to play for USC.
Yeah, I don't think of him
You
at
know
all.
exactly what I'm talking
I
about.
know what you're talking about, but I don't
Feel
think
better,
of
Lucas,
him.
if you're listening.
I don't know
Yeah,
why, but I'm thinking of me watching them play, and he's on the call.
I do not think of him. Who's the color analyst on the radio side? He had a health scare a couple years ago, but he's the biggest homer. And whenever they score, I've seen him at Levi Stadium in the booth, and he throws it up every time they score a touchdown. Something Johnson. Anyway, USC was playing Cal. This is earlier, I want to say about 2013, where Jerry Goff was at Cal.
Okay.
And they're playing USC.
The air raid.
The air raid attack. Sonny Dykes.
Bear raid.
Bear raid. There you go. Bear raid.
What,
Bear raid. Get it right. There you go, love it. We like accuracy. So Logan Murdoch and I go to this Cal USC game. Logan Murdoch is a huge USC fan. And the band is right there.
He's an interesting guy, Logan. He's got some weird allegiances.
Oh, he's a Raider, Laker, and USC. His dad was big time Laker. So he's A's, Raiders, Lakers, USC. But anyway,
There's some conflictions, but
I
that's
just
fine.
remember him
Keep going.
running to the end zone when the band started playing Fight On. And he was like, this is my life. Hit that beat of gas, Spinoni. Logan runs to the end zone. And this comes on, and I'm not going to lie. Seeing this in person, hearing it in person, there's something about it. It's like, oh, this is college football. This is next level. And you don't believe.
I knew you had a little USC Trojan in you.
Oh, the Reggie Bush team. I watched every game. Every game for 3 years. I watched every single game.
Well, can we admit here, and this is why I love watching Caleb Williams. In terms of powerhouses on the West Coast, when USC's good, it raises the entire bar of college football.
Oh, no doubt about it.
It makes it feel more inclusive for us on the West Coast. Oregon had some great success. I never felt that attachment to Oregon. Not that I'm attached to USC, but I do feel like at least USC's got that West Coast feel.
They do. And with Lincoln Riley now and Caleb Williams,
God, that sound is awesome.
The sound is awesome.
It is
Come
good.
on. I
Give
want
it
to
to me
play
one more time.
I want to play the whole segment.
Give it to me one more time.
I swear to God, listen to this. And it breaks down, and then you just see the fans. And they're serious with it, too.
Somewhere.
Straight faces, eye black on. Duh.
My boy Crowley's got his birthday coming up this week, and I might come in, to his little party with this music. We call him the Crojan.
The Crojan.
It's a great nickname.
And now they're going to move to the Big Ten. They're going to be playing Michigan, Ohio State. It's going to be awesome. I think they go to Columbus this year.
That
USC, if I'm not
would be an
mistaken.
incredible trip to go to.
If I'm mistaken, check the schedule, Spinoni. You're the USC
Horseshoe?
fan. I think they're going to the Horseshoe. So I say all that to say, we're
Fight
playing this
On?
theme music because there's going to be a lot of Fight On theme music with Sam Darnold. I think Steph's
He's the wrong USC quarterback. I want Caleb. But keep going.
What? You think Shanahan would know what to do with Caleb?
No, he'd coach all of the wild instincts out of him.
Exactly. Go
They
ahead.
do not play Ohio State this year. Nope.
Oh.
They do not. Maybe next season.
Notre Dame's playing Ohio State. That's who it is. Ohio State at Notre Dame. That's a good game to go to as well. So Sam Darnold. I'm just here to I'm not saying anything other than 49ers brace yourselves. 49ers brace yourselves. It's the first day of the new league year. It's March 15th. We've got a long way to go. Long way. And let me break down something here. When does OTA start for the 49ers? When does OTA start with the Niners?
Organized team activities?
Organized team activities. April 17th.
Wow, can't
That's
come
when
enough.
players report to the facility for strength and endurance training. April 17th. And then April 27th through the 29th is the NFL draft. Of course, the Niners don't have any picks in the first or second round. The first practices will occur, of course, after the NFL draft.
So you keep going on it from the Darnold angle, which is a fair point of view.
I want Trey Lance to win the job. I personally like Trey Lance. I think he has a lot of talent, but he's facing an uphill battle.
Well, let's say that he does win the job and he looks better than Sam Darnold. I still think there would be a lot of people saying, "Well, it's just Sam Darnold." Like I think they're gonna play both sides of the fence. And the reality is that no matter who the quarterback is for the 49ers, we can talk about OTAs and we can talk about preseason and we can talk about mini camps and we can talk about all these different things. But unless it translates to week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way through, like, there's going to be doubt, Bonte. That's the reason why I think Brock Purdy has the close to unanimous love from the 49er fan base because he played well in regular season games over a 2-month period.
Well, it's funny because Trey Lance, when we went down to practice and we said it was one of the greatest practices we ever seen from a quarterback, and I've been going to practices for a long time. I know it was your first training camp practice. I've been going to training camp for years.
As a member of the media.
As a member of the media. I've been going to practices for years.
I hate saying that. I feel so fraudulent as a member of the media.
You are a member of the media.
I know, but it just doesn't feel right.
Well, you're a member of the media.
I kind of occupy my own unique space, but continue.
Yeah, you're a fanalist, but you're a member of the media.
Fanalist.
Yeah, you are. So everybody said, "Oh, Bonte, Joe, calm down. It's just practice. It's just practice." But everybody ran with it. Adam Schefter later that day, word out of Santa Clara is Trey Lance put on the show. But it's just practice. And then last season, he has a couple days where he struggles, and, Trey Lance is struggling. Week 3 against the Texans. We scoff at Trey Lance's performance against the Texans at the end of the season in 2021. It's just the Texans. But week 3 of the preseason, it's, Trey's not ready for the regular season. He's struggling against the Texans in a preseason game. Trey Lance can't win unless he goes out there on the football field and wins a lot of games.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he's going to be able to start week 1. Because there's going to be a competition between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. I'm going to tell you folks right now, it's going to happen.
Well, I'll be very interested to see how they split reps. I would like to see both guys get opportunities against the ones. We know that obviously like the Fred Warner types aren't going to be too active. And Nick Bosa's going to be too active in a lot of these organized activities. But Bonte, like watching Trey Lance last year go up against the number 1 ranked defense, there were days where Trent Williams is out and George Kittle is out. And their offense couldn't move the ball.
Yeah, I know.
And I thought it was more of a reflection of the defense and their lack of playmakers on the outside because Debo wasn't there. He had yet to sign his extension. I want to see both of these guys go up against that number 1 defense. Mm-hmm. I think part of why Brock Purdy was as good as he was last year running that scout team, I think he really did
get better,
gain from having to go up against the number 1 team, the defense, every single day.
Let's go to Chris and Petaluma. But Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I mean, I agree with you on one level. They got guys in the building that are going to vouch for Sam Darnold. They got Wilkes there who coached him for 7 or 8 games last year, and they got Christian McCaffrey in the building. They got guys that are going to vouch for him. They know his character. They know what kind of guy he is, all that kind of stuff. Like you guys have mentioned, Shanahan liked him from before and whatnot, but I just want to see Trey Lance for like 3 to 6 games. Yeah. I just want to see it. I want to see what happens. I want to see what it looks like. I think you guys even mentioned it's like a Christmas present sitting on the Christmas tree for 2.5 years.
Right.
I haven't even been able to open the box yet. So I think it's crazy to think that Trey Lance isn't going to be the starter week 1. See what we got. Go from there. Darnold's a great insurance piece. Great guy to bring in, have him there, but going to be Trey, man. It's Trey area time. Let's see what happens.
I hope so. I hope so. As this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Disney with Dad. We're dusting it off. We got some time to kill. We're 4 hours now. We got to milk some of these segments. No, I'm kidding, folks.
I'm seeing the nickname Sourdough Sam Darnold.
See, I'm telling you, man. That's from Judah Seed. Sourdough Sam Darnold. Judah Seed. Give him his love for that. Give him his credit. Sourdough Sam Darnold. It's going to be a thing out here. We're coming up on the roast.
95.7 The Game's new lineup. The Morning Roast. From
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP, big game for you tonight. I like where Jordan Poole was at Monday night against the Phoenix Suns. A nice controlled basketball game, settled down in the fourth quarter, and he actually closed. 4 threes, 3 of them coming in that second half. 20 points, 6 assists. JP, let's go, baby. You know what?
Money time! Money time!
Let's get that money time juju in the air. It's been a while.
Money time! Money time!
Let's go, JP. And you know what? The Ringer came out with their top 125 basketball players.
Okay.
Steph Curry's number 4.
Let me guess. Were the people voting on it bearded white guys?
Probably. Maybe Logan has something to do with it.
You're laughing because know it's true.
No, maybe Logan got into that.
I don't think they all have beards.
Anyway, Steph Curry, number 4. Draymond Green, 45. Klay Thompson, 49. Andrew Wiggins, 52. So 4 players in the top 52. Not bad. Kevon Looney, number 88.
Oh, that's
Can
cool.
you guess where Jordan Poole's at?
OLI, outside looking in?
117.
Oh, okay. 117. All right.
So, JP, take that as motivation. Let's go ball against the Clippers tonight. Start of a 5-game road trip. Warriors, of course, 7-26 on the road. Gotta get some dubs.
Are you ready to do something fun?
What's fun?
Well, because we've now been expanded to
talking Sam Darnold's not fun for you.
Well, we could put a bookmark in it. We can come back to it. You know, we can definitely come back to it.
Seen ghosts.
I was driving in this morning,
my
and
God.
there was no rain, and I was like, "Oh my God, thank God!"
Thank God.
And I was so happy, and the air felt so crisp.
Did that cold air feel good? I rolled down windows
it
on the
felt so
Market
good, didn't it?
Oh, it felt good.
It tasted good. It felt good.
Oh, it felt really good.
It just I felt very refreshed. And
I was
said
like
to
the
myself,
Joker driving down to Barcadero. I had my head out the window driving.
Yeah.
Remember when he let the hair out? He's in a...
Absolutely, absolutely. I feel like a dog. My dog, when I roll the window down in the back, they just stick their head out.
Yep.
And they smell all the smells. It's like they're getting really ripped out there. But like, no, honestly, B, I said, you know what? We need to switch it back up. We need to go back to some of our old stuff when we had 4 hours, and so we're not just talking Sam Darnold for 4 straight hours, boring our audience. Let's bring back Disney with Dad.
Forgot. You know what's funny? So, Monday's game at the Gay House. I'm getting bombarded with texts from Anna.
Okay.
Hey, do you have that Disney Plus password? Did you change the password? I said, do we even have Disney Plus? So she just spent the money for a yearly subscription on Disney Plus, which is like
Worth every penny
it's like $111 or something like
for
that.
the year.
That's more expensive than ESPN Plus.
Well, if you bundle them together, ESPN Plus and Disney, because they're owned by the same company, you get Hulu free. So I would have done that. She
Well,
should
I
have
need
hit
to
me
cancel. Well, I need to cancel. Well, we got some things to do today.
Yeah. So
she just bought it because Baby Chaz is now watching movies. She's graduated to movies.
Let's go.
And they watched a Little Mermaid the other day.
What a classic.
Oh, yeah. Disney Plus is a must when you got a little
Thank
one.
you.
Yes.
And when you want to watch Mandalorian.
Totally.
All right. So speaking of
Mandalorian, what's
Disney's,
that?
Bonte,
2 episodes tonight.
when was
Mandalorian, what's that?
Mandalorian is one of the great cinematography shows going on right now.
didn't
Every
know that.
Wednesday it's released. It's Mandalorian and Baby Yoda, a.k.a. Grogu.
yeah.
And they're going throughout the galactic galaxy, and they're trying to figure out whether he's going to be a Mandalorian, Grogu, or a Jedi.
The Nick Friedel Open has the Mandalorian theme
Yeah,
song.
exactly. That theme song is hard.
It knocks.
That is hard.
It's basically a space western.
Hey, Lubman, are you a Star Wars guy? Because you just
Of course
rolled
I'm a
your
Star
eyes.
Wars guy.
Yeah, you
No,
are
I'm
weird.
rolling my eyes at you like doing the fake snoring, but
Oh, you're a Star Wars guy, though?
oh yeah, I'm a big Star Wars
You
guy.
are a weirdo.
You were the chosen one.
All right, just hold it real quick. This segment
A
is
little
sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Wait till you get to the injury report. You want to see Lubman freak out. Go ahead, Shasky.
All right, so let's go all the way back to 1964. Bonte,
1964?
1964.
Oh, great.
boy.
Was Frankie Albert there?
You
playing?
know, no, he was not.
Oh,
Actually, at
he
that
retired?
point, it was John Brody had just got acquired by the team. They had moved off of Y.A. Tittle. I believe Frankie Albert had just got fired as head coach. But anyway, point
Damn.
notwithstanding,
Rough year for him.
Disney came out with a movie. Mary Poppins. Do you remember it?
Oh, gosh.
Have you seen Mary Poppins?
Man,
Baby Chez will be singing Mary Poppins one day.
Yeah, doesn't it have like that 20-letter word that everybody used to say in elementary school?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because we're going to get to that.
I watched that in like first grade. It's one of the most overrated movies ever. I watched like the first montage of it, and that was that. Right.
Basically, 1964, Mary Poppins, an American musical fantasy film, and it's produced by Walt Disney. And essentially, a family is looking for a new nanny, and this magical nanny comes on down. And we're going to change up today, Disney with Dad. So instead of me asking you questions about the movie, because I figured it's such an old movie, you probably haven't seen it since you were, what, under 10 years old?
Yeah, it was like second grade. Maybe
Exactly.
first grade.
Well, some of the songs are timeless, and it won an Academy Award for Best Musical, and let's just go straight to it. So you've got Mary Poppins, who's going to be the new nanny for these kids, and she meets the children, and she helps them magically tidy their nursery by snapping her fingers. You have to complete this sentence, okay? Give me the word that comes in here. There's a song. It's a classic song. It won an award. A spoonful of
love.
No, it's not love. You get two more guesses. A spoonful of
milk.
Spoonful of milk?
I don't know. Spoonful of sugar.
There we go.
Let's go.
There we go.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's one. Let's go.
Do we have the accompanying sound? Sydney Knocker. Jim Harbaugh.
Oh my gosh, Baby Chez is actually going to sing.
She's going to love this.
She is going to love it.
It is a banger.
She will love it.
It really is.
Oh,
it's a classic.
All right, so we got that, baby. Let's go.
All right. So you got the first one. All right. Second one. So Mary Poppins uses her magic. She transports the group into these drawings. They're bouncing around. And eventually she meets this guy, Bert. And Bert and her, they end up having a horse race.
Dick Van Dyke.
Dick Van Dyke, the famous Dick Van Dyke from Nick at Night and all the different shows that he's been a part of. Mary Poppins uses a word that's kind of a nonsense word,
Fragilisticalidocious or something like that.
You're close.
Yeah, that's it. Say it again. Fragilisticalidocious.
Oh, you're so close.
You're missing an EX in there somewhere.
Oh, man, I'm not going to get this. Hey, we said the stupid word.
I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you.
I'm close to that. Adocious.
Come on. This one knocks. And we wrap it up with Mary Poppins at the beginning of the show. The beginning of the movie, the father who's overworked and the nanny ends up leaving. The kids are begging him to go outside so they can go play.
Right.
And they're going to play with a certain thing. Well, by the end of the movie, it comes full circle and they end up singing a song and it's about playing outside. And it goes, let's go fly a blank.
Let's go fly a kite. So now that I got YouTube up. And no, I did not cheat. I promise you, I did not cheat. I hate cheaters. But I'm looking at SF Bay drummer. Bonte, just say Saltalomakia.
Jared Saltalomakia, one of the longest names in Major League Baseball history. I remember his name on the back of it went from the middle of the two all the way around to the middle of the one.
It was a horseshoe. Literally, it was a horseshoe on his jersey.
It was so good.
Was Mary Poppins the side chick?
What?
I'm saying that she was the side chick. What is the chat talking about?
I don't know, but
Mary
I know
Poppins.
that
Don't disrespect Julie Andrews like that.
Exactly. She ended up being in The Sound of Music the very next year, which is also a famous musical.
Let me ask you: was this filmed in Europe?
No, it was in Burbank. The whole thing was filmed in Burbank.
Yeah. Supposed to be London, though, right?
Yeah,
London.
okay,
yes, gave you that London vibe. All right.
I didn't know there was I guess the 925 is telling me that there's a very attractive new Mary Poppins. I have not seen that.
Emily Blunt. She plays the new one. Emily Blunt, the actress, married to John Krasinski.
Why do we do this?
I don't know who that
with
is.
Disney, with all these movies, you try to remake these movies. They're originals. Can we get creative and come up with new movies? Have we run out of ideas?
Oh, this is the
play the
one.
hits.
She was in Departed and a bunch of other shows. Emily Blunt.
I don't think she was in Departed, but she's been in a bunch of stuff. She was in Sicario.
Oh, Sicario.
Yeah.
That was the one she was in. Okay. That's a great movie.
Honestly, can Hollywood get creative?
What?
They keep remaking all these movies.
It's driving me nuts.
Where's the creativity in Hollywood?
It's driving me nuts.
What are we paying these people for? I come up with a movie. You want to film a movie? I'll come up with something for 60 minutes.
Because it makes money. That's why.
Does it, though?
Well, look at Avatar. What's the highest grossing movie since Avatar? Avatar 2.
Can I admit?
That's the thing. Like Avatar 2.
I've never watched Avatar in its
You're
entirety.
not missing much.
So, okay, when it came out, they had the 3D stuff.
Right.
And I remember distinctively, I got the glasses. I got a headache. I couldn't do the
focus.
3D thing.
Yeah,
it was very weird for
That
my
was like
for my
2008 or 9 or whatever. Yeah, it was supposed to be revolutionary.
Was I
It was
wrong?
cool. No, it was cool. It was like I'm just reminiscing with you. It was like I remember I went after school. I was like a sophomore in high school.
Yeah.
I went to go see it. I was like, oh, this never been seen before. This 3D glass stuff. I was like, cool. I'm never going to see that movie again.
Yeah,
it's a one-time thing.
I've never watched Avatar in its entirety. I don't get why people remake movies. Like White Man Can't Jump. I see
It
Jack
does
Harlow.
not need to
makes
be
me
remade.
mad. It doesn't need to be.
It's
not at all.
fine as a
Willy Wonka
standalone.
and the Chocolate Factory. The fact that they remade it. Who is it? Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, it was
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Charlie and the
Depp.
Chocolate
Why
Factory.
do we
yeah.
do that?
Gene Wilder,
Why?
the OG. Just let it go.
That's what I'm saying. Gene Wilder was a classic.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Gene Wilder. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, if you want to win 2 tickets to a Warriors Spurs game, March 31st, a Friday night at Chase Center, all you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen. And every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app right now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Benjamin Albright will join us at 7:30. If you don't know who he is, I'm going to sell this guest right now to our audience, Matt Nahegan. I'm selling him. Benjamin Albright, NFL insider for KOA Radio in Denver. And he's one of the most plugged-in people on the NFL right now. So Matt Nahegan, Stacey Kaufman, and everybody here at Odyssey, and everybody out there listening, go follow Benjamin Albright right now on NFL Twitter. He's a great follow. Great follow. He does not hold anything back. And he's tapped in with the NFL. He's been predicting some of these moves here. So we'll get his thoughts on Sam Darnold, Mike McGlinchey. How are Denver fans feeling about him? I know Niner fans are feeling good that Mike McGlinchey is no longer part of the roster. The new house party. I haven't seen that yet. I did watch Creed 3. Have you watched Creed 3
No,
yet?
I have not. Is it good?
I'm a sucker for Creed.
Yeah, I know. I know you are. And that's fine.
I watched it. Yeah, I wish Rocky was not involved in it, though. And I know Rocky had some beef with the producers, so that was disappointing. But I'm a sucker for Creed.
Xfinity Mobile text line with a great line here from the 510. Our generation loved nostalgia, hence all the remakes. They really do. The millennial generation specifically, we love to reminisce, and I think we're trying to recapture moments that you just can't recapture.
But let's just re-release the classics. What's wrong with that?
Because some of the classics have, like, for example, Bad News Bears that I rewatched.
Yeah.
There's language that is just unacceptable. And I mean, there are certain things that you can't do in the modern society. But that's again,
it would be a lot of canceled people in that movie, huh?
I mean, even Sopranos.
I've
been telling you, I've been rewatching Sopranos. There's a lot of language that just 15 years ago does not fly anymore.
We put on Peter Pan on Disney Plus because Benny's like, oh, I want to watch Peter Pan. Like, they have like these disclaimers in the beginning. You'll see this, Bonte, if you put on any of these movies. There are hateful or racial epithets in this. We are keeping it on Disney Plus so it could be a teachable moment, and they give a 10-second disclaimer before, because Peter Pan, there's obviously Native Americans, and it's very
gosh.
There's literally a song that it's not great.
Oh my Lord! Like Trading Day, for example. Whenever Trading Day comes on, I'm a sucker for it. I keep it on the channel.
Me and Benny too.
And I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Does Benny like to get wet?
Oh, dude, Scarface, Godfather, come on. I'm trying to teach the kid about his roots. Come on.
When Benny walks by a girl, does he say, oh, look at all that jelly with no toast? I mean.
He's like, Daddy, can I have a PB&J sandwich?
So
want to get wet?
Like
her, sure, PCP. Like, dude, that movie does not age well.
Is it Ethan Hawke or
Ethan Hawke? Yeah, Ethan Hawke.
He is so good in that as well, because Denzel is clearly like he blows everyone away in that one. I mean, just that whole entire movie it's incredible.
It is incredible.
Loosely based off of 2 different cops, one in San Francisco and one in L.A.
Yep. So they say.
So they say.
So they say. That doesn't age well.
No.
So I guess that answers my question on why you can't re-release movies. because the language and they just don't age well.
But here's
like Richard Pryor. I think about Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
Probably couldn't do comedy in his day and age.
You know what my favorite Richard Pryor appearance is?
What's that?
It's him being awkward in the Superman 3 movie.
I don't remember.
Yeah, he basically signed a big-time contract with the company that was making those movies at the time, and he had like a 5-movie obligation or whatever, and they just stuck him into a Superman 3 movie, and that was where Superman fought himself.
Oh, my God.
It's one of my favorites.
Brewster's Millions, John Candy.
It was him against the machine.
Yeah. Real quick before you go back out to the lines and bring it back to sports, I'm looking at the text line here. It's a great question from Twin Empire on YouTube. Bonte, Shasky, what's the greatest movie soundtrack to come out for you?
Oh, well, I already know off the top of my head.
To me, it's Above the Rim.
Oh, that's a good one.
See,
I'm going to go Dazed and Confused.
Okay.
I think Dazed and Confused soundtrack, but those are real songs put into that movie, like, obviously retroactively. Like, you're talking about original music.
Yeah.
Because Above the Rim was original music for that.
Yeah, for that album.
For that
Menace
movie.
to Society was for that movie.
Yeah.
It was really good, though. Even Sunset Park had a good soundtrack.
Sunset Park, what time is it?
It's time to get loud.
It's time to represent. What was it? Was the guy from Onyx in that movie?
Yeah. Fredo Starr.
Thank you. I was trying to think of his name.
And you had your boy who played in Hustle and Flow. He was the guy who was smoking the weed in the back of the school bus.
Yeah.
You know Hustle. What's my guy, Terrence?
I know, Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard.
I was trying to think of his name.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to go Dazed and Confused. If you listen to Sweet Emotions at the very beginning of that movie, when that old school car is going through the parking lot, I think that's one of the great albums of all time.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of good ones, a lot of good soundtracks out there. Good question. All right, let's go to headquarters. Hayward. He'll bring it back to sports. This is with Dad. It's fun to have that back in our lives.
Yeah,
right?
something different.
Streets of San Francisco, we got to bring that back. All the elements are coming back. We got time to fill, baby. We got 4 hours again. 1 hour down, 3 hours to go. We act like dude, honestly, I know we're joking. We're having a lot of fun. 4 hours, I'm glad to get 4 hours with you.
Yeah,
again.
I'm thrilled.
In the roasters. Man, more time with the roasters, more time out of the house.
Can you do me a favor?
What's that?
Can you just watch one episode of Mandalorian?
I told you guys I'm going to try to watch Star Wars, man.
Just
But
start
it's
with Mandalorian.
hard.
It's really
so
good.
hard during basketball season.
I know.
I got League Pass.
It's 30 minutes, 22 minutes sometimes.
How many seasons have the Mandalorian
We're
been
at
out?
3, but you can catch up very quick. It's like 8, 9 episodes.
So do I need to watch Star Wars to watch Mandalorian?
Really.
A lot of the context you'll kind of be missing out on, but it's mainly a story about like a father and son, this weird relationship that comes together, kind of.
It's imagine this, a space Clint Eastwood movie. That's what it is. Guy goes into town. He's a bounty hunter, right? But he's in space.
Star Wars Land? They have a Star Wars Land?
Yeah, that's in Disneyland. It's incredible. It feels like you're literally transported to, another galaxy.
I'm going to try to get Star Wars. I'm going to try this because I'm telling you right now, looking at the Giants lineup, we're going to have a lot of time on our heads. So that may be time to put in some time on Star Wars or dedicate some time for Star Wars.
I'm really excited for this year's Giants team. I am.
Are you really?
I am.
What makes you excited about the Giants?
Well, I just think that they're going to be there's a lot of questions are going to be answered this year. Like, this to me feels like a pivotal year. If you're for or against Farhan Zaidi and the philosophy of the organization, I think you're going to find out a lot. If we don't see any impact from any of the kids this year, I think there's going to be a waving of the white flag by the front office.
I hope so. Headquarters Hayward. Headquarters in Hayward. Headquarters. What's happening? What's going on? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, baby?
I don't like to beat a dead horse, but I want to talk about that quarterback competition.
Let's do it.
It was a reason Shanahan brought Sam Darnold. See, I'm a 52-year Miami Dolphin fan, and I wanted McDaniels to get Sam Darnold as our backup. You gotta understand, Sam Darnold didn't really have no coaching at USC. He definitely didn't have it at the Jets, and he really didn't have it at Carolina. See, now, I consider Shanahan the quarterback whisperer. Look what he did with RG3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you ain't seen the best of Sam Darnold. He only 25 years old. He can move. He just ain't have no real quarterback toolage to actually teach him the game. I guarantee you, he gonna get Trey Lance and Brock Purdy a run for their money.
I think so, too.
Thank you.
Hey, it's a hell of a call, Headquarters. It's a hell of a call. How many Dolphin fans calling in?
How many guys, and this is inexact science, but how many guys don't do well at one or multiple stops at a young age, get traded and go somewhere else, and then flourish into the best version of themselves?
Not many.
At least in recent. I'm asking recent memory.
You know, I think of Tommy Maddox, who was
LA.
big time reclam. He got drafted by the Denver Broncos out of UCLA.
Yeah.
XFL.
That was it.
Then he goes to
XFL,
Pittsburgh, has a good run. Then he gets his job stolen by
he beat
Ben
the Demons
Roethlisberger.
in the first ever game
championship
at Pac
game.
Bell.
And did the XFL championship.
Yeah.
Beat the Demons as well.
Jose Cortez. Line
There you
two.
go. Jose Cortez.
My brother went to that first game.
At Pac-Bell Park.
Yeah.
It was lit.
Yeah.
Demon games were fire.
Yeah.
Those jerseys.
So, but like, can you think of a guy?
Geno Smith, maybe?
Who?
Geno Smith.
That's a good one.
Yeah, he bounced around for.
He did, but so was Sam,
6
right?
years?
So did Sam.
6?
No, maybe even longer.
Yeah, because he's 32 now.
Right. He bounced around
He's
longer.
32 now?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I actually saw a tweet about Geno Smith. He had made $17.5 million over the course of his career. Now he's getting 35 guaranteed.
Yeah.
So he hit the jackpot. I don't know, man. He's got a lot of weapons. It's a great situation. By the way, the Cowboys are going to release longtime running back Ezekiel Elliott going to be released. He's done. He's got no juice.
Kind of sad.
It is sad.
Yeah, he was really like I was a huge Zeke Elliott fan coming out of Ohio State.
According to Guru, he needs to be on turf because the Cowboys are not a grass team. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. Benjamin Albright, NFL insider for KOA Radio in Denver. He'll join us at 7:30 as we continue to talk football, free agency signings, and then the second half of the show, we're going to switch gears and talk some Warriors here. The start of a 5-game road trip coming up. Dubs, only 7 wins on the road. Can they get it going? That's what's coming up on the roast.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5 Hour Energy. It's perfect.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Is that the Mandalorian music?
Yeah.
Is that Nick Friedell's?
Yeah. But the beginning's the best part. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. This is like the end when they show you the cartoon.
Oh, the
drawings.
beginning is the Nick Friedel
Yeah,
intro.
the whole beginning. Like can you go to the beginning of this particular song, Joey? I'm asking you to do too much. The beginning's the best part, and when you hear it like drop, it reminds me of like the Undertaker coming out.
Yeah, let me know when you get that.
Yeah.
That's going to get me going. Benjamin Albright, he's not just a Broncos insider. He's an NFL insider. And he's tapped in with the league. We're going to get his thoughts on Sam Darnold coming to the Niners. We'll get his thoughts on Mike McGlinchey. Did the Broncos overpay? Mike McGlinchey got $50 million guaranteed.
It's insane.
And then immediately a clip of him at Notre Dame gets sent out to the internet, and he gets dominated in Notre Dame practice. Yeah, this is sick.
Come on, this beginning's sick.
This is sick.
Mandalorian.
Tyler Miller. Duke hasn't called since the Niner season ended. We need some Warriors bars, Duke.
You can't tell me that this doesn't knock.
It does knock.
It sets the tone.
It does knock.
Bonte the Bounty Hunter.
So the Warriors are, we'll get to the 49ers here. You asked me a question going into the break.
Uh-huh.
Who's a better player right now? Sam Darnold or Trey Lance? I can't believe that's a question.
Well, I think a lot of people are going to go with Sam Darnold just because they've seen more of him, even though he's been closer to awful than he's been closer to great, right?
Yeah. I mean, we just haven't seen Trey Lance. We have not seen Trey Lance.
If the LA Rams acquired Sam Darnold, what would you think?
I'd laugh at him.
Okay.
But at the same time, you see what they did with Baker Mayfield. We laughed at them when they signed Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield went out there and ended the Raiders season.
He had a nice little run at the end. There's no doubt. I'm asking because I think sometimes we make these acquisitions, whatever sport it is, and our fan base either overrates them or loses their mind. Let's take a step back and let's think like Seattle. They move off of Geno and they bring in Sam Darnold. Are we thinking lesser or more of
Sam Darnold
of Seattle with Sam Darnold as opposed?
We're thinking lesser. Of
I
Seattle.
agree. But it's because Geno had a really good year last year.
But we think more of Sam Darnold right now, or at least I think the perception of Sam Darnold, we're going to think more of him is because of Kyle Shanahan and the offense.
Yeah.
And the system.
And his
the weapons.
age and the ability to grow and get better.
Gosh, Sam Darnold is in our lives. Just when you say goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo. By the way, we got to put that out on social media. The goodbye to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, I think we should.
Maybe we'll do one more goodbye.
Wasn't there a wide receiver wearing 10? Was it? I know Seth Roberts way back when, but who was wearing 10 most recently? Wasn't it a big wide receiver?
Max Hollins? Was it Max Hollins wearing number 10?
Mac Hollins, yeah.
Mac Hollins.
Is he coming out of that jersey?
Yeah. I think Jimmy Garoppolo's not a number guy, is he? I think Jimmy's one of those dudes who would just wear anything.
A guy who wears Jordans isn't just going to wear anything.
Right. Look,
yeah, he doesn't strike me as one of those types.
Howard Kushland, YouTube. 2 days ago, Bonte said, oh, man, people are going to talk about it all year, Sam Darnold. Now it's all he talks about. No. It's all that other people are going to be talking. I'm just trying to brace you Niner fans for what's going to be happening.
All right.
So today's the day to brace for it. I'm not going to talk about it the rest of the week.
No.
Because OTAs don't start until April 17th. But I'm bracing 49er fans for what's to come. If you don't believe there's going to be a quarterback controversy between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance, then I don't know what to tell you. Because it's going to be there. It's going to happen.
What?
And I'm not even bringing up the racial dynamic at all. I'm going to stay away from that.
Okay. So let's look at the two big quarterback names in the NFL as we zoom out a little. Who are you more intrigued about where they land? Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson.
Why?
Because he's a very unique quarterback who has a very special skill set. We have yet to see Lamar Jackson with big-time weapons, right? Aaron Rodgers in New York City is intriguing, but they're in a win-now mode or whatnot. Lamar Jackson, because what is he going to be without that Ravens system, without Greg Roman? Is he going to be the same player? What if he goes to a different offense, a West Coast offense, a run-first offense?
You would think they would adjust to him.
Absolutely. So I'm more intrigued with Lamar Jackson personally.
Okay.
I'm over Aaron Rodgers. I want Aaron Rodgers to just go away and retire, but probably not going to happen because he needs the attention. What about you?
I am very interested to see what the compensation package is for the Green Bay Packers. I really am. I want to see what they get for Aaron Rodgers. This is a guy who's flirted with retirement. He's a diva. You know, you could trade all these assets for him, and he could play 1 year. He could play 4 or 5 years. I wouldn't be surprised by either of them.
What about the money with Lamar Jackson? Aren't you interested in the guarantees?
Not really. I think everybody's all up in arms about the money. Like for example, the Deshaun Watson deal, $230 million guaranteed. It was an overpay.
Yep.
Okay, can we all agree? And I like Deshaun Watson as a player. Don't like him as a person, but like him as a player. It's an overpay. You know, so when you see Kirk Cousins get a 3-year guaranteed deal, I understand that he wants to fall somewhere in between those two numbers, right? And he wants to get paid like it. You want to reset the market and blah, 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 blah. But in this circumstance, I understand teams saying, hey, I'm not trading 2 firsts and giving you $185 million of guaranteed money.
Right.
That's risky. Like, that's really risky. I think if he was a non-running quarterback, I think we would look at this a little different. I don't think it's egregious to say, dude, you know, like, you're a running quarterback. Those guys get hurt. There's not a long list of guys who've played great into their 30s.
Yeah, I don't like that because he can throw the football.
I know he can.
He can throw the football. Like, you know, and like when you see the highlights of Lamar Jackson on SportsCenter, all they do is show his running. Can we see some of his throws?
Well, of course.
They don't show that.
But what's his best strength?
Yeah, his strength is his athleticism and his speed, but he has a rocket arm. He can throw the ball. Dude can make all the throws.
I don't know if he can make all the throws, but he can make some throws. He
hasn't had any weapons.
No, I agree. And they haven't had a big-bodied receiver that would help him out.
Baltimore never throws a ball.
No,
like
I'm with you there. Like, we can meet in the middle. But in terms of, like, guaranteed money, like, I understand why teams are reluctant. Yeah. The Ravens' season the last 2 years was derailed because of his injuries.
No doubt.
And the game's violent, and we've seen smaller guys, even though I would say Lamar's bigger than this dude and stronger. But, like, Russell Wilson has fallen off a map, and he was a guy that I would say runner. You know what I mean? Like, at least mobility was his strength.
He got better in the pocket, though.
Agreed.
Let's go to Anthony on Highway 18 before we get to Benjamin Albright from KOA, Colorado. Anthony, good morning, man. You're on the roast.
What's up, man? Good morning to both of you fellas. So I had a couple of things. One, 49er fans are so delusional, and I am a Niner fan, and I can't stand when we act like our blank don't stink, and we run around and talk about different teams and then picking up mediocre talent, and we act like Sam Darnold is not mediocre, and we sit around here and we try to talk up, you know, the decisions that we've made over the years of picking up different people. And I can already see us needing Sam to come in the game and him not doing very well. And then you'll get a bunch of people to call up to the radio station and say, we could have got someone better. And, you know, and throw out these incredible, ridiculous names like a Matt Ryan. And I just think that we just need to sit back and relax because, you know, at the end of the day, we want to get a championship. And as of now, we have not gotten that. And at some point, we really, really do got to start pointing the finger and looking at Kyle Shanahan as the person that's stopping us from doing that when you consider maybe he's not getting the best out of that quarterback position.
Anthony, real quick, Anthony, let me ask you a question. If Trey Lance doesn't pan out, who is that more on? Is it on Trey or is it on the organization of Kyle Shanahan?
That falls on Kyle Shanahan 110% because nobody else went to North Dakota State and to look at him and said that he was worth however many first-round picks that he was worth. And now they come out and say that he can't run the way that they thought he could, but he ran the way that you thought he could when you used to see him and you move heaven and earth. So if Trey Lance doesn't pan out, it is 110% a fireable offense. Now, that sounds like sacrilegion when I say it, but it's true. People have been fired for less.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan at some point needs to be held accountable for his lack of winning the big.
Hey, it's a great call, Anthony, as you're breaking up there. I don't know if they're going to fire Shanahan over it, but
that's not
in year 7 when you whiff on a quarterback like think about it. We're about to enter year 7, and the Niners have had a lot of success. A couple of NFC championships, you know, a Super Bowl appearance, no Lombardis. Still trying to figure out the quarterback position.
Couldn't I have made the same argument for Joe Gibbs in the 80s?
Yeah, but he won, though. That's the difference.
I agree.
He won.
Kyle's gotten on the doorstep of winning.
He won. You win. There's no almost in winning. You win or you lose.
Like I
Shanahan is lost. You know, Joe Gibbs, he got to that point and he won.
I know, and he did with 3 different quarterbacks.
You know, he won. Shanahan hasn't yet. And the reason why he hasn't won is because the damn quarterback can't figure it out.
Well, it's
or
not
they get hurt.
It's not just the quarterback.
They get hurt.
Yeah, but that's a big part of it. Like I'm not.
It's 90% of it.
Like Jimmy Garoppolo is not the sole reason they lost the Super Bowl.
Oh well, I'm glad you finally came around.
No,
to
I've
that.
said it since day one. It was a pie chart of culpability. That's where the whole concept came from. Shanahan gets a slice. Jimmy gets a slice. Offensive line gets a slice. Defense gets a huge slice. You know, dropping interceptions, pressing Sammy Watkins. Like every time they lose, it's never just one thing.
No, it's not just one thing. But when it comes down to it, you need the quarterback to make a play. Their quarterbacks haven't made plays. Or you just run out of quarterbacks like you did last a couple months ago in Philadelphia. So I look, I'll say it right now. We're going to have Benjamin Albright on in a couple seconds. Me and Trey Lance should go out there and ball out and take this job over and be the quarterback for the next 5 years. Because I'm tired of talking about the quarterbacks and who's going to start and who's going to do this.
But if
let me ask you this about Brock. Do you believe we see the best of Brock? Because I think we see the best of Brock.
Well, I mean, he's been almost perfect. So, yeah, do I think I've seen the best of him? Like, I expect him to throw some interceptions. I expect him to, I don't know, lose a game. Yeah, like, that's normal. I expect him to come back down to earth. In terms of, like, his play, I don't know, B. Like, I thought Jimmy Garoppolo was one kind of quarterback, and as years progressed, it felt like defenses kind of adjusted to him. And they took away a lot of the elements that made him so successful early on, and it made things more difficult as time went on.
I'm telling you.
And that's what really separates the good from the great quarterbacks is they're almost unguardable, right? In terms of being able to throw locations on the field and them adjusting to what the defense is throwing at them. Like, I don't know what Brock's going to look like. Are they going to take away the middle of the field? Are they going to not allow him to escape the pocket?
Yeah, exactly.
What does it look like?
Yeah.
You know, what does his arm strength look like?
Right.
Like, this is a guy that didn't have the greatest arm to begin with, but if it's diminished even more, does that take away from him? Psychologically, does it change him? And we saw that with Derek Carr, where he breaks his leg and psychologically in the pocket, I don't know if he ever really recovered.
I think psychologically Brock will be fine. He'll be fine. It's not a knee. It's not an ankle. You know, it's his throwing arm. Once he starts throwing, I think he'll be fine. But it's a great question.
I mean, what does he look like when if he does become the guy, right? This is a question that I think the organization would have for themselves as well. What does it look like when he's making a big amount of money and you have to say goodbye to some of these other players on the team?
Yeah.
You know, when you look at a Mahomes, when you look at someone like Josh Allen or Joe Burrow, part of why you're paying that guy a lot of money is you're like, hey, I know he can offset the deficiencies as I pay him more and pay less to the other surrounding cast members. I think this guy can still be able to get it done and mask our inefficiencies. Can Brock do that same thing? I don't know if Dak can do that. When I watch Dak and he's making $40 million, it's like, man, he could really use another playmaker on the outside.
He can, and they got rid of their playmaker in Amari Cooper.
And I think Dak is a good quarterback. Not great, but good.
They got rid of Amari Cooper. If Amari Cooper's in that football game against the Niners, Cowboys probably win it. Hell, that game's probably in Dallas. No, they can't be in Dallas because they didn't win the division. But you get my point. They have another playmaker there. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. So the 49ers are free agency so far. They signed Javon Hargrave and they signed Sam Darnold. Javon Hargrave gets $40 million guaranteed, 4-year, $80 million contract. Sam Darnold gets to 1 year, $3.5 million guaranteed, $4.5 overall. They've lost Jimmy Garoppolo, Mike McGlinchey, Jimmy Ward, Emmanuel Mosley, which I think is a sneaky bad loss. Al-Shire, Tennessee, Aziz. Niners could recover from that. Ridgeway goes to Houston. They re-up Jake Brindle, Tashawn Gibson, Givens, McKivitz, Jawan Jennings, and Tabor Pepper. Let's go to Benjamin Albright, NFL insider for KOA Radio in Denver, one of our favorites here on the Morning Roast. He brings it every single time. He's a great follow on Twitter as well. And he's in Bronco country, of course, and they signed Mike McGlinchey. So let's start there, Benjamin. As we say, good morning to you. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Mike McGlinchey. How are Bronco fans feeling about that organization giving Mike McGlinchey $50 million guaranteed?
Well, Broncos fans are loving it for two reasons. One, it's not their money; it's Walmart money. And two, because Mike McGlinchey is the closest thing they've had to shoring up the right tackle position in years. If you go back and you look at the Denver Broncos' right tackle position, since Orlando Franklin was here and prior to the Super Bowl, Elijah Wilkinson has the most starts at right tackle, and he's a guard. Donald Stevenson has the second most, and he was abysmal. So you go through and you look at the litany of just failed players that they have, trading for Jawan James and getting 3 starts out of him. It's just been a bad thing. So they're hoping that Mike McGlinchey solves the problem. If he's adequate, he will be the best right tackle they've had in 20 years.
As we stick on the same thing, the Niners have lost a lot of guys defensively, but they added, some people are saying, the best defensive player that was available in free agency. How do you view the Javon Hargraves acquisition?
Oh, it's an excellent acquisition. He was the best, certainly the best interior defensive lineman out there by far, and that's one of the things. It's an interesting free agent class because interior offensive linemen, interior defensive linemen, and tight ends are really kind of raking it in this free agency. Hargrave is an excellent player. I'm acquaintances with John Gannon, and John Gannon couldn't stop raving about the guy. So I'll tell you got a real good player there.
What about, as we're talking to Benjamin Albright here on 95.7 The Game, Morning Roast, Sam Darnold? We've been discussing a lot of Sam Darnold at quarterback. Niners give him $3.5 million guaranteed, $4.5 overall for 1 year. What was your impression of the Sam Darnold signing here in San Francisco?
Smart signing. You've got you're going to have a quarterback battle between two guys, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, for the future of the San Francisco 49ers, and you take a no-risk flyer on Sam Darnold, who's still pretty young as well, and has shown flashes here or there, just needs somebody to coach him up. And I think that's part of the problem with Darnold. He's never gotten the right coaching. So, Kyle Shanahan kind of took a page out of what I think is the Andy Reid playbook, and that is get these guys who had high expectations, didn't quite meet them, bring them in, give them a little rehab tour, and then turn around and try to either trade them away or let the compensatory formula help you out. And the Niners have been masters of manipulating the compensatory formula. So I think it's a low-risk, high-reward type move, and it costs you virtually nothing to do.
Benjamin, what's your read right now? You're always so tapped in on the Niners and kind of what's going on inside the facility. You've always got great sources. What's the read right now on Trey Lance? Because Bonte and I have been kicking this around. I mean, a year ago, the keys were his. He's driving the car out the lot, and they were going to ride and die with him. And it feels like so much has changed. Where is the organization internally? I know they're not going to say it at a podium, but internally, where are they at with Trey Lance right now?
Trey's a big-time tools guy that's got to put it all together, and that's sort of been the problem. That's been a bit of a curse. The injuries, everything that's happened, he just hasn't gotten the reps. But, you look at what Brock Purdy was able to do, and you have a lot of optimism that one of those two guys can grab the job by the reins and take it. And, it's kind of interesting because there are parallels to when Mike Shanahan and Kyle were both in Washington, and the team had traded up and went and got RG3, and then, this guy Kirk Cousins they got in the mid-rounds comes along and looks like he winds up being the future after an injury. So, I think that they're hoping that Trey Lance puts it together for several different reasons. But in the end, I think they've got confidence in the fact that Brock Purdy certainly looked like the moment was never too big for him as a quarterback last year.
Do you think we've seen the best of Brock Purdy, Benjamin?
The best of him? No. I mean, we're less than, half a season into that? I mean, there's nowhere to go but up for Brock Purdy, I do believe. I don't think this is a Nick Mullins situation where you came out, you had a couple of good games, and then, you got figured out, went downhill. Brock Purdy was going toe-to-toe with people and just kept winning, including a really tough game there that kind of showed me something at the end of the year. It was the second to last game, I think, against the Raiders, against Jarrett Stidham. And you didn't think, that was going to give them trouble, but it did. And the moment was just never too big for him. And I love that. I love seeing a quarterback where the moment's never too big.
Well, I'm just looking at the Niners right now with the quarterback. I know we keep going back to the quarterback because it's so unique. Like all the other division winners, for the most part, we could pick based off quarterback, it feels like, at the preseason level. Whereas the Niners are this big outlier. They've got tremendous success and a revolving door at quarterback. Obviously, that's on Shanahan, but at some point, don't they have to find the guy?
Well, ideally, yeah. And that's sort of the thing. Once you do find the guy, though, imagine that offense. I mean, you can look at the variance of that offense in the hands of other quarterbacks and, around the league. Look what Mike McDaniel did with Tua. I mean, he absolutely got the maximum out of Tua. Tua looked like an MVP for a minute there. So if you get the right quarterback in this system that really gets it and is hitting on all cylinders, I mean, it's darn near impossible to stop. And so if they can mold Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or even Sam Darnold into that guy, and they take off, the 49ers are just going to be incredibly difficult to stop. And, they've got the division kind of paid for them. The Rams are in a rebuild. Arizona's in a total rebuild. And, Seattle looks pretty beatable. It was a great story with Geno Smith last year, but Seattle looks pretty beatable. So, you've got kind of a 4-year window sitting in front of you here right now as two of the teams in the division are in rebuild mode.
All right, Benjamin Albright here on the Morning Roast. Got a couple more for him. Jimmy Garoppolo goes to the Raiders, then they trade Darren Waller. What are your thoughts on what the Raiders are trying to do?
Well, I mean, the Jimmy thing's not really a surprise. I think we talked about that the last time I was on your show, and it's Josh McDaniels is going to reunite with what he knows to the detriment of his entire team. And then him running off Darren Waller is interesting. He, Darren just got married. He got married to a WNBA player, and what was that? I'm sorry.
Kelsey Plum. Yeah, he just married her from Las Vegas.
Yeah. He didn't want that out there. They didn't want that out there as a couple. They were trying to keep that low key and under wraps. Josh McDaniels was shooting his mouth off at the combine about it everywhere, mostly because he didn't get a wedding invite. And it's one of those things. So then Darren Waller demands a trade and gets the trade on there. Josh McDaniels, we're very familiar with how he. Let's charitably call it irritates people here in Denver, he's doing the same thing out there with the Raiders, making his players angry, upsetting them, being generally a jerk off the field, and running guys out of town.
Is Rodgers going to the Jets, and where does Lamar Jackson end up?
Yeah, Rodgers going to the Jets. He put the wish list in there. The trade itself, it was so weird because you get these conflicting reports. But from what I was told, the trade itself's been done. It's been done for, a week and a half, 2 weeks. It's just a question of getting Rodgers to fully commit and agree, and he'll do that once his wish list is met, which is getting all those players in there, which includes Allen Lazard. So that's sort of the thing. He also had, I think, March 17th, if I'm not mistaken. There's a bonus mechanism language in his contract. He's got to make sure he gets all his money. The tax, he wants to collect it in Wisconsin because the taxes are lower in New York.
This guy.
Yeah, there's just a whole. It's Aaron,
as if he hasn't made enough money. And this guy. And what about Lamar? Where's Lamar ending up?
Well, real quick with Aaron Rodgers, though. I mean, following Favre's footsteps, I'm just wondering if he's going to skip the Vikings and go right directly to welfare fraud. So we'll find out, how that goes. But in terms of Lamar Jackson, right now the sense around the league, and the reason he's not getting a lot of offers, he has to do with the fact that everybody believes Baltimore's just going to match what they put out there. So nobody wants to set their own quarterback on fire for a guy that they're not going to get anyway. I was told that Tampa had cleared a bunch of room and they were going to try and maybe make a real quick secret run at that. But beyond that, right now, everybody's just kind of assessing whether they believe Baltimore's actually going to match. And if they do, there's no point to chasing them.
Benjamin, you're always good to us, man. We love having you on. Our audience loves having you on. Keep in touch with us. Keep doing your thing out there in Denver, Colorado. Should be interesting with Sean Payton, Russell Wilson, and Mike McGlinchey. Niner fans will surely keep tabs on that right tackle. 50 million guaranteed, but a lot of things happening out here in San Francisco as well. Benjamin, have a good day, man.
Absolutely, guys. You too.
All right, Benjamin Albright. He's funny, man. That jab at Aaron Rodgers. I mean, can you believe him?
Well, Aaron Rodgers and jabs.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm so sick of this guy. Do you feel a little empathy for Robert Saleh and what he's about to get into?
No.
He's got Nathaniel Hackett as his OC. Aaron Lazard's down there.
I mean, come on.
Lazard's down there. He's petitioning to get Randall Cobb out there. You see Mercedes Lewis, his finalists are the Raiders and the Packers.
Let me ask you a question on Nathaniel Hackett. You have a game for your life. Are you going Tom Sula, Chip Kelly, or Nathaniel Hackett?
I'll go Chip Kelly.
Chip Kelly, game
Chip
for
Kelly
your
actually won in Philadelphia. He won in Philly.
Andy's guys, but yes.
Yeah, he still won.
I know. I'm just asking.
I'm going Chip.
Okay.
Wouldn't you go Chip Spinoni?
Yes. I witnessed his team and Nick Foles throw 7 touchdowns at the Coliseum against the Raiders.
That was unbelievable.
I know we're going to get
Riley
into the
Cooper
Warriors.
torching DJ Hayden.
I know we're going to get into the Warriors here in a second, but I'm just looking at all these 49er moves right now.
Right.
Jimmy G out. Mike McGlinchey out. Jimmy Ward out. Al Shire out. Tashawn Gibson back. Brendel back. Brunskill out. Who's the guy that they're going to miss the most? Emmanuel Mosley out.
Mosley. That's the one.
Out.
Emmanuel Mosley.
Amenahue out. Ridgeway out.
Emmanuel Mosley, 1 year, $6 million with the Detroit Lions. That's a steal for the Lions. I really like Mosley. I think it's a sound corner. He tackles really well. A lot of people are going to remember the Super Bowl at 3rd and 15, but Mosley's a baller. And for $6 million, I would have liked to keep him in the 49ers cornerback room with Diamador Lenore and Emmanuel Mosley. Like, look, send me back to third. I know you like him a lot. He's an unknown.
Well, Diamador Lenore also feels like another guy that's going to get opportunities.
But he balled out in the postseason.
I know,
Lenore
but
looked like he was ready for the challenge.
So to me, not signing Mosley feels like a vote of confidence for Diamador Lenore. I think Ambry Thomas is on the outside looking in.
Right.
I don't think he's a part of this. Like, I think they'll bring in another bunch of DBs in undrafted and late rounds.
That's a lot of.
What about Charles Omenihu? He made a lot of big plays for this team.
And he goes to Kansas City.
I like Omenihu.
Omenihu going there for 2 years, $20 million. Ebukam going to the Colts for 3 years, $27 million.
Fine, whatever.
Ridgeway goes to the Texans. And you see the Titans and Texans taking Niners left and right. Rand Carthon, the new GM of the Titans. Of course, D'Amico Ryan's now coaching the Texans. That's a lot of depth the Niners lost there. But are they getting ready for a big move? Are they getting ready for a big move?
What other big move?
Yannick? Defensive end.
I have a feeling they're setting their money so that they could give Bosa this extension come August 1st. That's what it feels like to me.
I would just play the franchise game.
I understand that, but I also think that they're going to make some moves in the draft. Like, you think they're going to sit with 8,000 third-round picks?
Maybe.
I got a feeling they're going to jump up into the second round. I still would like to see another safety. I would like to see another center like Jake Brendel. I know he has the opportunity to make up to $20 million. Who was bidding on Jake? I'm asking sincerely.
$8 million.
Who was bidding on Jake Brendel?
$8 million guaranteed. 8.
I mean, he was all right. I would have loved to see them find a better center than Jake Brendel.
Yeah, I would have to.
That's just me.
By the way, compliment here. 925, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Bonte Butch. Benjamin Albright, maybe one of your best guests you ever had. Great interview. He's always good with us.
He's just got a lot of nuggies.
Yeah. We have to tell him to tone it down sometimes because he takes shots at pay guests that we have, which I don't mind, but you know.
Aren't the Jets more watchable with Aaron Rodgers though? From like a fun standpoint, doesn't Garrett Wilson jump up in fantasy drafts?
He does, and the Jets become contenders. With that defense, did you see their defense last year?
I did.
Their defense is legit.
The AFC is just loaded.
Sauce Gardner, Quentin Williams, they got C.J. Mosley roaming in the middle. The Jets are loaded on the defensive end of the football. All they need is a quarterback. Think about the losses to the Patriots. Zach Wilson stunk.
The Patriots aren't very good.
He stunk. They should have beat Buffalo twice.
Yeah.
They already beat him once. They should have beat him twice.
I mean, they lost to the Patriots one time on the kick return. If the Jets
trade for Aaron Rodgers, they're a top 4 team in the AFC.
So you got Chiefs.
Yep.
Bengals.
Yep.
Bills are going to be in there.
Yep.
And then you got them. I mean, I'm trying to process
Miami?
I just don't trust Tua.
There you go.
No,
Cleveland?
you're probably right.
Baltimore and all their unknowns?
No, I'm not taking.
You want to put stock in the Chargers?
Jacksonville? Can they make a rise?
Jacksonville can make some moves. They just lost a big offensive tackle to the Chiefs, though.
I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
I think the Jets are a top 4 team.
I love the Dolphins roster.
Rodgers.
I love the Dolphins roster. I don't love Tua.
That's why they got Mike White.
Oh,
Mike White. Mike White had one good game.
Because you know Tua's going to get hurt at some point this year. Mike White's going to look great.
You're doing the Mike Greenberg thing. Because he's a Jet and you've heard about him so much because Greeny talks about him.
We're
overrating him.
I don't. Come on.
How about the Cowboys trading a 5th-round pick for Stephon Gilmore? Gilmore
sneaky,
solid with the Colts last year. Everybody's going to look
32.
Yeah, a little older, but not bad. Not bad. Let's go to Rich in San Jose. Rich, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, good morning. I wanted to comment on something a guy about 10, 15 minutes ago said, how Niner fans are boosting up Darnold and how they're over the moon and how he's this great and how he thinks that he's mediocre. First of all, over the last 6 games of last year, the dude went 4-2, had a good completion percentage, had good QBR, all that fun stuff. But what are we supposed to hate it? Are we supposed to hate whatever our team does? And also, the dude might be mediocre, but he's also being signed as a third-string quarterback. That's the point. He'd be a starter or competing for a starting job if he was any better than he is. He's a third-string quarterback. to protect us against the Josh Johnson experience.
I don't even know if he's a third string. I think they're just bringing in a quarterback, and they're going to see where these guys, shake out after the competition. I think it's a low-risk move. I've got no issues with it. Like, I really don't. I think it's a low-risk move. It's a reclamation project to some degree, and may the best man win. I'm not outraged at all over it.
Nah, you shouldn't be. I just told Niners fans to brace themselves for a competition. If you think Sam Darnold is walking in here just to be the third-string quarterback, then I don't want Sam Darnold. I want Sam Darnold to come in here and compete for the job. That's what I want from my players. Now, I also want Trey Lance to meet the challenge and exceed and be the franchise quarterback that we thought he could be 2 years ago. Is it an indictment on Trey Lance that Darnold is here? I don't think so. I think it's just competition. And we all wanted a veteran. You could, we were in Philadelphia. They had to roll with Josh Johnson. How cool would it have been to roll in with Sam Darnold at least?
Well, at
least you would have been able to throw the ball 15 yards down the field. Now, I may have gone to the other team, but at least your offense would have been able to do something.
Well, don't you draw a line? I was having this argument last night, drawing a line when it comes to these backup quarterbacks. Teddy Bridgewater has started games in the NFL. I don't consider him practice squad level.
No.
Matt Barkley is practice squad level.
Yes.
Josh Johnson is practice squad level.
Yes.
There is a
Yes.
distinct line. I will give Sam that he is not practice squad. You're talking about a guy who started 60 games, 55 games, whatever it is.
Yeah.
He's got Baker Mayfield. You bring him in, at least he's had starts under his belt. Brian Hoyer, to me, forever backup. I don't want him starting.
Right.
No. If you're at the Brian Hoyer zone, it's too far gone.
I don't want him on my roster. But here's
exactly.
what Baldy. Yesterday, Baldy joined us at 7:30.
I draw a line amongst these quarterbacks.
It was good to hear from Baldy. Here's what he had to say about the addition of Sam Darnold.
I love it. I like Sam personally, and we all know that, on paper it looks like it was a bust, but I don't believe Sam Darnold is a bust. I don't believe that that's who he is. He's got a very good temperament to play the position. He's very smart. He's never been around an organization like San Francisco. He's never been with a play caller like Kyle Shanahan. I love him in San Francisco. It's a 1-year deal. But you get a guy that I believe Trey is going to be the guy, but if he isn't, for whatever reason, production, injury, you don't know. You need a guy. And we know that Brock Purdy probably won't be ready to start the season, probably isn't going to be there in this offseason. So it's not even about Brock Purdy at this point. It's about, let's make sure that we're set up if things don't go well with Trey. And oh, by the way, if Sam turns out that he reaches his potential in this offense with this coach and with this organization, we just saw it. Jimmy G came back, Brock Purdy stepped in, didn't miss a beat.
We've had a month since the Super Bowl, and every single day there's something new with the 49ers.
Are you surprised?
It's just the NFL's
You've been
king.
in the media now.
The NFL's king.
It's asking. You've been in the media now since 2017.
Brock Purdy, just the delaying of the surgery.
Are you surprised?
Trey Lance had a second surgery. Jimmy G, is he staying or going? The NFL's the best. They've mastered the offseason. Because look, you're talking about right now. OTA start April 17th?
April 17th.
And then the draft is what, the 20-something?
Next week.
Come on. They have. I haven't even thought about March Madness. And it used to be March Madness crazy.
Haven't filled out the bracket yet.
I haven't either. I don't think I will this year. I don't know enough.
No, or why half asked if you wanted to join his bracket.
You tell Worldwide Health, I can't name one player in college basketball.
Freddie Miller?
The Alabama guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it, but
we got some news here, Spinotti. Ooh, the Eagles plan to release Darius Big Play Slay.
Already? After giving up a draft pick for him recently and giving him money?
Darius Slay on the market.
Oh, for the right price, I'd love to have him.
Schefter's all over it now, too. Nothing but love for Philly. Slay just tweeted, nothing but love, Philly. Let's see where we heading next.
So they chose Bradbury over Slay, essentially.
Yeah. Philly's losing a lot of pieces.
They are.
Philly blew their shot to win a Super Bowl.
Well, and then they're going to have to pay Jalen at some point
the
here.
regression is coming. They signed Rashad Penny, who can't stay healthy. Good luck with that.
Well, and Jalen doesn't have that fifth-year option to lock him in under a reasonable price point because he's a second-rounder. They're going to have to pay him.
Hey, you know what, Philly? You shouldn't have talked all that mess. Karma's coming to get you, buddy. You frauds.
Do you care about March Madness at all?
I used to love March Madness.
I feel like I don't care at all.
Basketball. So my schedule.
And maybe I'm alone.
Warriors have a back-to-back Friday, Saturday. I'm going to miss a lot of the games. the first and second round games, which are exciting. March Madness is exciting.
Without looking at them, I know Bama's a number 1 seed. I can't name another number 1 seed.
I can name them. Bama, Kansas, the Houston Cougars, and the Purdue Boilermakers.
You have a sickness.
I crammed last week.
Crammed? For what? Was there some test that's happening?
I'm trying to win a bracket pool again.
Cane's a 5 seed.
When was the last time you won a bracket?
A few years ago. I won Hef's pool.
Was it just you and Anna and Hef?
Nah, Hef's got heavy hitters in there. Hef's got heavy hitters in the pool.
Does he?
Ryan's in there.
Oh, is he?
Ryan. We had to get Ryan back in the Uber in Philadelphia, man. It got a little hairy out there.
Who's hurt now?
We will get into the Warriors the last 2 hours. Big road trip coming up. We got some sound. Let's break down this 5-game road trip. Kuminga could be back today. He's probable, Shasky, probable, but the Boxer Gerson injury report is all about the Giants.
Oh, great.
You want to laugh or do you want to cry?
I don't know.
Probably a little bit of both on this one.
Oh, boy.
What is it?
Sam crying, writing this out. Today's injury report. Just a list of Giants players who are currently hurt right now. Brandon Crawford's left knee. Luis Gonzalez undergoing back surgery.
He's not a player. He's not Major League Baseball.
Mitch Henniger's oblique. Infielder Ronald Guzman's pro store is strained. What is it to a pro store?
He's going to avoid surgery. That's
pro
what they
store?
said.
What the hell is this injury?
It's gotta
What
be
is that?
Arm, shoulder.
Shoulder? All right, anyway. Infielder Ison Diaz has a right hamstring tightness.
All right.
Wow. Thomas Zapucki.
Okay,
Thomas Zapucki dealing with arm soreness. David VR, mild hip flexor strain. And, of course, Austin Slater is still out with an angry nerve in his elbow.
An angry nerve.
You excited about that?
I'm excited about the Giants, but not those guys. Well, VR.
That's half the team.
Your starting shortstop already hurt with the knee.
Reports are Shamanai, the ball's jumping out of his hand. Exploding.
As in, he looks good?
Yeah.
Don't tell me about a bullpen session. I do not care about a bullpen
those
session.
home runs are going to go even farther.
I mean, give me a break.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You said you were excited about the Giants. You said that. I'm excited about the Warriors.
Harrison got
Giants,
demoted back down to minor leagues.
Yeah, that's not exciting. Casey Schmidt, that's not exciting.
I don't think Harrison's ready.
Well, you should have. That's why when I said, do you a Mark Willard, and you drunk the Mark Willard Kool-Aid, would you trade Harrison? Would you put Harrison in the package to go get Shohei? You guys laughed and said, hell no.
Well, Shohei won the MVP of the pool play.
He can't even make this roster.
Well, he's 21. He's 21.
He's thrown only 200 innings in the minors.
Well, that I don't care about. He's 21 and he just doesn't look like he's got full command of everything. Let's see where he's at in a month and a half, 2 months.
You guys are excited about the Giants. Remember you said that? Remember you guys said you wouldn't put Harrison in the package for Shohei Ohtani. Giants fans, man. You want to talk about delusion. Delusion? Niner fans got nothing on Giants fans when it comes to delusion. I'm telling you that right now. Giants fans are delusional. It's coming up on a game sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. More delusion about the Warriors road trip.
95.7 The Game's new lineup. The Morning Roast from 6 to 10 a.m.
I'll be insufferable.
Oh, baby. Hour number 3 in a row. Good morning, everybody out there. Getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is going on? To longshoremen, garbage men, cops, firefighters, beauty drivers, BART operators. Dwayne, what's happening out there? Construction workers, you name it. Even meter maids. I'm going to give y'all some love, too. Now leave my car alone. 888-957-9570. Let's get into the dubs. That is the phone number. That is the Xfinity mobile text line. How important is this road trip in your minds for the Golden State Warriors? I'm going to ask Shasky the same question because it might be
money time! Money time!
We'll continue to monitor the new league year in the NFL. What happens? Darius Slay he has just been released by the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagle fans are not happy. I'm already seeing some Eagle fans saying, "Oh my God, how could we do that?"
Cry me a river.
Hey, you know what, Eagle fans? Keep crying.
I really want to see what Sirianni looks like without his 2 coordinators.
Oh, you mean a guy who's going to revolutionize football over the next 20 years? Remember that one?
I do remember that. I'm so glad I lost my mind when he did that, too. I'm glad I defended Bill Walsh. All right, the Warriors.
I'm so glad that they lost the Super Bowl.
Well, that, too.
Cry, Eagles, cry, bum, bum, bum. The Warriors starting off in L.A. against the L.A. Clippers.
This is the one I want bad. Give me the first one. I like this first one. Winning
the tone.
It would set the tone, get the momentum going. It would also knock down a team that you're fighting for seeding with because obviously when you face that opponent, it knocks them down even farther. I think this is a big one.
How important is this road trip to you? Because there's 8 road games left, 13 games left overall, only 5 at Chase Center where the Warriors have been rolling. And we know they've won 8 straight at Chase Center, 12 of their last 13. Mm-hmm. It's been a magical place for them. On the road has been different, 7-26. We know about that. Even Steph Curry, the post-game interview Monday night, is like, I don't know how we're going to figure it out. We just need to. Now, there is a good side. Jonathan Kuminga's probable.
Yeah.
So you need him back.
I thought he'd be out longer.
Yes. And
the fact he's already probable is like,
a great side.
Really encouraging.
Great side because, you got Kawhi Leonard and Paul George on the other side. You got Russell Westbrook on the other side.
No Iggy, though, is the guess?
Yeah, Iguodala. I saw the injury, and I thought of you immediately.
Why'd you think of me? Why?
Because
why?
When I brought up, hey, sore hip, you kind of laughed the other day. I was like, yo, Iguodala's questionable with a sore hip or probable with a sore hip. You guys are, please. By the way, congrats to Draymond Green. How about this? Draymond Green Show won iHeart's Best Sports Podcast.
Oh, nice.
And Colin Cowherd delivered the good news to him. Oh. So Draymond Green tweeted out, I guess I am pretty good with the mic. Compliment well taken. Best podcast, Draymond Green. Wow. How about that? All right, so Jonathan Kuminga. Probable. What's the Andre Iguodala?
Who didn't think he was good with the microphone?
I don't know.
My only criticism of the podcast has been I do like it when his co-host, whoever the other guy is that's producing, jumps in because I think one-man podcasts get kind of tough to listen to. Yeah. I like to hear a little bouncing off, and he was swearing way too much at the beginning of the podcast, and he's fixed that. So, you're going to get better over time the more you do it.
We're going to take the calls. I see the lines lighting up right now, 888-957-9570. Dwayne, look at him tweet us. Appreciate the shout-out. Listening while taking my daughters to school. And my oldest was like, wait, Daddy, are they talking about you? Yes, daughter, we're talking about your daddy, Dwayne. Out there operating those BART trades. BART's a good job, by the way. If you need a job, holler at Dwayne, man. Operate a BART car. Let's, one day we're going to get the axe here. I'm going straight to BART, buddy. I know who my next job is. Getting the hell out the sports world, getting off of Twitter. I'm operating BART trades.
You're so full of it, Pinocchio. You're getting off of Twitter. You live for it.
No, I don't live for it.
You do.
You have more tweets than me over this year. I guarantee you.
I don't know about that.
I just do my quota.
I hit the RT button a lot, retweet. I don't know about putting out original tweets.
Wow, Kelsey Plum. How about this? Robert Griffin III. Darren Waller just got married to Kelsey Plum of the Las Vegas Aces, and Josh McDaniels' wedding present was to trade him to New York. McDaniels is not a romantic. Kelsey Plum quote tweeted that, said, probably because he wasn't invited to the wedding.
Ooh.
Wow.
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 Back to the Warriors. Back to Samuel. Pleasant Hill. What's happening, Samuel?
What's up, Sammy?
Hey. Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Samuel. What's up, Sammy?
Hey, do you think that the Warriors are going to go to the championship game this year?
Well, Samuel, it's a loaded question, and it's a great question.
That's kind of the question we've been asking every day.
Right. Well, first of all, they need Andrew Wiggins back. All right? They need Wiggs. They need Gary Payton II, who will be reevaluated in 9 days. Can you get those guys back? And then, Samuel, we'll see what their chances look like. Right now, they're 5th in the Western Conference. As I look at the Western Conference, 36-33 tie with the Clippers. You got Phoenix a game up on the Golden State Warriors in the 4th spot. The Kings, they're 5 games up on the Dubs, 6 on the loss column. So getting that 3 spot is going to be hard unless the Kings just all of a sudden fade down the stretch.
Well, and you look at the Suns, they lost again yesterday. That's 3 in a row. So, the Warriors, there's an opening. There's an opening.
For the 4th spot?
Just don't be the 7 or lower. That's the key for me. And I want to see, you're asking me, what are you looking for on this road trip? Form. Good get habits. In form. I don't even care if you lose a bunch of, if you go 2-3 on this road trip and you lose, some heartbreakers, I'm fine with that. They need to play tight games down the stretch so they can get accustomed to playing in tight games for the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Here's what Sam Amick said yesterday on the Morning Roast. Sam Amick, of course, a national NBA writer. In case you don't know who he is, which if you don't know who he is, then you're not paying attention. He's tapped in with the NBA. National NBA writer, has been covering the league for 2 decades. Sam Amick, one of my favorites. Here's what he had to say about the Warriors' title chances.
You can't sleep on them, obviously. It's the Dynasty Warriors. But I think where I have finally settled is no Andrew Wiggins, no championship. That's baseline. No Andrew Wiggins, probably not even any deep playoff contention, no deep playoff run. That Bucks game was a good example where it's just listen, Steph was incredible, obviously late. I had a conversation with Giannis post-game that I'll publish in a couple of days here where he talked about Steph and he talked about what he did. He was just amazed. And he goes, what Steph Curry just did, that was art. And that reminds me of what we do. That was art. Kept calling it art, and he's right. But there is a limit to what Steph Curry's art and what some of these other guys, what they can do collectively without the type of roster construction that they had last year when they won the whole thing.
So that's Sam Amick. And I agree with him, Shasky. No Wiggins, no title.
The Wiggins thing is just so perplexing because are we just going to go, let's say he does not return. We're never going to have any conclusion on that? His teammates aren't going to know whether he's coming or going?
I think there will be a conclusion. I think at some point it does come out if he doesn't come back.
When does that? Yeah, I know, but that's my point.
I have no idea.
When is that line?
I have no idea.
I know.
I mean,
and then
there's 13 games left. I would like to see Wiggins back at some point in this road trip.
Do some people know and not everyone knows?
I'm guessing the team and the organization knows. But everything else is G13 classified and nobody's leaked a damn thing.
In 2023, it's very surprising that they've had it
in the
bottle.
It shows that it can be done.
Except for videos that come out of the arena.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right, 100%. I just don't know how they're going to navigate this. They need him back, and I get the sense with each passing day
that he's not coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, my pendulum was, he'll be back very, very shortly,
right.
to he'll never come. If
right.
we had a spectrum of he's coming back to he's never coming back, it was, he's coming back shortly. And then it's slowly ticking in the other direction. Now I'm all the way on the other side, and I'm saying it's feeling more and more like he's not returning this year.
Boy, I hope that's not the case. By the way, Iguodala is out with left wrist soreness.
Was that from the dunk attempt the other night?
He was icing it post-game. So he's out with left wrist soreness. Hell, you could use Iguodala tonight against those Wings.
I mean, I hate to say that I, told you so, but
who thought Iguodala was going to be healthy? I mean, David Fremont. Dave, what's happening?
Morning, guys.
Morning.
This is playoff atmosphere, baby. This is what we live for.
There you go. I like the passion.
Ups and downs.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ups and downs, but it's okay. We got to go with who is available, baby. Got to turn it on. We don't care who's out. We ain't crying. We're champs. You pass that ball, and then you just put it through. No rim, baby. So this is the time. They're going to do it. They're pulling it together.
Dave, it sounds like
tonight.
It sounds like you're ready. It sounds like you're putting a lot of stock into this road trip. Sounds like this is a turning point for you.
No, no turning points. It's just they got to do it. They've already been in the play-in. This is what these whole last games were about, right? If he would have lost any of these, he would have been in trouble, man.
Dave is fired up.
Dave,
I needed
are
that.
you a surfer?
Yeah, I needed that.
I'm loving your vibe.
I love the vibe too.
Money time!
You should call him Maverick Dave.
Oh man, Jay in San Jose. Jay, what's happening?
Hey, Jay.
You're on the roast.
Hey, how you guys doing? It's a pleasure being here. Hey, I don't want to push too hard on this, but I'm starting to question Wiggins' dedication now. Hear me out. It's because, in history, recent history, when Michael Jordan was sick, he had the flu, he played, and he had the game of his life. You had Ronnie Lott, he broke his finger. He said, you know what, just take it off. I want to go back in the game. You know what, Brett Favre, he had his turbulence too. But in that game, he threw for a massive amount of yards. Yeah, we got a situation here where we're trying to fight for a championship. Every game is key right now. We got Wiggins, not letting us know what's going on. At least let us know something, for crying out loud. What do you guys think?
That's a great question. 888-957-9570. Because I want to respect his privacy. I want to respect whatever he's going through, Andrew Wiggins, that is. Does he owe an explanation to the fan base? The fan base that pays top dollar for tickets, that buys merchandise, that supports this team through and through. Dub Nation is one of the best fan bases in the world. Television ratings locally are great. Nationally, they're great. The building's always packed. Does Wiggins, because you're a fan, Shasky, you admit it. You don't like the media title, even though you're a media member. Does Andrew Wiggins owe this fan base an explanation about what's going on?
It's a tough one.
I think
it's a tough one.
The guys in the locker room and the organization, yes.
But I'm not sure that everyone has gotten an explanation. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I'm not under the impression that everyone knows. Because the way that these guys are talking, I could, and again, maybe everyone's being cryptic, I could dice up some of the sound bites and I could say, do these guys know what's going on?
Yeah.
Because the way they've talked is whatever he's dealing with, which as in they don't know what the heck he's dealing with. So I don't know. Are we owed anything? No, we're not owed anything. I'm a big believer in each person has to figure out how they want to deal with their circumstance, however they want to deal with it, whether it's grieving a loss of a loved one or a situation. I'll give out more information than, let's say, my cousin would in times of crisis, or maybe less information. There's some subjects I'm more guarded on. You are in a public job, right? That's the one thing that I do think that is different than maybe the normal person, the normal electrician going to work.
Right.
They don't know. There's no fans, right?
No
they owe their coworkers maybe some explanation
their
if
managers.
They determine their employer, but there's no other fandom there.
Right.
In a roundabout way, the fans are part of how you get paid.
Right.
So I do understand that tug and pull, but I don't know if we're obligated anything.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so let's say he sits down at a podium. Let's play this out. And he says, I'm going through something personal. You guys just have to give me time. Does that back people off?
It backs me. First of all, I'm already backed off. I see, absolutely.
Well, I feel, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you me. This is me. I'm afraid to say something one way or the other that I will regret.
Just respect his privacy.
It's not.
Is it that hard?
No, it's not just that. Because I think it's human nature
honestly,
to question.
If he said that at the podium, hey, I got some family stuff going on. I need you guys to respect my privacy. I would hope people would back off and say, I'm going to respect.
Yeah, but isn't it also human nature to go, well, what is it? I think
he doesn't have to tell
most
you.
humans, for example, your friends, they're having some issues. What's going on there?
Right.
That's what people do.
Right, they're nosy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We all love gossiping, and anyone who says they don't is full of it. I just respect their privacy. Dude, you're not a priest. Get out of here with that.
Yeah,
so
the gossip, though.
I'm being real with you, B. I'm being honest. There are many topics that I would like to talk about on this show that I'm like, you know what? I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to say something that it's going to get me in trouble, and I don't want to regret it. Yeah. Or I don't want to look foolish 2 or 3 weeks from now. I'm just being real. Yeah. I'm afraid of losing my job or the audience losing respect for me for whatever reason because of a belief or a thought or an opinion or whatever it is. So this Wiggins situation, I'm afraid to say anything.
Well, King Shannon, our boy King Shannon. What up, Shannon? No, Wiggs does not owe anybody an explanation. Family business stays with the family. And that's how I was brought up. You keep it in-house. I don't feel like Wiggins, and I'm not afraid to touch the subject Because he's been out now over a month.
I admit
It's now over a month, and he's part of this basketball team. And he's an all-star, and he was your second best player last postseason. You don't win a championship without him defending Luka, without him shutting down Jason Tatum. So it's now at the point where I think a lot of people have respected the privacy, but now it's like, all right, there's 13 games left. The Warriors are trying to make it this playoff push. What is going on with Andrew Wiggins? Is it a month time? Because, like, for example, and I'm not saying I respect Wiggins' privacy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not hell-bent on finding out what's happening. I just hope he's okay. First and foremost, I hope the human being is okay. But you look at situations where players do have family members die in the middle of a season. And some family members play through it because their family members say, hey, go play.
Everyone grieves
Everybody grieves differently.
Everyone grieves
and they're back.
Yeah.
You just don't, like, this is just so strange. You don't see a player of his caliber or anybody that just walks away right before the All-Star game and there's nothing.
We've had tragedies, me and my wife, right? I don't want to give out too much of this stuff, but like we've had tragedies, and the way the two of us has acted, completely polar opposite.
Right.
She went right back to work, buried her head in work, and tried to stay busy. Me, I was sitting here like, and I was shook up, you know what I mean, for quite some time. Not that I didn't eventually go back to work, but like I needed a couple days, you know, like, and so we reacted completely different to the same set of circumstances because it hits you different depending on who you are. So I'm not here to tell anyone anything, but on some level, I do think that just saying, hey, I am coming back or not, and maybe he doesn't even know the answer to that, I do think a lot of people are curious. And the longer it goes on, I think it's fair for the human mind to grow in terms of curiosity. Yeah. What could it be? You know, your mind goes crazy.
Yeah,
I'm not mad at people for asking.
Well, especially people are asking, but they're also going down the Twitter rabbit hole and looking for gossip and typing it in. And what I will not do is go out there and speculate recklessly. That's unfair to Wiggins. Like, there's a lot of reckless speculation when it comes to this.
You mean
assuming things? It's reckless.
Well, yeah. Well, why do you think I don't want to? Why do you think I don't want to go down those roads?
But you know, you're playing the Clippers tonight, and you're going on this 5-game road trip, and you're trying to build some chemistry, and you're trying to get going here, and it's been a month, and now it's like, okay, what's up? I know things are bigger than basketball, but you just wonder, is he really not going to come back?
Well, I think that, and because if this was just a lost season for a Team X or even a team that like just trying to fight for a playoff spot, I think there'd be some level of curiosity. This is a championship team trying to defend their title, trying to win. Not that changes his equation. Right. I'm saying it changes the pressure surrounding the team because they desperately need him to achieve this ultimate goal as the sand is coming out of the hourglass.
Yeah, look, we're going to get to the calls in just a second. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today if you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors and Spurs game March 31st on a Friday. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen to us, which a lot of you guys do, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. How about that? So download that Odyssey app right now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors, and as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. One thing. Hold on. Let me say this, Shasky.
Yeah.
One question that is kind of popping into my head as we talk about Andrew Wiggins, and I wonder, without knowing anything, I wonder if this is going to have long-term ramifications for Wiggins and the organization. I have no idea what's going on.
Meaning animosity grows because you're away.
Because you're away, and some people's growing impatient.
I don't think your reason for being out is worthy. People feel that way on the job site all the time.
Some people may not be understanding. Kerr is. Let me give you an example. is. Draymond is. Jordan Poole is. But what if somebody in upper management is saying, well, what's going on? We just gave him a big fat extension.
Look, my brother was still in the unions, and for a long time before he worked for the city, he feared going on vacation because it's like, if I go on vacation and I miss some time, I come back, I could be laid off.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally how people refuse to go on vacation in the trades at times.
My first few years of radio, I did not want to take
because
days off.
They're literally afraid that they're going to get fired. Yep. So I do think that there is, a level of insecurity from a lot of people like us, normal folk, because if we take time off, there are repercussions, right? Like, not for everyone, and each situation is different, but like, I think that the payment element is a part of it. And I'm seeing texts go through on the text line and to my personal phone, is he still getting paid? Is he still making money?
Yes.
And I don't know if that changes the equation for people.
Yeah, let's go to Tyler in the city. Tyler, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, y'all up here acting real scary right now, Bonte. Come on, bro.
Acting scared about what?
People to win a title?
What? You don't win the title without Andrew Wiggins, Tyler.
We've won 3 titles without Andrew Wiggins before.
Yeah, Kevin Durant for 2 of them. You had Harrison Barnes for another one. And Curry was a lot younger.
Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green for those, Bonte. Come on, bro. The squad is literally getting it together right now. Kuminga averages 10 points a game. GP2 averaged 7 points a game last year. Those 2 can guard the people who Wiggins was going to guard. As long as we have Steph, Klay, and Draymond in the lineup, there's never in doubt. We're never in doubt.
So without Wiggins, you believe the Warriors can win this 5th banner?
Yes, the Nuggets just lost last night to the Toronto Raptors. They're fraudulent. The Memphis Grizzlies, I know you're not afraid of the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, no doubt.
The Phoenix Suns have no bench, and Kevin Durant is going to be out until possibly right before the playoffs start. We have a chance, my friend.
You know, Tyler, good call. There is an element of, when it comes to the money stuff, like, whether you want to accept this or not, there's there's a segment of fans out there that do envy the money at every turn. And believe me, I get it. Costs of living right now in the Bay are through the roof. We all do this. We get our check and we're like, damn, I got to pay this off. There's nothing left. And we know how expensive everything is, right? And so you sit from afar and you look at the athletes and you're like, boo-hoo, you're making $100 million. I've always tried to defend them saying, hey, mental stuff, family issues, whatever it is, addiction, depression, pick whatever you want. Just because you have money, it doesn't insulate you from those things. Does it help a little? Can it offset? Can you get better resources? Yeah, some of those things can be true. But just because you make a lot of money doesn't mean real life stuff can't supersede it. And I do think that there's a financial envy, not by everyone, not even by the majority, by a certain segment of people where we look up at these athletes and we're like, bro, I just spent $250 to go to the Warrior game, and this guy can't, like, I get
some people
all
who
sides
think
of
like
it.
that.
I know.
There's people who think
and
like
I don't think they're wrong. I don't think they're bad people.
And here's the thing. We've done a good job on this show of not bringing it up, but it's been over a month now. And every day I go to the grocery store, every day
Everyone
I go drop my clothes in the laundry.
What's going on?
Every time I go to the gym, the first thing, Wiggins, man, what's going on? Wiggins, man, tell me what's going on. And they think I know something. I don't know anything. Even if I did know anything, I wouldn't tell you. But every single day, every single hour, what's going on with Wiggins? So, Chris, David, Bon, we're going to all get you. Stay on hold. Please stay on hold. I want to get you all. This is really good stuff. Andrew Wiggins, Tyler Miller just said they're going to win a championship without Andrew Wiggins. They can. I don't believe they can. Honestly, don't believe they can win a championship without Andrew Wiggins. We're going to get to everybody's call, 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up, sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress.
on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Tune in to Warriors Live tonight on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity Plus. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Call these dudes. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. They take care of your oil, your brakes, you name it. They come right to you. You don't have to go to a mechanic. Kirby, the best in the business. Shasky, we're navigating this topic here, and a lot of people out here are giving us our props. 707 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. You guys are doing a great job navigating the topic. It's not easy. Very interesting to see how fans process these scenarios. Now, it's been over a month since Wiggins has been with the team. And I just want to know, do the fans feel like he owes them an explanation for not being here? We don't know what's going on. Obviously, it's personal. And I'm going to respect his privacy on that one. But I'm not a fan who pays top dollar for tickets. I'm not a fan who buys a lot of merchandise.
Even if you're not someone who's spending a lot of money on the team, you can still be emotionally invested at a very high level. Like, think of how many people, when any team wins a championship, people are crying. They're like, I've been following this team through thick and thin. They have other things that are going on in their life. And the Warriors, for example, are an extension of how they get joy because the rest of their life is miserable for whatever reason.
Exactly.
I know there's been plenty of times where baseball, the Giants, at that point in my life, when they won, it literally made me feel better about myself every single day.
All the teams when they win. The Niners, the Giants, the Warriors. They all make me feel – sports makes me feel good, which is why I'm in the business. Like, if the Warriors get knocked out in the first round, I'll still watch the rest of the playoffs because it brings me joy. But this is interesting. We got some calls here, 888-957-9570. Scott Belmont is a human resource professional. I can't wait to get Scott's perspective on the situation. Scott, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes. We got you, Scott.
Yeah, so just from our perspective, or like an HR perspective, there's a lot of federal and state laws for employees, and it sounds like Wiggins is going through a lot of stuff. But the moment the company breaks that silence, and it's got to be the employee that does it, the company can't do anything. And, you know, your friends at Bucks and Gerson, they would have a field day if the Warriors opened up on anything. My guess is he's going through a lot of stuff. You know, God wish him everything the best, but, you know, unfortunately, from a fan's perspective, we just got to eat this one and pray that he gets back to the team.
Can I ask you a question about businesses? And maybe there's not a catch-all answer. I'm sure it's different for different industries and labor laws, but, like, regarding extended absences, how does that work? Like, someone could take a leave of absence and, you know, they still get paid fully. They get a different – I don't know the answer to this. I've never had to take a leave of absence thankfully. How does that work?
No, that's a good question. So the federal guidelines are that as an employee, you have to burn through all your PTO and all that. And then when you go on a leave, you're not getting paid. So, like, my guess is this is pretty serious for Wiggins. He's not getting paid if he's on a leave. And it's indefinite, right? And so he's got protections as an employee through contracts and just through the law just to support him and make sure that he gets back to where he needs to be.
You know, it's interesting. Thanks for the call, Scott,
really
the
good.
perspective.
Yeah.
I have a friend who, and I'm not going to name him, who just walked away from his company. And he took a leave of absence from that company due to mental health issues.
Okay. And he wants to rejoin the company?
No, he ended up leaving. He was like, you know what? I figured out after taking time off that it's probably best for me to leave. I'm not feeling that company. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe he still got at least 60% of his pay.
During the
time off.
Again,
I still think, but it's different.
I'm sure different companies have different kind of rules and things like that.
Exactly, but obviously there's a time I was, hey, you got to let us know what's happening. Let us know what's happening. What's going on here? Because at some point the company has to move on. Now this is different with the Golden State Warriors because they have him under contract and they're going to play these games. And if he doesn't come back, I just wonder if there would be long-term ramifications, no matter what it is. Let's go to Bon Bon all the way in Boston. Bon Bon, what's happening? You're on the roast.
That spot is cursed. That used to be a Spanish spot, and that nigga used to sell Cubanos.
Bon Bon. Bon Bon, what's up? Hold on.
Are you ordering food?
Yeah, you ordering food or cigars?
Bonte, talk to me, buddy. How we doing?
What's up, man? What's going on? Hey, hold on real quick. Bon Bon. What are you doing right now, Bon Bon?
No, don't worry about it. I'm smoking a little bit. I'm
I'm not mad at that. I heard you talk about Cubanas or whatever. Do you got purple Kush? Is it apple cherry pie? What are you smoking? Let us know. I want to know
this
now.
Guy Vontae's funny, dude. He's funny. But no, Vontae, seriously, like I'm looking at the standings, and if the Warriors were in a worse situation, I feel like we might be owed more of an explanation. But I'm telling you, I don't trust these 4 seeds ahead of us, especially Sacramento. Mike Brown was part of our staff. We're gonna know the ins and outs.
Yeah.
And hats off to Sabonis, Fox, and Malik Monk. They're dogs. But on the other side, we have 3 established dogs. Clay, Curry. We got Draymond. We got GP2's on the way. Kuminga's coming back. Dante's a dog. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't trust Kevin Durant.
Bonbon.
He's an absolute all-NBA.
Bonbon, what you doing in Boston? I love you, man. I love you. What are you doing in Boston?
Dude, my soul belongs in the Bay, bro.
I love it.
Warriors all the way. Representing the Bay from the east side.
So do you live in Boston now? You live in Boston full time now?
Boston.
How's the weed in Boston?
I work Uber. I work Uber in Boston.
How's the weed in Boston? Be real.
Honestly, it's great.
Hey, Bob, did you go to the finals games last year? We were in Boston. We should have linked up.
I was at Game 3, and I had a love-hate relationship, Bonte. I was at Game 3 with one of my buddies. We lost, but we won the finals. And then Game 4, Steph, he unleashed the beast. But I was there Game 3 holding it down.
Damn, I wish we would have met up,
yeah,
man.
next time when we play the Celtics in the finals, hopefully this year, let's hook up.
Bonte, I'll definitely be over there in the Bay when we raise banner number 5. I promise you.
All right, Bob. And don't forget Bob, my guy Shasky over here, Butcher. You know the Butcher.
Butcher, of course the Butcher. The Butcher's there. That's my guy right there.
You tend to go, Bob. What a call. What a call. I'm sorry, Bonte. I'm smoking. Yeah, I'm smoking. I'm not mad at that. And he's driving Uber. Get that man 5 stars.
I might need a replay of that entire call. That was incredible.
Unbelievable.
Only the roast.
Well, yeah. The first time he's talking about Cubanos or something, it's like having a conversation.
Is he ordering a sandwich or is he ordering weed?
The way he was able to transition to a sports talk radio call.
It was incredible.
It was unbelievable.
Leonardo DiCaprio in The Departed thinks that you have split personalities. I got 1 foot in Southie and 1 foot in Yale.
What about the movie Split?
Oh, Split's a great movie.
Unbelievable.
And then you find out at the end it's all connected to like the Mr. Glass and Unbreakable and all those movies.
By the way, Doobie Awards coming in December.
That is up there.
That may be Call of the Year.
Well, random stuff happening while you call in.
Right. That's a great category.
Yeah.
We got to flush these categories out.
Yeah, I got to name it better.
But no, that's a good. I like where your head's at. Let's go to Big Dave in San Leandro. Big Dave, what's happening?
A little with all the serious talk.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Big Dave?
Great morning. Anyways, I'd like to do a smoke test. Really, the weed's that good, and Boxing, come on, man. But, with regards to Wiggins, I'm not really sweating Wiggins. I want to give him his space.
Right.
But at the same time, I am a season ticket holder. I kept my tickets even though I'm in the East Bay when they moved over to Chase. That was pretty expensive. I've been diehard, going way back to Run TMC days and all that. Suffered through a lot of losing seasons. So I feel like, the only thing I would wish is if Wiggins is not planning on coming back, let us know now so that we don't find out later.
But what if...
I'd rather know now that, okay, we're not going to come back rather than, us making a push than never just coming back.
Look, I don't want to speculate on what it could be, but what if whatever the reason is that he's out right now doesn't have a finite conclusion? Like he's up in the air, so he doesn't know. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't even want to speculate on what those things could be because that feels ridiculously reckless and unfair. But he might not know because I've been in situations where, someone was coming toward the end and you don't know when it's going to end, right? You don't know if it's going to last a week, 3 weeks, a day. He might not know. Yeah. I don't even think I should say that.
It's a very fickle situation.
Did it make sense what I was trying to explain?
I understand what you said. Wiggins been out nearly a month, family issues, and it's just, does he owe the fan base when he comes back an explanation? I think it's private. I'm going to respect his privacy, but fans are thinking hey, man, we pay top dollar tickets because part of the reason you're on a squad. Of course, people are going to pay for Curry and Clay and Jordan Poole, but also Andrew Wiggins. His fan base loves Wiggs, and especially what he did last postseason, he cemented himself as an all-time Warrior. Honest to God, if you put a poll up right before this situation, there's a lot of Warrior fans who love Wiggins a lot more than Kevin Durant, which is insane, right?
Yeah. If this was 10 years ago, and we weren't as aware of just the mental health stuff and sensitivity and all that, Do you think the fervor would be louder?
I do.
From
Absolutely.
media, fans, everyone. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm-hmm. From everybody. Media, everything. I think the Bay Area media has respected the Warriors and Andrew Wiggins. I think they've done a good job with that.
Agreed.
Now, the question has to be asked, and you heard a couple questions yesterday, and even today's presser, you got to ask, hey, any update on Andrew Wiggins? You have to ask a question.
People think that's out of bounds, asking the question?
Some people do. I think you have to.
Yeah,
if you're
isn't
on
that
the
their
beat,
job?
like I bet you if Matt Steinmetz is still covering the Warriors, he would have to ask that question every day because his editor would say, hey, anything on Wiggins?
Yeah.
That's his job.
Well, when you're out, right? For example, when you or I are out, how many texts do you get on the text line? And you feel an obligation like, hey, Bonte's on vacation. He'll be back soon. But that's different. Like, that's you're on vacation or you're out for whatever reason or whatever it is. Like, but people do ask.
Yeah.
And we're at the lowest we're at the lowest rung in terms of people caring about where we are.
No doubt, no doubt. We got some fun stuff in the 9 o'clock hour. Paul George podcast. He has some interesting things to say about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga.
Money time! Money time!
Jordan Poole, 20.6 assists the other night. I thought he played very, very well in the second half of that game against the Phoenix Suns. Was in that closing lineup. Looked like he got a little bit of confidence back. His offense helped his defense.
Yeah.
And Jordan Poole, especially if you don't have Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole becomes very, very important down the stretch.
And Kuminga.
And Kuminga, who's going to be back today against the LA Clippers. He's probable with that ankle injury. Let's go to David real quick in South City. David, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I think it's not Wiggins. It's the Warriors that need to tell us if Wiggins can be back this season. They owe us to tell. They need to tell the truth rather than us hoping. Warriors need to tell us a backup plan.
So if they
another thing is, yeah, go ahead.
No, if they said to you, the Warriors said, hey, as of now, we're operating like he's not coming back, and if he does, we'll let you know. That would be sufficient for you?
I don't think so. I think they should. If they say that, they should tell us a backup plan of what they need to do. In addition, I think it's a big challenge for us to win the Larry O'Brien Trophy. They can do it if Poole can play more consistently and make wise decisions.
Yeah.
They missed 10 free throws last game. They need to convert those free throws.
Yeah.
And they need to dominate the boards.
All right, David. Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland. Uncle Gene in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. On Wiggins, I tend to believe what you're saying, Joe. It makes the most sense, seems the most plausible explanation that it's a family member, it's a medical issue, and it's indeterminate, and that's why
exactly.
Why he can't set a time. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. And I think the reason Andrew's not sharing this with us is he just doesn't want the added media pressure on him if he does share it with us.
Mm-hmm.
So. I mean, I look back at the Kevin Durant situation and how he was harassed almost daily about, are you going to stay with the team or not?
Yeah, that was unfair.
Well, I don't think that wasn't the main reason he left, but I always felt it was a factor. So, please, everyone, especially those that are saying he gave up on the team, please leave the guy alone, respect, his wishes, and just hope for the best.
Right.
So
good call, Gene. Hey, you know what's interesting? He brought up Kevin Durant in that last season, how he got bombarded all season long about whether or not he was going to stay or leave or go to New York. And I was listening to Steiny. This was a couple years ago. Oh, it did ruin it.
It ruined that whole season.
But Steiny made a great point a couple weeks ago. I don't remember when he said this. Within the last couple weeks, that year. And Mullen was not here in the Bay Area. So Mullen asked me, he goes, do people really ask Kevin Durant every single day or really bombard him about what he was going to do? And the Warriors, and I remember Kevin Durant on the front end, hey, yeah, we know this is my last year. We'll see what happens. But right now the focus is on winning a third straight championship. Draymond Green has a player option. And nobody asked him about that. Steiny brought that up, and I was like, you know what? He's absolutely right.
I've been saying
nobody brings it up.
I've been saying that, Draymond held something to Kevin Durant that he held him to the fire on it, and yet this year, hypocritically, he's doing the exact same thing. He has not committed one way or the other.
Yeah. And nobody's asked him about it.
No. But I think it's also Draymond has made it very clear he wants the extension.
Right.
So that's in his own mind, I'm sure that's his differentiator.
All right, okay, that's fair. But, hey, Draymond, what if you don't get the extension? What are your plans?
Yeah.
Kevin Durant is a all-time basketball player.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge move. That's a seismic shift from Kevin Durant leaving his team.
Yeah.
And it took the Warriors a couple years to recover.
Don't you think that Draymond's position with the team
Because he's homegrown.
Yeah. And not viewed as a mercenary?
Yeah. Bless you, Sashki. Yeah, I just find it was interesting. I was like, man, it's a great point. And now there's 13 games left. You're getting into this playoff run, especially after what happened in OKC when Draymond basically walked off the floor. It's like, Jordan Poole not passing me the ball. I quit on this play. They didn't even get addressed on the podcast either.
Well, it's because he went full send on Dylan Brooks.
So
that's the hidden ball trick. Go look at this over here.
We'll wrap this conversation up in the 9 o'clock hour. But the question is,
let me ask you this one.
Hold on, real quick. The question is, does Andrew Wiggins owe this fan base an explanation? Do the Warriors owe him an explanation? He's been away from the team now for a month.
So are we supposed to, like, the people that, and I get the point of the privacy, but does that mean we literally pretend like he doesn't exist? No, that's what I'm asking. Is that what people...
No, I can't pretend that he doesn't exist. He's one of your top 4 basketball players.
I know.
In the playoffs, he was your second best player. He was your second most consistent player outside of Stephen Curry.
I think there's a difference for me, and I make a delineation between respecting what the reason is and just asking when you're going to return.
Right. Yeah,
even though they're interconnected, even though they're completely connected.
Is there any timetable? And right now, there's no timetable on Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And again, we're respecting the privacy. We're not speculating on anything. I have no idea what's going on. But it's been a month now. And this is a championship team that can't win on the road. This is a championship team that struggles defensively, especially on the road. It's a championship team that has not had the offensive balance that they would like. And Andrew Wiggins provides that with his mid-range game, the step-back elbow jumper, going to the rack. Andrew Wiggins is a huge piece on this basketball team. So does he owe the fans an explanation? Anthony and Hayward, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I think we are owed an explanation, not like just for the Warriors to say he's going to come back or not. Just give us that. I kind of have an inside scoop of what happened, but what are your guys' feelings on it if it comes out and like his girl just cheated on him and he missed?
Yeah, that's reckless, Anthony. That's reckless. I'm not doing that. You shouldn't do that. That's not fair to his girl. That's not good. That's not fair to his family. Well, then this is the part where put your mic on. Turn your mic on, Shasky. Turn your mic on.
God darn it! I'm a big believer in the family should be off limits. Right? To me, just all of these athletes, like the family portions are off limits. Your availability in terms of when you can return to team activities and stuff, those are fair questions to ask. But exactly whatever's going on with your family, I'm uncomfortable with that.
Inside scoop. That's so funny. Inside scoop. Jan, Sunnyvale. What's happening, Jan?
Yes, can you hear me?
We could always hear you, Jan. Hey, go ahead, Jan.
I had a question. The question was, since Wiggins is out and the Warriors have no timetable as to when he's going to return, then why can't the Warriors sign Lamb or do something about bringing him onto the team to help with the defense?
Maybe a hardship or something? Maybe a hardship for Anthony Lamb. I don't know. I still think they're trying to decide on what to do there with Anthony Lamb in that open roster spot. By the way, and I don't want to be rude, we bring on the airwaves. This happens way too much now. We bring on the airwaves. We can hear you. We can hear you. By the way, Baker Mayfield, can you hear this? Former number 1 overall pick just signed a deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 1 year, $8.5 million. He's going to have the opportunity to battle with Kyle Trask for the starting spot. Baker Mayfield going to Tampa.
He'll win that job.
Yeah, real quick. You want to laugh a little bit?
I would love to laugh.
Yeah, we're going to take some more calls.
It's very serious right here.
It is very serious matter as the Warriors begin this 5-game road trip. And we haven't touched on it on the Wiggins stuff on the show. I think we stayed away from it. But I was just wondering, is it now the time to start, hey, what's going on here? 13 games left. You got 8 on the road. You're battling for positioning here in the Western Conference. You want to be in that top 6 so you can avoid the play-in. What's going on with Wiggins? I'm looking at Kevin Durant coming back. The Wiggs. I'm looking at the Denver Nuggets. I'm looking at Jamal Murray. I'm looking at the Sacramento Kings, and they got offensive firepower up there in Sacktown. Let's laugh a little bit. Spinoza, you got the sound? Here's Mad Dog Russo on First Take with the iconic rant.
Does not apply to Stevie and I. Okay. Did you see Tom Hoagie? He made $1.3 million this week at the TPC. He was in the top 5. Hoagie's a journeyman golfer. This is the golf there, of course, in Point of Egypt. He went coach on the way home. Now, he doesn't make Smith money. Oh, Lord. But $1.3 million to fly coach. Has anybody flown coach lately? Has anybody been on an airplane lately? What a disgrace. I just came back from the beautiful tan. I just came back from the Caribbean. Can you imagine what they bring on these planes, these people? They bring luggage. They bring tuna fish sandwiches. They bring black coffee that spills all over the place. They have all these bags. They put the bags in the first class compartment when they're sitting in 36F. This is an absolute disgrace. You can't travel anymore. The airline doesn't give you a darn thing. You get a peanut, you should be happy. A glass of water. No wonder he flies wheels up. And so do I. And so do I. What a day. Okay. I was so freaked out a week ago Tuesday in St. Martin and in a first class seat. It was so jammed, so overwhelmed with people, and so noisy. If I didn't have a volume, I would have jumped out of the cargo door. That's how bad it was. Travel in America today is nuts. Hoagie, you're nuts. 1.3 million. Wheels up.
Okay, can I say one thing?
Is that Bonte Hill or Mad Dog Russo?
My rants don't sound like that. They don't sound like that.
First class problems. He said,
First
"You
class
people
problems.
sitting with you people."
Sitting, that's
I mean,
low.
wow, Mad Dog.
Mad Dog.
I've been telling you about Mad Dog.
Yeah, no, he loved
God
Mad
bless
Dog.
his soul for creating the industry. but that guy,
dude. But $1.3 million. Let me tell you something. If I was
Crust thinks that guy's dry.
if I was making $1.3 million, I can guarantee you one thing: I would be flying coach. That's number one. $1.3 million. So he has a point there.
That's how you stay rich, though.
But you
being
can't,
frugal.
Yeah, but. You know what? Once you fly first class, there's no going back.
I hate flying, so I'm just going to tell you that.
Shasky, how cool was it to fly first class to Philadelphia?
Oh, no, that was awesome. But it wasn't
changed
a
your life.
true first class.
It wasn't a true first class.
Apparently.
Yeah, it wasn't true because we didn't have to lay
To me,
down
it
beds.
was.
It was awesome, right? And you felt good. But I don't mind people bringing their tuna fish sandwiches or their luggage
you
or whatnot.
brought crab fries on a plane.
Yeah, I don't care. I pay for the seat.
Yeah, but it's inconsiderate of the others around you.
Why?
Because you paid for the seat.
I'm hungry. What if I didn't have time to eat?
That's on you. Like those are you problems. Now you're affecting others.
So now since I paid for my seat, I can't eat crab fries?
You're like the person that plays blasting music out in public.
Oh,
It's
I
like,
don't do that.
Yeah, well,
I've never been
that's similar.
that guy.
I mean, if you're
No,
gonna
it's
have
not. No,
if you're gonna
that's
have
not even
smells and things coming from your seat,
No, that's not even close.
What do you mean?
If a brother is hungry and he needs some coffee and some crab fries and he bought it, the only place he can eat it is on the flight, then damn it, I'm gonna eat it on the flight.
That's one part. But if it smells and it's stinky and it's going all over the place, then that's different.
Grilled cheese sandwich is gonna smell. This smell like cheese. Some people may not like the smell of cheese. The butter from the bread.
Who doesn't like the smell of a grilled cheese?
I was
people out
thinking
there.
the exact same thing.
Some people.
Like straw man over there. I don't know. What are you building over
Also,
there?
at the same time, like I know you paid for the seat, but like I paid for my seat too.
Exactly.
So, like, where's
So
the
I
give and
can't
take
eat
there?
anything?
Well, no, it's
What
the
if I
same
come-
thing about going to a sporting game. If you go to the game and you're like, I paid for my seat, hence I get to be a jack A, and I'm going to ruin the experience for others.
That's totally different. Totally different.
Yeah,
common courtesy.
Well,
Common
that's the
courtesy.
same thing with smelly food.
But what if I'm starving? I'm
It's
supposed
like
to
bringing
starve.
fish to the microwave at work.
What if I had some fried chicken? I'm supposed to starve myself? I
No,
can't
you
eat my
can have your fried chicken.
That smells too.
Eat the fried chicken before you enter the plane when you're in
I
close
can't.
confines.
What if you don't have time?
Well, that's on you.
Well, no, that's
I
not.
think we as a society have accepted what smells are good and what smells are not good.
Right.
Fish, under any circumstances, it's a no. It's a no for me, dog. Randy
It's a
Jackson.
great question from Conrad. But I'll tell you would be mad if the person next to you on the plane ate some smelly food.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I would not be mad.
Yes, you would.
No, I would not. No, I would not. I'll
We
put
have
my
all been on
headphones
the 38, and there has been certain kinds of smells on that bus that you go, I wish I was not on this bus.
Yeah, you wish you were not on the bus, but you know what? You got to do what you got to do to get on that bus and get to where you need to get to. You know the risk of getting on a 38 Gary, whether it's a limited or regular. You know the risk
No,
of
I
getting on the
understand that.
Judah underground.
But that doesn't mean that I'm spraying Axe spray in people's faces because I want them to
people
smell
don't
the
do
way
that.
I smell.
People don't do that.
But that's the same thing as if you're doing smelly food and you're doing things that are inconsiderate for the person next to you.
It's not
It's called common decency.
I'm hungry.
Have we lost common decency?
I'm hungry. I'm going to eat, so it's going to smell for about 10 minutes, but you get over it.
Look,
close your nose.
Okay, when I'm hungry, there is a variety of food that is available. If you're running late, there's a variety of non-inconveniencing food for others around you.
If I don't like it, I want crab fries. I'm gonna make myself happy.
Okay.
Food makes me happy.
You can enjoy the smelly food. Don't get mad at me when I bring my 6-month-old on an airplane and she
I have
starts
no
crying.
problem with that. I've been there, done that. It is what it is. You run the risk when you buy a flight. You have no idea who's sitting next to you. You have no idea what's going to go on.
And that's why I think it's bad karma. It's bad karma to be like you.
No, it's not bad karma. It's being considerate that, hey, anything can happen on this flight. So I'm with Mad Dog.
So is that what you say to the flight
attendant? With the first
I don't
class
care that my fish smells. Anything can happen on these flights. I paid for my ticket.
Dude, somebody could be farting next to me all day long. I can't do anything about it. What am I going to do? Sit there and bitch and moan? Hey, guys just going to be farting. You know what? Put your face in your sweater. Call it the day. All right. It was a lot of fun. Mad Dog. But I do agree with him on that one point. If you're making $1.3 million from a tournament, what the hell are you doing flying coach, buddy?
He's made 13. He made $13 million in his career.
Dude, get the private jet, dog. What are you doing? Farts. Get the private coach. Are you kidding me? Shasky, we work at this station, and we would love in first class. I told you, dude, we go first class Philadelphia. I'm telling you, once you go first class, you don't go back. It's hard to.
I can just imagine you going to Negan first class. He books you an Amtrak train all the way to Philly.
Hey, give me the Amtrak first class though. I'm bad on the train. I
So
do like a good
now I'm going to
train
ask
ride.
you this because you seem like a very inconsiderate individual.
I'm not an inconsiderate individual. I help people
So
with their
we're on the
luggage.
38.
I say excuse me. I say pardon
All
me.
right. All right.
I have manners. I hold the door. Chivalry is not dead with me. Chivalry is not dead with me, buddy.
Okay. All right. Great. So you're on the 38. And when you get on, there's nobody on the bus. But by the time you get to Masonic and Gary, it's completely packed. And a couple of older ladies want to have a seat. Do you get up out of your seat?
Absolutely. Every single time.
Well, you know
And
why?
not only
That's called consideration.
No, but I have that. You complaining. See, listen, I'm a grandma's boy. If there's a lady with a baby and a stroller, I help them get off the bus, and I'll hold the stroller for them.
That's called
I'm
common
always
decency.
Yeah, absolutely.
We should have that in
Food,
society.
Food.
More.
If I'm on the plane
It's called common
and it's
sense.
a 5-hour flight, and I got food and I got to do what I got to do, I'm eating my food. I don't care how you think it smells. Some people don't like the smell of black pepper. Oh, well. Oh, well.
You're jumping the gun here. Like
No,
there's
I'm not.
levels to this thing.
No,
Like
there is levels.
you know the difference when you're eating something that's that aroma fresh. Like you know, it's like the same thing about the guy who puts way too much cologne on. Right? You're being inconsiderate for others. You're giving everyone a headache.
Oh, dude, I'm a very considerate person. I'm very nice. I tip all the time. I tip when people don't deserve tips. But if I get on a plane, I got some crab fries, and I got a 6-hour flight. Well, damn it, I'm gonna eat my crab fries.
So if I bring oysters onto a plane,
no problem. I
you're
love
good with that.
oysters. I love oysters.
I'm like slurping
Oh, I have no
oysters
problem with
right
that.
there, where I'm just throwing the shells on the ground.
Oh well, that's
come on, that's ridiculous.
Being a scumbag.
That's ridiculous.
That's being a scumbag. You do that, that's being a scumbag. I'm a selfish human being. And then now you're being inconsiderate not only to the people sitting next to you, but you're being inconsiderate to the flight attendants. That's scumbag work.
That's why I wouldn't do it. All right, you ready to be triggered? Why don't you read the legal, and I'm going to play you some sound. Since you played some Mad Dog Russo, I got some sound from Stephen A. Smith. No, Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, okay.
And it's about quarterbacks.
Oh, boy. All right, we'll get to the lines, too. I see a lot of lines here about Andrew Wiggins. Do we want to save that for 9:12? Should we save that for 9:12? We'll get the Wiggins calls
All right,
out the
let's
way.
get the Wiggins calls
Get
and
the
then we'll go to
Wiggins
that.
calls, then
Yeah.
we'll do it at 9:12.
That's fine.
All right, that's fair?
Because I'm considerate.
That's a 4.
Come on, I'm good.
That's good. That's a 4.
Does anyone really have a choice?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Hey, man, 2 tickets available to the Warriors-Spurs game, March 31st. That game's going to mean something for the Warriors. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 95.7 The Game, and the longer you listen, the more chances you have to win a Friday night game at Chase Center. Gots, Dumpling Time, Miller and Lux, the bars around there. It's going to be hopping. Somebody cracking around there. Do the kids say cracking? What do they say now? Turned up? I think turned up is even old now.
It's going to be lit. That's what they
That's
say.
so old.
No, that's even old.
Yeah, that's old. Lubman, that's as old as the last time you got a haircut.
Hey, Lubman hair look good. His hair looks really good right now. I like the look, Lubman. Keep the hair
The
flowing.
Lubman
baby.
locks.
The Lubman locks. I'm telling you.
Samson?
The Lubbock Lock's
Like in
gonna
the
get
Bible?
the ladies.
No more Hercules.
Hey, man, every hour you listen and every hour you listen is another chance to win up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Let's go to the lines. We asked the question, does Wiggins owe, the fan base an explanation? He's been out for more than a month. What's going on with Wiggs? Nate in Windsor. What's happening, Nate?
I love Windsor.
I do, too.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Thanks for having me on.
It's going good.
I just want to start by saying I think we kind of, owe it to him to give him the benefit of the doubt that whatever's going on must be, serious enough for him, to be out this long. And that we kind of owe him the benefit of the doubt that, all right, there must be something like really a big deal going on, right? Because he's an athlete. He wants to play. And I'm sure about that. I think as fans, right, we want to be entertained. We want our team to do better. But I think it's important that we show maturity and put aside sort of the entitlement, really. It's sort of like, okay, like there's something going on big enough where we got to respect this guy's privacy. And I think also that the Warriors franchise, the ethos, so then it's sort of to respect the players in general. And I think that we really should follow suit. I'm sure Wiggins wants to be out there, and there must be something really big going on for him not to be playing. So I think in the meantime, we show maturity. And we hang tight and hope for the best.
That's a really well thought out phone call right there. And the thing be that I don't think everyone, but there are a certain segment of people that think that players in professional sports don't care as much. And I think that that's a misnomer. I think someone like Andrew Wiggins, I don't even know him, but if you don't think these guys care about their craft and going out and playing these games, now they might not have that childish love like they used to, but in terms of being dedicated, they are more dedicated to their sport than you are in anything in your life, right? For the most part, not everyone. I'm not trying to rip people and their love for their children or their significant others or whatever, but like these guys love their sport, and I think we do at times underrate how much they want to get back out onto the field, onto the court. So, I'm with him on that one.
Yeah, Mark Graves, with today's mental health issues, you have to give Wiggins his time. I agree with you, Mark Graves on YouTube. Sparky, Alameda.
Good call,
Sparky,
Mark
what's
Graves.
happening?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
First of all, let me tell you one thing that Andrew Wiggins will appreciate. As a professional player, he should think that there's many of us that are thinking about him and that, with him. On another note, I believe that Kuminga is another guy who could really potentially take his spot, and I really hope for the best for him to get back today. And really matter that we really have to focus on get that W today. That Sharks is looking not that good as far as us getting those winnings. Everybody's out there. It's a battle. So, and in another note, I'll tell you how you get first class tickets. You go, you tell the person you got diabetes, and they automatically will push you in first class.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
What?
Just pretend you have it. Come on.
Oh
That's
God.
bad karma,
That is
number
just-
one. And number two, you're an evil person if you're pulling that move.
You're not also not getting first class immediately doing that. That's just not how it works. Maybe you get to board
That is
first.
so he had me, and then he finished with that one, and I was like, you
dude.
totally lost me, bud.
Sparky in Alameda.
Oh my God.
Worst call of the year?
Oh
Doobie
my
Awards?
God.
Pretend you got diabetes.
That's so bad.
That is just, whoa.
That is horrible.
Dude, that's just, I don't even know where to go here.
That's horrible.
Rick and Hayward, what's happening?
Jesus.
What's going on?
Is that Gary St. Jean or?
Rick, what's going on? Oh, he's gone
He
just
gone.
like that. Morelli wants to know about Lutman's date life. We're not going to go there yet. Maybe we'll check in another month.
Yeah, they're calling him Just Lunch Lubman.
He's got to be able to match with somebody on Hinge first before we get there. So
He matches just fine, all right, and just doesn't want to talk about it.
you mean his clothes or?
He does dress flyer these days. He's wearing a sweet Buster Posey shirt.
Been
today.
around us, dude. He's
Yeah.
Wearing Jordans right now.
I
Dude,
know.
you should see him at Warrior games with the blazer. He's been bringing it.
Do people think he's your agent?
I don't know.
That's a
He just-
great call.
he just,
Lubman,
you know-
Lubman could look like he's walking around if he has like the pager and all that sort of
You know
stuff.
what? We
Headset.
Hey, Lutman does just pop up in the gatehouse out of nowhere.
So does he just go through? Does the big guy? Would you call him $5? What's the
$5 George.
Yeah, $5 George.
Yeah.
Does he just let him
He
come
spent on
in?
nickel bags. He used to sell nickel bags back in the day.
Oh, okay. He did not know who I was. I was like, "Oh, I'm friends with Bonte," and he's like, "Yeah, cool. And I was like, okay.
George, he's been prepped up.
Good guy.
Good guy. He knows what's up. You're not getting in there unless you
I was
got
like, dude, I'm not a groupie. Trust me. I'm his friend.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. Bob Myers thinks otherwise. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Really?
I'm kidding.
That would hurt me if Bob felt that way. That would hurt me.
I'm kidding. Let's go to Willa Marin. Willa Marin, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Will.
I just got to have Monte's back real quick, put the rat out on the table. If you've ever taken a long flight and received a meal on there, the one that they serve themselves, I'm sorry to say it, but while we were all busy giving him a problem about eating crab cakes, their food that they serve smells like dirty gym shocks that someone forgot in the Drake locker room.
That's factual.
It smells terrible. So
factual.
So the fact that he was eating food, I mean, I would rather smell what he's eating any day of the week than the food that they actually serve. And honestly, people bring babies on the plane, and they have no problem changing diapers and then using the restroom. You got to smell that. I'd rather smell crab cakes any day of the week. What he's got on his plate is the last and least of my concern.
Hey, Will Moran.
My boy a break. He paid for the seat. Let my boy eat his meal.
Hey.
Let him enjoy his ride home.
Let Bonte
Have a
cook.
good one.
Hey, Will Moran, you're a real one. That's why I like you. He knows what's up. Long flight, airport. Look, I don't want to slander Delta, United, or anything like that. But man,
when was the last time you had a real meal on a plane?
First class. When I flew to Europe.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I had a real meal on. I don't think I've ever had a real meal.
The meals first.
It's usually just like crackers or a cookie or
first class.
You know.
That's why I said we didn't fly to real first class.
Okay. Sorry, me and the normal people who take normal flights.
I take normal
in
flights
the back.
too. I take normal flights too.
Me and Outcast, back of the bus.
Tell you what, now I only fly maybe 4 times a year, if that. If I'm going to splurge on something, I'd rather splurge on being comfortable on the flight. It makes a difference. It does. It's good for the mental health. Let's go to Rob in Oakland. Rob.
Hey, Rob.
What's happening?
What's going on?
What's up, Rob?
Not much. Yeah, I just want to talk about Wiggins. I ain't got nothing against him as a person or anything like that. I enjoy him playing on our team. But I feel like some of this got to do with what they were talking about him and when he was with the Timberwolves. Because I feel like it's a real good luxury to be able to take off work for 30 days and nobody asks you any questions.
I don't think everyone, but I think a lot of people are in the similar mind frame.
You have to think though that there's been some dialogue.
Absolutely. No, I'm assuming there is.
Right,
I'm assuming. You don't just. He's not just gone. He's too professional. You don't get to this level in the NBA and get multiple maximum deals to be able to, not have the communication with your employers.
Right.
Like
There's dialogue.
There's some conversation.
And Jordan Poole said that he's been talking to Wiggins and Curry. Brought it up as well. So there's been dialogue with the organization. Now, the organization may say, hey, there's no timeline. We don't want to rush him back. It's a very delicate situation. Again, we don't know about the situation. We're just wondering whether or not Wiggins owed anybody, the fan base specifically, an explanation.
I am sure, because I've been in lots of different work settings. Animosity can grow out of anything. Anything. So I'm sure there is, because everyone thinks different. I'm sure there's one person who's thinking something different than the rest of the group, because there always is.
Right.
Poll America on anything, you get a zillion different answers. So I do think that, they can all say the right things and there's consensus, whatever, but I'm sure there's one person thinking, all right, when's he coming back? Because again, I go back to human nature, and I'm not mad at anyone for that. They could know exactly what's going on, and they're like, man, we need him. Both can be true.
Both can be true. Warriors Clippers tonight down in Crypto.com Arena. Clippers having a weird season just like the Warriors. Guys are in and out the lineup. Two teams with championship aspirations.
I think that actually helps the situation. If this was a younger team, let's say it's the Pelicans or something, I could see an implosion. And I could see a wide variety of responses to this absence. I think the fact that they are a championship culture,
veterans,
the veterans, I think that actually makes the situation much better.
And Steve Kerr having the experience of playing with a guy like Dennis Rodman. How many PTO days did Dennis Rodman need in Chicago?
Did they even have PTOs back then?
They had to do their things. All right. Before we go to break, Shasky, why don't you tell us about our delivery of the – no delivery of the game today because we have no Warriors game. Only after Warrior game. Sorry, I was looking at the rundown. But, hey, coming up, Shasky has a soundbite for me from Stephen A. Smith that he thinks will get me fired up. It's coming up.
It's about your boy Trey Lance.
Oh, boy.
Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not.
As CEO of Jack in the Box, I wake up at dawn every day to get to work. As a customer, you can sleep in and still get 2 sausage croissant sandwiches for $6 all day long. But I get my name on the building, so it's a trade-off. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Andre Iguodala out tonight with left wrist soreness. Iguodala not available for the LA Clippers. We'll talk to the voice of the Clippers, Noah Eagle. It's coming up, the Clippers radio broadcaster, of course, the son of Iron Eagle. No condiments on his hot dog. Does Noah put ketchup on his hot dogs? Remember Iron Eagle with the greatest drop? No. One
of my favorites.
I gotta find it.
I gotta play you some sound though before we get to Noah Eagle and the Warriors tonight. Stephen A. Smith, are you in or out on Stephen A?
Day to day.
Day to day?
Day to day.
Like the stock market? Yeah. Okay. Well, this is what he said.
I'm taking a break from him. You need a mental break from Stephen A.
Would you agree he's a great performer?
Oh, he's
maybe one of the best ever.
Maybe a little overexposed. Like, I don't need him on my NBA pregame shows.
I'm in agreement
sure people
there.
will say they don't need me on their pregame shows, which is true.
No, I agree with you.
He's everywhere.
Yeah. He's a performer.
He is a performer.
So this is what he said about the San Francisco 49ers and a certain quarterback who might be out there.
First of all, San Francisco should offer Trey Lance, picks, players, whatever they could get Lamar Jackson.
No question.
Number two, if Lamar Jackson was on the San Francisco 49ers, they're winning it all.
Yep.
They're winning it all.
Well, what do you think?
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Marcus Marcus Spears was with them as well, and that was on ESPN this morning, First Take. What do you think?
Wow.
They don't have a first-round draft pick this year, so because of
a second-round pick.
Because of the tag or whatever, I guess they can't trade this pick, but they could rework some sort of a sign-and-trade.
Lance, make it dance.
If Trey Lance is so bad, why would he have any value to the Baltimore Ravens?
Because maybe they view him differently.
The guy Tyler Huntley.
I don't think that highly of Tyler Huntley. So you just think that's just laughable?
Yeah, the Ravens are. Niners going to pay that money for Lamar Jackson?
That's the thing. I don't think they have the money to be able to do so.
No.
So right now, if I said to you, Bonte, I want to do an exercise. Nick Bosa for Patrick Mahomes. Would you do it?
What?
Okay.
Do it yesterday.
Okay. Joe Burrow for Nick Bosa.
I do it.
Okay. All right. Josh Allen for Nick Bosa.
Yeah, I do it.
Lamar Jackson for Nick Bosa. I'm just doing an exercise.
I don't know because of the way Shanahan has handled quarterbacks. I know Burrow, Allen, and Mahomes know how to protect themselves. Lamar Jackson, at times, can protect himself. But he's had some major injuries here. I know Burrow had the one major injury after his rookie year, but he's bounced back in a major way, and he could throw that thing. He really can. I'm hesitant with Lamar.
Who are there other quarterbacks that I'm not referencing that you would, no doubt about it, trade? Like, again, these are hypotheticals. I'm just trying to establish value.
I mean, probably can't trade for Watson now.
Herbert?
But if you ask me, Watson,
I don't know if I do Herbert.
I wouldn't do Herbert.
I don't know if I do Herbert.
Trevor Lawrence?
Ooh.
I think I would Trevor Lawrence. Yeah. I actually like Trevor Lawrence better than Herbert.
I love Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I think after Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow,
yes,
Trevor Lawrence is right there.
Why? Okay, just stylistically, put the money to the side, the draft picks to the side, because that feels like it's not going to be. Stylistically, if you want to run the ball and you want to control the run game, Lamar does make a lot of sense for the Niners. They don't take a ton of deep shots. It's a lot underneath, over the middle, and then you have like the formation variation with CMC.
Let me flip it on
Debo.
you. You're the biggest Bosa fan here. Would you trade Bosa for Lamar Jackson? Because you have to pay Bosa. So which one would you rather pay? Would you rather pay Lamar or would you rather pay Bosa?
Well, I fear that Lamar is so removed from that MVP. Not that he's not great. I don't know, man. I worry about him long term. I'm a believer, and this is just how I operate. I don't care who you are as a quarterback, but at some level, you have to win consistently from the pocket.
Yep.
Now, Patrick Mahomes made multiple plays with his legs in the game that ended up deciding it. So did Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl. But like the legs are a secondary thing. It's the arm and the brain that are the primary thing in the pocket. You got to be able to see the field, understand your concepts, and be able to deliver the ball down the field. I'm hesitant as like you are, like on Lamar. Like I think he's great. I really do. I think he's a great player. I think Bosa's better at what he does than what Lamar is at what he does.
Yeah, that makes sense. Lamar Jackson, last 2 seasons, 33 touchdown passes, 20 interceptions. 20. Ravens win a lot of games, have a really good defense. I don't think I could do Bosa for Lamar. I don't think I could do it.
Is there another quarterback out there that I'm not referencing?
No, I mean, Trevor, Burrow. Look, I would have traded Bosa for Watson before all the shenanigans Watson got into.
I wouldn't have done that. But I hear you.
Before the shenanigans, you would have done that?
I wasn't going to do that.
I would have done that for Watson. Aaron Rodgers is not doing it because he's old. There's not a quarterback. Like, I wouldn't trade Bosa for Jalen Hurts, would you?
No.
Yeah, so there's not
I still need to see Jalen Hurts had a great year. I still need to see him do it for a couple of seasons. Like, that's where I'm at with Burrow. The reason why I put him at that, and I would say the same thing for Trevor Lawrence, as much as I love him.
Yeah.
I got to see it for multiple years. Multiple years. You can't just be a flash in the pan. And it's the same thing I would say whether Trey played all of last year or whether Purdy doesn't get hurt. I would say we got to see it again.
Lamar Jackson, that's interesting. I don't think the Niners are doing it. They just signed Darnold.
I feel like he's going back to Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
What do you think about him not having a quote-unquote agent?
His mom's the agent. That's fine. You want to keep your money. You want to keep it within the family. People laughed at Richard Sherman when he didn't have an agent.
Yeah, but that was on
his. That
was his third contract.
Right. But it still worked out for him.
Yeah, but that was his third contract.
So what? I mean, Lamar knows his value.
Well, the reason why Charles Davis did an article on Yahoo, and they were discussing about these mega deals, and Charles Davis talked to players, executives, etc., and he was saying there's really only 7 or 8 agents that people trust unanimously around the league to sign a deal of this magnitude. And I know that we could say, hey, he's trying to save percentage points. He's got to have some sort of lawyer there. There's some lawyer.
Yeah, there's probably a lawyer.
There's probably
not just his mom, but they've also probably done their due diligence and their research on how to navigate and negotiate a contract of this magnitude. I don't see any problem with it. Now,
you don't see any problem with it?
If the Ravens don't want to negotiate with Lamar because it's his mother and not an agent, that's weak.
No, that's not it. That's not it. I just think that there's a level of communication. These owners are weird, man. There's a reason Scott Boras has these guys on speed dial.
The mom's right there. You can't talk to the mom. She's another human. She has a cell phone.
I'm not saying that she's not. I'm saying that there is something odd about the song and dance where it does feel like you need there's an agent element. Like Bobby Wagner didn't have an agent for his most recent contract. Again, his third contract.
So
I think there's a difference.
He understands it, but Lamar's been around players. He's been in the locker rooms. He's had veterans in that locker room. You don't think hey, Calais Campbell, what's up? What do you think about this?
Well, Calais Campbell's never tried to negotiate a $150 million guarantee
But he
contract.
understands the business. He understands what his agents go through. There's transparency there.
So you don't think it's a deal at all? I think it's not a big thing, but I think there's an element to this.
Yeah.
I think there is a little something there.
I think they're making it an element.
Well,
I think they're making it an element.
There's absolutely, and
I think the
smoke on that.
I think the biggest collusion about the whole situation is Jimmy Haslam.
Well, it's not collusion. Collusion is when there's a memo gets sent out.
I think there's collusion. I think
there's no
secret
memo
email.
being sent out. There will be no memo.
I think there's a memo that's been sent out amongst the owners.
No.
Or a little wink, wink, smile, smile. Hey, this guy gave Watson $230 million guaranteed dollars, which doesn't happen in the NFL.
They would never put that in writing. Like, it's the same thing when Barry Bonds was at the end of his career in A-Rod. You don't have to say it. It's unspoken.
Right, well,
collusion would mean that there was a meeting or there was something written down.
You don't think there's collusion?
I don't. I think it's unspoken. I think it's unspoken. I think everybody knows.
That's still collusion to me. Just because you don't write it down, you're still colluding against Lamar Jackson. Well,
the word collusion is different.
Weak.
That's called business.
Right. No, that's called, hey, we're not going to give this guy his money.
If the market is dictating, so like if you put a house on for sale and you're saying I want $2 million for the house, and the market is telling you we will not pay more than $1 million, that's not collusion. That's the market telling you what the supply and demand is and saying that you're out of whack. Just because that house down the street sold for $2 million doesn't mean your house is worth $2 million.
But the market got thrown out of whack. Lamar Jackson said, "I won an MVP. I've won more than Watson.
I agree.
I've done more for my team than Watson. He got 230 guaranteed."
But that
Once
doesn't mean that you
happened,
get more.
But he's worth more. And Lamar said, I'm worth that.
And the market's
owners
telling him
saying,
he's not.
But the owners are mad because Watson got every one of those dollars guaranteed.
Well, that was because they weren't going to go to Cleveland.
Owners, you know how owners work. You know how front offices work. They don't want to give you that full contract.
Well,
like these shiny headlines where Hargrave, for example, is getting $80 million. I always look at the guarantee. I don't look at the contracts
I hear
anymore.
you.
So that's what Lamar said. Look, I don't want 133 guaranteed that could be worth up to 200.
But if everyone thinks that's a stupid contract, why would I, running my business, hand out a similar contract?
No, you don't have to.
Well, that's my
You don't
point.
have to.
That is my point.
No,
That's not
I
collusion.
understand
That's
that.
called supply and demand.
The
That's
owners
called
But
marketplace.
the owners are colluding against Lamar. You cannot say they're not.
No, the colluding would mean that they are intentionally coming together and there was a meeting and there was something written that we are not going to pay X.
I don't think there's. You don't have to write it to be colluding. You don't have to write this down. Then the owners are saying, hey, week, yo, Lamar Jackson's coming up. We saw what happened with Jimmy Haslam in Cleveland, and we're not happy with that.
Yeah, that's called capitalism.
Right.
That's not collusion.
I think you're colluding. I think it's colluding, too.
I don't know.
I think it's a little bit out there. So
to me, this is basic supply and demand in marketplace, and you guys can call it. You can file it under collusion. It's not collusion. If everyone determines, can we agree? They overpaid dramatically for Deshaun Watson.
Have they?
Yes. Yes.
They win a Super Bowl is not overpaid.
Bonte.
We forget Deshaun Watson was a top 5 quarterback.
Just because you pay X for something doesn't mean that I deem that same value as you do. Like that's literally supply and demand.
Watson was a top 5 quarterback before everything that happened.
He had 22 allegations of sexual misconduct.
Again, he was a top 5 quarterback on the field. Top 5 quarterback on the field.
I'm aware.
Right.
But there comes baggage with that. And they had to overpay a Browns tax, which everyone deems to be stupid, to get him to want to go there. So I just find this whole thing interesting. I don't know what he's going to get. I have a feeling he's going to end up with Baltimore, B. I think he's going to stay back with Baltimore.
I don't know what's going to happen with him. Let's ask Noah Eagle. He's also the radio broadcaster for the L.A. Clippers. I was going to ask you about the Clippers and how, they're right there with the Warriors in terms of just the weirdness of their season. 36-33, big game tonight for tiebreaker purposes. I guarantee you, some of the Warriors, they won't say it. I'm sure they wouldn't mind being the 6th seed taking on the Sacramento Kings. I bet you they would rather see the Kings as opposed to the Phoenix Suns at the 4th spot. Let's bring in Noah Eagle. He's been doing it for a long time. Big Ten basketball, college football for CBS, NFL on Fox, a rising broadcaster. He's really good on the Clippers broadcast as well. Jim Jackson, of course, joins him as well. Noah, good morning, man. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, guys? Appreciate you having me.
Anytime. Listen,
can we start with the condiment question?
Yeah. You want to start? I was going to start with Lamar Jackson.
Oh, go get
what's going on with Lamar Jackson? Because there could be some collusion happening or whatnot. I believe it is. Shasky does it. What's your take on Lamar Jackson? Do you think he ends up in Baltimore? How much money does he see? What's your take on this overall situation?
Yeah, I think it's one of the most bizarre situations I can remember. It's hard to fathom a guy who's won an MVP at his age, who's led comebacks that are historical in the case of Monday Night Football while having to potentially use the bathroom, which still hasn't been confirmed nor denied. So right. I take that as confirmed. But yeah, all this to say, I saw Lamar Jackson at Louisville when he came to Syracuse hurdle over a man standing straight up. I would sell the farm for that guy. Yeah, he's got that X factor. Now, does that mean that other teams will do it? Probably not. I think if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would tell you Baltimore is probably still the most likely outcome here. But look, the Jets don't have a plan B, it feels like, for Aaron Rodgers. And if that somehow blows up in flames, which it most certainly could, that could be the next likely outcome. So I'd say those are the two that I'm keeping my eye on, but Baltimore is still probably the leader in the clubhouse.
All right, let's pivot to the Clippers and the Warriors tonight, because obviously you are Clippers radio broadcaster, and I'm looking at what the Warriors are doing right now. It's the Suns, Clippers, Warriors are all bundled up there. How are you guys doing right now? What's the feeling with you guys? You guys feeling good about yourself right now? Because we've seen you a couple of times now, and it feels like the Warriors, they need a big-time road win. So I'm curious where the Clippers are at right now.
Yeah, well, the Clippers need as many big-time home or road wins as they could get right now, and I feel like that's the entire Western Conference. It's really what's made this season so much fun is one win or one loss can catapult you 3 spots up or 3 spots down in the standings. It's that level of jam-packed. But from the Clippers' perspective, they had lost 5 in a row coming out of the All-Star break, and since then have won 3 in a row. and they've all been at home, and they've all been with rest in between. And that's the key here. The second straight year this year, the Clippers played the most games in NBA history before the All-Star break. 61 games before All-Star. And so there were very few days off. It was either play, day off, play, or back-to-back. And it was that constantly for months. And so for LA not only to have this homestand, which they're in the middle of, this is game 4 out of 5, but to also have the days off to have legitimate practice time in between with all of the new pieces they added, both at the deadline and then bringing in Russell Westbrook as a buyout. I think that we're seeing the product now raise its level on the court these last 3 games. And so they're looking to continue the momentum, and they know just how important any of these games are. Obviously, if they can win this one with Golden State tonight, it ties up the season series, which means that Golden State wouldn't have that automatic tiebreaker, and then it would go to the secondary tiebreaker. And there's a lot at stake and a lot of factors here. So Clippers are playing a lot better. Kawhi Leonard's playing at that level that we know he's capable of. Paul George is a really impressive sidekick these last few games. And so they're assimilating a lot better now, these last couple.
Yeah, Paul George with the new podcast. Go figure it. I didn't think
Podcast
Paul George.
P.
Yeah, Podcast P. I did not think that would ever be a thing, but hey, first episode, not too bad. We're talking to Noah Eagle, the voice of the LA Clippers, also Big Ten basketball, college football, NFL, Fox. He does it all. Russell Westbrook. A lot of people kind of raise their eyebrows at the signing of Russell Westbrook. How's that transition been for him with the LA Clippers?
Yeah, I think honestly it's been a lot better than most people expected. And that's a huge credit to Russell and how he's handled himself. You know, a guy of his stature, a guy who has accomplished more than the vast majority of players ever wish to in this league. He's got every right to go out and carry himself with nothing but immense confidence and believing that he's still the best player that he's more than capable of being. But that hasn't necessarily been the case. He's come in and he's been 150% dedicated to winning. He has said, I'll do whatever it takes to help this team win. And he hasn't pouted. He hasn't had any ill feelings towards Tyronn Lue when he's gotten benched for entire fourth quarters. And that's not even him getting benched necessarily. That's T. Lue just riding with a group that maybe had developed a positive momentum towards the end of a third quarter or the beginning of the fourth quarter. That's just how he coaches. He coaches on feel. And so Russ has been exactly what this team could have hoped for and then some in just setting his teammates up. Not worrying about scoring, not taking too many jump shots, doing all the things that they basically told him, hey, if you're going to come here, you're going to have to keep to this list, keep to this checklist of items that we need from you on a daily basis. And he's done it. So I give him a lot of credit because that's not an easy situation, especially with what he's gone through the last couple of years. And he's handled himself with grace.
How do the Clippers internally view the Golden State Warriors? Not just for tonight's game, but just in general, as these playoffs start to approach?
I think probably like everybody else, like a legitimate threat. I mean, look, they're the defending champions. You don't take that away from them. And I know maybe some pieces aren't here that were here last year, but you still have Steph Curry, and at 35 years old, he looks like he's 25 when he's on the court. Klay Thompson's looking more and more like the Klay Thompson of old, and Raymond Ritter, the GOAT of all public relations, would tell you that he's had the last 2 months, 2 of his best scoring months in the entire career of Klay Thompson. January was the highest scoring month he's ever had. So you've got Klay Thompson playing like the player of old, especially on the offensive end. You've got Steph Curry still as the engine of the entire ship. You've got Jordan Poole, who the Clippers know firsthand can single-handedly win Golden State a game. Draymond Green, when it comes down to winning time, is still going to go out there and make plays to do it. I think Kevon Looney is one of the most underrated players in the NBA, and I could go on and on about this team. We know JaMychal Green with the Clippers very well. He played for them for 2 years, and we know how impactful he can be when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. Dante DiVincenzo, Kuminga, Moody, they're deep, they're talented. Steve Kerr's one of the top 15 coaches of all time. So all the pieces are there. And, of course, you've got ownership that's going to do whatever it takes to win. So you get healthier. You get Wiggins back on the floor. You get a guy like Gary Payton II back on the floor, they're as much of a threat as anybody, and the Clippers know it.
And Noah, you referenced Klay Thompson and his comeback, and it's been remarkable. It's probably been underreported how great he's been, especially offensively. And he's not the same defender that he was defensively. But as I contrast that with Kawhi, and I've only seen a couple of the games with the Clippers, specifically against the Warriors, he's nowhere near the defender, Kawhi is, that he was a few years back. Is that him holding back? Is that because offensively he's still brilliant? Like, what is that on the defense? Because what made him so amazing, I mean, he could lock down anyone at any given time and just take them away from the game. Does he still have that in the bag and we're just waiting to see it in the playoffs? Or is that maybe never going to return?
Yeah, I would tell you that you've probably watched moments of games where maybe he wasn't necessarily the focal point defensively. Teams will somewhat go away from him, kind of like a great corner. You're not going to throw to that side of the field. You're not going to attack Kawhi Leonard's side of the floor if you're a team that has multiple options and if you're a team that feels like you've got other guys that can go out and do things. For example, I believe, and I'd have to double-check, the game on Saturday, the Clippers played the Knicks. Kawhi guarded Julius Randle for, let's say, 7 of his shot attempts, and I think he went 0 for 7. I mean, if you look at what he's doing when it matters the most, when he's on the team's offensive player, he's still locked down, and he's still doing things that nobody else in the NBA can do because of his physical attributes. And so, yeah, no, when he puts his mind to it and the fourth quarter comes and he's got to guard Luka Doncic or he's got to guard a Jason Tatum or he's got to guard a Steph Curry like tonight, I think he's got that gear. And I think we've seen it in spurts this year, and he'll be able to do it more than consistently. But to your point on the offensive end, I mean, since January 8th, so his last 24 games played, he's averaging 28.6 points, shooting 53% from the floor, shooting 50% from three on 122 attempts, which is the best in the NBA, and shooting 91% from the line, and averaging 2 steals a game. So
yeah,
I think the two-way play is still there.
Yeah, he's back. Kawhi's all the way back. Noah Eagle, voice of the Clippers, here on the Morning Roast. Before we get you out of here, the $1 million question. Everybody wants to know. Your father, Ian, of course, great broadcaster as well. He's been a guest on this show many times. And we asked him about condiments on burgers, sandwiches, dogs, or whatnot. And we asked him, no ketchup, no mustard? Here was his reply.
No.
All right, so what is your reply to that? Are you like your father? Do you not put ketchup or mustard on your hot dogs? Do you not use mayonnaise for your bread on sandwiches? What's going on with you, Noah?
Well, you turned him into Tracy Morgan, which is impressive. No, I refute. No. I'm not at that level. I wouldn't say I'm the Tracy Morgan level of condiments, but I would say that I'm not somebody who seeks them out necessarily. The difference between the two of us is if something is presented to me, let's say with mayo on it, I'll still eat it. I'll still ingest it. If it's presented to me with other condiments, I'll still go for it. I think he'll send it back. I think he is so anti-condiment that it's not going to happen. But I will say this, too. The one part of his argument I don't understand. My favorite condiment, so to speak, is barbecue sauce. Love barbecue sauce. I'll put it on whatever. And he likes barbecue sauce, too. But he says, well, it's not a condiment. I go, how is it not a condiment? And he goes, because it has sauce in the name. It's a sauce. I go, yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, he's wrong.
I think it's a condiment.
No. How many times have you been out eating with your dad? Because I've done this many times with my dad. I look over and I'm like cringing as he's talking to the waiter or waitress. How many times has that happened to you?
No, I think I just kind of tune it out and focus on the menu myself. Right. One item and say, okay, chicken nuggets. Good with honey mustard. Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Noah, you're always good, man. Always good to us. Hopefully, hey, this may be a first-round matchup. We'll see, man. The Suns, Clippers, Warriors right there.
Home and home?
Suns, yeah, a little home and home.
He should come by the gatehouse then. Say what's up.
He should come by the gatehouse. Should come to the studio. Come to the studio with this.
They would be great.
We'll present him with a barbecue sauce and chicken strips or whatnot, or chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
I like it.
Baby Ray's, if you got it on.
Oh, yeah, we got it.
I'm there.
Oh, yeah, we got you. We got you. Noah, good stuff as always, man. Thank you so much for coming on this morning.
Appreciate you guys.
Noah Eagle, Clippers radio broadcaster, son, of course, of Ian Eagle. Looks just like him here. Dude, this perspective on Lamar Jackson. And look, when I say colluding, I don't think it has to be in writing anymore. Here, let me ask you this.
I'm going by the letter of the law.
Yeah. Forget the literal.
Yeah,
the NFL doesn't play by those rules.
What?
The NFL doesn't play by those rules. Let me ask you, didn't you find it weird that when Lamar Jackson got the non-exclusive franchise tag, $32.5 million, didn't you find it strange to see all these NFL teams coming out tweeting saying, yeah, we're not interested in Lamar Jackson?
Oh, there's no question that was weird. I've never seen people come out and publicly address it. They're not interested in someone to that degree. Yes, that was weird.
Of a quarterback
I don't
of
deny
that caliber.
I don't deny that.
That was strange.
It was.
Even for leverage purposes. Why would you even release that information?
It's a great question. I don't have the answer to it. I mean, I don't know why they would, but like in terms of just because Deshaun Watson got X, like I'm looking at Mike McGlinchey, and I said this in the YouTube chat. Like Mike McGlinchey was valued at $50 million guaranteed. That's laughable to me.
Yeah.
Just because Sean Payton is valuing him at that doesn't mean that the Cardinals, Niners, Rams, Seahawks, go right down the list, value him anywhere near that money, right? So, like, the market will dictate what you can get. Oh, you always say it only takes one person to give you that money. In the Deshaun Watson case, that one person was the Cleveland Browns. Right. So just because they acted in a certain fashion doesn't mean I'm running my business based off what they did. Christian Kirk got how much money in free agency? Right?
A lot.
Did that dictate exactly what Debo's going to get? No.
doubt.
But it was part of it. It was part of the conversation.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up at 9:49. Xfinity Fast 5, 9:49. Is Sam Darnold a better quarterback than Trey Lance today?
What do you think,
That's not fair.
It's not fair.
But the answer is yes, because we haven't. It's an IC. I used to get in my homework. Incomplete. Trey Lance, we ain't seen enough.
That's good stuff.
Butch looked at me like, damn.
I didn't know where you were going with the INC.
Incomplete. That's all. It's not fair. I
That's
don't like what I saw from Trey, but it was more from Kyle in what you gave him.
Yeah.
Now you got McCaffrey. We can go out there. We're going to look better than normal.
And 3 of the 4 games Trey Lance played, there was George Kittle.
Yeah, that's a 4. You guys, hey, today's show was special, man. You guys, it's incredible, man, with the Wiggins thing. And I'm going to just say this. I told Steiny, and he guessed it. Kind of had a radio moment yesterday. What do I love most? And he didn't say food. He said family. And that's what this is about. So I'm respecting it. But, we always in the Bay Area get criticized. We don't love college football. You guys aren't hardcore, the media. And I hate that because I love those things. Yeah. But do you think if this Wiggins thing was in New York, Philly,
it would be different.
They would be in the bushes in his house, right?
No doubt.
And that's why I love where we're at.
But, Goo, would you also grant me this? We're at a different kind of a player. He's very soft-spoken.
Right.
And I think that he's earned a level of to me, he's very secretive to begin with. Like, the first time I ever heard him talk was literally with the Warriors on the court, and Bonte was interviewing him. I was like, oh, my God, he sounds nothing like what I thought he would sound like.
Very private guy.
I'm not ripping him. I'm saying I don't know a lot about him.
Reserved.
So if he was more outspoken on social media and this, I do think that there would be more of a fervor, as well as the market also dictating that there's not as much of a fervor. And I hear you.
He's a guy who just likes to chill, play video games, be with his kids.
There you go.
That's what everybody says. So we haven't touched it. He's been away from the team for over a month. It's the first time today he asked a question basically saying, does he owe the fans? Because every day, Goo, I'm out there at Chase.
Every day.
You and the Yoon, you and Sack, Shasky, everybody asked the first thing about the Warriors.
I heard
what's
you
up
say
with Wiggins? Every day. And I'm like, man, it's kind of driving me crazy. Hey, I don't know what's going on.
Because they need him.
I'm respecting his privacy because they need him. Exactly, Goo. If he was Anthony Land, or if he was Ty Jerome, and he went away from the team for a month, nobody would ask a question. But Wiggins was your second best player last postseason.
And I find this interesting, and I'm in no position to judge, and I'm not being judgmental. But Anthony Slater Saturday, for the first time, and he said it to Curry, and we got Bob on today in the executive show.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah. He said, hey, I haven't asked you about Wiggins. And then I was like, okay. Curry said, like a good teammate would, he had his back. But I do find it interesting, and you tell me if I'm going down, if I'm a creep for thinking this way. Has Draymond been asked about Wiggins' absence? Like, you know what I mean? That should be something. Yeah, Shasky's out, and I told I'm going on now, but I tell Steiny every time I'm out, double root canal, I want the people to know where I'm at, because I get that they're going to, not that I'm on that level, but go ahead, even if it's bad or death, just me.
But aren't there some things that you hold private?
You know what? I get that.
Because I know there has been for me at this station where there's been a couple of days here and there where it's like, I will tell others when it's necessary to tell them.
And there's
I'm
no
not
right or wrong, right?
Exactly. And it's not that you're lying. It's like, hey, look, I'm not comfortable saying certain things because I'm just not ready to share those yet.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a weird one to navigate, but also we're public to a degree.
Yeah.
They're more public. That doesn't make it right or wrong.
Okay.
But I think there is an element that people are dismissing because you could say, hey, be private. That doesn't mean that your mind doesn't wildly speculate and is curious as to what could be. Yeah. I think most is human nature to speculate, like, what could it be? Like we were talking about, like, different friends, families, relationships. They walk out of the room like, what do you think's going on there?
Doubt.
Even though you love them, even though you care about them,
I live with them.
You try to be respectful of their privacy, I think it's fair to be like, what do you think's going on?
I love gossip.
Yeah, I'm almost out of here. I got to give you this because I came in yesterday and I was blown away. Hargrave. Incredible. But the L's, Jimmy Ward, Amenahue, Ebukon, Shair, Mosley, like, I'm just at the two biggest Niners. Like, that's a lot.
The Mosley one hurts me. He was a good player, solid.
Mosley.
I love Emmanuel Mosley. And $6 million seems like today's NFL. That's chump change. Right, and now he goes to the Lions, who I think are up and coming. They're ascending.
Should have been in the playoffs.
They should have been in the playoffs.
Yeah, it was such a fun win. The last game of the year, them versus Green Bay.
And how old did your boy Rodgers? And I hate what he's doing. He's a narcissist. But how bad did he look at that game? He looked
terrible.
washed.
But if he goes to the Jets, they're top 14, I believe.
As crazy as Kyrie is, I actually think Aaron Rodgers. Kyrie, I think, has some. Aaron Rodgers is more conceited to me, like way more conceited.
Yeah, when he talked about the psychedelic stuff. But I'll say this: if Brady can win one in Tampa Bay, if he goes to the Jets, they can win one.
And if he does,
I'm putting some respect on his name.
If he wins one in New York City, he will eat for free there forever. Yeah. And all these narratives about him will somehow wash away because New York City controls the media.
As I fly off in the Batmobile, what was Dame saying about this new NBA? And I don't like it, Dame. I'm one of your biggest fans, but it's about the chips, bro. And you're from the town.
And you're from the town, and your team's not even going to make the play-in tournament.
Right.
People in double-digit league yesterday to the Knicks.
My opinions on Dame are pretty cemented. I find he's a great player. I find that he occupies an odd space because he does not get any criticism ever, and he's almost been treated with kid gloves. And I get
you sound like Evan Giddings. That's what we said.
But it feels like he occupies. He's the only guy in sports.
Leave me alone because I'm loyal.
Mike Trout gets more criticism for not winning in Anaheim than Dame does in Portland, and it's much easier to leave because of player empowerment.
I want to see
in the NBA.
Dame playing big-time ball.
I do. By the way, did you hear what podcast P said about Jordan Poole?
Yeah, I loved it.
We didn't get to that, Sal. We'll get to it tomorrow, maybe. Jordan Poole, big game for them. Yeah. All right, Guru say. What time's Bob Myers coming out?
Looking real good.
1. Stop. I need a haircut.
1 o'clock?
I'm going to Louisiana.
I thought you was getting a haircut.
Louisiana?
With some things got pushed back. My daughter's going to Grambling.
Are you kidding me?
I'm almost in tears. Yeah, but I don't want her going that far.
She's a senior this year?
Yeah.
So Tony Soprano when Melo left the house.
So I'm telling Steiny, how do you act? She's far away, no family. I'm very nervous, but you can't live life. Think about the positive, right?
Yeah.
Not the negative.
It's a different experience for her. She gets away from home.
You know what it is? You've done well, Dad.
Yeah.
No, I mean that. This is a sign of you doing well.
Why am I feel like a wimp? I'm
because
worried about what
it's
if
your
this
little girl.
happened.
It's your little girl. I mean, even though she's a grown woman, it's your little girl. I get that.
You got one.
That's because you're a good dad.
Trust me, I feel it.
This is why I love you.
I'm already thinking about the teenage years. Take a picture of the E40 School of Music.
All right.
I'm Martin Lawrence. He's Will Smith in this equation.
Yeah.
So whoever knocks on the door, I got to be the Martin Lawrence.
Yeah. Bring the baseball bat. Use that swing that you got.
Exactly.
Fast 5 coming up right now. Oh, man. Fast 5. Darnold or Trey Lance? Who's the better quarterback? By the way, congrats to Goo, man. That's pretty special. After started going down to school, man, that's pretty cool.
To go away like that, I have tremendous respect for anybody who can go away, obviously earn the right to be able to go to a school across the country and then have the courage to go out there and live. I've only lived in San Francisco. You know what I mean? I'm not as strong as some of these other people that do that. I have tremendous respect for people that do that.
Danker, people hate on Aaron Rodgers more than he breathes. Well, I think Aaron Rodgers kind of brings it onto himself. He brings it onto himself, doesn't he?
He's not an empathetic character.
No.
I have zero sympathy for him.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you?
I don't hate on him, but I'm just like, less is more.
I'm annoyed by him.
When you go on the podcast with Pat McAfee every week and you throw teammates under the bus on the podcast every single week, it's just, you hold the franchise hostage. You don't take accountability. Like, stop.
Yeah, I'm sick of him. Although I would be lying if I didn't say, for league interest, I do want to see what Jordan Love looks like, and I want to see what Aaron Rodgers would look like in New York.
I do. That would be sick. Garrett Wilson, woof. 415, Xfinity Mobile text line. I wish female athletes could receive as much care and compassion as Wiggins when they go through similar circumstances. Guys are so funny.
Interesting.
Well, I do sympathize with female athletes when they go through things. And I think female athletes, man, they don't make anything.
That's a hole in my game. I haven't even considered that. And I think that's
it's a hell of a point.
An eye-opening text.
It's a hell of a point.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a point. What else? Hilda Shasker, Noah Eagle, wannabes, posers. I've never in a day of my life tried to be like Noah Eagle.
Got great hair.
He does.
He's 25, by the way.
Jealous.
It's crazy.
Jealous.
He lived a life.
I mean, everybody's looking at Bronny and LeBron. What about Noah and Iron Eagle?
Yeah, Niners make a great
Griffey and
they
Griffey
make great
Jr.
D linemen every year. They're reload with whomever. They're reloading. It did lose a lot of depth, but they'll find something. They'll find some draft picks. All right, we got to roll here in a second. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Steiny and Goon next. Bob Myers, 1 o'clock for the executive show. 1 o'clock, Bob Myers. That's going to be must-listen radio, appointment radio, as they say.
We're going to tweak the little crossover with Guru. We need more Guru in our life.
I think a lot of people.
Steiny wants in too?
Oh, wow.
It's going to be a crowded hot tub.
Let's do it. All right. They're coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Have a great day, everybody.
No.
Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 24th through March 26th for their red tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind.
All right. It's time to see what the Golden State Warriors are made of for real this year. 5-game road trip starts tonight in L.A. They're 3 games over 500, and they're 7-26 on the road. So, push has come to shove, and the Golden State Warriors got to get a couple wins on the road. Here's the way I look at it. You're 3 games over. If you get 2 out of 5, you go 2-3. That means you come back 2 games over. I think you take that. I think the goal right now for the Golden State Warriors, to me, it's come into focus. No lower than 6. Can you go 6 or 5? 4 to me would be a little bit above and beyond. But can you get 5 or 6? And 2 wins on this trip, Goo, I think keeps them in the 5 to 6 range.
Okay, and I'm going to say this. I'm going to go Fizdale on you. The data tells us they're going to lose 4 out of 5 or at least 3 out of 5. But my heart tells me, reading and watching every minute of Warrior basketball this season, that they've had enough. They know these are 5 straight road games. Steiny, the season's about to be over in the blink of an eye, and that's why for some crazy reason I feel like they're going to go 4-1.
But it's been a disappointing year so far for the Warriors.
I'm going to tell you this and shock you guys. They're the 5th seed. So there have been some troubling things. There's been MIAs with Wiggins tended to his family. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at a Golden State Warrior team, defending champs, in the 5th seed. So with all that said, we watched them go 7-26 on the road. I mean, they were 9th or 10th. I'm not going to say yes to that statement, Donnie. I mean, there's some things I would like to take back. Like Andrew Wiggins, I wish whatever he's dealing with wouldn't be right, upon us. But are we really that spoiled? They're the 5th seed doing all this, and I'll call it mess. That's a positive.
The bottom line is
5th.
You can't say it's not a disappointing year if you've just been complaining all year. I'm not talking about you necessarily, but, I mean, you have.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I'll do it today.
Everybody thinks the Warriors have underachieved. So the question is, are we
on the road?
Are we disappointed?
On the road, Steiny. They're not 33-36. They're 36-33. At home, they take care of business. We now can just hone in on one area, and it's the road. And I need to know if it's age, attrition, or just mindset. And I think tonight it starts in L.A.
Yeah, I think part of the reason the Warriors have not had a great season is because they're having trouble motivating. And I understand that completely. And I've said this a lot this year. They came out last year with something to prove. They went 18-2 to start the season. They were 41-13 after 55 games. And they knew halfway through the season that they could win this thing. And they went ahead and they won it. This year, how could we have expected this team, with the veterans that they have on it, to follow up a championship, an unexpected championship, with a great start? It's too much to ask. But what isn't too much to ask is whether or not they can get it revved up the last 6 weeks of the season and make a run in the postseason.
And I'm going to tell you this.
And that's what I'm looking at. If I were a Warrior fan right now, I would somehow try to put last year's title out of my head. And I would try to look at the West and say, we're 5. We can probably beat anybody if we get a break, but anybody can beat us. Let's go have fun in the playoffs. Let's see how far we can make it. And the reality is, if they're a 5th seed or 6th seed and they make it to the Western Conference Finals, that was a good run because they would have been coming from the 5 or 6 seed. So, I mean, I'm looking at the Warriors, Goo, and we have this bet. I have the field.
Okay.
And so I'll look at it from the other side. I mean, do I feel good about the bet? Yeah, I feel great about the bet. The Warriors are 3 games over 500. That's it. On the other hand, it's like part of me saying, you got to be kidding me. These guys should be dead and buried by now.
Exactly.
They haven't played well.
All right.
They've been the beneficiary of a mediocre West, so they still have hope. Bottom line. So let's see what happens from this point on.
And you know what? And you look good in your sweater. You look like a substitute teacher today.
2 o'clock hard out.
Oh, we're
2 o'clock
what you
hard
got?
out.
You got some.
We have.
Oh no, but you got 18 holes.
We both have something we're doing.
Yeah,
So
you got
2 o'clock
18
hard
holes.
out.
Yeah, and I got a haircut. Oh, good Lord.
And you got to get somewhere down in the peninsula.
Yeah. Listen to this, though. I got so many just thoughts going through my head. When I see you again, and let's just say the Warriors go 4-1 on this 5-game roadie, I think it's an insult to Dub Nation for us to throw confetti. See, it's not about what the other teams are doing on the road to the Warriors. It's about the Warriors and why they just are no-shows. So let's just say they go 4-1. Why I bring that up? That ain't what I'm talking about, Jack. When this team catches fire, it can go all the way. So 4-1, if they do it, and I know the data does not suggest that to me is like, okay, I'm not going to come in here and do cartwheels because there's a greater good at hand. And the greater good is getting the Splash Brothers, JaMychal Green, with or without Wiggins, to be the second junkyard dog. And then this caveat. Yesterday, at the end of the show, I forget who called in, JaMychal Green, I think it was after Saturday's game, said the veteran, I believe it was Dre or Steph, like, hey, young fella, or hey, OG, just relax. We got a second season around here. It ain't really started yet. Not that they're saving themselves, not that that's why it's 7-26, but Steiny, this 5-game roadie, it really ain't a test to me. But if they go 0-5, then I'm going to come to you and say, like I have, and suggested, something is off personality-wise. There's a stench. And somebody, and I don't like the disconnect word, because you all have the same uniform, and you don't tell the public what your other peer is not doing. I don't care how old they are. I don't subscribe to that. Now, you do it when I'm late. You know, you'll say it on air, but I would never do that to you.
Say what?
You know, if I'm late. Tim's Guru was late. You know, a couple times. Not played it off, but I would, you know, you share with the public what's going on in the, behind the scenes.
I don't get you at all. You're telling me if the Warriors go 4-1 on this trip, you'll be like, okay, no biggie. I'm telling you right now, if the Warriors go 4-1 on this trip.
See, we're different. Go ahead.
How could you not be excited about 4-1 on the trip? They're 7-26.
Okay.
They have good teams they're playing. If they go 4-1 on the trip, like, do you not get how bad they are on the road? Well, you know what? This is kind of, I could almost say the point is moot.
Because I got them winning the championship.
Well, no, they're not going 4-1 on the road here.
Well, they could go 5-0.
You want to bet? See, why would we talk about? Why would we talk about the least likely option, 5-0?
Well, forget the 5. The least likely option right now to the average is winning a championship. See, I'm judging this team on that. These 5 games are not make or break. Now, if you go 0-5, you might find yourself in the playing game. And I'm not saying I subscribe to that at all. I would come in here and tell you something bigger's going on. But Steiny,
there is something bigger going on. Everybody's acknowledged
but can they fix it?
But there's stuff going on. Why are you saying you don't like the word disconnect when everybody's used it in the organization virtually?
Okay. My thing about that word is, if there is a disconnect, and I won't fight you, I'll just say there is. Can you connect it when the second season starts?
I don't know.
I think they can. Yeah,
maybe they can.
We got Bob today too, Steiny, at 1
o'clock. President of Basketball Operations and General Manager Bob Myers. Let's go to Cole. Cole's in Pleasant Hill. What's going on, Cole? How you doing, man?
One thing that's not going on is I will not be playing 18 today, so enjoy the sunshine while you're out there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm looking forward to it.
the important things, right?
Yes.
So anyway, the Warriors, man, the disconnect is the word. The firepower, it's got to be tough. I think you guys were talking about it yesterday, gelling the new guys and the older guys. I mean, these guys are 4-time champions. They have the way they're doing it. I think it was a lot different in their younger years, like when these guys were in their late 20s, where we could all kind of play together and be together, and we got new families and everything's exciting. And now, Steph, Clay, and Dre, they've got their own things going on. The younger guys are trying to find their way in, and it doesn't feel like there's a cheerleader in the team right now. And I know GP2 was doing it last year, kind of looking for like a Hunter Pence guy of the Warriors, someone who's firing the team up inside. I don't see that. And it was a little, skeptical at first with the road losses. Okay, we can get through this. But now 7 wins on the road. It's like, man, we're not even in double digits. How in the world are we going to overcome that? So I hope the second push comes. It is all about the playoffs. I don't want to do the play-in deal, but as long as we get there, that's the most important. So I appreciate you guys taking my call. Have a great day.
Thanks, Cole. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's important they get to 6 and avoid that play-in game.
Now, what if that was a date and I want this? I want sacking the Warriors to end that. Steiny, wouldn't that be awesome? Just for the NBA and around here.
Yeah, sure.
Have you thought about it?
No.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Because to me, it's, they could
Harrison
get Phoenix.
Barnes?
They could get – what about him?
Revenge series.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you called him their
9
veteran.
years ago.
Right. Hey, he still don't like the way he got out of here.
Doing my UPS route in Los Altos, no power, everything's closed.
Man.
I'm bringing home a full truck today. Weird as hell. That's from Rob. Oh,
Power was out in Union City last night for some, man.
I got lucky, I guess.
Yeah.
I got very lucky.
I was watching hoop all day, all night.
Is that different than what you normally do?
No, I wouldn't have been able to do it had the lights without the power.
You watch.
I text you a little bit.
Did you?
Yeah. You text back.
I did?
You don't remember.
I don't.
Yeah, that's scary.
I don't.
That's you. Because you out and about.
Let
My
me
boy
look.
active out there.
No.
He text us, Steiny, Spadoni text, Evan text. I hate you don't remember.
Well, I thought you meant you and me alone.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's very seldom. Unless I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to give you a good piece of news or bad piece of news?
I always go good first.
All right, good piece of news. Here's why the Warriors can still get this thing done. One of the reasons. Because if Wiggins and Payton come back, they don't affect you negatively offensively. In other words, if Wiggins comes back and Payton comes back, they're going to help you defensively, but they don't mess with the pecking order of the offense. In fact, if Wiggins floats a little bit on offense, great, because the offense isn't the problem. So even though Wiggins was their second or third leading scorer last year, I don't know, I can't remember which, he's not the kind of player that comes in and takes a bunch of shots from everybody, and everybody has to readjust their roles. In fact, one of the criticisms about Wiggins is that he tends to float a little bit, check out the scenery, see where he fits in. So, to me, there's a chance that if and when those two guys come back, their integration is seamless. Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm not mad at that, but I'm shocked because I'm the optimistic on the show. I am Mr. Optimistic. And I'm telling you, Matt, I understand it's about family. I have given up hope that Wiggins is coming back. So if he does come back, oh, boy, it's going to shock the world. But what I think you're about to fight me on is Andrew Wiggins has some of the best footwork in the game to me. His game is predicated on the little spin moves and all the stuff that he does that you haven't mentioned the rust factor. And he had been rusty a lot of this season, especially after coming back from the adductor injury. So if you're telling me he's going to be a well-oiled machine and there's no rust, okay, I'm with it, but I'm at the juncture now, Steiny. He ain't going to be on this road trip, I don't believe. I hope I'm wrong. So now we're talking about 9 games. Is that enough?
Plenty. That's plenty.
Okay.
All right. 10 weeks.
All right. And GP2, I'm totally with you on that. It's about the defense, but I just can't believe, and as excited as I am about this road trip, that I feel like you're using the word without saying it, make or break, because it ain't. Just don't come back off the road, not in the play-in. Give us a first-round series, and everything that I think will pop off will blossom.
If they go 1-4, nothing's solved. If they go 1-4 on this road trip, we're right back to where we started, and we know that this team isn't going to get it done for the most part. If they go 1-4 on this trip, this close to the end of the season, then it'll just be another hammer to the head that this team's not going anywhere. To me, the most likely is 2-3, and 2-3 keeps them 2 games above 500 and in the thick of things, and then they get home and play Philly, and we'll see what happens. But to me, you're 7-26, but you're still 3 over. Go get 2. Go get 2 of the 5.
Well, you got 1 with Houston, right?
I mean,
they just beat Boston at home.
It's the NBA. Yeah. Can you really say any win on the road is automatic?
Especially when you're 7-26.
Exactly.
7-3 in their last 10.
On the road?
No, just in totality.
And how many of those were at home? 5, 6, 7 of them. Wow. 7 of 10. So they won. Yeah, that makes sense. 7 of the last 10 were at home. They're 7-3. I do have one issue. Not issue. As I was really being objective about this, and whether the Warriors can win a title or not, I do have something that I'm not sure anybody's going to have a rebuttal to, and then the only way around it is to suck it up.
Damn.
But here it is. This is, if I'm a Warrior fan, this is what I'm most worried about. You're going to go into the playoffs so much less rested than you were last year that it's not even funny. And that's the part that would worry me. Last year, Steph Curry missed the last 12 games of the year. He missed a month, then came back for game 1 of the playoffs. He missed a month before the playoffs. And we all kind of acknowledged that probably helped him. Klay Thompson was coming off injury. He missed the first 50 games of the year, essentially, 45. When he went into the playoffs, he'd only played 32 regular season games. So when he went into the playoffs, he was only coming off a half a season off that injury. And Draymond Green, Draymond missed 2 months.
37 games, I believe. 32.
Draymond missed 2 months of the season, then came back the last month and pretty much load managed the last month. So they all got significant rest going into last year's postseason, the big 3. This year, they're already hitting the ground running. Like, they are already playing pretty hard, and I think we all agree that the big 3's got to play the last month of the season to get them going for the postseason. So how do you, if you're a Warrior fan, how do you get around that? That last year they were fresh going into the postseason. They ran the table. This year they're a year older, different team. But they've been hitting the ground running for the last 6 weeks going into the postseason.
Tell me what you think of this, because I hear you. Now, you're talking about the physical being, the body. But what if,
mental.
Well, because that's where I was going.
Both.
What if they know, you know what, our road record that we accumulated, that we earned, it was crapola, and the regular season has been reset to 0. And the fact that the carrot out there dangling is another back-to-back championship. This is how I look at it, Stoney. What if that's enough for them to galvanize them to where the mental overtakes the physical, and now they're like, you know what? One series at a time, one game at a time. We've done it. We just did it last June. And I know I sound like rocking a Disney movie, Andre Johnson, but Stoney, I think it's going to take that. The mind is the most important weapon that we have, and it can make you ignore things. And I'm just wondering if JaMychal Green was giving us any indication of what they're really thinking collectively, man, okay, it's off. It's game 1. Let's go. And right now, it looks like that's going to be on the road.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Golden State Warriors and what they have in them, if anything. I mean, this is it, right, Warrior fans? This is it. And what I mean by this is it's either going to be the same old Warriors at the end of this 5-game trip for this year, or it's going to be, you know what? Maybe they can make a run. How many games do they need to take on this road trip out of the 5? I know we have a tendency to still think of the Warriors as this dynasty team that can go on the road and win anytime they want. I think you get 2 wins, believe it or not. I think you take it.
Yeah.
You come back 2 games over 500, and the other thing is, I mean, Dallas is in trouble right now. Kyrie Irving's foot apparently is worse than everybody thinks. He's not coming back anytime soon, so maybe Dallas has nothing left in him. We'll see. But what?
Your boy makes mistakes every now and again. The Rock's name is Dwayne Johnson. I called him Andre Johnson. Go ahead, Snotty. My bad.
As opposed to Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
Like Kyrie Irving just said this, we're going to see, but it's not looking good. This injury on my foot, it's going to take a little bit more time than I thought. It's obviously still day-to-day, but we got to take more time. It's right around my big toe. Right around. We'd love to be out here, including myself, but we've just got to get our health right first and try to make a push toward the end of the season. So, Dallas has gotten no boost because those 2 guys haven't really played together more than 4 or 5 games.
I text JD last night that Dallas in the 9th seed right now, 1 game under. Could Utah or the Pelicans catch them? And that doesn't sound like he'll be playing. He's readily available. Damn. But you got Luka.
Luka and Kyrie Irving and Christian Wood, at least a couple games ago, didn't play.
Health is wealth.
The question I have for Warrior fans today, a couple things. One is, what's the biggest difference between this year's team and last year's team? Last year's team was a 3rd seed. This year's team's looking like a 5 or 6. What's the difference? Why is this team different than it was last year? 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. Also, I guess Aaron Rodgers going to be a Jet.
Official?
Is that official? Fox News?
Wow.
Put in the box. Aaron Rodgers says, my intention is to play and to play for the New York Jets. I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's the Packers and the compensation they're trying to get for me.
That's big.
That's on the Pat McAfee show, Fox. Aaron Rodgers to the Jets.
If Brady can go to Tampa Bay.
Let me cross this off my list.
If Brady can go to Tampa Bay and win a Super Bowl, I believe Aaron has enough left to go to New York with that defense, and they got some weapons outside and a running back, Snotty. Watch out for Robert Saleh and the Jets.
In that conference, though, Goo?
Yeah, that's another.
Mahomes, Burrow, Allen. In his own division, he still might be the 3rd best team, right?
Man.
With the Dolphins in there?
But you know what, Spadoni? You got to
if you want the NFC, so it was a little different.
You know what, Spadoni? I'll say this to you and everybody listening, and Stoney. If you're going to win something, you got to go take it. And I hear the Mahomes, the Burrow. You know what? You got to go take it. And that's what the Warriors are going to. Well, somebody's got to take it from them. But I hear you, Spadoni. But damn, if I'm a Jet fan, oh my gosh, Moses has come. That's Aaron Rodgers.
Feels like Brett Favre 2.0, does it not? It honestly feels the exact same.
How's he going to throw with those 2 cement tables in his hands? The 10 Commandments.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a 1.
Well, I'm going to give you a 0 for Moses. Moses parted the Red Sea.
But he did arrive.
Everybody arrives.
Well, hey, no church talk today, buddy.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors 5-game road trip coming up. Starts tonight in L.A. against the Clippers. Clippers pretty healthy right now. So we shall see what happens. 888-957-9570. How are you looking at this 5-game road trip? What do you want to see out of the Golden State Warriors? And is it time? Is it time to get this thing rolling? Also, Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and general manager of the Warriors. He's coming up at 2 o'clock. Once again, you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
So let it be written. So let it be done.
studio. Spadoni and you coming in here talking about March Madness. How it's,
I didn't say a word.
You guys ain't hooked in it right now, and it's the product. This is an American tradition. Youngsters who don't get a dime to play are going to get an opportunity in front of America to cut down the nets. What if that was your kid, little Benny? You know what I'm saying? Or your girl, Steiny? Get behind it. I'm juiced. Filled out two brackets.
Who were the top 4 seeds in the
Bama, Texas, Kansas.
That's wrong.
No, it's Bama, Texas, Kansas, and I'm missing one.
Not
No,
Texas.
it's Houston instead.
Sorry.
It's Purdue.
Sorry.
Houston,
Purdue, Houston.
Bama,
But that
and
rolled out the
Kansas.
tongue. Y'all was like, "Goo got it." I
So
got
this
half
is when
of
you
it.
just put on a show.
What,
This is when you just put on a show.
Arkansas was right.
Arkansas is not a top seed. See, this is what
Arkansas is a 1 seed, Stoney. They're
Alabama.
a 1 seed. They are.
It's like it's
Kansas is a 1
It's
seed.
kind of not funny.
But
Like
Kansas
you
is a 1
saying
seed.
Arkansas is a number 1 seed's not funny.
It's the truth.
All right, let's go out to.
You just heard Spadoni tell you they're a number 1 seed.
No, we said Alabama, not Arkansas. The states start with A.
And I meant Alabama. Yeah.
Tom and Lafayette.
I did mean Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, what's
no
up?
wonder your reaction was warranted.
Hey, you guys. Hey, you guys.
Help me.
Well, I think the NCAA tournament is the best sporting event of the year for all the reasons we just heard. It's just pure heart, and it's fun to watch underdogs, and you never know what an 18-year-old can do. But going to the Warriors, and I'm a New York fan. I grew up in New York watching the synchronicity of the Knicks win the championship. And I think very much last year, the rest that the big three got was key to their victory because that's their age. And I wonder whether they don't have – it takes a lot of luck to win a championship. And I wonder if that synchronicity is not there because they have slightly new players and they don't have the gel compared to others. And lastly, I hope everyone will go out and see the movie Sweetwater, which is an immensely important film about Sweetwater Clifton going from the Globetrotters to the Knicks, which comes out on April 14th.
Wow.
See, now that
everyone goes to see it.
Thank you. Now that I can get behind, as opposed
saw
to
the previews
as
when I went
opposed
to see
to
Creed.
air.
Got a problem with Jordan?
Yeah, give me some actual history, not something that I've lived through.
And you're still living through because the shoes are still selling and they're number 1.
But he has nothing to do with them. He's just. What does he do, Michael Jordan?
He's the owner.
Yeah.
I hate that you hate him.
I don't hate him. Why would I hate him?
Well, because you just said it. That is
He's
a
the
part
worst-
of American
he's one of the
history.
worst owners of all
American
time.
culture, Jordan.
He's maybe the greatest player of all time.
And his shoes
And
are
one of the
still
worst-
selling
and one of
number
the-
1 right now.
That doesn't do it for me.
Right. And you're okay.
I just care about him as a basketball owner and a basketball player.
But when we talk about
And he's at both
transcendent,
ends of the
his
spectrum.
shoes still being coveted and people still waking, going out dark time just goes to how great he was on the court. But you think there's nothing to see there. They're making a movie
What are you
with
talking
Ben
about?
Affleck.
There's nothing to see there.
That's how you're acting. Like, okay, he was a good player. There's no
I
history.
just said he was one of the greatest, if not the greatest
But
player
the
of all
shoe
time.
aspect of it, you're shooing off. No pun intended.
I've never been a huge shoe guy.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
bet
saying
if Bird had shoes. Well, he did.
He
I
did.
had
He
the
had the
weapons.
weapons.
Yeah, I had the black ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
The shoe part of it, all I'm saying, Steiny, is
it's
a
the
part
same
of
thing
it.
as like I acknowledge it.
Yeah.
The shoe things, just like with Iverson, he had that connection with urban youth. That's undeniable. Jordan had shoes, but to me, it doesn't.
You don't want to watch the movie?
No. But more important, it's like the shoes have nothing to do with him as a player or an owner.
And just a caveat to the movie,
Just say he's
Sonny.
one of the worst owners. I'll say he's the best
I
player
said
ever.
that. I
if
told
say
you he
he's the
should be
worst owner.
removed. He's the worst owner.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't have to
But
say he's the best
I
player
said he has the best bulletproof vest because he gets a mulligan because of who he is.
I'd hate to be in Charlotte.
Yeah.
And have to give him a mulligan.
They
That
are
would- that
right
would be
now,
hard.
Steiny, 22-49.
They win that many games this year
Yeah.
already? Wow. No. I wanted you to come out with what you said about the rings.
Yeah, they're talking about it on TV. And I guess Damian Lillard came out and said there's more to the NBA than just winning rings, and he doesn't know how long he's going to play. And I love Dame Lillard. Dame Dallas, Steiny, he's amazing. But I feel like because he's being loyal to a city in an era that we give athletes a pass to want to get out to win, he's saying, miss me with critiquing me for not doing anything. I'm just going to be a part of a sinking ship in Portland. And I want him to stick his chest out and demand a trade or demand help. But he seems to think there's more to the league than rings.
There is.
Can you please explain?
Well, whatever Andrew Wiggins is going through is more important than rings. Clearly. The other thing is he's not saying rings don't matter. Like, he's not saying rings don't matter. He's saying there's more important things than a ring. And one might be loyalty, according to Damian Lillard. And I can't, to me, looking at him, if he were to demand a trade, I wouldn't look at that as a strength.
But you wouldn't condemn him, because I sure wouldn't, especially in this now.
I admire what he's doing by staying in Portland way, way more than wanting to jump off the ship.
Well, can you win a championship with Damian Lillard?
Yeah, maybe he can't be your best player, but I don't know that Damian Lillard's told management, don't bring a player in here better than me.
And he wouldn't like to hear that.
What?
That you couldn't win with him being your best player.
I don't know if he would or wouldn't, but it doesn't matter. Nobody cares that Curry was the second best player when Durant was here.
Yeah, but he won one before Durant got here.
Right.
And
the point is I
don't think any different of Karl Malone or Barkley. I'm not that dude. Or John Stockton. I know how great they were. Just because you don't win it doesn't blind me on what you did.
Well, then why are you criticizing him?
Because I feel like he's staying in Portland so he can get the loyalty will supersede you haven't won noise. And it's out there, especially now in this era. Like, how good are you, Dame?
He's like most players in the NBA.
Well, Portland's 31-38, and they look like they're going nowhere fast.
So you want him to give up on the team? I don't get it. What's wrong with sticking it out and trying to win it with the group you have? There's nothing that beats the feeling that Steph Curry had and Draymond of being drafted by an organization and then following through and winning titles.
So what if
that's the number one thing? That to me would way supersede going to a super team and winning a title.
I don't call it a super team. I just say enhancing your chances of winning a championship. And as an athlete, I want to win. I would want to win a championship.
Would you have liked if Curry did that after he didn't win it for 5 years?
I wouldn't judge him, especially now. Especially, you see Aaron Rodgers just left, got up out of Dodge.
Well, right. So you're saying that now is the loyalty is the new, if you can't get it done, ask out.
Well,
asking out is better than trying to be loyal and winning it for your team.
If you're doing, like Dame's doing, Steiny, by all accounts.
Like he's doing?
No.
He's playing as hard as he can. He makes a lot of money.
What's your point? What are you saying right now? I don't think you know what are you trying to convey?
What I'm trying to convey is there are things more important than rings, and loyalty's one of them.
So Dame Dollar's case is closed, and if he never wins, Matt Steinmetz will never say you didn't get it done or a team couldn't build around it. Because a minute ago, you said something that he would probably throw paper in your face that you can't win. He can't win. I thought this was horrible. What? That he can't win a championship with him being your best player.
I don't think they can.
That's saying a whole lot without saying something. I don't think Dame would like to hear anybody say that to him.
Like to hear. What does that have to do with anything?
But you're double talking.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, that tells us what regard you hold Dame in if you say he can't win it being his best player.
Anthony
Tell
Davis
Dame
is the
that,
same.
Because that ain't going to just go down the piper. That's saying a lot.
That's not saying anything that anybody who's thought about the game has not
come
thought
over here,
about.
Dame. I agree with you. It's more important things than winning the championship, and then say the reason you can't win is because of him.
He's not the best player.
That's double talking, though. You're telling us what you think of Dame Lillard.
So what if I am?
Okay, so quit trying to say that you agree with him, the loyalty aspect. That doesn't, you just said.
What does being the best player on a team have to do with loyalty?
What are you
loyal
talking
to the
about?
Portland Trailblazers.
You said Dame Lillard. I asked you what you thought about him on an individual basis. You said to me, if I heard you say this to me as an athlete, you have said everything.
Who cares?
So you can't have both of them. You can't be on the side of the street. Dame, come over here. You're loyal, and then say the reason you can't win is because you can't be the best player.
One has nothing to do with the other.
All I'm saying to you, partner, is you're double talking. You're double talking.
You can't
Which
even
one
explain
is it?
yourself.
You're blaming Dame because you're saying he ain't good enough to win it with him being the number one.
Okay.
Did or did you not say that?
I said maybe he's not good.
It's a yes or no. Did you? Let me help you out.
No.
You said it.
I said maybe Dame Lillard's not good enough to win a
now you're
title
throwing maybe
as
in
the
there.
best
now
player
you're throwing
on a team.
maybe in there. Okay. I heard different earlier.
Sean, it's at San Francisco State.
I see you got that number 2 pencil and erased it.
Yeah, and I see you got the number 2.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. This guy.
Oh, good. You guys are the best.
Guy.
You guys are the best. This argument you guys got going on. So I want to tell you guys really.
Since when did quitting on a team become like the new loyal? Like, what did you just wake up today and think of that? Like, I'm gonna criticize Damian Lillard for staying in Portland.
No,
why?
You don't have to write a song about it. You don't have to hide behind. I feel like he's hiding behind the dysfunction of him not being able to get his team over the top. That's how I feel, and I told you that weeks ago. But for you to sit up here and put a lemonade stand and say, Dame, come over here. I'm Matt Steinmetz, the guy that's negative all the time. Today, I'm going to agree with you because my partner says championships matter is bullpucky, and you know it, and you're double talking, and I called you out on it, and they call that checkmate. So you can sit up there and be mad or hissy fit all you want. I heard you. We all heard you, and you're double talking.
Go ahead, Sean.
All right. So I want to tell you guys that you guys actually agree about this thing that I want to talk about. I want to talk about mental and physical. Steiny, you asked the question, what's the difference between last year's team and this year's team? Well, I'm about to tell you. The difference is last year they were hungry. This year they were fatigued. Fatigued and beleaguered. They had beleaguered motivation from the start after the punch. And so you have these things, and this caused the Warriors to develop a split personality. And you can see that through the road and the home record right there, Jekyll and Hyde. The thing that we got to keep in mind is that now the switch is real. The mental switch. Guru, you had mentioned something about this.
Yep.
The mental switch that this team is about to make is a long run. One game at a time, one series at a time, one run. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, they're going to have to. They got to play 3 good months of basketball to win the title.
Facts.
The question is whether they can do that or not. Whether they've been saving themselves up for doing it or not. Whether they can do it or not.
But the reality is, and I'm not going to fight you because I agree, I'm watching it start tonight, the answer will not show itself after this 5-game trip, regardless of what they go on, Stoney, because if they don't go 0-5, which I don't see them going, they're still going to get in the offs. And then that's the biggest, you know what I mean? That's when you're on your 9th life.
I mean, they got to start winning on the road at some point. Word's in Oakland. What's up, Word? How you doing, man?
I'm good. What's going on, fellas? This conversation about Dame is part of the reason I've always liked you, Matt, and respected your perspective on hoops. Like back in the day, man, when you were a little older than me, but when we were younger, you know, you're just talking hoops. You might be at the bar, you just might be just sitting with your boys talking hoops, and you talking about great players, you talk about ballers. You might bring up a random dude, a Sidney Moncrief or Dale Ellis or somebody, and talk about how nice they were and how they gave somebody the business on any given night and how hard, how much they balled. Nowadays, you're not allowed to talk about a player. You're not allowed to like a player unless they won championships. And that's what Dame is talking about. He's like, man, the league didn't used to be like that. It used to be dudes ball. Everybody was respected as a baller. It wasn't, you weren't fortunate enough to be playing on a team that was built to win. Like Steph could have been drafted by Charlotte, and he might have had a great career. We'd be sitting here talking about how great he is as a shooter, best shooter ever, but he never won, so we won't respect him. Like, that's whack. That's not the basketball I grew up watching and appreciating. You don't have to be a champion for me to appreciate the game you brought, to the league. Like, ballers are everywhere. This cat's on Houston.
that one day are going to be nice that may not ever win a championship. But, I don't know. That's what Dave was saying. He's like, man, the league then got to a point where kids and talk shows only want to discuss dudes who are winning championships as if those are the only cats that ball. Those are the only dudes that entertain us. That's all.
Appreciate it. Word, what's going appreciate it. 888-957-9570 is the number. And you want to jump into the conversation. Warriors 5-game road trip coming up, and they start in L.A. against the Los Angeles Clippers. Not everybody can win a ring. I mean, what percentage of players win a ring, probably?
I don't know, but it's not a lot. And to Word's point, I agree with everything he said, Steiny, and that's why I said Barkley to me is never a loser. Karl Malone. Did Dame?
But why
could Dame
feel?
Did he have to say that out loud?
What?
Because it's like you're fighting, and you're fighting something that you'll never win. Because I've never came in here and said to you, and I think you know this about me, Stein. Let me finish. If you don't win a ring, that doesn't mean you're any less greater of a player. My whole thing with Dame is when you start voicing it, you're gonna lose. You're fighting a battle with social media that you'll never win. And I was just saying, in an era now, I don't like it, but I don't take away if he was like, you know what, Portland, you're on the clock. And we thought that was happening a few years ago. If you don't get me some help, I'm up out of here. Move me.
What about a guy like Reggie Miller?
A baller, a Hall of Famer.
Same as Damian Lillard. Stayed in there his whole career.
Yeah.
Never asked to be out.
I get, and you know what's Donnie, to that point, that's an A+ example. There wasn't social media like this. Like Dame is volunteering this, and maybe you could say, Steiny, it's his prerogative, it's his life.
So
and
when
it's
they say, why are you? You've been in Portland 11 years. Why are you still in Portland? Well, because I like it here. I'm trying to win a title here. They drafted me. I want to win a title here. That's my ultimate goal.
And to his credit, he's been to a Western Conference Finals.
The other thing is, didn't we learn that from Durant? He wasn't even satisfied coming here and getting a ring.
Yeah,
it didn't fulfill him.
And I'm being selfish, Donnie. This is coming from
against the guy who's sticking it out his whole career. When the last decade's been about ripping these guys who want to go form a super team.
Well, okay, and let me piggyback here though, because you said maybe. But honestly, Steiny, because I think Dame, you could win it with him in the right situation. You think as a number one, as currently constructed, he can't get you over the mountaintop because he got damn close and he ran up against the GOAT Steph and the Warriors. But you don't think him being a one can get it done? Because if Blazer management thought that, okay.
But I don't understand what that has to do with anything. If the Portland Trailblazers could have moved and
they did. Go ahead.
I just some players are the best player on a team because they don't have anybody better. They can't find anybody better But
wasn't the move? And I'm not questioning Dame. I'm questioning ownership management now. Wasn't the move of McCollum we got too much of the same thing? We can be greater.
Right, but they couldn't get a superstar from McCollum. McCollum's not a superstar.
I just want to see him play. He's one of the greatest. I'm not going to say he's one of the top 5 deadly assassins with the game on the line. We've seen that in the playoffs, but I just, from a selfish standpoint, for the people listening, I just want to see him play meaningful games in the playoffs. And it looks like we need to gear up towards not just watching a good regular season from him.
The Xfinity Mobile text line, what Giannis did in Milwaukee. That's the ultimate.
Well, Giannis is a step or two above.
Well, that's what Lillard's trying to do. He's trying to become one of those players. And he wants to do it in
So he needs a Middleton. Well, you got Simons.
Please.
Yeah, I hear. I like him, but I hear
They never had the best team, the Portland Trailblazers. Nick's in San Francisco. What's up, Nick?
Hey, 2 things for you, boys. First of all, Steiny, how do you not laugh all day? Guru's comedic genius, man. He deserves an Emmy. I'm laughing here. I love it. Regarding why the Warriors are not the same team as last year, it's pretty simple, man. We're missing the length of Wiggins, Otto Porter, and the defensive GP2. It's as simple as that. I mean, you got these plus defenders that are not here. How many blocks did Otto Porter have last year?
He got better as the year went on. I know that. He got better as the year went on. Appreciate the call, Nick. Appreciate it. The one thing I was thinking about the Warriors as they take on 5 straight opponents on the road is, what do you think of this?
Give it to me.
Like, everybody's looking at the big boys. Denver. Who else is up there? Memphis. Phoenix. Like all those teams. They're not that great. If I'm the Warriors, I'm still looking at the back end. I'm still looking at the Lakers. I'm still looking at Minnesota. I mean, again, all bets are off for me until this road trip's over for the Warriors. Because if they play 7-26 basketball, then they're going to come back 500. They're going to come back 1-4, and then they're still going to be under pressure to stay out of that play-in game. So, like, this road trip to me is huge, not just because it's not because, well, they need to prove to themselves that they can win on the road. I mean, they're either going to do that or not. But for me, it is seeding. Like, they can't fall to 8 if they have 8 of 13 road games. They've got to win 2 or 3 of them.
All right.
I mean, they have to.
And I got some, just real quick before you grab the next one. You posed the question, what's the difference? I'm asking you. Somebody comes in your living room, closes the door. Thanks for inviting me, Mr. Steinmetz. The difference between this Warrior team and last year's Warrior team is Otto Porter Jr. and Bielitsa. See, that doesn't resonate with me. That's not enough.
Well,
Those guys were great because you still got the core.
Lot more.
Yeah, well, now you brought GP.
Wiggins has missed half the season.
No,
and he was a vital piece.
But he was here as they were going the wrong way on the road. And I'm telling you, they need him to win. My thing to you is, let's just say
they're
Wiggins,
10 games worse than last year. Let's just. Why are they 10 games worse?
And a lot of that was with. Honestly, I'm being so real. A hangover. The mind.
It might be.
I really believe that because I wouldn't have made that bet.
See, I think the biggest difference, and people are going to probably disagree with me. I think the biggest difference is the big 3. I think they're just not locked in defensively.
You might
like
be right.
Been. What's the biggest difference with the Golden State Warriors this year and last year? Why are they 10 or 11 games below last year's pace? Some might say Jordan Poole. Maybe Jordan Poole. Maybe it's Wiggins, the absence of Wiggins. Maybe it's no Peyton, no Otto Porter, no Bielitsa. Maybe it's Steve Kerr. Why are the Warriors 10 games worse right now than they were a year ago? And we all acknowledge a year ago they were banged up a little bit by injury. 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's all sponsored by Twin USA. All right, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They are at the LA Clippers tonight. Oh, God.
Where you watching?
That's a good question. Oh, at home. Probably at home.
Yeah.
I can't believe I got to watch Russell Westbrook play.
Because I'm just, man.
He's so terrible.
I'm going to just throw this out there for the people in the back that hate him. He's headed to the Hall of Fame. I'll just say, and Steiny, he's done things athletically on a basketball court I've never seen. Pace,
like what?
Push the rock, be able to basically look like he's laying on a bed in air and sit him in and lay it up. He gives you everything. You got to give him that. For the people that can't stand Westbrook, he gives you his all. That's half the battle, right? The man never takes a play off.
Unfortunately. You're right.
Boy,
I think that's
dude.
part of his problem.
I'll tell you this. Let's be honest. Full transparency. How long have you not liked Westbrook?
About 6 years.
Was he in OKC? So he was at the end of OKC by himself in OKC, or has he been gone that long?
I don't know.
Because he had some stuff going good with Durant. And they went to the finals as pups with Harden.
I mean,
coming out of UCLA.
650. So tired of Dubs fans talking about Otto Porter, who only played 8 games for Toronto this season. Nice player who can't. Well, listen, this is the one thing that I don't get.
Yeah.
If Otto Porter helped you last year, and he is on another team and he gets hurt, you still have to make up for what he got you last year. Like,
doesn't matter what happened.
I
to
get
him.
it. He's not playing now, but the idea is that you replace Otto Porter with somebody who does some of the things that he did during the regular season.
Question to you is, do you think they have?
No.
My answer would be yeah. Definite no.
Yeah, my answer would be no.
Now, JaMychal Green, I know he's not as long, but does he, Steiny, I know you mentioned Poole, and I can't wait to have Bob on. But Poole, there's no way Poole's not going to be a big part, good or bad, for you reaching your goals. So I'm excited for Jordan in the playoffs too. And I know you got to finish the regular season, but JaMychal Green I have identified him as a guy that's been kind of he's just a guy. But Steiny, on a good day, he can do the dirty stuff along with Dre.
He's the same player he's been all year. He's made a couple shots in the last few games.
Yeah, but how many games do we see him not even get in, though,
This is what I
Steiny?
can't stand.
Yeah,
Everybody's ripping JaMychal Green. Not you. JaMychal Green, everyone kills for 45, 50 games.
Right.
Then he makes some shots, and now everybody loves JaMychal Green.
See, and I'm not front running. It's like now you can see why Bob and Laker brought him in. That's all. Like there's the lights on. And I know he battled injury, that infection, and out of sight, out of mind. But now you look at him like if he could stay upright, maybe he can fill a void.
No Iguodala tonight.
What?
He's hurt.
You're playing.
Hip.
Wow. That's in the contract. He
No,
dunked and he's
Iguodala's
out the next game.
Actually, is it a hip or is it his hand? Does it really matter?
I think it was his left wrist. Or something.
All right.
Left wrist.
All right. Because Dre did have a good game. I'm a lay off.
And so is, by the way, what's going on with Lamb?
Dude, I hate seeing him in street clothes. Jerome, for that matter. Do you think, looking at me on this beautiful Wednesday, do you think there's it's on the table that both of them won't be in uniform for the offs?
I don't know. I don't know.
That will
Depends
mean
how much
you
they
did
think
a lot of spinning around in circles during your season because these two dudes carved out a niche, a role, and now you get to the, go time, and they're in street clothes.
408, Andy from NorCal. Wiggins having family crisis deserves privacy, ! Life is more important than sports. Get over it, fans. None of your business. Just pray for him and his family. Okay, we weren't even talking about Wiggins today.
And again, thoughts and prayers. And Steiny, I got you. But it's funny because you're saying you feel like, you know what, Goo, I ain't going to write it off until the playoffs start. But I just feel like what people said, meaning Coach Kerr and Stephen Curry, I'm just not expecting them. So it'd be a great surprise if he were to come back. They got 14 left, man.
I know. I don't the whole Wiggins thing now to me is it's unprecedented.
Man.
He's missed a month because of personal reasons. And I don't know, man. At first I was like, okay, he's taking a couple days off.
Yeah.
Now it's a month. And I guess I'm getting tired of the people who say, show some sensitivity, don't be curious about it. Like when you said, Steiny, I wonder what it is. I was like, I don't really care what it is.
You did say that.
I just figure it's something serious. I don't care what it is. I still don't. But it's strange that nobody knows and that the fan base is hanging right now.
And more than
that's
the fan
unusual.
base, you said it, that's 100. Steiny, the team is. Even though they got his back, and rightfully so. See, I'm not fixated on what it is. I'm being selfish because I sound selfish. I feel like I got I'm giving my own self a complex. But it's basketball purposes. This is not like it was the KD Warriors and he could go do this. They would be all right. Team gonna be all right. But this team is having an identity crisis. It's about to embark on its most important road trip and the playoffs. So, and then what if you pay for season tickets and you feel like you deserve to know? I was listening to Bonte and Shasky this morning. Some callers were calling in. Is that off basis? Is that too far-fetched, Steiny? If you're spending $30 or $20K on season tickets that you feel like you got a right to know? And maybe they don't know. We never thought about that.
Who?
The Warriors.
I know. I don't think everybody knows in the organization.
Wow.
And again, here's where I'm at right now. Just don't tell me I can't talk about it.
Well, damn.
If you are in the respect is privacy, let it alone. Fine. I'm not gonna speculate. Never have. But I'm gonna say this is strange. All right, this is unusual. Can anybody else answer me? When an athlete has missed this much time for personal or family reasons. And this is the other thing. I think, did Bonte say this? I wonder if this is affecting his long-term playing career.
No, a caller brought that up to him.
Okay.
Yeah, Steiny, and I'm going to say this to I know we got Bob coming up. Do you find it strange that Anthony Slater did say, and to his credit, Steph, you know what? I'm paraphrasing. I just thought about it. We haven't heard you on the Wiggins thing, but then I think about Draymond. Nobody's asked him about it. Do you find that strange? Because we know Dre he'll shoot from if he was feeling something, you know what I mean? Just a little bit, or didn't know.
I don't know. 510, players deserve their privacy off the court until it impacts the team on the court. The Warriors owe it to the media and to the fans to be honest to why he's missing games, and they owe it to the media and to the fans to honestly say when they expect him to return.
You said it, Stoney. I can't recall a player in any sport being away to where you don't know.
They're the defending NBA champions, and in any other market, any other big market, this would be a huge story every single day. I'm not saying it's not, because we talk about it every day. No Wiggins.
Spadoni,
and how important he was. Literally the second best player in the playoffs for the Warriors last year, and he's just been gone. So yes, we're going to talk about it.
And it's a compliment to Wiggins. It's not we want to know. It's like, Stoney, not a Neanderthal. It's like they need you.
Well, yes, they do, but somebody else might need him more.
Well, damn.
You guys think they won a title without him?
No.
Not even close?
I almost did. Now, there's where I almost will say no chance, but I don't think so.
And I wrote him off. I don't think he's coming back. I mean, you get through this 5 games. You got, 9 games left? And I know Snotty will hit the ground running. He ain't picked up a ball by all accounts. I could be wrong. They know.
Here's the other thing. What?
Oh, Ben Simmons? Well, that was different. That was his
own
issue.
Mental health. He said. I mean, he acknowledged it was mental health, Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
In fact, he was not happy with the way the Sixers.
Wow. All right. Okay.
Whatever. I mean, but listen, you tell me, Warrior fans, if it's fair game or not. Because here's what I'm thinking. How do I want to put this? Because I do want to be careful with my words.
No doubt.
I'm convinced that this is more than an issue of just Andrew Wiggins at this point. In other words, there's something that is making Andrew Wiggins say, I don't even want to play. I don't even want to play.
Stoney.
I don't even want to play right now. I don't want to play basketball.
And until we know, how can anybody look you in your face and say you're wrong, or you should feel bad for that thought that you just shared with us?
So he isn't playing. He doesn't want to play, apparently, or something. He just doesn't feel like playing. So, okay, so we have to respect his privacy, but can we wonder if maybe teammates or the coaching staff or his colleagues are wondering whether or not it's serious enough for him to have missed a month? Could that be part of the issue now?
Oh, man.
That maybe teammates are like, you know what? It's time to come back. Is that insensitive? Did I just say something insensitive? That
and I will tell you if you did,
some players on the team or people in the organization are questioning or wonder why he's taken so long time off for either something they don't know or something that unfortunately, yes, 650, Steiny, what if his baby has cancer? Yes, that's the point. Nobody's going to feel bad. Or I should say, nobody's going to blame him if his child has cancer. But, like, I was thinking about this. Is this a terrible analogy? So Bruce Willis.
Oh, yeah. Die Hard.
Yeah, he's got dementia, I think.
Oh.
And he announced that he's got dementia, and he said, please respect my privacy. Well, okay. It's like, in a way, he's in a public spot he's an actor. He's saying, listen, this is what's going on with me. Now can you respect my privacy? Yeah, of course.
It's over.
So does Wiggins owe something like that?
And
I don't know.
And I'll just follow up with this. I don't think you should feel bad for that thought. I actually brought it up last week to you, but you know how athletes are. Let's just say you were in a uniform and that was going on, and you're at this time of the season, and maybe it was something that you were like, man, Guru's out for a root canal, this long. I mean, we're all different, Stoney. They could fester, and they could turn to anger. I don't know, but until we find out, I went on a national show with our guy yesterday, Stoney, Jason Page, and he talked about Wiggins, and he said just what Spadoni said. Had this been New York, and I'm not saying this is right, they'd probably have people on his roof, in the bushes.
Well, he might not even be in the Bay.
Right. No, I'm just saying, if he was in, that's how much they would feel like they deserve to know. And that's what I said to the guys in the morning. But they're going to, and I'm not dumbing down what he's dealing with is it's the most important. But when you break it all down to the ramifications on the basketball court at Chase, I mean, good Lord, Steiny.
510, how about this is none of your damn business. What's going on with Mr. Wiggins? Stop talking about him.
Right.
Leave his business and tell us about your personal life. Yeah, there's a lot of people that feel that way.
Mr. Bridge on YouTube said he don't owe us anything.
Let's go to Dajan. Is that right? Dajan in Long Beach? Dagan. How you doing, Dagan?
Doing good. Just, calling in to say kind of the same thing the last guy said. I don't think Wiggins owes anybody anything. I don't even think that we, the fans, need to be talking about it. The Warriors have already said he's away on personal business, meaning they've already given us his reasoning. His reasons he's away on personal business. That's it.
Fair enough. Yeah. And that's certainly one way to is there anything, too, that he's in he doesn't work for IBM. He's not a salesman that nobody knows. He's Andrew Wiggins. He's lives his life in the public eye. Fans are fans of his and the Warriors. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. I mean, I haven't been prying, but it's like, I guess what I'm saying is the thing that's bothering me more than anything at this point,
people telling you how
is
to
the people saying, is the people who are definitive about what should or shouldn't be done or what his responsibility is or isn't. I'm just asking questions. Does a guy who's missed a month of basketball owe us anything?
So you stated how you felt earlier, too, the first block, Stoney. So for a guy like me, do you call me crazy if I look at this Warrior team and I just say, Steiny, I don't think he's coming back? As far as me, let's just move forward. Would you call me crazy, or could you understand, like, dude, the games are dwindling?
You can think whatever you want because nobody knows. Nobody knows. But here's the other thing. As long as nobody knows, then there are things that must be talked about. And one is, even though we don't know what's going on, he's missed a month. Can we start talking about, well, is his Warrior career in jeopardy?
Oh,
man. How do we know that what's going on with Andrew Wiggins is just going to end at the end of the season?
Man, Stoney. You're saying what a lot of people are thinking.
The bottom line is he doesn't owe us anything, but if he doesn't give us anything, then that will create some, that's going to create speculation. Maybe not speculation, but it's going to cause people to listen. If we find,
police how.
Listen,
I got you, man.
And I'll use the Dibley one because Dan Dibley. Yeah. If he's missed a month because his goldfish died, like he's done. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like he's done.
Right.
Then
because a court of public opinion is going to be like that. That wasn't worthy of you being gone.
And also, it means that he's questioning playing basketball anymore. Like he just doesn't want to play basketball.
Let's hope that's
and that's what I think. Like I don't have to speculate about the fact that there's something going on with Wiggins right now. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play basketball. He doesn't want to play, and he hasn't wanted to play for a month. Man. See, that is the part that to me is curious. Like, so has this thing been completely, whatever it is, has it been intense for 30 straight days that he can't unlock himself from it, that he must address it 24/7? Maybe it is. Like, again, maybe it is. Or is it something that maybe he could have checked in on, come back, played a couple games, checked in on? Listen, I don't know what it is, but that's what happens when nobody knows. We have to wonder what it is. And let me say this for the last time. This is unprecedented. That's why it's unusual. He's missed a month, Goo.
Yeah, and the last time we had Myers on the executive show, we asked him, and it sounded like, and I got to paraphrase what Bob said, that they assumed he was coming back. And Steiny, there's nothing you said is wrong. I appreciate the honesty. I don't know, and I'm gonna go to what Jordan Poole said. And we got a saying in the unions, Donnie, in the streets: "You're doing too much," and you know what that means when somebody's doing too much. And when Jordan Poole said, "I think he knows we all have his back," my antenna went up. Like, now, why would you say why wouldn't it be he knows? Why? So it could be different to every player, every Laker. I don't know, but that was curious to me.
Is it possible that if he lets us inside a little bit, we can support him even more?
You speaking my language. That's what I said. I didn't say it now. You said it, but man.
Steiny, you should bite your tongue. What if his kid is sick? No, listen, man. My whole life's been words, all right? I haven't said anything that I'm going to regret because I acknowledge it could be on any side of the spectrum. My only point is the longer it goes, the more people are going to want to know.
Wow.
And the fact of the matter is, it's been a month, and this is unprecedented. It's just unprecedented. So I'm asking about it. And if we find out that it's something unbelievably serious, well, then we support him and we move on.
Yeah, and tell me if I love what you just said about words has been your life. In my experience, 50 years on this earth, Donnie, everybody's different. When someone's sick or there's death or illness, you almost put it out there so everybody can do what you just mentioned. People you don't even know pray for you. The good juju, the good mojo. But I've never heard it to where it's been so secretive if it's death or illness to where it's off limits to just wonder what's going on when we're talking about a player that people are attached to, an important player. So, should I feel ashamed that just me, and I tell you, I'm an open book, I would say what I'm dealing with and no, Brett Favre, he was dealing with his father. He came back. Everybody's wired different. But this top secret thing, I think, is making it bigger than what it is. And you're right. There's not another example. People say at Buster Posey. No, that was a pandemic he had. They had new twins. They were being cautious, but they shared that with us. It's never been this. And again, thoughts and prayers, but I do wonder, does he not want to play again? And that doesn't make me a monster.
I mean, there's, everybody's playing the what if game. I mean, the question is, if he has a family member that's very sick, wouldn't that have come to light? Like, his dad was a former pro basketball player.
No doubt.
Anyway. There was one I wanted to address because he's coming down my road. I think we have the right to know. Somebody's like, why does Wiggins have to say what's wrong? Why are you guys not doing the changeover? Guru did the changeover.
Yeah.
I'll do the changeover at some point. And Dibley and Willard come in at 150. So the changeovers are still a factor here on 95.7 The Game.
So I need to you can give me some advice, Spadonia Craig. So I'm not an NBA player. You're not either, Stoney. So am I just out of bounds for comparing our life and our job to, what I told you yesterday, that sometimes when I'm out for an extended amount of time and it's happened, I like you to tell the people where I'm at. Like, is that just the ultimate wrong compare? Like, Stoney, I want the people to know.
Everybody's different. We know Wiggins. I don't know. I don't have any answers to this. I don't think there's a right and a wrong way, and that's. But what can't be done is, just shut up and don't ask. No. How can you not ask?
Yeah, you should look at Twitter because it's
what's going on there.
No, it's like some people are saying just heart in the right place. What could it be? And then other people try to make those people feel like scum of the earth.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game on March 31st. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. Longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get one entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see a lot of people want to jump into this conversation, so that's done. On the other side, on 95.7 The Game, we'll talk about it. All right, Bob Myers coming up at 1 o'clock, president of basketball operations, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Warriors 5-game road trip coming up, starts tonight in L.A. against the Clippers. They're 36-33. I think the goal is to stay at 6 or better.
So 2-3 you're fine with. Not fine, but hey, house ain't on fire.
Be honest, Warrior fans, you're taking 2-3. You're taking 2-3, and you come back 2 games over 500. Come on, you're taking it.
Wow.
Dave's in Katati, up in the Redwood Empire. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Good, man. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I just wanted to put something in perspective about Wiggins. So the last time he kind of came to light about something public, and I get it, it was a different topic. Yeah. It was about, a medical situation about him taking the shot, right? He was honest about it. He said this is why he didn't want to take it, and the whole world came down on him and crushed him for it, right? So now I feel that he's kind of taking the approach where he's just like, you know what? People didn't like my opinions last time. I should probably keep them to myself. It's probably better on. He's still getting destroyed. So the thing that I'm saying is like, when something's going on with you in your life, it doesn't matter if you're an NBA championship with the Golden State Warriors or you do pest control for a living like I do. When something is going on with you medically and you're not comfortable in your own skin, or if something is going on with a family member that you love and have had spent time with, and their value of life, has a ton of merit to you, it takes a lot out of you. It's exhausting, right? Like even for example, my grandmother, when she passed away, it was from natural causes. She did not suffer. She lived a great life. She was 92. However, it's sad because you realize you're never going to get that birthday call again. You're never going to be able to, visit your grandmother and have those, Christmas breakfasts with her, the little things, and it doesn't matter. The point is that if the guy's in pain, or if someone that he loves is in pain or something, it's just show the guy respect. Because sometimes you don't want to talk about it. Sometimes you just have it in you, and it takes a lot, because when you have to do it on a social media platform in front of a ton of people, that's exhausting. It's a lot different than just Guru coming to you, signing, hey, Pops isn't, like, hypothetical, Pops or Mom isn't feeling good. I'm not going to make the show this week. I'd really like it if you let everybody know where, and, just shoot me a text.
Right.
Anything. It's a lot different. So that's all. I'm just pointing it out from that perspective. It's not right or wrong. It's just a hypothetical situation that I want to point out to everybody. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Dave. Yeah. Appreciate it. The other thing is, like, our social media account taking some hits. Does Andrew Wiggins owe the Warriors fans some sort of explanation? And then a lot of people are saying he doesn't owe them anything. And here's where if you think that Andrew Wiggins does not owe the fans any explanation, I respect that. And I respect Wiggins not giving us that explanation.
All right.
The question is, because Andrew Wiggins feels like he doesn't owe us an explanation, does that mean we can't talk about it? Does that mean we can't talk about his absence and the fact that he's missed the last 12 games?
No.
So, without making any judgment on what it is, how can we not talk about the Warriors in terms of whether they have Wiggins or whether they don't have Wiggins as they head into the postseason?
And you know what? Now you're getting me started, Stoney. The juices are going. Now, like a pot of neck bones. Now you got me thinking these people playing the social the perfectionists on Twitter. Don't tell me how to feel and how to think. Please don't. And there's a lot of that going around. We're all on the same team, and everything is coming from the right spot, and everybody can agree this is different. And I'm going to ask you this as they embark on the playoffs, with or without him. Right now, without him, this is having ramifications. Nobody wants to hear this. Is having ramifications on the team just because he's not there.
Of course. Yep. Cockroaches in Oakland. What's up, Cockroach? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, how you doing this morning? I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys. Shit changed. Nothing gets my blood going like signing Guru a little bit earlier than the afternoon. I appreciate that. On another note, don't worry about the Warriors in the long term. Don't worry about their home record versus their road record. No team in the league will be able to beat them in a 7-game series. So tell DJ Guru, don't worry about that. The Warriors will be fine. And then lastly, I think the Warriors really dropped the ball when Draymond punched Jordan Poole as far as privacy. So I think this is a spin-off saying that they didn't want to drop the ball for a private issue for Wiggins moving forward. They want to do a better job. I think they did a magnificent job because no one knows what's going on. But I wouldn't put too much stock into it because I think the team will come together and the players we have will make it happen in a 7-game series versus any team. Tell me what you guys think. You guys have a good day.
Appreciate it. I got some news. Per Adrian Wojnarowski, Grizzlies star Ja Morant met with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver in New York today. Morant has left the counseling program in Florida and moves closer to ramping up for a return to the season.
I'm happy.
He must wait on the league announcement of findings in probe, which is expected soon.
Well, damn, that could be it worse. Let's say they give him a 5-game suspension for having the gun in the video because the strip club's legal. He'll be back for the playoffs, and I'm happy because I'm going to call this a rebirth, Stoney, a second chance. And that's what I was trying to get to, from you this week about the bet. Didn't work. But I'm happy for Josh. Seems like he's on his way back. In the leagues, we want to see all these dudes healthy. Sure. I can't watch another Phoenix game. It's like Wiggins. Thoughts and prayers. I want to see him. I want to see the Warriors whole. I want to see Durant in Phoenix. I want to see Zion in New Orleans.
650 Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm sorry, but whoever thinks Wiggins owes them an explanation is an entitled, selfish person. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he owes us an explanation.
Nobody
he owes
said,
us whatever he wants to give us, if anything at all. I mean, I agree. He doesn't owe us anything, but however he handles this and the team handles it, then there's going to be the residual. The residual now is what is. We've never seen anything like this.
Unprecedented.
Guy's been gone for a month, and we're curious. But we're mostly curious about whether he's coming back or not.
Yeah.
Although I guess we should be more curious about the severity of the issue.
Yeah.
Well, but we can't support that because we don't know it.
Let me ask you a question, Stoney, and the listeners. So you asked me coming out the gate, the start of the show, are you happy with this season? What are you happy with? What are you not? And you know what I did? Because we got him coming up at 1 o'clock, Bob Myers. I thought about him. And I looked at it from his perspective of what he's had to deal with. First thing, Stoney, the Draymond Green pool thing, that was major. So you started this season with that. Then the Wiseman. Is he in? Is he out? And then the trade. And then his own contract that went public. His status with the contract. Then the road woes. And now this Wiggins thing. And just tell me if I'm wrong. That's a lot.
You also got Draymond's contract. You got the trade. You got Gary Payton II not only getting traded back here, but not being able to play. You know what else is that?
Now that felt, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, where you here now? Go ahead.
Where should have called that trade off after Payton? They found out Payton was hurt.
But they know they needed him for a run.
Do they? Will they?
Or did you think when they did it, they thought they'd have number 22?
I don't know. Chucky's in Oakland. Hey, Chucky, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey, I appreciate taking my call, man. I like you guys' show, man. You guys remind me when I used to talk with my partner Frank, man, and in Berkeley, man, in high school. Shout out to St. Mary's College High in Berkeley.
All right.
And what I want to speak on, man, you guys are talking about Wiggins, man, and hey, he's always been like a quiet assassin, man. I can see if he was a flashy player, man, when he was on the court, man, but that wasn't never his personality, his character. So
yeah,
by him being low key, man, and quiet, like you said, you mentioned earlier how when he come back, he won't put a rip with offense as this is style of play. And I'll say that to say that since he missing, it shouldn't be no big old issue. He shouldn't have to be speaking and giving us attention while he's on.
Thanks, Chucky. Appreciate you listening.
He's getting it in. He is working.
Noise back there. But, yeah, no, Wiggins is a low-key guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's go to Abdu. Abdu's in the city. What's up, Abdu?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? How you doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, man, That's good to hear. That's always good to hear, man. I love the new schedule, by the way. But I'm not going to lie, man. I have to disagree with you guys a little bit.
Okay.
I don't think that the Warriors essentially saying that, hey, Wiggins, we got your back, is then telling them, like, oh, we're just letting you know that we have your back because he thinks that they don't have his back. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think what it is they're reassuring him, like, hey, we love you. We got you. No matter what happens, we're here. And I think as fans, we tend to overanalyze situations. Like, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors. Andrew Wiggins, at the end of the day, he's still a person, not just a very good. Like, I think when we see athletes, we tend to think that the robots, all they do is play basketball, go home, basketball. He got his own personal life. He could be dealing with some personal issues, and he owes us zero explanation as to why he has time off. He has no reason to give us any explanation. If he wants to come back and play playoff time, so be it. And I think if he does do that, he'll be more refreshed, more energized, more motivated. But if he does not, then I respect that. Even as a Warriors fan, I understand, man. Times are tough. People go through things, and I wish him nothing but the best. And Steiny and Goo, thanks for taking my call. Y'all have a good day.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you. You got me thinking about the trade. But just imagine GP2, if Wiggins doesn't come back, they got him. Not that he's Wiggins, but that's another option to not have this thing. Steiny, I don't care what team it's going to be. If we do see, I'll never forget, in Japan, or was it Tokyo? Help me out, Spadoni. Buster Douglas knocked out Tyson, and watching Superman look for his mouthpiece, it was incredible. I'll never forget that. That's what the Warriors are going to be if they lose. So you want to give yourself the best chance to do it. And who's to say maybe they knew that this thing was headed that direction and they needed a body, knowing it wasn't going to be 22 if he wasn't coming back. Just a thought.
Tokyo Dome, yes.
Yeah.
And Tokyo is in Japan, so you're right on both counts.
Chris is in San Bruno. What's up, Chris?
Hey, you guys. Hey, Steiny, do you know if he's getting paid for all the games he's missing?
I'm
assuming. Do they still have to pay him?
I'm assuming he's getting paid.
Yeah, you would think, yes.
Because my question is, if we miss work 3 or 4 days, then we could get fired. And this day and age of private jets, and you guys won't say this, but I will, they owe the team something. He owes the team to let them know what's going on. Because what they make in one game, it takes us, the average person, 3 or 4 years to make that what they make in one game. And we all have jobs. We all got to go to jobs. Maybe our cars broke down, or, maybe we don't have child care, but we still have to go to work. They want to say, hey, this is our job. Well, we have jobs too, and we have to be accountable. I mean, I don't know if you guys agree with that, or I know you probably can't agree with it on the radio because this day and age, everybody is so woke and you got to be careful. It hurts, Steiny, that you have to kind of watch what you say when you talk.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
Man.
I don't have to watch what I say.
You said something to hit me.
Look, the bottom line
Words are your life.
There are a lot of fans out there that use the common man analogy. Common man couldn't get away with this.
Right.
Whatever Wiggins he hasn't worked for a month. Is it what's the word? Is it insensitive to acknowledge that there's a group of people out there that feel like Wiggins is getting special treatment because he's an athlete?
They don't know.
That's something that people feel. Now, if you think those people are idiots, then you think they're idiots. If you think that, well, they have a point, then they have a point. But this is the natural, fallout from not knowing and from it being unprecedented.
Yeah.
Will's in Berkeley. Hey, Will. How you doing, Will?
Yo, Matt.
Hey.
Yo, I owe you a State Street basketball T-shirt. I apologize.
Oh, I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
I owe you a shirt. So check this out. I had a thought when you guys were talking about Wiggins, and I was thinking about mental health and about self-care. Now, imagine if Wiggins had come back like Ben Simmons. And I think there'll be more animosity about Wiggins in that state of mind than him just, completely checking out and be like, yo, I got to take some time off. Look at everybody right now. Everybody's, on Ben Simmons' butt about the fact that he is not playing up to par. And so it's about mental health. It's about self-care. If you can't be in the game, why be in the game?
Yeah, hey, Will, and that's where I'm at. And I don't want to get parse words, family matter, personal matter. But yeah, to me, it's probably personal now. It's probably personal. There's something going on with Wiggins where he doesn't. Something's more important than him playing basketball.
And you said it. You're 18 years on this earth. The long as I've been here, for you to say it's unprecedented, Steiny, that means we don't even have a comp. And that doesn't mean we have more of the right to know, but think about how many teams have played throughout professional sports, and you can sit up here and look me in the face and the listeners and say, you know what, this is eerie just from the standpoint if it's never happened. Like, just think about that. You know, man.
408. Of course, you all clowns hang up on that guy. You are woke losers. He made his point. I didn't have a problem with his point. I got no problem with the common man analogy. I don't necessarily agree with it all, but hell yeah.
And let's be honest.
Hell yeah, most people couldn't do what Wiggins is doing. That's just a fact.
And the bottom line is about Ben Simmons, if I can intervene, Steiny, Ben Simmons let us know what he was dealing with. He was dealing with this mental health. So there was nothing to see here. He was getting over that barrier. So there was no secret. And I just feel like I need to go take a shower with Dove soap.
Why?
Because I used to feel this way because I want to know for the right reasons, not because I'm nosy, Steiny. Don't make me feel dirty because this thing is lingering.
If you told me right now that he's either going to, if you told me right now when he'll return or that he won't return at all,
it's over.
That's all I need. Well, first of all, it doesn't matter what I need. But if you say, you know what, Wiggins is coming back April 1st, I'd be like, fine. Now we can move on till April 1st.
And they can move on as a team.
But obviously they can't do that. Here's the other thing, and I want to maybe get into this. 415, the Warriors know what's going on with Wiggins, but they're choosing not to tell us. They would not let Wiggins leave and pay him without knowing. Okay, to the listener with the common man analogy, how do you know that he hasn't already told the Warriors what the issue is? The Warriors may know, but will not disclose out of respect. Okay, fair. But we don't know who knows and who doesn't know. Maybe Bob Myers knows, but Anthony Lamb doesn't know. Is that possible?
And maybe Lamb doesn't want to know.
Maybe not. And maybe Lamb doesn't deserve to know. But we don't know how it's being handled internally because we don't know everyone who knows about it or not.
And to Steve Kerr's credit, Stunning, and it makes me it makes me think there could be a possibility that they don't know and they're respecting his time away because he said it was a family matter. If he gets back, he gets back. If he doesn't, we'll deal with it. Like, do you know how heavy that is, Steiny? That's like me coming on the mic saying, Steiny might not come back.
I don't know. I don't know what to think. Big Dan's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Big Dan, how you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make two quick points. First off, there's a huge difference between telling your employer why you're missing work and what their decision is on your employment status versus your boss telling the whole wide world what's going on in your life.
Yeah.
So whoever's trying to make comments about, what's going on with Wiggins, I mean, that's really only between the Wiggins and the Warriors organization. And secondly, let's also remember, I actually was lucky enough to go to the game and see the Warriors crush the Suns. And Dante out the gate was awesome. So if we're looking for somebody who is right up there with Wiggins to be that other guy on the floor to pick up that slack, I think we got our guy. And to Goo's point earlier, and we're going to have GP2 back when it counts. So I think we're looking in real good shape. Go Dubs. Thanks again for taking my call.
Thank you for calling in, Big Dan.
Appreciate it.
You guys are overthinking this heavily. All right. If Wiggins comes back for the playoffs and they win it all, we'll forget all about this. You're probably right about that. But that doesn't mean right now it's not strange. And I think most people would. You know what? And let's cut to the chase.
Yeah. Do we care
about Andrew Wiggins? Oh, definitely we care. We care about his family. But you know what? Let's put the rat on the table. We know they can't win it without him.
Yep.
Let's put the rat on the table.
It's on there.
We know the Warriors probably can't win it without him.
And you won't stop the bet.
Of course not.
I just can't believe sometimes. Like, we bonded this last hour with the people, too.
So everybody, there's nobody that's on your side of that argument.
They were in my mentions, like, some said some creepy stuff. But a majority, Snotty, were like, I would call it off if I knew you, Goo.
Okay.
Well, just think about it over the weekend.
No. There's no... Because Andrew Wiggins...
I never envisioned him not being a part of this.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Do you know that stuff happens during seasons? Guys get hurt. Guys miss time. Guys go through things. Life goes on. Anything can happen.
What category do you put this? No, seriously. What do you put this under?
I put it under S that happens. Honestly. 888-957-9570. Steiny, the common man analogy doesn't work because NBA players are not the common man. I know. But it might not work for you, but it's the
mindset.
It's a legitimate it's a legitimate way that people feel. Some people feel. Anyway. All right, we got Bob Myers coming up in 1 hour. 1 hour. 888-957-9570 is the number. And if you want to jump into this conversation about Andrew Wiggins, we can. We may reset to 5-game road trip for the Golden State Warriors coming up tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. JD has Warriors Live at 6 o'clock. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock. How many games do the Warriors have to win on this 5-game trip for you to remain optimistic or become optimistic about where this team is at right now? They got to get a couple wins. I don't think there's any doubt about that, right? Right? It's all sponsored by AC Transit. John Morant suspended 8 games by the league. Conduct detrimental. So he'll be back for the playoffs.
Yeah.
If he can stay out of trouble.
No doubt.
John Morant, 8 games. We're talking about the Warriors. 5-game road trip starts tonight. No Andrew Wiggins, I'm assuming. He'll miss his 13th game. 13th game since he missed that game right before the All-Star break. So
after he had his best game of the season, the game before that.
Yeah, true.
Quick little update here, Stoney, on the Morant thing. 8 games. So this is per the NBA. Quote, based on the information obtained during the investigation, the league did not conclude that the gun at issue belonged to Morant, was brought by him into the nightclub, or was displayed by him beyond a brief period. The investigation also did not find that Morant possessed the gun while traveling with the team or in any NBA facility, and the Colorado authorities did not find sufficient cause to charge Morant with a crime.
Wow. I'm happy for him because I kicked his ass. I said, you know what, grow up, quit doing the tough thug, all that stuff. And Stoney, I just feel like this is over. Now he can show everybody, you know what, that was a phase. I'm ready. And he's going to come back with, they've played 67 games. He's suspended for 8. That's set. So he'll come back for 7 games. And now all we need is KD, Zion, and Wiggins to come back, and everybody will be whole.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. Coming up at 1 o'clock, that's in 1 hour, Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and the general manager of the Golden State Warriors.
Tweet us or text us some questions for Bob. At YouTube, 888-957-9570.
I don't need ideas.
No, but you want them to be a part of it.
No, I don't.
Well, I do. The goal is to make them think they might. Come on, Steiner.
Brian in San Francisco. What's going on, Brian? How you doing,
man? Just enjoying this nice sun after all these crazy weather.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to talk about Andrew Wiggins. I get the common man analogy and all, but honestly, I mean, if we have a good boss and we talk to them, and I'm saying this because of my job, I'm like this, they'll fully understand me. And I think Andrew Wiggins, we just need to lay off of him. I know it's some personal issues, and it's better that we don't know about it. But I think he'll be back for playoff time, and if we're back in the playoffs with him, I definitely think we have a shot at the finals. But I think we should just lay cool on him. I mean, it's personal issues. It's better we don't know. I mean, these are family things, and I'm pretty sure we wouldn't want our bosses to put our stuff out there, or even our teammates or people who work with us. So that's all I want to say, just defending Wiggins a little bit.
Appreciate the call. Hey, Morant served 6 of those games already. He's going to be back March 20th. He's only missing 2 more, according to JD.
It says suspended 8 games. Oh, wow. Is that fact?
That's what JD said. Morant's suspension is counting games he's missed already among the 8.
Oh, wow.
He can come back Monday, March 20th.
Now, I didn't hear a damn thing about the NBA suspending him. It was Memphis.
This was the NBA that just came out with this release.
No, I'm saying the other 6, the games he's missed.
Right.
I thought that was self-imposed by Memphis. I didn't hear any breaking news that John Morant was suspended for the time that he was out by the NBA.
They're giving him credit for time served.
That's where you were coming from when you said that.
Dylan in Castro Valley. Hey, Dylan, what's going on, man?
Oh, well, I'm just enjoying the sun also. I just wanted to say, as a person who has suffered some mental illness, that mental illness is like a physical illness. You break your ankle or you've got severe depression. Those things are debilitating to an extreme amount. And we're not going to assume that, but it's none of our business. And I had a quick question about that. Would the Warriors be able to put him on total disability for the year and get some credit so they could bring someone up from the G League to play, just take his place?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that question. They still they have an open roster spot right now.
I'm surprised. Are you surprised it hasn't went to Jerome or Lamb?
Well, Jerome still has games that he can play here.
I thought he hit his limit.
That's Lamb.
I thought Jerome, just a couple games back, had also hit his limit.
I think Jerome's only at 40 or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
I think Lamb is at 50 exactly, and Ty Jerome. I can look that up. Gordon's in Marin. Hey, Gordon, what's going on, man?
Yeah, hey guys. Really love the show and love your vibe. So first time caller, but listen all the time. So keep up the great work. Listen, I just wanted to call in on this Wiggins thing, which we're probably beating to death. But there's a bit of a fatal flaw in this common man analogy because you're talking about a performance-based employee. If you're the best salesman in the region and you need to take a month off, you're not getting fired. Okay? This guy's got a performance-based contract. His contract is his contract, and they'll make a decision about what they want to do with him afterwards. But if you're a performance athlete or a performance professional, based on what you do is why your organization is going to keep you, and that gives you a tremendous amount more latitude than the everyday man-in-the-street employee. And so I think that's sort of a fatal flaw here in thinking about this from that perspective. So really just wanted to bring that up. Love Wiggins, big Warriors fan. Hope he comes back. And I think these guys could be a sleeping giant in the playoffs. So thanks for taking the call, guys.
Appreciate it, Gordon.
Let's hope. That's my hope.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
The thing about that Gordon said, I agree with him. These guys aren't common men, but it's about the common man argument that's always going to be out there, I think.
And that's where the comparison comes from.
Big game tonight, right? Between the Warriors and the LA Clippers, right, Goo? Big game?
Yeah, it's a big game.
Is it?
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March.
Damn.
What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean? Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. Wow. What's the game in March mean?
He doesn't win. If they don't win any games in March, they're not going to the playoffs.
Well, they're going to win some games in March, but he's telling you right there. Like, it's a big game for me. And I know you're going to watch. We're all going to watch. And we want them to get past this. Like, I don't want it to be the playoffs before they fix this road issue. But he's telling you the heart and soul of the team, Steiny, that he doesn't get up for games in March. Let me check what month it is. It's March. So it's a big game for us. But is it a big game for Dre?
I don't know.
He just told us, if you believe him.
Josie's in Hayward. What's up, Josie?
The stack.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you, man?
Good. Just calling in because the guy that called earlier about the being woke and all that stuff about Wiggins not, being entitled to some time off. But, I just wanted to, throw some facts out there because somebody else piggybacked on him after on the text line. So just wanted to, kind of bring up, there's things like FMLA and leave of absence that every person in California is entitled to. It doesn't have to be just Wiggins or the common man. So just wanted to, everybody out there that's kind of hard on Wiggins for not staying in his business and then taking time off and, the common man stuff. There is stuff out there for the common man that you can take time off for FMLA.
Yeah.
You should look into it. I mean, if you don't know about it and stuff like that. So just leave Wiggins out of it and let him do his thing.
You don't know what FMLA stands for. I'm the
Family Medical Leave Act.
Oh, wow. And I got a game for us to play after Bob.
What?
Dude, I think of you.
No, I
scary.
didn't know what it meant.
Oh, you shocked me.
But why would I shock you by knowing what an anachronism is?
Because you ain't did
Or
much of corporate
abbreviation.
stuff. You know what I mean? That's kind of my lane. I'm going to ask you, and I asked you in the green room, hey, Steiny, this is #random. You're a basketball connoisseur. Do you know the names of the arenas in the NBA? And you had your chest out a little bit. You didn't poke it, but it was out there saying, cool, I think I can get half. So before we get out of here, we're going to have nice music. And I'm going to ask you the names that change every
What
other
does PTO
day.
mean? Goo.
Something I perfected. Come on, man.
The
Stop.
text line wants you to know.
Because now that's insulting. Like when I take a call, 888-957-9570, you look at me like I cured cancer. That says a lot about what you think of me, Steiny.
Well, besides paid time off, PTO. But you hear what he says, Steiny? That was one of the best parts. He said, Steiny, you come to work every day, you grind it out. Guru, on the other hand, looks at all the loopholes of how to get out of this place. And that's why you know about FMLA.
Well,
You
damn,
see,
Craig.
And if you would have been
Craig, wow.
And if you would have been paying attention, you could have piggybacked on Giants for life. There's no such word as anachronism. It's the word is simply
I got you. Wow.
Acronym.
Yeah, wow. Look, and you loved it. They got you.
Giant for life got me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Well
like
done.
it. You respect it.
I do like that.
Yeah.
I do like that.
I'm not your guy for that. I do other stuff.
Yeah, I got it. Acronym, Steiny. I'm acknowledging it.
I got to go back to something. A couple hours ago,
I don't want to do this.
No, we always do.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this right now.
Listen, because I
don't want to do it.
A lot of times when I run hot, I reflect, but I want to just put it to bed. Listen, because you're my brother. We have to.
No.
Listen.
No.
So I'm asking you, because this is where we got off the track. So you look down on ring chasers. I'm asking you, because I don't. That's all. That to me is symbolic of by Malcolm X, any means necessary, you'll win. And I get there. It ain't just you. People don't like that. In this era now, Steiny, I'm okay with somebody ring chasing because it symbolizes they want to win. And all I was saying, without saying it, because I didn't say this, and now this is where I'm at, I feel like Dame's okay and content with not winning. That was my greater point.
Was Dominique Wilkins?
But it was a different era. It was.
What do you mean?
It was frowned upon. He was a hawk for life.
Right. And that's admirable.
No doubt.
Well, still is in my book.
Oh, see, okay. And that's where it's so many examples. And I ain't coming down KD's road, but I hated KD coming to the Warriors. You know that. I hated LeBron leaving Cleveland, going back. All that.
Well, you just said you don't have a problem with ring chasers.
When the one guy hasn't got it, like Gary Payton. That was at the end with the Lakers and Karl Malone. Charles Barkley did it, and he talks about it. Yeah, I wasn't mad. I never was mad at you.
James wants to talk about Andrew Wiggins. What's up, James?
Back to Wiggins.
James, you there? James not there. You disappointed in the Warrior season? If you're a Warrior fan? 36-33. And if you're disappointed, what are you most disappointed in? How come they're 10 games in back of last year? Jordan Poole? Is it Jordan Poole?
I would never. You don't feel that way. I don't.
Everybody says he's not playing as well as he did last year.
And two things could be true, but Steiny, it's not. That would be so unfair to him. And I got this from you. Hey, Jordan, you're starting today. Hey, Jordan, you're coming off the bench. Hey, Jordan, you're doing this or that. And all he's done is oblige. I mean, I'm not. I want something better. I want him to not look like he's in dress shoes sometimes, dribbling the rock, falling down. But Steiny, there's no way this is all at his doorstep.
Nobody said all, but there's probably more than one reason why the Warriors aren't as good as last year. Poole might be one of them. Wiggins is certainly one of them. Wiggins is absolutely one of them.
And he was here for a majority of this 7-26, though, Steiny.
Right. Because he's not playing as well as last year when he played.
I thought you were talking about his whereabouts.
How about Clay, Steph, and Draymond?
Clay had to work it out.
Any drop-off?
Well,
any drop-off?
For Clay, it's plus. It's plus now.
Any drop-off defensively for the big three? Or doesn't that matter? I mean, see, that's the thing to me. I mean, it's like, what's the difference? They stink on defense, 1 through 12. That includes the big three, and it includes the people after the big three. They're not playing defense like they did last year, and maybe they're incapable. Maybe they can only do it for stretches at a time. Maybe they can't do it for months at a time.
How about Draymond? Who at one point this year I said is a DPOY candidate.
When was that, by the way? Like week 3?
That's pretty funny. It might have been late November, December.
Matt's in San Francisco. What's up, Matt? How you doing, mate?
Fellas, so good to be here, talking basketball. Love your guys' show.
Thank you.
So what I'm seeing this season and what's different about last season is that when they have their ups and downs, last season watching all the games, you thought maybe the other markets aren't seeing it, but I think that the Warriors have what it takes to go all the way. This season, and hearing you guys talk about it too, it's like 1 week we think so, 1 week we don't. And it's hard to say what it is that they show glimmers of greatness, and then they also show just like quarters where they can't get a bucket. and it's like it's hard to watch. It's still entertaining, but it's like I don't know. I couldn't even profess to say I know what's going on, but it's not the same this season.
It hasn't been the same up to this point. Can it be the same from this point on is the question. Anachronism is a word.
I was about to read it.
That doesn't mean I wasn't wrong.
But you were wrong that you thought that it wasn't.
I said it doesn't mean I wasn't wrong.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm trying to be you. I'm
you're trying to pounce
too hard. And people say Guru knows what a PIP is. I told you what that is. Performance improvement plan. It's when
it's a picture in picture.
Well, there's that too. But
anachronism is it's a thing belonging or appropriate to a period other than that in which it exists. In other words, everything was as it would have appeared in centuries past, apart from one anachronism, a bright yellow construction crane. You see? So if you were having a movie about cavemen,
okay,
and you go into the cave and there's a telephone booth, that would be an anachronism because it doesn't belong there. There aren't phones in caves.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Look at my boy
Chris in San Leandro. Hey, Chris.
Brother,
what's going on?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
Hey.
So if you're gonna tell me before the season starts, all right, this is how the Warriors season is gonna play out. Draymond Green's gonna punch Jordan Poole before the season starts. Andrew Wiggins is gonna be out for an extended period of time. Stephen Curry is gonna be out for an extended period of time. You're gonna have two-way players that are gonna play a big part of the season in the starting lineup and the rotation. But at the end of it, you're going to be at shooting distance of the 4 seed. I'm very pleased with how the season has ended up, or it's not over yet. But man, we're in contention for the 4 seed. So with all the things that happen, I'm pleased.
Let me ask you this, Chris, if you're still there. Do you think the Warriors have to get to a certain number in terms of seeding? Chris? No. See, I think they don't want that play-in game.
Oh, man, come on. I totally agree with that. But if I was just thinking of how you posed it to Chris, Steiny, he is right. If you just, by default, the Warriors' problems or what seems lackluster effort on the road, if we said forget my saying what other people are doing, let's just focus on what's going on in our backyard, the Golden State Warriors have not met their own expectation. They have not been up to par with their culture. But by happenstance, you look at what other teams are not doing, you're telling me through all this, they're the 5th seed and a game behind Phoenix for the 4th? I'll take that all day.
Well, keep in mind that it's more like 2 games behind Phoenix because Phoenix beat them 3 out of 4.
Yeah, they did.
They're going to have to leave.
Are they done with Phoenix? That was it, huh?
Yeah. Phoenix beat the Warriors 3 out of 4. Steiny, if the Warriors go 5-0 or 4-1 on this road trip, will you be a believer? I'll certainly believe they can do it more than now. That's how important I think this road trip is. They got to get a couple of these games.
Right, but it's like I go back to my schooling at James Logan High. You can pass the pop quiz, but you still got to take the final. So you can feel, and you come in here, let's just say they go 4-1. Even if you feel like on a personal level, you know what, Goo? I think they got action. Well, they still got to go take the final exam, and you can feel that way because they still got to show us.
Okay, so if they go 1-4, you're not going to be panicked?
No, I'm not.
Please.
Hey, you know what? Hey,
Come on, Goo.
You know why I'll be panicked, though? Tell me why I'll be. Because will that be closer to a playing game? That's all it's about now for me.
If the Warriors go 1-4.
And they're still sitting at 6?
Well, I don't think they'll be sitting at 6 because they're playing a couple teams. They're playing some teams that they need to beat.
You are right. Dallas, one of them. Dallas needs to beat them. Dude, they got a back-to-back. I mean, is Kyrie and Luka going to be available when they play Dallas?
Wait, speaking of which, is Morant going to be there?
March 20th is when he's back.
Yeah, that's Thursday.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. No, what's today?
I know payday is Friday.
They got
the 15th today.
They play at the Clippers. He'll probably be back for that game.
I cannot believe he gets credit for time served.
Why not?
Because I thought the suspension was from Memphis and the NBA was going to do theirs, but they said we'll coincide with that one. So they didn't. He got off. I'm not mad. They kind of did him a solid.
I don't
know. A
know.
little bit.
I mean, when you check yourself into rehab or a counseling center, you're probably going to get credit for that.
I had a friend who went to rehab. Turned himself around. Now, I shouldn't have said that because now people want to know his name. I'm not. He's one of my best friends.
Well, how do we know who to pray for?
I say that. I said that in the words, man.
Well,
you cause you man.
So you're not going to say the person's name?
No, I wouldn't.
I got you.
Let me buy two.
347 says, seriously, how great has this season been? Everyone knows this team can turn it on. It's like a halo. Oh, I like it. Legendary players play in legendary mode. If they have to play in normal mode, they're going to turn on all. Okay.
I got a question for you. As we're up against it.
We're not.
Okay. They got 13 games left. What's been the most memorable moment of this season? That's kind of like I'm trying to think. Like
Draymond punching Jordan Poole has been the defining moment of this season.
Now, what if that was off the table?
No, it's not. You can't take the number one thing off the table.
Wow.
You can't.
I'm talking good. Like, what's the Klay Thompson's 30 the other night?
Klay Thompson had a good month.
You know what? I ain't mad at you.
I mean, no.
But after that, what do we got?
No, actually, Klay's not. It would be Steph. When Steph's played, he's looked great. That, to me, would be the biggest bright spot of the year, right? Steph's been great.
I'm going to go Klay's month, Steiny. That January.
But Steph's done it all year.
No, and we expect that. So I'm just talking about Klay.
Is that what we're down to with Klay?
Well,
we expect a good month, and that's it.
Well, to be fair,
and that's it.
It wasn't just us. It was national pundits writing them off. And they called that team meeting. The team meeting's my answer.
Stand this.
The team meeting is my answer.
Wrote Klay off.
That is
my biggest pet peeve. It is not writing Klay off to say he's on the downside of his career. He probably won't have as many great games as he's had in the past.
Okay.
His defense has taken a little bit of a step back.
All right.
And we have to get used to not seeing Klay as consistent as he was 5 years ago. That's not writing him off.
And then he followed that up with
what he's. That's observing the kind of player he's been this year.
Right. And I'm going to say this because I'm selling him short. He followed all that up after the team meeting with two of his best months of his career.
Offensively.
Yeah.
See, that's the other thing. And I know, and it's why I don't want to talk specifically about Klay. Like, it doesn't matter that Klay's playing well offensively and Steph's him. Until they can defend, I don't think they.
Yeah,
well, they're not going anywhere.
I'm just hoping there's a switch, man.
I'm big on Guru's side about the Dubs winning it all because Steinmetz is the epitome of a hater. But the Warriors need to go 4-1 on this roadie. Wow. I mean,
the 2-3, I ain't mad. Just don't stay out of that play-in. That's all. That's the title of the jam for me. Catch Phoenix, which you just pointed out is going to be hard because they got the tiebreak over you. But if they just go on a 3 or 4 game losing streak, well, Durant should be back soon here. This is going to be great. This is our. And if you want to say the playoffs have already started, I get that.
Well, we can't say that.
I mean, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. It's a game in March me.
Now, would we be wrong to play that for Bob? Because, like, that is... tonight's not big, Steiny. The leader's telling you that.
I know.
We think it's big, but what else don't we know? That they got to switch.
I mean, anybody can win in March.
Switch last
anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. It's a game in March me.
Oh, my goodness.
God, the more I hear that, the more...
That's what that is. Wow. My wife telling me to come home. that's like employment of a man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. The Golden State Warriors, 13 games left. The first 5 of those 13 begins tonight on the road against the LA Clippers. I want to know what you want and need their record to be on this trip. I'm saying I'm keeping it real and keeping it realistic. I think 2-3 get you back home. Still 2 games over, probably above the play-in fray. I think that's where you have to shoot. Anything above there? Well, that's gravy. On the other side, your calls. It's all brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture. All right, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Steiny sounds like the ultimate hater. Hit the pike.
Why do you read all the bad stuff?
Shut up.
Read some good
Shut
stuff.
up, 408.
I was going to read
Call it like it is, or like I see it. I'm skeptical the Warriors can win a title this year, but they're still in it. They're still in it.
And we still got our bet.
We still have our bet. By the way, we got to talk about something, Goo.
Oh, boy.
I don't understand.
Where are you going here?
You have...
I got my notes.
You have every right. Wait, hold on a sec.
Yeah,
do you like when I put your business out there or no? When you're not here?
I'm an open book.
Okay.
Yeah. I told you I'm an advocate for.
Okay, well, I'd like to tell our audience that you're not going to be here for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
And before I hear the laughter. I hear the laughter.
Well, it came from you, and I'm looking like, what made you laugh? This was taken off months ago.
Yeah, no. What made me laugh was imagining the listeners who have a great sense of humor, thinking to themselves, oh, well, now we get to give Guru more grief for missing a couple days.
No, this is...
but this is a big boy. Guru is going to...
Louisiana.
Grambling, Louisiana, to take his daughter to Grambling State University. And it's a visit, right?
Well, no, she's decided still to deliver.
She's going there.
Yeah, but just to meet some people and some other stuff. Some dots, some I's, and cross some T's.
Wow.
And I'm scared, Steiny. I guess, seriously, as a girl dad, I am scared of this world, and I'm afraid for her to be a million miles away and not have the structure of somebody to call. That's how smut this society is turned into your boy. Every time I come in and I tell you, did you read this or read that? And I know you trust in the Lord and we're supposed to, but my son's in Santa Clara. This is scary. And she's like, Pop, what's wrong? And I can't tell her, but I try to, and your daughter's in London. What is some, you know what I mean? But that can jump off anywhere. I need a drink.
Exactly.
HBCU stand up. E40 went to Grambling.
Oh, nice.
Eddie Robinson, the coach.
Yeah.
Everson Walls.
Okay.
Defensive back for the Cowboys.
Is somebody on the Wikipedia page? Is that what I'm
There's more. I'm forgetting.
Doug Williams.
Look at you.
There you go.
But how do you deal with your seed being so far?
They're growing up. You have to let go at some point. It's out of your control. Dude, my 11th grade daughter's driving. She's been driving like the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm thinking to myself,
without you just driving.
Yeah, she's got her license.
Oh my
and
God,
she's driving
it's
in this
over.
rain, and it's like, you can say be careful, you can say be safe, but it's all on them now. I mean, it doesn't mean you don't worry. Clearly.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I got a couple daughters a long way away. I think you should listen. I can't tell you.
Embrace it, Steiny.
Oh, absolutely.
And why am I going to thinking worse?
Are you kidding?
I told the boss, I just have that trait, man, because I've seen a lot of stuff, Steiny.
Dude,
I've seen a lot of stuff. That's all.
This isn't your youngest. This is your middle.
No, this is the youngest.
Okay.
The middle is little Daryl. The oldest Donovan. This is my daughter, my baby girl.
All right, so we got one at Santa Clara.
Yeah, which is
what? Why are you downplay your own family?
No, because he's close. I could drive and go see him, He'll come do laundry. So that, you know what I mean?
I hear you.
This is
it's the distance.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Well, I
got to trust, man. I got to trust in the Lord. Willis Reed went to Grambling.
Now,
you want a fact check, right?
No,
right.
So anyway, I don't know. I've never been, obviously, to the Grambling campus. So I wonder what that's like. How do you feel about her going to an historically black college?
She said she wanted that experience.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no.
That doesn't mean 100% black, right? Probably means about 90.
80, yeah, I want to say about 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that shocked me. And you could say, get to know your daughter better. But I was asking her, nothing closer and why. And she explained it to me. And I blame the wife. Like, you had the reins too tight. She wanted to get away far. That's a joke. But she wanted that experience. And I sat back like, Stoney, I never went off, shocker, to college. I don't know what that's like. You did. I don't have that experience. I was always in the hood, but this is so scary that I can't go drive and see her, and if something popped off, you got to get on a plane. Mm-hmm. You know, you got to wait.
I will say this. You know, my oldest daughter went to Cal, which is Berkeley.
That is awesome.
Which is 6 miles away from where I live.
Oh, man.
She may as well have been a million miles away, though.
Now, why do you say that?
Well, because
you did.
I mean, yeah, she came over on Sunday nights at times for dinner, but it's like, you know, pop in. You can't be popping in or vice versa. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Willie Brown, the great Willie Brown went to Grambling.
I'm not a big Willie Brown fan. The former mayor of San Francisco.
No, the DB. Now I don't know.
Yeah.
I assume. See, I think sports first. Go ahead.
Boy. Shoot, people. Lisa is in Dublin. Hi, Lisa.
Hey.
How are you?
Hi, I'm well. How are you?
Thanks for calling.
You're welcome. I have to call in. I listen every day.
Thank you.
Didn't listen to you guys battle back and forth, but when you brought up about Grambling,
yes, ma'am.
I am a graduate of James Logan Coach.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. Okay, I'm not going to go down all the history, but my daughter graduated from Graham in 2019, and if they can put an HB in California, just because of our weather, all for it. It was the best education,
awesome,
best experience of my daughter's life. I am a mama to her daughters, so her going away that far was a bit of a challenge. But I left with no tears, no absolute nothing.
Lisa, how many times did you get to see her? Let's say over the course of a year of a. Let's say her sophomore year. Did you get down there once or twice a year and her come home?
Well, yeah, I did go down and I stayed in Ruston.
Wow.
That's nearby.
So I can give you my number, and if you want my daughter to, talk to her and give her all the...
Yeah, Craig, if you could get her number or somebody in the back, I would really appreciate that. That is awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take you up on that.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yeah, wow. That's what I'm talking about.
But here, a
contact.
So my daughter, hey, you want to talk to somebody who's gone to Kent now?
But I got it. But wow, that's big.
Now, do you think your daughter will take her up on it?
It ain't about her. I'm gonna take her up on it, and she's gonna meet her daughter.
You can't make the call. Your daughter has to make the call.
Now you're laughing. No,
you cannot call the woman who goes to Grambling.
I'm gonna set it up. I'm a donkey. Wow, man, that was big. We got some nice people, and I'm worried about people. That was awesome.
John's in Benicia. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you doing?
All right.
So, Guru, I got to tell you, in about 5 weeks, I'm going to be going up to Oregon and watching my daughter graduate.
Wow.
And so she didn't go to Oregon. She went to just a small D3 school up there, didn't know anybody at all. And I will just say this, that the school picked her because of sports, but you will just sit back, relax, and be amazed at the woman that your daughter turns into in 4 years. It is going to be spectacular if you just, because the support system will find her.
Wow, man.
It is truly amazing. Truly amazing, my friend.
I appreciate that.
Thanks,
the support
John.
system will find her. And maybe it just did with our previous
With
call.
Lisa.
Yeah, look at you.
Well, it's like, and hopefully I'm not telling tales out of turn. You know, community is what it's all about. It's all about community.
You felt the need to stand up on that one, huh?
It's all about community.
Well, I hope
if you
mean
don't have
that.
community. No, I'm dead serious. Dead serious.
Yeah.
Austin's in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How are you?
What's up, my brother?
Hey.
Listen, Guru, man, I want to congratulate you, man, on raising a daughter that has the courage to go that far.
Wow.
I'm from D.C., so I came the opposite way. I came west, and so your daughter's going east. That's beautiful, man.
Thanks,
I think she will. The previous caller said she's going to grow a lot. I will say this, though, man. My daughter went to Riverside, UC Riverside, and I cried, man, when she left. So if you if you cry, man, that's going to
No
happen.
doubt.
I'm just going to
No
tell you
doubt.
that right now. Okay, so, but look, I just want to say, man, congratulations on getting your daughter there. Grambling's got a great tradition, the bands and the culture and the sororities and all that, man. So I think she's going to have a great time. That's all I had to say.
Wow, hey,
Thanks, Austin.
right on,
Appreciate
man.
it.
That's our guy. I'm about to tear up.
Well,
yeah.
You should be very proud of yourself. And again, I know you're waiting for me to deliver a one-liner.
I was actually. I've been
Dude, you got,
like it's
you got
coming
two kids
now.
in college.
Yeah,
you did something right.
Yeah,
you did something right. Now, the fact that she wants to get far away from you,
Ernie Chavez is having fun with that on YouTube, but I get it. Yeah.
You know, Stu Jackson, the guy who...
one of my favorites.
He just became the commissioner of the WCC. He was quoted, he was from Reading, and he went to the University of Oregon. And when they said, why'd you go so far? He said, I wanted to get as far away from Reading as possible.
Wow. Stu.
Yeah.
My mom liked him. She said he was always good looking.
Stu Jackson?
Yeah, Stu.
Used to have the biggest afro I've ever seen in high school.
And then it was curly top when he
his
cut
dad
it.
was involved with the Black Panthers.
That I didn't know.
Yeah. His dad they called his dad Piggy Jackson.
I did not know. Look at Steiny.
Staple around Reading, Pennsylvania.
I told you Rutherford's dad, Mr. Wayne Rutherford, was a Oakland Black Panther. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number in 15 minutes. We've got Bob Myers, president of basketball operations, and also the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. And we're going to talk to him about this 5-game road trip coming up. And it is a big boy. It is a big boy.
Now tell us why it's a big boy.
Because they can't win on the road.
But if they come back 1-4, but they're still 5 or 6, the final exam is still out there lurking. And I'm going to tell you this because I tried to scratch it from my thought process earlier. Stoney, I'm looking at other teams. Now I'm taking Memphis off of that list because they're getting Ja back, and I got to give them credit for surviving without Ja. But Sacramento does not scare me. All these other teams do not scare me. So I'm wondering if that's why Draymond said into the camera or at postgame, what's a game in March mean? He wasn't lying. So
he was lying because if they don't win in March, they're not going to make the playoffs. And I know I'm being literal, and he was putting up bravado, but he's right to some extent. Look, nobody's going to believe the Warriors are dead for good until they're eliminated from the playoffs.
Well, last March, it meant something. They were kicking ass.
When?
The whole season last year.
Well, no, remember they had that bad stretch.
Well, there were reasons. Dre was working himself back in. Curry was hurt. But you really believe those 11? Because I think the last thing about Wiggins, and it's not the last thing, is somehow he could get back. You could kind of make the comparison with Steph missing the last 11 games going into the offs, how that could help him. But I'll leave that there.
If you believe that the Warriors can't win it without Wiggins, doesn't that by nature mean you've acknowledged that the big three ain't the big three anymore? You know what I mean?
That's an excellent point. But if you don't think they're thinking that right now, or they feel some type of way about him being away, or Curry shared with us in our face that he hears everything, they're too smart not to know they're being counted out if he doesn't come back. And I think that will be more motivation. Now, Steiny, I could be wrong, but they yet not to win with Andrew Wiggins, because this is about defending the throne with the possibility of him not being there.
Yeah, the one thing I was thinking about was last year when the Warriors got it all together in the playoffs, and the question is, can they do it this year? And what are the similarities and what are the differences between the 2 years? And the one thing, I'll throw out there to Warrior fans, does it matter? You tell me. This is just a note. Steph Curry missed the last 12 regular season games. That was essentially a month. So when he came back for game 1 of the playoffs, don't forget he came off the bench, first of all. And secondly, he had a month off. Probably a good thing. Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson missed 50 games last year. He played 32 regular season games, which I think turned out to be perfect because he got to the postseason after playing half a season. after 2 serious injuries. So I think he was in a great spot last year. And then Draymond, I mean, he missed 2 months during the regular season, came back in April, load managed till the playoffs, and they were all ready to go. They were all ready to go once the playoffs started. Does that worry anybody that this year they've been putting more effort into games for a longer period of time than last year?
I'm going to answer that with a gas tank analogy. You look at you see where your gas is at, because you know if it's low, you're going to run out and you're going to have problems, right? Your car's going to stop. You're not going to get to your destination. I bring that up because, Steiny, when you look at Klay Thompson with 13 games left, honestly, do you look at a guy that's dragging? I don't see. I think he's going the other way. Well, and then I look at Draymond Green. I look at Curry. That's what gives me hope. I don't see them dragging. Now, you're right. They're going to have to bust their ass these next 13 to avoid the play-in. But from a physical standpoint, and I'm not Dr. Pangia, but I feel like their gas is past. It's almost full. So now it's about the mental. They know they're being doubted. They know it now, especially with this Wiggins thing.
I mean, this is the toughest one.
Wow.
You asked me this the other day.
I
can't even believe you asked me this. It actually kind of pissed me off, to tell you the truth. You know what I'm going to say?
I'm happy it did, but no.
Would this be bigger than last year? Oh, my God. Last year wouldn't even be close to this. This would be, to me, this would be 5 times bigger than last year. Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to say I agree, but last year.
You can't.
Well, let's put the right on the table. They got a chip just last June if they go one and done. Calipari. If they go one and done, there's excuses galore around. Not that they'll say it, but Steiny, last year was the one where we ain't champs. They think this thing is over, and we shocked the world. This year, what's your What's your biggest? What makes you say that? What stands out as to why you say that with so much passion?
They're not very good. They're a 500 team. They've been a 500 team all year long.
But the $1 million question is what we're searching for. Why? I don't believe they're not that. See, that's how you feel.
Well, you asked me what I think. I think they're older. I don't think they're going to be able to bring it for the entire postseason after the year they've gone through. And the other thing is, I guess this has always been the crux of my, the way some Warrior fans talk about winning it this year, I feel like they just don't, they haven't acknowledged just how crazy it would be. This is the same core that won a title in 2015. 2015.
That's amazing, man.
Now you want the same core to win it in 2013. Or 2023, rather. But not only that, you need them to win it back-to-back at the back end of the dynasty. If the Warriors were to win it this year, significantly more impressive than last year.
And the number, it would be Tim Duncan, pick up the phone. Kobe Bryant looking down on him. Oh my goodness. LeBron James. This would be incredible. As much as last year's was, but now you're talking about 5 with the same trifecta of dudes.
Well, how come
Disney couldn't write this, man?
Why is it just hitting you?
The number 5, you're talking about Tim Duncan, Kobe. Damn, because you know what did it? You said you're asking the same dudes for 2015. That's what hit me. Damn, you're right.
I know. It's wow. What they're trying to do this year is I don't know, basically never been done. It's never been done, with the core essentially not changing over an 8 or 9 year period.
That hit me.
So, who's won it over it? San Antonio. Well, they had iterations. They had Robinson, then Duncan, and then at the end they had Kawhi. Who else? The Celtics. The only Celtic that was involved in all their championships in the 60s was Bill Russell. He was the commonality. Other than that, they had all kinds of different players coming and going.
Now,
The Bulls had 2 iterations. They won 6 titles, and they had 2. They had
2 of the 3, though, with Pippen in mind.
That's not 3. That's not 3. That's not 3.
It's not.
Same with the Celtics. They won in 81, 84, 86 with their big 3. Well, it's only 5 years. The Lakers with Magic and Kareem, yeah, but guess what? Worthy joined that team after they won 2 titles.
Mac Dre on YouTube said, and I'm curious to hear your answer, Steiny, if they win it this year, what could you possibly like? It sounds like you already gave them kudos for that they're even in the realm of possibility of doing it again. But what could you say then about the team?
That title, the title this year was one of the most improbable titles in the history of the NBA. And that's why I'm not. It's not. There's nothing personal against the Warriors. I'm looking at history here, and they're trying to do something that essentially has never been done. And I appreciate how hard it is to win back-to-back titles. And I appreciate that they had some breaks last year that they may not be fortunate enough to get.
Wow,
and they're going to have to win 4. They might have to win 4 series on the road,
which would, oh my goodness,
they're going to have to stay healthy. There's a lot that they got to get Wiggins back. So yes, I like it's nothing personal against the Warriors. If the Golden State Warriors win the title this year, I mean, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Let me think about it, and I'll try to think of something, a title that would have been more impressive than that one. I'm talking about the one this year.
Now, I should have known
I don't
this.
think so.
I didn't know Nelly had 5 with the Celtics.
As a player.
Yeah.
He never won as a coach.
Yeah. I know.
Well, Nelson and Cousy and Sam Jones and
but
all
damn,
those guys.
5. He was Robert. Wow.
He was a role player.
I told you what I think. The ring is a ring, Jack. Caspi.
Coming up on the other side, we got Bob Myers. He is the president and general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He's next. This Warriors Wednesday, it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All right, it's a Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Let's get right to it. President and General Manager of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Myers. What's up, Bob? How are you?
Nah, not much. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty well. 13 games left. I wasn't here 2 weeks ago, as you may know.
Yeah, which was a great show.
Right.
Thanks.
Listen. 13 games left in this season. Then you have hopefully the postseason. Is there anything new to share about your personal situation in terms of this team and moving forward with your future as the president?
No, nothing new. Same stuff. I mean, there's a lot with our team right now that's taking up all my time anyway. So same answer, Steinmetz.
All right, I got
answer.
I got to ask now. Guru's got one.
Got to ask.
Yeah, Bob, good to talk to you. You know what we do for a living, Bob. The people, they got questions. They love the Warriors, and Andrew Wiggins is a big part of it. And last time we spoke, I asked you politely, did you expect him back? Bob, can you share with us if that's off the table? Has there been a delay, or just what's going on with Wiggins and the Warriors?
Nothing different than before, but same answer, unfortunately. I get why you got to ask. I get why the fans are interested. There's nothing wrong with that. But we got to respect him and his life and his privacy, just like I would respect yours. But that doesn't mean people have to like that answer. But in our opinion, it's the right answer. Certainly, I'm sure he wants to be here. We want him here. But beyond that, I can't help shed light, because if I was in the situation he's in, I asked people to keep it private, I hope they would. So just honoring that, respecting that.
Gotcha.
Nothing really new. I shared last time that it wasn't the plan that he wouldn't be back. I know some people have reported that. I haven't heard anything along the lines of he's not coming back. There's speculation on that, but I haven't been told, hey, look, I'm not coming back. Nobody said that to me.
Gotcha. Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. The Executive Show. Hey, you guys have 5 road games coming up, and you guys obviously have struggled on the road. Do you feel like each road trip is an opportunity where you can look at this team and say, you know what, maybe we do have a chance if they go 3-2 on this trip, something like that? Would it change your overall outlook?
It's interesting. I read an article today that if people really care, it was a good article on The Ringer by a guy named Zach Cram, I think, about our team and home road splits, and they're kind of historic as far as our home road record. Not only that, if you dig in deeper, the shooting discrepancy, but what's more interesting is teams are taking the same shots. It's not like we're giving up easier shots or not trying, so to speak. At least the analytics don't say that. But teams are making a lot more, on like a big gap, like 8% better. So not me saying it, but I was interested reading it from somebody that's not a fan or part of our market, just what's going on with the Warriors. Hard to explain. It's not an excuse. It's not as if, hey, who cares? People use the term, it's a make or miss league. You don't love just leaning on that all the time. I think it's a little bit more than that. But it was interesting to read it, Matt, and just objectively take a look and say, what's going on? Because it's historically rare. It doesn't make sense that we are one team at home and another team on the road with especially a veteran team. You covered some of our early teams, and youth usually struggles on the road. And we have some youth, but a lot of the games we've lost have come down to close games with our veterans on the floor, and we haven't gotten it done. So, yes, would a 3-2 record mean more than 2-3, or would 5-0? I mean, the extreme would probably mean more, Matt, if we had a 4-1 or 1-4, I guess. You just look at it, you got to be honest and say, these are games that are really important and we didn't get it done. What does that mean? It'll tell you something. When we do this, I guess 2 weeks from now it'll be different, but next Wednesday, you'll be talking about us in a probably different way. I suppose if at that time we're what, 2? I think we play that night, so maybe we're 2-2 at that point. I don't know. But yeah, it's something to look at.
Bob, Stoney just took me back a little ways, 2015, and said basically the core four, the core, they're trying to do something that they did in 15. And the word of the week has been disconnect. There's like a disconnect between the veterans and the young players. And I'll put Poole in there, and I think that's unfair. But when you hear that or just that thought, what, is that fair to the youngsters?
I don't think so, but I don't. I get to see the team win and lose. I've seen a lot of dysfunction in the NBA. Matt has seen that. Goo, if you cover a team, Matt can tell you. It's all over the place. I really don't think this team deserves the label disconnected. I think we've had our bumps for sure, but if you were to be in the locker room post game or after a win or loss, it's not like guys don't like each other and are constantly at each other. I think there's been a struggle to figure out any kind of rhythm, and that's real, but I don't know that I would call that a disconnected team as much as a team that's trying to figure itself out. So, any team that's kind of in this place in the NBA where you're a little bit around 500, it's probably the type of teams that face the most scrutiny because you can't figure out what you are. If you suck, it's easy. That team sucks. And if you're great, well, they're great. And everybody says they're super connected and everything's perfect. When you're in the middle, you get these ups and downs, and then you try to figure it out. Why is it? Why is it this team 500? What's going on? And it's not always clear. But I wouldn't use that term personally from what I see.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. Bill Walsh always said he'd rather get rid of a player a year early than a year late. I'm just wondering, when you look at your core, Curry's extended for a while. Draymond can opt out at the end of this year, and Clay's got 2 more years. How do you even factor in what you think they're going to be in a year or two?
It's so tough now because the league is a year-to-year thing more than it's ever been. These contracts are shorter. Players are on the move more than ever. Windows are small. I think you just got to look at where you're at in that moment. What are your expectations? With those guys, they're all playing well. They're all, especially of late, they're very productive NBA players. And certainly they've played a ton of games, but they've played a ton of games together. But it's never perfect as far as too long, too soon, just the right time. I don't think that necessarily exists in sports where you get everything perfectly right when you make decisions. But I would say to those guys, there's some about them that wins, and they've just done that. That's why every time you get to this point in the season, it gets really interesting for me, for you, for the fans to see what those guys are kind of made of. It's when Draymond kind of hurt his wrist. It was interesting that I was back in the locker room with him, and I said this to someone else. They asked him to get an X-ray. He goes, "No, I'm not getting an X-ray." And I just never see players do that. He goes, "I'm playing. Put some tape on it. I'm not getting an X-ray. We can do that at halftime." So there's something about that group. And Clay, you're watching him come into his own. Steph's just without question fantastic, and his confidence is elite. The other night playing Milwaukee, it was kind of a quieter game for Steph, and all of a sudden it's just the guy scores 20 points in 3 minutes and basically wins the game for us. So, I like watching it too because I just don't know. But those guys, those 3 especially, what I've learned in my 12 years is they know how to win, and it's a really hard thing to do. And it's really hard, Matt, to find players that embody that. It's more than ever, in my opinion, an individual. It's a team sport. People are trying to make it into an individual sport. Not you per se, but like it's trending that way. And for people that just want to put the team ahead and win, those guys are pretty valuable.
Bob, I lead with my heart. I come in some days and Steiny's like, "What do you got?" And I spit it out, and he's like, "Where'd that come from?" And you are right. The metamorphosis we've seen from Klay Thompson, I mean, it's just incredible. I'm happy for him. But I'm like a mad scientist in a lab because I feel like I'm a part of the team like, Steiny, they're going to hit that button. It might be the playoffs when they win their first road game and shock the world and change the series. But JaMychal Green, he's dealt with the leg infection. He's been out. And, Bob, I'm going to be honest, there were times I'm like, man, but now I feel like he's an extension of Draymond Green out there on a good day. Am I crazy? Or can you speak to, if he can take what I feel like is momentum into the playoffs, that will help you guys?
Yeah, I mean, he's shooting. Yeah, look, anytime you get a big that can stretch the floor, we've always found value with those guys because they can play with Looney and Draymond, whether that was Otto last year, Bielitsa, and JaMychal this year, especially when he's shooting high 40s lately from three. Just opens things up, the physicality. He's a veteran. He's got good energy. But it hasn't been smooth for him either. He's been in and out, injured, in and out of the rotation. I guess credit to him that he's ready. He has been ready lately. He had to earn it, but he's earned these minutes now. So, yeah, I mean, it all has to kind of coalesce come playoff time for any team. It did for us last year. I suppose in years past you could see clearly what we were, what our rotation was. But even last year, kind of trying to figure it out and get it right near the end, probably be the same way this year. Hopefully we get Peyton back. Hopefully we get Wiggins back. But in enough time to figure it out and have some time together. But when you're talking about Klay, you're talking about JaMychal, those are two positive stories of late that have really helped us win some games. And again, these road games, hopefully we can get some wins here on this trip.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you that real quick about coming together, because last year, here's the one thing I was thinking, and you tell me how you respond. The core three is going to be significantly less rested than last year. Curry missed the last 12 games of the regular season. Then he comes back. You had Klay, who only played 32 regular season games. So we only had a half season when he went into the playoffs, and Draymond missed a couple months. Is there any way to calculate, or is there some mechanism in your head where you say, you know what, we did work a little harder this regular season than we have in the past? I wonder if that'll be an issue.
Well, I think there's another issue, too. It's just trying to repeat. It's also coming off a team that played into June, so it's not just working harder. I think it all is tied together, Matt. Coming off a championship, sometimes you just keep running. You just keep that momentum going, and the next season is smooth and great. But often there's I don't want to say hangover. People use that word, but there is a period of, it was a long last season. It was a short break, and we're right back at it. That's why it's so hard to repeat. It's just a hard thing to do in any sport because of the length that you played the previous year. So add that to the fact of we're going to need some heavy effort going into the last however many games here, and that's important. But what does that end up looking like? There's also the confidence that we won it last year, and there's the belief that we can do it again if you're a player. But we'll see that these questions, like I said, the best part about sports is these questions get answered. The only thing that you kind of asterisk is when you have an injury or you're missing a key guy. But if you have your team, you can't just say, well, we lost because we were tired. That's your fault. I mean, it's not anybody's fault. It's just, right. Why were you tired? Well, we should have done something different in the regular season. That's not a good enough reason. So if we're healthy, if any team is healthy going into the playoffs, whatever you do is your answer. I know you like it's your job to speculate, Guru's job to speculate. Mine is not necessarily to speculate because at this point the deadline's over, the buyout's over. It's more about being patient enough to see what it is. But you do find out. We found out last year what we were. We found out the year we were the worst team what it was. That's why the playoffs are that's why you watch hockey playoffs and baseball and football. It answers these questions.
Yeah, great point, Bob. And, that game against Phoenix the other night, to me, was symbolic. And the reason I bring that up is we saw Klay get thrown out when he got into it with Booker. And, two of his non-good games were against Phoenix this year. But you mentioned him. He's been in fuego. 2 of his best months back-to-back of his career just happened this season. I mean, is there a sense of pride? Like, can you share with us how you feel when you're in your seats watching him get back to this plateau?
Yeah, look, I think you were almost going to mention you were a little down on him, which I don't think you were alone as far as what you were watching early. And I don't think he would agree that he was playing well either. So to watch him find his way out of it isn't easy for these players. The scrutiny's never been more great on athletes, but they're making a ton of money, so people excuse it. But the pressure, the noise, he mentioned even himself, I got to stop listening to the criticism. So it's a personal journey, though, when you're struggling as an athlete. I think you got to figure out your own way to get out of it. Everybody's giving you advice. Everybody's telling you what to do, coaches, friends, family. Oftentimes you got to get out of that yourself, and he kind of has. Not that he hasn't had help, but you're seeing a really good version of Clay, under control. He's rebounding better. He's getting to the rim more. He's being more efficient. He's defending better. He's just playing overall better basketball. It's a big reason why we've won some of those games when Steph was out. But you just see the weapon of a player that can get you 30 points in a half. Obviously, with his shooting, you can't ever leave him. So he takes up some gravity. People use that word with Curry, but he's dangerous. He's dangerous now, and your game plan has to account for a guy like that. And I don't imagine, one thing that I think people sometimes forget, maybe not locally, but what Clay does and what you watched against Phoenix, he can do that in the playoffs. See, that's the difference between these guys. There's many players that put up big numbers, and when it gets harder, they can't. And it's a little bit like the difference between you can make open shots, you're a good three-point shooter, but what happens when the space between you and I decreases? Clay, that space doesn't matter to him. It doesn't affect him.
Or Curry.
He doesn't, or Curry. And you think that's a small thing? That is an enormous thing. And you can talk about pressure. I would fail. I'm just being honest with you guys. I would be the player that would struggle. That's my psyche. I hate to admit it, but I would struggle. I would not. I just know it about myself. In a pressure moment, I'm not the hitter that could come up in the ninth inning. I wish I was, but those guys are. I mean, they elevate their game, and that's why they've won so much. Most people, and it's not a knock on the people that feel the pressure. The amount of pressure these players feel in the finals, in the conference finals, in elimination games. For whatever reason, these guys get over that. It's so unique to have 3 or 4 guys that are kind of like, doesn't bother me. Not only doesn't bother me, I'm going to give you my A game. I'm going to level up. And you don't ever want to take that for granted, because most people, most athletes, they wish they could do that, but they can't.
No, I think that's right on the money, Bob. Appreciate it. They make harder shots than anybody else.
I'll keep that in mind if we run into each other on the court, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, game point, I'm probably going to give it to Steinman. I mean, if the competition sucks, I'll score, but if it's pretty good, I got to.
All right, well, listen, good luck on this road trip.
Take it
see if
easy.
you can get a couple, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
All right, fellas, take it easy.
All right, Bob Myers, president and general manager. That's really all it comes down to for Steph and Clay.
The space.
They make harder shots than anybody else in the league.
It's incredible. And they've been doing it since how long, Steiny? 2015. Before then.
Yeah. But 650 says, does Myers expect Wiggins back? We covered that.
Yeah. And you asked him about his contract.
We covered that.
Yep.
So I don't think he's coming back.
Well, damn.
I mean,
I know.
13 games left in the season. And just kind of the way he was like, yeah, nah. I'm worried about the season.
This is up your alley.
I don't like this at all.
I was getting dressed the other day, and the idiot box was on the TV, and I heard that Daryl Morey is the highest paid GM.
Okay.
And if in fact that's the case, there's no, like, come on, man. How is Bob not in that slot? That's all. And if you are right and he's gone, and he wants to still
get Daryl Morey in here.
No, the line will be around the corner.
For what?
For Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so. I would absolutely think so. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to react to anything Bob Myers just said the two things are nothing.
How many more we got with him?
Nothing up with his contract. I don't know, a couple more,
Yeah.
maybe two. Nothing's up with his contract extension. And then he addressed Andrew Wiggins and said, while he's heard speculation that Wiggins might not return, Bob says he's never heard that from anybody, either Wiggins or close to Wiggins.
Can I tell you how I digested that?
They still believe that he may come back.
Like if you are not, and I know it's a different dynamic, but if you're out and I'm out, you know who knows that we're out? It's look. So for like, who handles that? Like I was thinking Bob handled, oversees that, but he was saying it could have happened and I hadn't heard. So I'm like, how many voices are, you know what I mean? How many people are involved? I thought it might just be Bob or the owner, but I'm just, that kind of struck me.
I don't know who knows and who doesn't know, but I also know that it's gone, and we talked about this earlier, this has gone on long enough that it's only fair to start to think maybe he's not coming back this year. I mean, what's the, he misses another month. That's basically going to do it.
And this road trip, we're down to 9 games after.
Exactly. I think it'll disappoint people if the Warriors don't get Wiggins back and they get beat. I'm thinking a lot about the future with the Warriors, and the reason is because Draymond's got an out, Clay's got 2 more years, Curry obviously's got a ton more, but what if Wiggins doesn't come back, and maybe even Peyton doesn't come back,
man,
and you get beat in the first round? Then what do you do?
Everybody outside of Clay and Steph, nobody's safe, and Looney, nobody's safe. If Joe Lacob is the killer and the assassin that you say he is, everybody duck.
But you could just say we didn't have our whole team together. I'm playing devil's advocate here. If the Warriors, like Wiggins doesn't come back and Peyton's a shell of himself, and you get beat in the first round, but the big three's pretty good, doesn't that make it hard to, especially and Draymond says I'm coming back? I guess if the big three wants to run it back again, do you have to run it back again?
I'm okay with that. You know me, and that's Draymond. I'm okay with that. But if you're telling me, Stoney, and it's going to reveal itself, they're a part of the 7 and 26, and he didn't like that word disconnect. What? It's like seasoning. I said taco meat yesterday, but dude, OG's job is to show the youngsters the way. And you have to take on that role knowing along the way there'll be failure. But you got to prop them and build them up. And that's not all the time. There's a time to be hard. We seen Draymond do it. When's the last time he got mad at pull on? Well, I can't even believe I said that out loud. It was in Memphis when he didn't pass him the ball. But outside of that, he's been relatively tame this year.
I don't know the answer to these questions. But I do think that what happens between now and the end of the season, I do think what happens between now and the end of the season will dictate the direction of the franchise. For example, I don't think the Warriors know what they're going to do right now, and I don't think Draymond Green knows what he's going to do.
That's what you really think they don't know?
No, I don't. I think he's leaning, probably. I think he's leaning one way or the other. But, I mean, if the Warriors say, look, opt out and we'll give you 3 more years, maybe he stays.
Well, you know what? Well, there you go.
So
negotiations.
I mean, I don't know that they want to do that because of the luxury tax and how much it's going to cost, but I mean, the hardest thing is saying goodbye to a dynasty, and if they don't get it done this year, then we got to figure out where we're going and with whom. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, a big 5-game road trip, starts tonight. 7 o'clock tip-off from L.A. Warriors at the Clippers. JD, Warriors Live, 6 o'clock. How many games the Warriors have to win on this road trip to get you feeling good? 888-957-9570.
I shared last time that it wasn't the plan that he wouldn't be back. I know some people have reported that. I haven't heard anything along the lines of he's not coming back. There's speculation on that, but I haven't been told, hey, look, I'm not coming back. Nobody said that to me.
All right, that was Bob Myers on the Executive Show. And Warriors Wednesdays are brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. We just had Bob Myers on at 1 o'clock. You want to go back and listen to that interview, just download the Odyssey app, and you can do that. And the one thing that he was talking about Andrew Wiggins there, saying that he has not been told Wiggins is not coming back, although he's acknowledging there may be speculation out there saying he's not coming back. But here's where, you know what? Here's where I do feel a little sorry for Bob. You ready?
Yeah.
I know, he makes $1 million for that. He got here in what, 12? He'd been here for about a decade.
All right. Damn.
He's not having fun right now. That's obvious. Like, he's just not. He's usually more jovial on the interviews. You can tell he's feeling it a little bit. Doesn't have a contract next year. But you know what? That's BS. This should be the year. Like, Bob Myers should be able to look at this year and say, look, man, this thing's coming to an end. We all kind of know it, whether it's this year or next year. So we're 36-33. We got some issues with Wiggins. You know, we had a guy punch it. Let's just, you know what? Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. I'm just going to sit back. I can't do anything. The trade deadline's passed. So you know what? Let's just go see if we can win back-to-back titles. And if we don't, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Like, he should not, the Warriors should not be expected to win it this year. And I feel like sometimes their fans make them feel like it's expected.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, and I'll speak for myself, damn sure didn't expect it last year. So we know that came out of nowhere. But there's one thing he can do, Steiny, and I didn't ask him. Shame on me. Jerome and Lamb. That whole two, I'm curious to see how that plays out, or is that going to be status quo? But you always talk to me about this. Goo, man, I wouldn't want to be the dude or the player to follow Steph. I get that. But, man, who is going to be the guy if someone does and Bob's gone to follow Bob, Steiny?
Maybe it's Mike Dunleavy Jr. Maybe it's Kirk Latham.
Well,
maybe it's Daryl Morey.
Well, they got shoes to fill is what I'm saying. I figured Bob's about a size 13.
This was from, the 510. Matt, please explain what the breaks were that the Warriors got last season.
No, that's a joke.
Well, they got healthy at the perfect time. They got healthy for the playoffs. They got off to a great start, then they got hurt, and then they all got basically healthy for the playoffs. I thought they were fortunate to draw Denver in the first round. That's a team that was missing two of their three best players. They got a little break when John Morant got hurt against Memphis. I think they got a break when they didn't play the Phoenix Suns instead of the Dallas Mavericks.
Man.
I think Dallas was a much easier matchup for the Warriors. Doesn't mean they didn't deserve it.
Gotcha.
Absolutely,
I agree wholeheartedly.
Absolutely not. But when I say breaks, all I mean to do by that is kind of reduce the margin for error that I think people might have for this team. Like, this isn't the Durant Warriors who can slip, take a step back, and still win a title. That's all.
Yeah, but if you're going to tell me you're playing Denver without Porter Jr. and Murray, that is a break. Yeah. And then you know, hey, Phoenix didn't handle their business, but I felt robbed that we didn't get to watch that Western Conference final. Now, I was at the parade with you, turning up, but at the end of the day, I wanted to see that Phoenix Warrior final. So there's nobody on earth that can't say those were breaks. And then for Ja to get hurt was the biggest break to me.
Again, takes nothing away from their title. It's not where I'm going.
Hell no.
Greg in Walnut Creek. Hey, Greg. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So my question kind of revolves around the idea, and I realize you don't have these numbers in front, but you kind of just teed it up there with saying play out the string this year. I was just wondering with the contract jigsaw, like, who could you keep and get under the luxury tax? And what would the team look like? You let go of Dre, you keep Steph and Clay, do you trade Poole? Like, something where, okay, we're not always, a favorite for the championship, but we're in the playoff hunt, and maybe you get the magic of a GP, and you bring in Gary Payton II, and he lights it up. And what they've had with success pulling off the kind of the veteran market, is there something where they can retool? Because, while Jordan is a great offensive player, his defense is not great, and that's been one of the staples of the Warriors forever and a day. So I was just curious, what could take you under the luxury tax so you could have some play at the deadline and maybe make some moves that put you back in contention?
Well, and thanks for the call, Greg. I mean, that's kind of the problem. They're so far busted through the luxury tax that even if Draymond Green opts out, becomes a free agent, and walks for nothing, they're still above the salary cap and probably the luxury tax.
Now, didn't I hear the cap for next year may go up, Steiny?
Can't go up that much.
Wow.
I mean, they got Steph making 50.
Man.
They'll have Clay making 40.
Good Lord.
Poole making 25. Wiggins making 25. That's 50.
That's 135.
Exactly. So even if
he said it can't go up that much.
Even if Draymond Green opts out, it's not like they're going – they can't clear enough money to go after free agents.
Yeah, wow.
I knew this was going to happen.
Uh-oh. Now I told you during the break that
most winning teams get breaks. I know.
Oh, okay. That's you in the text.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that you have to factor in that last year wasn't easy. They may have gotten a couple breaks along the way. Maybe they won't get those breaks along the way this year. That's all.
Yeah. And can I go back to something?
Sure.
Because it may have come out my mouth. Ja's eligible to play March 20th. The Warriors play Memphis Saturday. So he won't face the Warriors.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Of course, the Grizzlies drilled the Warriors without John Morant and Steven Adams.
We buried the lead today.
How so?
What are you doing at 2? You about to get back on the leaks. And I ain't talking hot leaks. You got the shoes on now.
Well, you have an appointment too today.
It was about you and what do you think you're going to shoot? I could need a haircut.
I'm just.
You just went, but yeah, you look ready though.
All my effort and energy right now is on the show. And we got a break coming up in a minute, and then the boys are coming in. I love talking to them. And
that was the equivalent of going to give the teacher an apple. Here, I'm dialed in. I was trying to focus. I'm happy for you. You're best. Golfing Steiny's the best, Steiny.
Denver was not a break. Okay.
Stop it.
Okay. All right. Where are you playing, Steiny?
Okay. There we go. That's what they want to know.
Hey, you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen to 95.7 The Game. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen, it's another chance to win. Up to 8 entries per day. Download the Odyssey app now. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors, and always go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Dibs and Willard coming up next, and Warriors Wednesday, as always, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com.
na.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trust the 22. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Mark, will you handle the legal at 2?
Of course.
Sure.
That's where he tried to put it on me.
You did it so well yesterday.
No, but Steiny's trying to leave it
Yeah,
too.
ask him where he's going, Mark. Has nothing to do with my haircut. Ask him where he's going.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna golf.
You gonna go? I got nothing against that.
Say where and with whom.
Sun's shining for the first
I
time
saw
in
your
18
tweet.
years.
Yes.
Good Lord.
He's getting a haircut.
Yeah. I get one of those.
I'm going to Louisiana. My daughter's going to Grambling.
Right.
Okay.
I know
and
this.
I'm
Shout
sad.
out Lizzo.
And
It's
you
about
got
damn
you got
time.
a son that's far away from. How do you handle it?
Well, he's graduating from
wow.
Cal. Little man's at Santa Barbara.
Oh,
and,
okay. That's
yeah,
far.
he's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
He's
I
fine.
mean, it's not
Here's
that
But you
how-
don't get scared like if they need you, ain't nobody right there.
Here's how I handle it. I call him and I get sent to voicemail.
Oh, or
Right.
cash out.
That's how I handle it.
He
Yeah.
calls back next month.
I mean, both my boys are grown men. They handle their own, so I'm lucky.
All right.
Yeah.
So you have a 16-year-old driver?
I do.
Yeah.
Total or permit?
He has not totaled anything yet. Why would you use that word? Why would you use that word?
Permit or total?
No. He got the license last Friday.
He's ready.
And by the way,
He's
and
out there.
You know, he's like the Sacramento Kings. He's adorable. So
I've been hearing that.
no, I mean this kid. He goes and gets his license last Friday, right?
All right.
And
I saw the
he
picture.
had a golf lesson later that afternoon. So we get home. I mean, right? You get your license. I thought this kid was going to want to be like, Dad, I'll see you in the next life.
Totally.
He gets home, and I'm like, all right, man, your golf lesson's at 4:30. And he's like, well, you're coming with me, right? And I'm like, no, that's the whole point.
Right.
And he's like, but Dad, it's like, right, it was like 15 miles on the freeway. And
He
blah, blah.
needed
He's like,
the pinky.
and I'm like, man, no, like, break that. You got this.
I'm chilling,
You got this.
right.
And he was freaked out and everything. And then he did it one time, and I haven't seen him since. He's been, I don't know where the hell he is.
Totally
So,
amazing.
so
Totally.
good for him, man. Yeah, I'm happy for him.
And-
the world gets bigger fast.
There
man.
it is.
I mean,
gets bigger
Guru's
fast.
talking about his daughter going across the country and
Yeah.
I'm just scared of. We got some bad people out here, man.
Yes,
Come
but
on, man.
you raised
Society
a
don't
very,
mind.
very good daughter. Very strong.
Right, but I
smart,
didn't raise the rest of
confident.
the people that she's going to be around.
That's true. It's
There's
true.
nothing you could do, man.
But pray.
I mean, look, it's
MC
her,
Hammer.
it's her life.
All right.
You know what I mean? And
Okay.
you can't.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. You got
Yeah.
to. You got to set him free.
All
Go. You got to set him free.
Yeah.
It's tough though, man. I get it. Yeah,
we got
what's
your
up?
text message before the.
And by the way, then I got all busy and I didn't. Did you ask him?
Yeah,
We
Steiny did. That's his question.
Is his response worth replaying 47 times over the next 4 hours?
maybe just 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
He
I
said
want to
nothing.
know.
He said
Wait,
nothing.
what was the question?
I knew he'd
your
say
contract status.
I knew he'd say
Gotcha.
nothing, but I want to hear. I want to hear the tone in his
Oh,
voice
well,
when he
then
says nothing.
That was.
I think
Tell him, Stein.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah,
you
I had a
know.
feeling.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
It just feels like. Nah.
Yeah, why would it? Why would it still be like this if his answer wasn't that?
Right.
Why would we still be sitting here on March 15th?
And what
going,
could you be happy about
What?
if you had his job right now, not just your thing?
Yeah,
we don't know where Wig is. You know what I mean?
Well,
Just all the stuff
God,
surrounding
this team this year is just nothing but mysterious questions.
But this is where I was
all it is.
kind of listened to you yesterday. I kind of agree. It's like
You only kind of
you won
He
four,
loves
you won
you.
4
Seriously.
titles. You got 4 titles under your belt.
Jesus.
You're trying to win. Like this is that you're trying to win back-to-back titles on the back end of a dynasty. Not at the front, at the back. So
And to the left.
I'm kind of like 36 and 33. Maybe we can get this thing together. Like
Look.
this is the ultimate.
Yeah.
Let's see what they can do.
Like totally.
Yeah.
There's the
It's a freebie.
Get a pizza
I think
tonight.
so. Freebie,
yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. Get a pizza tonight. Don't get mad. Don't freak
I'm
out.
there.
They're on the road.
Sausage and black olive, by the way.
Are you
Salami.
kidding me?
I'm sorry.
Salami.
Yeah,
I'm
my
with you.
fault. My
Yeah,
fault.
let me
My
have
fault.
a piece.
Take it easy.
Round table,
Sausage and pepperoni.
Yeah, exactly.
Round table.
Salami and black olive.
My fault, my fault.
For those who observe, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, if you got the time.
Yes.
And the $100. Anyway.
Seriously.
No. Hi, I'm Mark Willett for Roundtable Pizza.
Thank you.
No, get a pizza tonight and they're on the road. Don't be surprised if they lose by 33.
Thank you.
If the Clippers are up 50-27 at the end of a quarter.
Don't turn it off.
Don't turn it off.
No.
But don't get mad.
Yeah.
Like, just There is absolutely nothing this team has done all year that's had anything to do with the previous thing that
I
they've
told
done.
this man it's a pop quiz because he's like, ooh, these 5 games. I said, no, the finals are not until the play. You're going to be in. Avoid the play-in, but the playoffs are when the first real test is if you have that switch on the road, because they're going to be on the road to switch to series.
He said something earlier that made me comforted, but also so just infuriated. Warriors fans, 5-game road trip, 2-3, you'll take it. And it's like, he's so right, but I'm so mad at him for that. But he's so right.
Yep.
But I'm so mad at him for being so right.
No, but how many road games left? How total?
8.
Yeah, if you get 3 of them, you're all right.
Mark said 4.
You're okay.
If you go 4
They're the
4,
5th
you're a top
seed
6.
with all this going on. They're the 5th seed.
Yeah,
I think 2 and 3 keeps them in the top
and
6.
by the way, there's only one more team coming to chase. Doesn't mean that they won't. Who knows with this team? But there's only one more like really scary team coming to chase.
The fighting Kate Scotts.
Yeah, you got the Sixers. Other than
Embiid,
that,
maybe MVP.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Denver on the slide.
James
They're gonna
Harden,
win
by
those
the way,
games.
quietly with an amazing year.
Yep.
He's leading the league in assists.
Did you listen to 1040? We got it. It wasn't ugly. It got loud.
10:40 a.m.?
It was over Dame.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you
I
something.
was on the play mat with Mila.
I was really going to say, now that I'm leaving Willard, I'm going to tell him what
Yeah.
I was 2 seconds from saying, you're mad at me because I ain't Willard. Like, that's what we were going back. But I looked and it dawned on me. And I was about to stab him with it. And I said, I'll save that.
You should have.
Right.
That's a psychiatrist statement right there.
That's how
I mean,
I
we need some
like he's
therapy.
yelling at me. But it's something else.
So what would y'all argue
I'm
about?
mad that Dame is being too boisterous with, rings, I might retire this NBA. And I'm okay with ring chasing because that tells me you want to win. He was like, well, Dame might not be the number one and they can't win it. So I was like, well, which one is it? My whole thing is, Dame, quit telling us that you're mad that this is how it's always been. I know Karl Malone is a great, Barkley, John Stockton. It's not ring or go home, but when you keep singing this piano, I'm staying in Portland, I'm off limits, I don't like it. And that's all.
Yeah.
And we got misconstrued. Yeah, there we go.
Every year it gets a little bit harder, I think, to come down these guys' road. And you and I had this conversation, I feel like a week or two ago. How much money has Dame made?
$238 million.
Is that it? I feel like it's been more.
Yeah.
I think it's been more.
He's up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
don't get mad, D. You know where it's coming from.
Right. Like at a certain point, and we did this when KD came here, this city defended him because at the core of our argument was these dudes is their career and they get to do it how they want to do it. Now, KD seems to change his mind every 18 months about how he wants to do it.
But he's got rings.
Yeah, but Dame has not. He's not changed his mind. And if this is how he wants to do it, and if it doesn't lead to a ring,
but is it better to be Reggie Miller or Karl Malone? Is it better to be Dame Lillard, one city, one quest, no ring, or Karl Malone where one city and then I want to chase it and I still don't get it?
Yeah.
I would rather
There's no shame in that.
But which one do we look better upon?
Reggie Miller.
Reggie Miller and Damian Lillard.
Yeah, exactly.
Reggie Miller. Yeah.
Because, and I'll tell you why.
Wow.
It's because they
loyalty.
never won a title, Reggie Miller.
Mm-hmm.
But there's almost something better than winning a title, and that is being the guy in your city that just never left.
We always remember Reggie and Spike Lee yelling at each other. You know what I mean? Like you still got those moments.
Yeah.
And by the way, here's the other thing. If you do chase at the end, even if you get it, make no mistake, you're not getting credit for it. If Karl Malone and Gary Payton had got that ring at the end, we'd have been like, whatever, dude.
Well, what did KD do? Even though he was badass, he needed the Warrior culture to get over the top, right?
I'll never forget the look at get the drip drop ready. Yeah. So I'm in the locker room after the Lakers beat the New Jersey Nets. They sweep them in the NBA Finals. I'll never forget the look on Mitch Richmond's face. It was the oddest, most sheepish thing.
I got you.
It's like reporters are like, Mitch, you finally won your ring. And he's like,
I hear you.
I sat and watched
this wasn't Sacramento.
Kobe and Shaq win a ring.
Right.
I'm supposed
to. That's the Caspi part.
I'm supposed to be like, I'm validated now. I got 4 minutes in the 4 games that we played or whatever it was. Well, and I know Mitch was never a 1. I get that. But
Dame is, and Steiny just
Right.
brought up the
No,
question:
no.
Can you win it with Dame being a 1? And I thought if I'm Dame, that's worse than calling him a ring chaser.
Okay, so now you just led me to where I actually want to come. I want to come at you both a little bit
All
today, because yes, you can win it with Dame as your 1, but it depends on what you stick around him. In my opinion, he's never really had the supporting cast. The two of you today said that where you're having this discussion about the difference between last year to this year.
Okay,
in the end, to you, it comes down to Steph, Clay, and Dre. Right? And it's on them.
Right.
And I'm sitting here going, well, no, it's not, because that's diminishing everything that the role players have played every time they've won a ring. Just like when they win these rings, we make them mythical figures. And so now it's like Steph, Clay, and Dre. Championship DNA.
Right.
That's a bunch of hooey. They can't win it by themselves, even though there's 3 of them. They've never done it without a Wiggins, a Durant, or a Barnes in that role. They've never done it without a Livingston, a Poole, or whatever. Steph, Clay, and Dre.
Spates, a McGee.
Yeah.
They've never.
Barbosa.
Thank you.
That's not enough. And so if the answer you're trying to get to is can they or can they not without Wiggins, the answer is no.
Wow.
No.
I tend to agree with you.
No. No
You
matter.
would think he would cancel the
Right.
bet if Wiggins doesn't come back.
Oh, God.
No.
Listen, wait a minute. I'm going to read the ID, but what are you doing?
He golfing 4.
He's got a tee time.
2 o'clock.
You stay then.
Oh.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Let's
Why-
go.
Come on.
Steiny, read
guys
the
I can't
Sometimes
believe
left at
he
12,
said
15.
What
Tuesday.
time's your tea time?
It's
where?
250. It's a
And where?
250.
Hey, look at
Sign it with me.
I'll
Diz
tell
is
you.
like,
You signing autographs.
Steiny, before you go, read the ID. That would be the
Here.
classy way to
Here.
leave.
And you
Yeah,
heard
look,
me yesterday.
You're
I got
Diz,
it.
listening
when
to
you said,
95.7 The
I'm
Game. You really are.
Diz.
Let's go.
When-
dude.
KGMZ
Hey, I'll see you.
FM and
Enjoy.
HD1 San Francisco.
Yeah. Hey,
Oh,
we just said I'm no Shasky.
always
I get out of
live.
here too slow. That hurt me.
Always live on
I know.
Twitch,
I know.
YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Yes.
All right, you talk. I'm going to switch
yes.
seats.
Yeah.
Slide
Yeah.
over and make sure
we
you
can
you
actually
grab your
switch
mug,
because
too.
I'm logged out. But
No,
then
no,
who would
no.
talk
I'm
as we
good.
switch,
And
right.
it's funny because, and this is for the audience, because when we made this big change, Mark and I went to 2 to 6. You guys went 10 to 2.
Yeah.
And we talked to Steiny about a changeover, and he gave me a little bit. He gave me a little bit of the look, like.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? When you have a tea time, let me know, and you can leave early. And Guru, you actually said, I'll be happy to stay.
Yeah.
And we love when you stay. So,
oh, no doubt.
yeah, Steiny's got a tea time today.
Never met
so
a Mike
he's
I didn't like.
I mean, seriously. And, you ultimately are the Steph Curry of the station. We've talked about this. Whatever. Don't try to humble brag your way out of this one.
Yeah.
But,
I kind of think he's the Kaminga.
Yeah,
like,
but-
right? He comes in as a high flyer.
No, Mark,
and he
let
does
that
I got
be.
no idea if I
He
can count
does
on
play
this
4
guy. or not
every
even
5
out.
games, dude.
I'm mad at Mark. It went from
Dude, the root canal does lead you to the in and outs.
Wow.
Watch, he won't even be here tomorrow. It'll be
Yeah.
like-
You already know where I'm going. Yeah. Safe travels is what I want to hear.
No safe travels. But you are the Steph Curry,
Yeah.
so I'm glad you're still with us. Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, did you see the video? And Steph, I love you, where he was practicing his tunnel shot or his full court shot, and it hit the kid.
Yeah.
But the comments on the kid and his awareness that the kid
That's what Mark said.
He had glasses. You were looking that way. You can't play center field for me?
I don't know.
How did you not see the big round leather ball?
I mean,
that's all. And the
it's-
comments were incredible.
Like the tunnel shot is something that the arena stops and they're like, all right, here it comes. And apparently the guy standing under the hoop was the only one not watching.
John.
You've got 5 seconds to get out of the way. It's like, it's coming. It's
you
coming.
know the chef
I don't want to blame the kid, but like,
I know,
come
I
on,
love the
man.
kid.
Like,
But Steph gave
I'm
him
not blaming
a
Steph.
worn
No.
game-worn jersey.
Yeah.
I am blaming Steph because
Why?
the tunnel
For-
shot is normally on that hoop. It's not normally 117
Well, it was the full
foot,
court shot.
but he doesn't normally do that.
Right,
It's
but-
normally
Yeah.
the same hoop.
Hold on, but we're actually getting mad where I don't think
Man.
anyone's mad. It was a great week for getting hit by a ball. That guy that Jordan Spieth hit at the golf tournament.
True.
That kept him in the cut. The guy turned into a weekend celebrity. Jordan Spieth took him
I got
everywhere
you.
he went.
I thought
what did Steph do for the guy?
Gave him a game-worn jersey.
You can whack me upside the head.
And did some
with
other stuff,
with
I
a
forget.
golf-
But yeah, the chef took care of him.
Get to hang out with
My
Chef.
neck,
Right,
I would have
right.
been my neck at my
Right.
back.
Dude, seriously.
I need Meyer seats.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah. I believe I said Boxer and Gerson would have been my call.
Now,
But,
this is hashtag random. Have you guys ever thought about the people that sit next to the last player on the Warriors bench? Like, is that That's almost like the in the dugout.
I feel like the whole
Is that
thing's
too
weird.
close?
I think it's weird.
He's 40. I love you, Phony. But
Give me another situation in sports where we do this. Like the team is here. And then there's a fan. There should be like a fan being in the dugout at a Giants game.
That's what I
They
just
go to the
said.
dugout.
Or on the 19-yard line in football.
And I'm not hating.
Right.
I'm just like,
Just-
that's too close.
I mean, and actually, Pete Carroll era at USC, this became a problem because they were so into getting celebrities down on the sideline that you had like it would be
Snoop
like
Dogg.
Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Will Ferrell, and then Will Ferrell's people, and then there's a horse running up and down.
That's different.
It's like, what the hell's going on down here?
We want you to be here.
I know, but no, it is weird. I've thought about that. I'm like, that's uncomfortable.
They can hear everything. What if a tussle?
Not
Hey,
just
Willard,
that.
you dumb target, you know?
Well, what would you say? So you're the fan sitting next to the Warriors in the middle of the game. Would you be able to? Because you wouldn't.
No,
I know
there's
you
no
wouldn't.
doubt.
Like, would you be able to just hold it in and act normal? Or would you try to lean over and be like, all right, Jordan, let's talk about this for a little bit.
Steve, you need to call something for Clay Thompson. He's hot. I'm mad at you, Steve.
That is incredible.
No doubt. And I think that the league knows that it is a problem, but the owners are like, guys, I don't know if you know how much we make from these seats, but 41 home games times 10,000 a seat times 15 seats.
Well, that's why broadcasters are moving up. Like if you're a road broadcaster, you're lucky if you're not in the rafters now. Give it another 10, 15 years.
Even a home broadcaster, Tim Roy.
Right. They're going to be doing it. They're going to be doing it from home. They're going to be doing it over Zoom or something
listen,
like that.
you guys asked me to stay, so I'm not pulling out the race card because I feel like people are going to say the black man's pulling out the race card.
Pull out the race
so I'm going
card.
to throw you a
I'm not afraid of
curveball.
the race card.
Listen, I am so disappointed in how Lamar Jackson is handling these negotiations.
You're disappointed in Lamar?
Yeah, in Lamar.
Why?
And not from the vantage point that you're representing yourself. I love that. But I still feel like you're not reading the room, and all you want is to surpass Deshaun Watson when all the owners are still mad at the Browns for letting that go through. So to me, that's the only thing that like a Snickers is going to satisfy you. And I think he's playing himself. And if you look around, quarterbacks are going. There's not going to be many more spots. But where I'm going is what Stephen A. said today and Spears. Oh, if he goes to the Niners, it's over. Trey. I just feel like Lamar is the last quarterback that Kyle would sign off on. That ain't his type. He ain't a pocket passer. Make it make sense. Kyle in on Jackson?
I don't see it now.
There's no way.
I think we're actually leaving out the lead of this, which is that the 49ers are not lining up right now to spend $200 million on a quarterback. Like they've already got a plan, and it does not include $200 million on a quarterback.
Wow.
Now here's the other thing.
But Lamar's style, that ain't what I think.
Maybe not. I think these guys are a little bit more Swiss Army knife than we realize. You know, Kyle for years. It was like you did so well with Matt Ryan, and then there was the Kirk Cousins rumor, and then we decided that that's who Kyle likes. He likes that.
Well, you bypassed Mahomes and Watson in the draft.
Right, you did, but then he publicly stated when they drafted Trey Lance, he's like, I like Patrick Mahomes.
I apologize to him. No,
it's like,
Russell
I don't know
Wilson.
why everybody wants my quarterback to be like white and can't move. Like, that's not.
I was saying, Bonte and I had a conversation, but we were wrong.
I don't know though, but
where's he going? He's staying where can you go right now? The Raiders got a quarterback. Everybody, where are you going?
Run out of options for sure.
There, and you're staying right where the Wild
was it collusion
in Baltimore.
Is it collusion around the league?
I still don't know why the Falcons aren't freaking out to get him. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Why the Atlanta Falcons
who
are
had
not
Mariota
banging down the door to make this happen makes no sense.
And he's still on Twitter laughing like the Riddler.
If I'm building a team right now, I'm not looking to pay $40 million for a quarterback. Any quarterback short of Patrick Mahomes.
Really?
I'm looking for a rookie guy. And you look at the Niners right now, and I don't know if you read David Lombardi today in his piece in terms of all the restructuring, all of their dead years that they're tacking onto these contracts. They love the fact that they have rookie quarterback deals, and that's what teams want. Teams want the quarterback to be really, really good and making no money. And when that quarterback makes money, well, let's move on.
I hate that notion.
I don't know.
Unless he's one of the 3 or 4 best.
Well, right. And I think he would argue that he is. I don't know if he's 3 or 4, but he's definitely 5 or 6.
Is he? Or 7 or 8?
5
and that's
or
why I
6.
fool
Or 9
with
or
Tom
10?
Brady.
No.
Because he never tried to break the
what
bank.
was he last year?
hurt.
Exactly.
And they were still a playoff team based on what he set them up to do before he left.
Right. So the fact that they don't want him, Baltimore doesn't want to pay him what he is going to command.
Deshaun Watson. And I totally get that.
But hold up.
He's taking offense to that.
Are we putting thoughts in his head and are we putting words in his mouth? Because, and I've said that too.
He turned down 3 years and $130 million.
Which he should. Like that's.
I don't know about that.
Are we saying
guaranteed?
Yes, a 3-year deal? Derek Carr got 4. Daniel Jones got 4.
Not that much guaranteed.
I understand that, but that's their point. They're like, yeah, we'll give you guaranteed, but we're going to lessen the years. Why should Lamar take that? In other words, if we're going to say, Lamar's demanding Deshaun Watson.
Which I have no sources. I totally believe that.
But if actually what he's saying is, no, they're not even getting me close to Deshaun Watson, and I'm saying no to that.
Well, where's that leverage? Because like I said, the quarterbacks, the winning teams, or the teams that think they can win, Washington's out there, like, dude, look around, Lamar.
Well,
look around.
His leverage is next year. His leverage is not now.
I don't agree.
His leverage is next year.
The leverage
this year he has no leverage.
In the end, the leverage goes to the star quarterback. You have one today on Pat McAfee's show is literally putting two teams naked in the streets. Yeah. Well, I'd like to be a Jet.
Naked and afraid.
Let's see if it happens.
Yeah.
See, everybody, I'm going to go back to my darkness room.
But he's under contract for $50 million. It's a different story.
But he doesn't have to play, and neither does Lamar.
No, but he can go back to Green Bay and say, I was just kidding about all this. Pay me because I'm your quarterback.
I'm glad Deshaun's name came up. This was the last time everybody told me that the quarterback had no leverage. He's under contract in Houston.
He had 5 people trying to get his services.
Leverage. He didn't because
he had one stupid team that, oh my God,
but
Deshaun Watson.
There was at least 4 or 5.
I heard from everyone in Houston, our good buddy John McClain goes, there's no chance that Houston's trading this guy.
And
then he followed it up with a massive scandal. And how did the dust settle? A year off and $231 guaranteed $1 million. The QB in this league, if you're top 10, has all the leverage. Sometimes it takes time.
Right.
But you tell me who ends up naked in the streets if they part ways.
Okay.
Lamar or the Ravens?
Lamar.
Really?
If he doesn't play
what the hell are the Ravens going to do for the next decade?
Well,
Tyler Huntley,
9-8. Playoff game.
You know, he'll go 9-8 in a division where they can be a wild card.
Mark, I won't speak for you.
You're going to be Burrow's B.
But tell me if I'm
that
wrong.
Team for the next 10 years.
Tell me if I'm wrong, because it sounds like to me you're saying to us, Lamar Jackson is going to benefit from the Deshaun Watson contract, and that's not going to happen.
He already is, as they all are.
He's not, Mark.
Kyler Murray already benefited from it. Russell Wilson benefited from it.
No, he will benefit.
Those two
I don't know if he's going to benefit to the point where he wants to benefit.
Maybe.
Those 2 examples, Russ and Murray, those are why you're not.
What's hurting Lamar is the fact that he has no agent.
You really think so?
Yes, because
I agree with that.
Honestly, if I was his agent and he got offered 3 years and $131 guaranteed, I would have said, you know what, take this.
Richard Sherman had no agent. I mean, what are we saying?
He was in a different spot, though.
So I never even thought of the collusion because you have no agent. You really think it's a turnoff to that, to where owners would say, I don't want that. I don't want that talent because he's representing himself.
I don't want to pay that talent $200 million
what
guaranteed.
What are we really then saying?
Let me ask you
because
this.
the middleman ain't getting his cut?
So if I'm Lamar, I would respond to everything you guys are saying and go, why do I have to be the one to reshape the market? So you don't like Deshaun's deal? You don't like Russ's deal? And you don't like Kyler's?
Right.
Why am I responsible for that? That's the going rate. You got a problem? Call those owners. I don't have a problem. Yeah. Why do I have to?
See, I think those owners have called each other, Mark, and this collusion, I don't like it. And they said this will never happen again. And I think Lamar, what was the old game we used to spin the bottle? And then it stops.
Yeah.
And I think it's stopping on Lamar.
Well, then Lamar Jackson takes a year off, and the Ravens are terrible for 9 years.
Year off. Dibbs, I know. I'm about to go. Here, go
right?
Well, take your time. You're doing great.
Answer that for me. If I'm Lamar, why do I have to be the one?
All right, I'll tell you
to
this.
reset your market for you that you don't
took
like?
A year off, and it wasn't by design. I would think
and how's that worked out for his career?
No doubt.
I mean,
Rusty is all out
financially or play-wise?
Just play-wise. And you're not doing what you love
because
to prove your point.
Lamar's not taking a year off knowing that deal is in wait. Lamar's going to turn down $50 million in a franchise tag and say, "Oh, I don't want to play for you, Baltimore." In terms of what's out there for him,
you're talking about $100 million difference. Like he's guaranteed.
That's only $70 million difference.
No, he's guaranteed. You're saying he was offered 133.
Sure.
Deshaun got 231. So if I'm Lamar Jackson,
well, he's not getting 231 from anyone.
See, I don't know if he knows that, Dibs. That's all I'm saying.
He better know that because that deal was beyond ridiculous.
And
it might have been the stupidest deal in the history of pro sports.
I don't disagree with you, but I actually don't think he's demanding that.
So don't use that as the comp.
Okay,
if him and Mom are using that as the comp,
then we'll use Kyler.
Getting me mad.
Then we'll use Kyler.
All right.
If I look at the Ravens, I don't need an agent to be like, "How dare you offer me less than Kyler Murray?"
But why is that? Did he get 133 guaranteed, Kyler?
Well north of that.
In terms of his guarantee,
yes.
Yeah. If I'm Lamar and I got
actually,
I really had
let me look that up. Russ did.
No, it's close. If I had a 3-year deal
Russ
for 133 guaranteed and I'm Lamar, I'm taking it.
Oh my gosh, man.
You know what? When I'm done with this deal and I'm 29, if I'm as good as I think I am,
$160.
That's all. $160
for Kyler Murray.
And again,
that should get her done.
That is from the second stupidest. That's the second stupidest contract ever.
Now I'm Lamar Jackson and the Ravens brass. I go, okay, what about this deal? Yeah, but those guys are stupid. Okay, what about that deal? Oh, but they're super stupid.
Almost as stupid, yes.
Let's go to Denver.
So it's about who do you believe, man?
No.
Because Lamar's tweeting that you guys think you know, you don't know. They offered me 1/3.
I don't love that it's gotten to that.
Okay.
I don't love that he's on Twitter with contract offers.
See,
that's kind of
no agent.
That's exactly. Yeah, I think that's stupid. But again, how many teams? If I'm Lamar, how many teams do you want to say, "Oh, well, they're dumb. Oh, well, they're dumb." Why do I have to be the one to normalize your market that you don't like?
I'll tell you this, Mark. You brought it up to Dibs and I. Sitting out is an option. I don't think that's a win for Lamar. But I'm looking around that if you were this guy, why aren't the Dolphins with Tua's question marks? Dibs, look around. I want to shake them. All the teams that are in it to win it, they're getting QBs, dude. It's here, it's this, or the highway. It's almost to that point.
I don't see it that way. Lamar is, what is he, 26? Chilling.
Missed the last 5 games of each of the last seasons. That's the go time. All right.
I mean, I look at the Ravens. The Ravens won a Super Bowl with Joe Flacco. And
that they did.
If you're the Ravens, you're thinking, we don't need Lamar Jackson making $50 million a year to win the Super Bowl.
They know that's an outlier.
Facts.
How many outliers are we going to? Oh, but Brad Johnson, Joe Flacco.
This is not an outlier.
It is an outlier.
No, it's not an outlier because it's this franchise. So if I'm Baltimore, I'm looking at this quarterback and thinking, we won with Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco won, then we paid Joe Flacco, and Joe Flacco stunk.
And Lamar.
And I look around the league, and I look at the Niners, and I say, the Niners got Mr. Irrelevant, and they made it 2 injuries away from being a Super Bowl team. Do I really need to pay a quarterback $45 million a year? No, I don't.
Okay, so I'm Lamar. Good luck.
Yeah. Okay, Lamar, where are you going to go?
Where am I going to go? Oh my gosh!
Where are you going, Lamar?
Where, Mark? In a year or less? Anywhere I want.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not giving you $100 million because you're uncomfy. This is the deal. I'm Lamar.
And I'm not giving Lamar $50 million a year because you think that you're the MVP 5 years ago.
And if the line is not around the corner now, why will it be around the corner next year,
We're the best drafting team in football. We're a playoff team every year. Tyler Huntley got us to the playoffs last year.
The evidence that I could give you, we don't have enough time by 6 o'clock.
We've got 4 hours, dog. Let's go.
The franchises that have been searching for a quarterback for I don't know how many years, and you guys believe that the teams, when it comes to elite quarterbacks, have the leverage. I'm sorry.
Well,
that's
Mark,
laughable.
Okay, give me a line.
Don't have the leverage.
Mark,
but what
was
about
the line around the corner this year?
What about the teams that have been to the Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback.
What's the
Doesn't matter.
It's going to get worse.
Jared Goff, rookie deal. Russell Wilson,
Wait,
rookie deal.
So you're telling me that
That's what
Lamar
I'm telling
Jackson's
you.
career's over?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you.
This will work out.
They're not putting a ring on it now. What makes you think they're going to put a ring on it next year?
Pina colada.
And
Feet up, sipping
I'm
on a
telling
Mai
you that
Tai.
teams have made it to the Super Bowl with quarterbacks on rookie deals.
And if I'm
look
Lamar,
around the league,
and if I'm Lamar, I will look at that point and I will say, best of luck.
Yes,
battling
right.
Patrick Mahomes.
We're gonna
Best
check the tape,
of luck
put it in
with
the cap.
your rookie QB.
Yep.
Have a great time over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I think it'll go wonderfully for you, especially since you don't even have a good draft pick.
Yeah.
Have a great
because
time.
Baltimore has struggled without Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, they
No,
went
they-
to the
oh,
Su-
they should've won the game
Super Bowl
on
with
the
Joe
road.
Flacco.
That was a
And
completely
they
different era. What
They
are you
went to the
talking
Super
about?
Bowl with Tyler. I mean,
No,
they
we're
went to the
talking about the
playoffs with
playoff game
Tyler
against
Huntley.
Why did
Cincinnati.
they go to the playoffs with Tyler Huntley? Because the record was good
Well,
from Lamar. The points per game went
Yeah.
down 10 points
Well,
when he went out.
exactly. I mean, if you look
I
at
don't know.
Seattle with
I
Russell
got you.
Wilson,
I'm gonna get
you
this
look at the
haircut.
Rams with
Lamar missed
Jared
my appointment.
Goff.
Come on, Dibs, come
all
get me.
the rest of
Come
it.
get me.
You're good, Guru.
yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, but you got to come over here.
No, as soon as you turn it
no,
off,
man.
I'll slide over.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, buddy. Have a good trip. Have a good trip. Hey, play the open.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Is very different. And if I'm Lamar Jackson, I would look at the Ravens. I would look at Dan Dibley. I'd look at Guru. I'd look at all of you and say, I totally understand what you're saying. But why me? Why? Why should I do that? No one's going to give me a good answer here. I know what your answers are. You just gave them to me. None of them add up to being a good reason as to why Lamar Jackson should take less than he's worth,
right?
Less than the market has shown it to be. None of us would do that in our jobs. If you used all the points that the two of you just made, and I gave that to any employee out there, look, they're not going to hire you. You're not going to get work if you don't just take what the man is telling you should take. We'd be like, bleep that. Not if I'm good at my job. Not if I've got leverage. Not if I've got a resume. No, I'll take my services elsewhere, which is exactly what he's going to do. And he should.
Right. And your thinking is that he will go take his services, quote, elsewhere, and he'll make more than the contract that he allegedly turned down, which was 3 years and $133.
That's what he tweeted, yes.
Yeah, which is $44 million. It's $44.3 million a year. So he's saying that he was offered $44.3 million a year, guaranteed, which is a massive number, and he said, no, thank you.
$4 million more per year than Daniel Jones makes.
Right, but that's not guaranteed.
Not guaranteed.
No, so let's be fair about what the guaranteed is for Daniel Jones.
That's what he's going to make this year.
No, but let's talk about the guaranteed money as far as average annual value goes, and that's where it becomes a fair comp. So if I'm Lamar Jackson and I look at $44.3 million a year guaranteed for 3 years, and I say no, thank you, I'd better be sure that there's a better deal out there for him. And I don't believe that there is a better deal out there for him.
There doesn't need to be a better deal right now. That's blinking when you don't need to blink.
No, there needs to be a better deal out there at some point.
And there will be. Of course there will be.
At what point? Next year?
Maybe.
Does he need to sit a year?
Might.
Okay. I mean,
you got to be
know.
resolute on this stuff. If you're going to focus on the guarantee, let's focus on the guarantee. I'm Lamar Jackson. How dare you offer me $27 million less than Kyler Murray? How dare you? Ravens. Explain yourselves.
Well, Arizona is idiots.
Too
And
bad.
That's
too bad.
Well, okay.
No, they set the market.
I mean,
the
too
Broncos,
bad is not. I don't think that too bad
that's
is.
exactly how it works.
Well, it works
That's
when
exactly
it works like
how
that
it
when you
works.
don't have an agent,
No,
and that's
no.
Daniel Jones got $92 million guaranteed.
No, an
So-
agent would not. An agent would absolutely argue that. In fact, that's literally
Right.
what agents do. They're like, "This is the going rate.
Exactly.
This is what the market has shown it to be. Why is this an exception?"
So
that's what I don't get.
Baltimore says Arizona, idiots. Cleveland, morons, and they say we don't want to give you that much.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and then
we'll take what the Broncos did.
Exactly. So Lamar Jackson, then go out there and get it. Then that's what Baltimore is basically saying to Lamar.
And he will, because if they don't,
And when
do it,
will he?
I don't know. It might take a year, but
Yeah.
if you know what happens on the escalator on the franchise tag,
Right.
if you try to use it again the following year, they
They
won't
used
do
it once, and they won't use it again. So they
Correct.
used it once, and if Lamar decides he doesn't want to play,
So then he's an unrestricted free agent.
Exactly. Now
And
he
he
doesn't
is-
get paid
and-
this year
and he'll-
because he doesn't report and he doesn't show up to camp and he
so
won't
you,
play.
So you
and so-
sacrifice $30 million to make 120.
Fine. Okay.
I mean, again, Deshaun just did this. He just did this, and
Not
yes-
by choice.
Well, it was started
Yeah.
out by choice. It
It was
started
by
out by
court.
choice.
Yeah.
No, it started out by choice. Remember, he had already demanded a trade from the Houston Texans.
Yes.
Prior to things going sideways.
Well, and I think things went sideways before he demanded a trade. We don't know the timeline in terms of when he molested his first masseuse.
Well, he wasn't accused until well after the trade.
Thank you.
Yes.
But I would imagine that the first incident happened before he demanded a trade
Mm-hmm.
because, based on the timeline of incidents, this is not something that happened overnight.
You got to be willing to play the game. And Lamar
Yeah.
Jackson, the fact that we're
It's
here.
a big game that he wants to play.
Well,
big game. It's a 9-figure game.
I find it interesting that so many point to Lamar. Why is Lamar the one playing the game? Why isn't it Baltimore? Baltimore offers 3 years for a superstar quarterback
for 133 guaranteed.
Nobody else is doing 3 years. Kirk Cousins is the only one who did
Jimmy
3 years.
Garoppolo got 3 years.
Right, thanks. So you just compared me, Lamar Jackson, to Jimmy Garoppolo?
You thought Jimmy was getting 5 years. At least 4.
I thought it was 4. I thought it was 4. He got 3. Yeah, and the league, he did not get anywhere near what I thought. But I mean, again,
Lamar Jackson would be the third highest, probably the third highest guaranteed contract.
That's the way it works
in the NFL, in the history of the NFL.
No, at 133,
133 guaranteed for quarterbacks.
That's not the third highest even right now.
In terms of quarterback guarantees,
correct. I just told you,
it's
Kyler
Deshaun,
got more
it's
than
Kyler,
that.
and then
Russell, and we can keep
Russell's
going.
getting more than
Patrick got
133
more than that. I
guaranteed.
mean, yeah, they all got more than that.
I mean, that's a man.
Aaron Rodgers is making $50 million this year. You guys in
Aaron
this,
Rodgers spits on Lamar Jackson's resume.
at age 39 versus 26.
Sure.
Oh gosh,
His resume versus Lamar's resume? Are you kidding me?
We don't pay for resumes. We pay for
That's
now.
exactly what we pay for.
Well, that's what got the San Francisco Giants all the criticism over the last decade. I mean, you don't pay for resumes, you pay for projections. You guys have made enough statements just in the last 5 minutes that if I were Lamar, I'd get up and walk out of the room. What kind of comp are you giving me? You bringing up Jimmy Garoppolo's name in my presence? Gone.
3 and 133,
Gone.
and you say no?
No.
And you tweet that you're saying no?
That I wouldn't have done.
I look forward
That
to
I
seeing
wouldn't have
if
done.
he's able to get better than that.
Look, it's Warrior Wednesday, so let's get into it. We'd love to take your phone calls. And good afternoon. It's Willard and Dibbs, all new 2 to 6. So glad you're with us. Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. 888-957-9570. That is the number. And we'll get into the Warriors and more on football with Peter King coming up in a little bit over a half hour. Coming up next. Why don't you line it up on this and we'll take your phone calls because I'd love to sort of continue but rebut the conversation that Steiny and Goo were having earlier. The fact that the Warriors are struggling this year. Is this on Steph, Clay, and Dre? Or is this on everybody else? 888-957-9570. We'll get into that next on Willard and Dibbs.
Come into Friedman's Appliance for their once-yearly Red Tag Sale March 24th through March 26th and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, and Fisher & Paykel representatives will be on hand to showcase their products.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, now are you ready to talk some dubs?
Let's go.
Talk some dubs. God dang it, that Steiny and Guru. Hey, dang it.
What happened?
Trying to drive around and enjoy my day.
Yeah?
Sunshine out there.
Beautiful.
Thought maybe I'd go for a run or walk the dog.
I saw your tweet at the disbelief at the odd blue, blue tint in the sky.
Do you remember during the
What the hell is that?
Yeah, do you remember during the pandemic when we woke up one day and everything was orange?
Yeah.
Do you remember that day?
Oh my God, that was crazy.
That was the craziest day. I mean, literally, you thought, apocalypse now.
Yeah.
What the hell is happening?
I was living in Oakland, and it was one of those days where, like, we wouldn't have sent our kids to school anyway.
No.
But, yeah, it was like
I thought we were being invaded.
Hue.
Yeah, like it was actually scary.
We didn't see the sun, and it wasn't overcast. Right?
And it was dark.
Yeah,
I mean, it was like
weird.
noon.
Yeah, crazy.
So today was even creepier. I looked outside, and it looked like blue. And I was like,
there a bright object in the sky?
I'm like, oh, those are aliens.
Must have been.
What the hell? What's that?
Maybe the Dodgers finally invaded.
And then then
yeah.
Then I went
waiting for you to catch that. Dodger blue. Yeah.
Then I went outside.
Okay.
And it was dry. And that's when I knew that something was really wrong.
Right.
And
we're not in Seattle anymore.
I've been off all day. I don't know about you. Just been a weird day. A little bit in a purple haze.
Yeah, I've been up since about 5:30.
Yeah, well.
Baby girl decided it was going to be a Rise and Shine Wednesday.
That's not bad, is it?
Normally she's about a 6:30.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, 5:45. I thought,
Oh, no.
4 o'clock is, 5:45 is better than 4:45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Today was one of those days where the wife gives me the tap on the shoulder like, it's a daddy day.
Tap, tap, tappy.
It's a daddy day.
It's a Dan day.
Yeah,
Today's a Dan day.
Dude, I hate Dan days.
Go get the kids.
So your boy's out there. Hey, watch me juggle, and
Well,
brutal.
so these we already got the weird blue haze in the sky,
Crazy.
And then Steiny and Goo are like, yeah, the Warriors are struggling this year. It's Steph, Clay, and Draymond's fault. Oh, hold on a second. Wait a minute here. And here's what I'm getting at. And if you want to go into more intricate stuff, like, yes, Draymond punched Jordan Poole, all right, but we've already done that. Like, let's look at the bigger sense. And here's what I think is wrong with the point. The point sort of seems like it's based on the idea that Steph, Clay, and Dre are cartoon superheroes. Superman, Batman, Aquaman, I don't care which one is which. Like, this is what we do to players who become iconic, and they're still playing. I've watched, for instance, the Lakers fan base do this now for the last 3 years. Well, as long as we got LeBron, well, then there's always, no, you're the 11 seed. Stop making him a cartoon character just because he's got championship DNA.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Does not mean he just walks out on the court with a tank top and it automatically means you're a title contender. What's happening around you matters. And what's happening around Steph, Clay, and Dre matters. And what's happening around them this year is not good enough. So I'm actually going to completely point in a different direction than Steph, Clay, and Dre, because what I see when I watch those players play is that they still look great. Klay Thompson's playing as well as he ever had in his entire life. And Steph, a little bit of an injury thing, but anybody got any problems with the way Steph Curry is playing basketball this year? And even Draymond Green, when last year in the playoffs, there were moments where we're like, uh-oh, wheels are coming off. No, he looks like, I don't know, Draymond Green. So they're doing the same stuff. Why is it not working around them? Because what's around them is younger, inexperienced, not gelling, not healthy, whatever you want to call it. And that focus is on Andrew Wiggins, at least right now. And so they've never won a title without someone in that role, from Wiggins to Durant to Barnes. And they're not going to win it this year unless Andrew Wiggins comes back to play basketball.
That's a big part of it. But I do agree with Steiny and Guru in terms of the credit and the blame. It is the big three. The big three are the reason why you win the championship, and the big three are the reason why you don't win the championship. And yes, Andrew Wiggins needs to play, and GP2 needs to come back and play. Kevon Looney's been just fine. Kuminga is most likely going to play tonight, which is big. Jordan Poole's been up and down, but you rise and you fall with the big three. And that's where I look at the situation. And the whole notion of
fascinating.
You've never lost a series when the big three are healthy.
Right.
Is that something? Because I believe you lost to the Clippers back in 2014 when the big three were healthy.
See, but I don't want to. Well, right. We do that with. Remember how Jordan has never lost in the NBA playoffs?
Right.
Yeah, he has.
No,
Right.
and that's where I want to make
Yes,
sure
he
that we like are fair in terms of like what we say about like, when the big three have been healthy, they've never lost a series. Well, they actually did back in 2014, and I know that Steph would tell you this is not 2014 anymore.
It's not.
Thank you, Chris Paul. But if you look at the Warriors' record with Steph Curry and without Steph Curry, it's almost exactly the same.
Well, and they start the clock when they won the ring, and I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
you're not wrong, and the other people are like, but they weren't the big three yet at that point.
It's stats, and we can all draw the line wherever we want to draw
everybody
the line.
Everybody gets their own perspective.
And when they
their own
lost
set
to
of glasses.
Cleveland in the finals, they all were healthy. But Draymond got
missed
suspended.
a game.
So he must not have been mentally healthy. Well, because he got teabagged by Draymond and by LeBron, and he punched him in the balls.
Right.
And so
he wasn't there. So
he missed one game.
Look, we can again, you can put whatever set of glasses on that you want. But I guess my point is we make them such cartoon, and I don't like that we do this. We make them such cartoon characters.
They've become cartoon characters.
They're so iconic that we've decided that their presence alone simply means, well, nope, it's greatness or you failed. I mean, let's go to when the Warriors ended up with the number 2 pick in the draft. Why aren't we pinning it on them then? I mean, there was a year. Clay got hurt the second time. Steph was there. What?
No, he was out all year.
No, that was the prior year. So there have been a bunch of games where Steph...
Oh, the year when they lost in the play-in.
You're right. Steph was there. So, gee, Steph, you choke artist. Are we really going to do that? We're going to say that a great player, it's on the great player and not contextually what's happening around great player when great player has already proved to be great, right? Like LeBron James... You missed the playoffs in certain years with the Lakers. Does that mean LeBron is now no longer great? He's not one of the best to ever play the game? Or are we going to have a moment to have a contextual conversation? This year's Warriors team, I would agree with anyone who wants to put the focus on Steph, Clay, and Dre if they weren't playing well. But they're playing phenomenally. So why are they not good? I'll answer it. They're not good because whoever's around them this year has not been able to blend into their style of play. And there are a ton of reasons for that, whether it's Jordan Poole's decision-making, Andrew Wiggins' lack of availability, Kuminga and Wiseman's youth, Moses Moody's confidence. We can do this all day long. Andre Iguodala's lack of availability.
I think you're being too dismissive of their role in what's gone wrong because Klay Thompson was awful for 2 months. And the last 2 months, Klay Thompson's been great. But let's look at the totality of the year. Klay Thompson has not been amazing from game 1 through game 69. Can you agree with that?
I will agree with that. I think the word choice is too
awful
strong.
Might be too strong.
Too strong.
But he was not good.
It was inconsistent for sure. He had bad nights.
He was beyond inconsistent. Yeah. He was bad. I'll say he's bad. I'll put my name on it.
Yeah, but to me, that's likening it to almost like a short slump. Like Klay has had those before.
It was a long slump.
Steph has had those before. He didn't shoot the ball as well last year as he has this year.
Draymond Green has not been as good on defense as he's been throughout the course of his career.
Are we sure about that?
Yes.
The Warriors' defense has not been as good.
Right, and he has been the self-anointed best defensive player in the history of the game.
He's the leader. He doesn't do it by himself.
He's the one who has said that he might be the best defensive player in the history of the game.
Right, but you're not going to put a team's defense on one player.
I'm using his words now.
But wait,
these are his words.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask me.
Are you putting any NBA team's defense ever on one player? Is that even possible?
Not the entirety of the defense, but when you are the best defensive player in the history of the game and your defense goes from number 2 in the league to number 25 in the league, you bear the most responsibility.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. That's just like saying if we gave him 4 scrubs, he should still be close to as good because he's LeBron. And I'm like, no, they'd be terrible. They'd be terrible.
Well, he'd be close to as good.
Right. And I think Draymond has been close to it. I think he has been a version of Draymond Green.
He's been good on offense. Yeah. He's been good on defense.
He does not look that different to me than he ever does.
He does not look like a DPOY candidate to me.
No, definitely
on
not.
Defense.
Well, you can't. That's like you can't be an MVP in baseball if your team comes in 4th place in your division. You're not eligible.
If you're 310 and 50 homers and 140 RBIs.
Not if somebody else is almost as good for a first place team. We're going to value where that team is. You have to Shohei that thing in order to get an MVP out of a team that's not going to compete. So, listen, I get what you're saying.
Steph Curry, if I can, complete the troika, he's been really good when he's played, but he's only played in 2 of every 3 games.
Yeah.
The guy's missed 26 games now. So, in terms of when he's played, he's been good. They haven't won any more than when he's been out. So, yes, he's been impactful to the extent that he's Steph Curry, but it's not like they're 28-4 when he plays.
And to me, that's because of what's around them. That's like, why is the team not much better when Steph's back? Because what's around them is not working. Like, I guess what's odd to me is what is proof positive on the Warriors? What do we know over
they're inconsistent.
No, not just this year.
Okay.
Like, give me the roster. Who has shown that they are championship leader players
over the course of
all of their careers?
Steph, Clay, and Dre.
Okay, so why would we question that when they come back and statistically look exactly like themselves?
So why would we not blame that, though? And this is where you and I are looking at it completely different.
Because they don't have the power to grab other human beings and get what they want out of them. They're the parents on this team. Do your kids do what you tell them to do?
Always. Every single time.
They don't. The
little one I'm still working on.
Right.
She's a baby.
Right? Does Jordan Poole do what he's being told to do? Does he eat his vegetables? I don't know. He shoots from 30 feet at odd times.
He falls down a lot.
That feels kind of like an ice cream sandwich. You don't have that until you've had your vegetables, Jordan. So I'm not trying to sun Jordan. I'm not putting this on Jordan. It's on all of them. But I find it interesting that we focus there when they look like themselves, and they've already shown us through the years who they are. They are championship players, and therefore the people around them need to sort of adhere to their leadership. And my read is that this year the supporting cast is not doing that in ways that past supporting casts have.
Yep, and that's that's fair in terms of if you want to go back to Sean Livingston, who was a veteran, David West, who was an absolute veteran. You had Kevin Durant, and let's take the Kevin Durant years out of this for the sake of argument, because when you had Kevin Durant, you didn't need Clay, Steph, or Dre to be. You needed one of them.
You needed a ball. That's all we needed on any given night.
You needed one of those 3 to be. You needed either Steph or Clay or Draymond to be Steph, Clay, or Draymond. I get that. Last year, you needed all 3 to be the players that they were, and Andrew Wiggins would be the one that I would look at beyond the big 3 in terms of blame. And I'm not blaming him because he's going through whatever he's going through, and I won't even begin to project what it is. Bottom line is he's not available, and I know this is a hot topic all day today on the station, and I'll just say this, that we as fans, we have no right to know what Jordan Poole is going through and where Jordan Poole is or why he's gone.
Wiggins. I know you.
Correct.
Yeah, Wiggins.
The
Warriors,
said
Jordan Poole.
I'm sorry. The Warriors have absolutely every right to know, and I believe they do
And I
know.
bet they do. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But we as fans, we have no right. If I miss a month from this radio station, you deserve to know why I'm gone.
I do.
Look.
Yeah.
Deserves to know why I'm gone. And that's it.
Yep.
And maybe Stacy, our big boss. And beyond that, the listeners don't deserve to know. I mean, I would like to be able to tell them why, but maybe I don't want to tell them why if it's personal.
No,
so
I agree
we have
completely.
no right to know why Wiggins is gone.
This is a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. While we're on this topic, I do want to let everybody hear what Bob Myers said about it earlier on Steiny and Goo with regard to Andrew Wiggins. And remember, Myers a few weeks ago said, yeah, the expectation is that he'll play again this year. And a couple of days ago, Steve Kerr said, well, the hope is that he'll play again this year. So here's the latest from Bob Myers.
Nothing different than before, but same answer, unfortunately. I get why you got to ask. I get why the fans are interested. There's nothing wrong with that. But we got to respect him and his life and his privacy, just like I would respect yours. But that doesn't mean people have to like that answer. But in our opinion, it's the right answer. Certainly, I'm sure he wants to be here. We want him here. But beyond that, I can't help shed light, because if I was in the situation he's in, I asked people to keep it private, I hope they would. So just honoring that, respecting that.
Gotcha.
Nothing really new. I shared last time that it wasn't the plan that he wouldn't be back. I know some people have reported that. I haven't heard anything along the lines of he's not coming back. There's speculation on that, but I haven't been told, hey, look, I'm not coming back. Nobody said that to me.
Okay. So, I mean, there's not only nothing new there, I don't know that we can grab anything out of that to sort of even answer the idea of expectation versus hope. So yeah, I still I listen to that, and it sounds to me like everybody still has no clue as to whether or not Andrew Wiggins is going to play again this year. And what we're working toward is sort of everybody's opinion on whether or not this Warrior team can or even be expected to compete for a championship without him. I'm completely on the no side. I do not think this team is capable of winning multiple playoff series without Andrew Wiggins. Hard no for me.
I agree with that. And I think about if they get Andrew back and they get GP2 back, and even if they have Andre Iguodala for 8 minutes a night in the playoffs, a guy who knows what he's doing, I would feel like maybe this team could go on some sort of a run. If you had Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, and Looney, and then you had Poole and Iguodala and DiVincenzo.
Oh, no, maybe
so the restaurant quality DiVincenzo and GP2, and then JaMychal Green. Now you've got a legitimate 10-man rotation where you could feel like, all right, you might be able to mix and match and pick and pop and go on some sort of a run.
Let's go out to the phones. Remember, Peter King's going to join us here in 10 minutes. We're going to get into a super healthy conversation about the 49er quarterback position. Lamar Jackson, what are the 49ers planning? Do you notice what the 49ers are doing? Sure, they signed Hargrave, but then you let Ebicom out the building. You let Omenahu out the building. Then you started clearing cap space with restructures. Are the Niners about to do something big? We're going to ask all of those questions to the great Peter King coming up here in just about 10 minutes. But let's go to Leroy in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Leroy, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's a pleasure to be on. And just real quick, come on, Niners, get Lamar Jackson. Anyway, I digress. Listen. I just want to say about I'm a lifelong Warriors fan, and no, we cannot do it without Wiggins, and I just think that that's some of our problem on the road. Defensively, we don't have him, and some of the defensive woes you can get away with at home, as we have, because the crowd will start to push you defensively and stuff, and you can get away with certain things. But on the road, you need all guns blazing, and I think that he is our best perimeter defender. And we miss him on the road, and I hope him and Gary Payton comes back. But no, we cannot do it without Andrew Wiggins. And I just want to say something about the big three, it being their fault. No, it's not their fault, because it's never been about, the big three to me. It's about the big five. I saw an article at the beginning of the year, and the article, it was the top 10 duos, the top 10 tandems in the league. And Curry and Thompson was not on that list. But when it came to the top 20 teams, starting fives, the top 20 starting fives, the Golden State Warriors were number one. And that included Kevon Looney, Wiggins, and then our big three. Yep. So, if we're healthy and we have that lineup, hey, we're representing again, going for a title. But without Wiggins, I just don't think we can do it, guys.
Yeah, Leroy, thanks so much. That's where strength in numbers even comes from. The Warriors have always been about that. Now, pinning, the Warriors' road problems on the lack of Andrew Wiggins, I have a hard time with that because they stunk on the road when Wiggins was in there.
Right.
They've stunk on the road in every single form possible this year.
But in terms of these last games that he has not played, yes, I think you could look at the lack of Andrew Wiggins, and you could think about the fact that, man, it would be nice in these games, these road games, to have Andrew Wiggins out there because they're not winning with Wiggins. They're not winning without Wiggins. And now that he's been out for the past 3, 6, 9, 12 games, they've gone 7-5 in those 12 games, including, a couple of road losses. They're 0-5 on the road, 7-0 at home without Wiggins, 0-5 on the road without Wiggins since he went out on his leave.
It's so funny. I love watching what happens with the lines in the Warriors games. You can see it people refuse to believe what is being told to them repeatedly. I mean, why are they only a dog by 2.5 tonight? If we believe, and it's because we all are like, they're going to wake up any one of these days now. But my gosh, why would the Warriors? Why would they be within double digits tonight based on the way they normally play on the road? I have no idea. But then again, would you be surprised if they won by 20 tonight?
Yes, I'd be stunned. Absolutely stunned if they won by 20.
I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
If they won by 20
I told
over
you,
the Clippers?
Buddy, I put it in the trash can.
Pal, this game's on the road.
Hey, Chief, listen, here's how it works. I am not going to be surprised by anything with the Golden State Warriors this year, period.
Coach.
Anything.
Coach, they're 7-26 on the road, Coach.
Jabroni, they're the Warriors.
Son.
Nothing.
Not.
Now that was out of line.
No, it's not out of line because I'm 5 years older than you, son. Son.
Is it only 5?
It's 5 and change. It's 5 and a hook, I think.
Yeah.
But, son, you need to check the standings there, son. And you need to recognize... If you don't check yourself, you know what happens.
I think you're supposed to riggedy wreck yourself.
Thank you.
Grandpa Daddy Tracy, what are you doing?
I love a Grandpa Daddy.
What up, Grandpa Daddy?
Hey, man, I'm just going down. I'm in Union City, man, going to the next job site, got to check my traps.
Nice.
But listen, man. I know Wiggins, what is he going to do? This must be something really, really personal, and I feel for him, man. You know what I mean? It's just like anybody, like you said. Dips, you were saying, man, it's nobody's business, man, and he's going through something, and we're going to respect that. We're going to give him his space. And you know what? I'm telling you, Mark, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they won by 20, baby.
Wouldn't surprise me if they won by 50.
Easy, Chief.
I have put it in the trash can. Right next to my panic meter, by the way,
please,
is the possibility of being surprised by anything the Warriors do this year.
If they win by 20, you'll be stunned.
Nope.
Come tomorrow.
Win a title, miss the playoffs, anything in between. Not surprised. Hey, we'll tell you in a little bit how you can win 2 tickets to a Warrior game later on this month. And we're also going to tell you all kinds of things from the mind of Peter King. What did the Sam Darnold signing mean? What are the 49ers about to do next? What do we think of this Aaron Rodgers deal and the way he's handling it? And how about Lamar Jackson? All of it with Peter King next on Willard and Dibs.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
guy who had 36 points, including a big late dagger of a 3 to lift his team.
Clippers later tonight, 95-7 the game. And it is a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. However, we're about to dive deep on in to the NFL with Peter King of Football Morning in America, NBC Sports as well, and with the all-new 2 to 6 Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Peter, I just want to, A, welcome you in, and B, let you know that we're very, very big fans of your work and very, very excited to get to talk to you here on the show. So thank you so much for doing it.
Hey, well, thanks a lot. Good to be with you guys, and love my appreciation of the station, or my affiliation with the station, excuse me, and happy to be on with you. We'll
take appreciation and affiliation. We're into both of those things. And all kinds of quarterback stuff to get to. I think Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson are on everyone's mind, but can we start with the 49er quarterback situation? And I wonder how you'd answer this, Peter. The signing of Sam Darnold means what in terms of what the 49ers think about Trey Lance?
Nice insurance policy. That's what it means. Because, look, right now the 49ers want to be protected at the quarterback position. Okay? And, no matter how much anybody truly still loves Trey Lance, has faith in him, whatever, the simple fact is Trey Lance has not done it yet. And what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch did is they ensured their 2023 season could be about as good as it can be. Because, look, here's what they've done in the last few days. They have essentially taken their, the strength of their team right now, which is their defense, obviously, and they have fortified their defense with probably the best player on the defensive front in all of free agency. And I have to say that after I got over the initial surprise of them getting Javon Hargrave, I said, I know exactly why they did this, because they are not sure what they're going to see at the quarterback position this year. I mean, do you have any idea who's starting opening day? Probably not. And what happens if Trey Lance wins the job and then performs poorly early on, and Brock Purdy isn't ready and his elbow is not good? Well, they have a proven fireman in the bullpen now in Sam Darnold, who actually played pretty well this year in Carolina. And look, one thing that we know about Kyle Shanahan is quarterbacks play better when they play for Kyle Shanahan. So I think it was a real smart signing, and it was a signing that was not all that costly. And I think it was a real good idea. Plus, the last thing I would say is, about Hargrave is that, look, that there's a good chance you're going to be playing some 21 to 16 games this year. And so you want to have your defense as strong, especially strong up the middle as it can be. And I think that's what the 49ers have done.
Is the tandem of these signings, Hargrave and Darnold, a nod to Kyle Shanahan and his ability to make the most out of quarterbacks who maybe aren't the highest paid guys in the league?
Well, look, I saw a lot of people who said, oh, my God, they should go get Brady. They should talk him out of retirement. Or they should go, bigger than just a backup quarterback. And I disagree fervently. I think everyone is expecting somehow, some way for, Brock Purdy to turn into a pumpkin at midnight tonight. I mean, what gives you the feeling that Brock Purdy is suddenly going to start throwing interceptions and turning the ball over this next year? Look, in his before the championship game in Philadelphia, the ill-fated championship game, Brock Purdy had played 8 games since he took over the job, and he threw 3 interceptions and never fumbled. And look, I just think one of the things that you have to realize is that, it's not always going to be that great. But to me, I think he did enough and proved enough that when he's healthy, he should be the starting quarterback of this team. Now they have insurance with 2 guys. And look, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who's going to step up this summer. We'll see. We don't even know how healthy Brock Purdy is going to be on Labor Day weekend. So essentially, I think it's a wait and see thing, but I think they're fortunate right now to have depth at a position that is still kind of a mystery.
Peter King with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Peter, the 49ers grab Hargrave, but then they let Omenihu and Ebukam out the door and clear space. There is a perception out there that maybe they're getting ready to do something else big. Do you agree? What do you think's next?
I don't necessarily think they're going to do anything big. I think one of the things that you have to do in today's football is get ready for the second wave of free agency. If I were the 49ers, I would wait because, look, I wrote this in my column this week that the middle class of football is being obliterated as we speak. There just aren't nearly the number of prominent free agents signed this year as there were in any other year. And the reason is that teams said we are not overpaying for guys who we don't think are that great. And so honestly, that is what has happened now. The 49ers would be smart, honestly. And look, Omenihu is, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name, I mean, he had some big moments for this team this year or last year. And so to me, I kind of look at where they are with that as simply, making sure that when the second wave of free agency begins in a week or so, that they have enough money to go get guys who they've targeted, but who they've targeted at lower bonuses and salaries.
Is that third wave that might still be to come not until the draft? And have the 49ers kind of cracked?
No, the third wave will happen post-draft. And, the third wave, quite honestly, I always think of that as, around June 1st, because there's going to be a bunch of guys cut in early June and who are going to be on the street who people might not expect. And so I think the third wave really happens then. And until then, I think the prices will continue to moderate and in some cases really, crash because teams just, and look, and this isn't about Lamar Jackson, but I still can't find a team that might, not saying that there won't be one, but I still can't find a team that might give Lamar Jackson the kind of guaranteed money that he seems to be expecting.
No, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask you about the wave before the wave and the draft and whether or not the Niners have actually cracked the code with all these comp picks. But while we're talking Lamar Jackson, what team out there do you think might want to jump into the breach and give him the kind of guaranteed money that he's looking for?
I don't think there is one. There could be one. It doesn't do a team any good. It doesn't do the Atlanta Falcons any good at all to basically advertise that they're going to be going after Lamar Jackson. Not that I think they are, but there's a lot of reasons why you would keep it very quiet, and most of which is about the incumbent quarterback on your team. Not that Desmond Ridder deserves, and we're talking Atlanta, and I don't think Atlanta's going to go after him. But what I am saying is that if Atlanta were to go after him and realize early on that there's no way it's going to work, they would hope that it just stayed quiet so that Desmond Ridder doesn't view it as a repudiation of his, of him being the starting quarterback. I would just make one other point about all this. I think that one of the things that has been forgotten, probably conveniently, and I'm not sure exactly why, but one of the things that's been forgotten, honestly, is that, Lamar Jackson is a great football player. Of that, there is no doubt. And he's had some great moments early in his NFL career. But the fact is, he has missed 34% of the snaps the last 2 years. He wants all this guaranteed money. He has started and finished one game in December and January in the last 2 years. And so, to me, you really have to, I believe, you've got to be realistic about who your quarterback is. And if you want to respect your quarterback, I think respect is a word that's thrown around a lot with players, of course. But you want to respect your quarterback, but you also want to respect the team. And, to me, to give Lamar Jackson a 5-year fully guaranteed contract at $45 million or whatever it is, I think is absolutely irresponsible.
So, Peter, it's so interesting because we were having a healthy conversation about this not only earlier, but over the last few days. If I'm the Baltimore Ravens, I go, look, we don't like the Browns' contract. We don't like Kyler Murray's contract. We don't like Russell Wilson's contract. So you can say that that's the market, but those are bad deals. And Lamar can come back and say, why do I have to be the one to reset the market the way that all you owners want it to be? So if that is the argument, who's right?
I don't know that anybody is absolutely right, but the fact is, it is Baltimore's decision. And as of now, apparently, according to Lamar Jackson, they have offered him a 3-year fully guaranteed contract, or a contract of 3 or more years, of which the first 3 years worth $133 million are totally guaranteed. And, Lamar Jackson evidently, because he has not agreed to this, evidently wants more. And so, to me, if I were Lamar Jackson and somebody offered me 3 years, $133 million, that would make me a free agent again at age 29, meaning, clearly in my prime. And so to be able to get a contract that is whatever that is, $44 million a year, fully guaranteed for 3 years, when the last 2 years, you've started and finished one game down the stretch in December and January. I think that we could argue all we want about how, they called plays that got him hurt, or they've exposed him to a lot of punishment because he runs a lot. I mean, okay, that's fine, but it's a little bit of a silly argument to say, just guarantee him the money for 5 years, because if he gets hurt as much as he has and you don't have any options at quarterback because you have so much invested guaranteed in your current quarterback, the general manager is going to get fired. So, again, I respect Lamar Jackson can ask for whatever he wants to ask, but I sure wouldn't give him. I mean, I would probably max it out at 2 fully guaranteed years, but the Ravens evidently offered him 3.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how that one's going to play out. And I guess the even bigger headline is the Aaron Rodgers saga in terms of, yes, he's going to the Jets. It seems to be a fait accompli, as the French would say. But what will be the compensation? And how do you think this is going to work out in the Big Apple for a curious, darkness-loving quarterback?
I don't think being in New York is really going to have that much of an effect on him versus, say, being in Green Bay. He does have some rabbit ears when it comes to the media. He hears everything, gets mad at Adam Schefter and all that stuff. And I don't quite understand why that happens, but every great quarterback now is a national figure. It's like Steph Curry. Yes, he plays, in the Bay Area, and his home court is in San Francisco. But Steph Curry is covered a lot nationally by ESPN, by everybody who loves basketball. And so he is getting attention everywhere. That's the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. He will get attention everywhere, no matter where he plays. And that's why I don't think it's that big a deal that, the big bad New York media now can devour Aaron Rodgers. I don't think it's going to be a very impactful thing. I think how it works out is going to be really interesting to see because, look, I've covered the schedule a lot in the NFL, and I have somebody told me recently that, the NFL really is not going to make a decision on a lot of its marquee games until they see where Aaron Rodgers signs. If I believe that if he had signed with Vegas, the opening game of this NFL season would have been Vegas at Kansas City on Thursday night, September 8th. But now I wouldn't be surprised if it is the Jets at Dallas to open the Sunday night football season on NBC. What's going to happen now is that Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets are going to instantaneously become a national team. When they have not been a national team, I don't even think they really were one back when they were a factor 10, 12 years ago. So I think that's one part of it. The other part of it is he'll figure it out, and they'll figure out the compensation. And I think that Green Bay is really going to force the Jets to pay more than they want to, especially because Rodgers probably is only going to play a couple more years.
Peter, as we said, so excited to have you aboard. Wonderful to hear from you today. Thank you so much for doing it, man.
Okay, all the best to you guys. Take care.
All right, there it is. Peter King. That's that guy, NBC Sports right there, Football Morning in America. And the Aaron Rodgers thing is interesting because, for instance, this is what he said on the Pat McAfee show earlier today.
At this point, as I sit here, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
Okay.
And I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's been compensation that the Packers are trying to get for me.
Okay, so this is an elite leverage play by Aaron Rodgers. And clearly Pat McAfee, you might use the word mouthpiece. He's also going to be the guy, though, that gets anything Aaron Rodgers related going forward.
Sure.
We saw the text message from Aaron Rodgers to Adam Schefter earlier today. Lose my number.
Totally.
If we're breaking news, I'm breaking it on the Pat McAfee show.
Exactly.
And he did it right here. And as always, I ask the question, so why? Why would you say this publicly? I mean, I don't know. Is this putting pressure on the Jets? Is it putting the pressure on the Packers?
Both.
Is it both?
It's both.
The Jets are doing whatever Aaron wants. They've already signed Alan Lazard.
Yeah.
They're going to go after Randall Cobb next. He gave him his list. They're going to go do the whole thing.
Ahmad Green, I believe, is in camp. I just thought I'd throw one out there.
I mean, they're going to do clearly, because as you just heard Peter say, this isn't so much about, hey, we can win the AFC East. They become a national brand.
Finally, since the butt fumble. And as we mentioned before, when the Sacramento Kings make the playoffs in the adorable Sacramento Kings,
cute.
But they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
they're going to qualify for the playoffs in the next week or so.
Qualification
and at that moment, that's a buck. At that moment, the Jets now have the longest drought since they've been to the playoffs in all of pro-American sports.
Well, and
the big three.
I know a lot of people, oh gosh, Aaron Rodgers, he's washed and he's a headache and he's in the darkness retreat and ayahuasca and all this.
Does he have 2 years left?
Oh, if he wants to, sure.
Exactly.
Sure.
And that's all the Jets want.
And by the way, there'll be good years if he's playing with that defense.
Right.
And by the way, love Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
Right? Like
the Jets have the offensive and defensive rookie of the year.
They got all
That's
the pieces,
so rare.
Man. They got all the pieces. And sure, you're into a very stacked AFC.
Sure.
In terms of the quarterbacks and the teams and even the division. Right? Like Buffalo's fantastic and Miami is solid enough. And I love that New England has become the team that we're like, yeah, and then there's New England. Like they're,
still New England.
There's something.
Yeah.
They're not great, but there's something to be reckoned with. And all that said, I mean, would you put your chip in the for or against column for the Jets making the playoffs next year if Aaron Rodgers is on their team?
4.
I agree.
That's an absolute 4.
I agree.
And I would say, actually, if I put you out onto the test in terms of over-under playoff teams out of the AFC East at 2.5, you would be hard pressed because
all right, what do you got? 7 now?
Seven of the 16.
The South is probably a 1 playoff
correct
team.
The North
division.
might be a 2 at most.
Got to wait to see what Lamar's doing.
Right,
but the Bengals are a playoff team.
The Bengals are a playoff team.
The other 2 are
Pittsburgh and Cleveland are maybes.
They could, they're campy.
maybes.
They're campy.
The AFC West, you've got a legit Kansas City's there.
Well, and now
the Chargers always seem to be close.
And Garoppolo, I mean, if he
go Garoppolo.
If he plays more than 10 games, I mean, 70% wins.
Over under 2.5 in the AFC East.
Thursday's at 1.
It's Buffalo for sure. Miami seems, and Miami and the Jets, both or one of them. It's interesting, right?
Yeah,
there are 3 wild cards.
I want to say over.
That would mean 2 of the 3 wild cards would come from the East.
It's because what I would be betting. First of all, we act like there won't be surprises, and there will.
Always.
Somebody who we just said is going to be good,
and somebody we thought was good will be nah.
Right, but I mean,
use your words.
Thank you. It is. Look it in the dictionary. But between the Raiders and Chargers, somebody will mess that up,
of course, or if not both.
The Chiefs will go. I don't know what to think of Denver. Wouldn't be shocked if they turned it around and looked very different.
I'd be shocked.
I don't know.
Russ is washed.
Maybe.
Let Russ be cooked.
Maybe
is the expression.
But he was also very poorly coached. And so we'll see.
Shout out Nathaniel Hackett.
I mean, Mike McGlinchey, watch out. It's going to be.
Thank you.
Anyway, and then that's, does somebody, here's one thing I'll say. You want your surprise? Somebody in that South will be good who you don't realize is going to be good. Either Tennessee or Indianapolis will actually be a viable squad next year alongside Jacksonville. Sure, the North, you could make the case that any one of the 4 will be good. Cincinnati will. But, yeah, I would lean toward over on Bills.
Playoff teams
Dolphins,
in the East.
Jets. Yeah.
Because, you're going to get 4 division winners and then 3 wild cards across 4 divisions. It feels like the South has no wild card. The North probably doesn't have a wild card. Maybe Baltimore, depending on Lamar. And the West feels like would have 1 wild card and then 2 out of the East. So I also would go over 2.5.
Heavy hoops coming up because Youngmisik, who is fantastic on the Clippers with ESPN, he is going to join us at the top of the hour, and wait until you hear the story that he has to share.
Man.
It's not about like Kawhi Leonard or Paul George. It's no joke, and I don't say this like with a smile. It's about the fact that almost all of the Clippers are almost dead. I don't mean in the standings.
You don't?
I mean the Clipper players, almost all of them are almost dead and no longer with us. He will share the story at 4. It's unbelievable. 4:15, #KenPom. NCAA Tournament Eve.
Oh, I'm so excited.
If you don't get your bracket done before you go to bed tonight, you are really taking a risk that you don't want to take. We will get you ready. But coming up next, we line it back up with your Warriors phone calls at 888-957-9570, and we let you hear how Bob Myers answered the question, what's up with your future? That's sponsored by 5 Hour Energy, and it's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Glad you're with us here on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibbs now, 2 to 6 here, 95.7 The Game. If you're new to the show, the hell are you doing? Where you been?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Been here for 18 months. What do you sleep 9 to noon or something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, give us a chance. Let us make a habit out of us for you. That's our hope. We love interactivity, phone calls, Xfinity mobile text line, YouTube, Twitch. What's going on YouTube and Twitch? Thank you for being with us. The chat on YouTube and Twitch, which we hop into from time to time.
Sure.
Glad you're all here. So thank you. Thank you so very much. Peter King was great. Om Youngmasuk is coming up here at the top of the hour. Not only is he going to give us a little bit on what kind of Clipper team the Warriors will be facing tonight. I fully expect Kawhi Leonard to not play because that's what Kawhi does. But so far they tell me he is going to play. But we'll talk to Om about that, and he's going to share a story that's going to blow your mind with regard to the Clippers recently. So that's coming up at 4.
Yeah.
Ken Palm is going to come up right after that.
Ken Pomeroy.
Yeah, about 4:15, 4:20, and get us ready for the the NCAA tournament.
Oh, it's so good.
Which, of course, started last night.
It sure did.
No matter what y'all say, I have already won money on the NCAA tournament, courtesy of Dan Dibley. So
You're welcome, yeah.
That means it started. I love it. You're welcome. I mean, I
never in doubt.
See, I got gray hair in my sideburns.
You're fine. Don't be such a baby. That thing was never in doubt.
They won by a point because of a free throw with 1.5 seconds left to go.
I love that kid.
And that's the way you love to do it. So, Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, much love to you. Appreciation sensation. And we're off and running. And Ken Palm is going to join us here in a little bit.
Yeah, Ken Pomeroy, bracket expert. If I can just spend 30 seconds and give you another winner.
Spend as much as you want.
I mean, do you have time for another winner?
Don't we always?
Because the first 4 continues here in about 5 minutes. We've got Fairleigh Dickinson going up against Texas Southern, Mark, in a battle of 16 seeds. A little bit of a curiosity here. Fairleigh Dickinson is the only automatic qualifier that did not automatically qualify. They lost their conference tournament championship game to Merrimack.
Is Merrimack not eligible or something?
Merrimack is not eligible because they just graduated from D2 into D1, and you have to be in D1 for a year or two. Grandy, correct me if I'm wrong, but Merrimack was not eligible to win and go in.
Wow.
So Fairleigh Dickinson, by virtue of being the runner-up, goes on to the NCAA tournament, and we like Fairleigh Dickinson today.
Yeah, we sure do.
Against Texas Southern. Texas Southern, 14-20 on the year. They ran the table in the SWAC in order to get in.
14-20 in their favor? Why are they favored?
By 3.
Why?
And the number has gone up.
Why?
Because Fairleigh Dickinson is the lowest rated team in the tournament, according to
Ken Palm,
who joins us at 4:15.
Well, I tell you what,
4:10.
We're going with. You know what? Actually,
take Fairleigh Dickinson in the points, Mark.
It makes me very uncomfortable when people call it Fairleigh Dickinson, even though that is how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
I grew up calling it Farley Dickinson.
Sure,
but it's Fairleigh Dickinson. But that always makes it sound like you're not sure.
Are you confident in Dickinson?
What level of Dickinson are we talking about? Is it like John Dickinson?
Oh, I'm severely Dickinson.
Or is it a different level of Dickinson?
It's fairly Dickinson.
Yeah, it's fairly Dickinson. It's not like all the way, but it's fairly Dickinson.
When John Dickinson fills in, I am massively Dickinson.
Okay, but in this case,
majorly Dickinson.
Right, but today you're just not fairly.
I'm fairly Dickinson.
I'm fairly Dickinson today.
Yes.
So anyway,
like a little piece of you died.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, well, a little piece of me will die if they don't lose by 2 or less. Okay, Fairleigh Dickinson plus 2.5. Book it, Ken Palm.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. So
you're welcome.
Back to the Dubs.
Sure.
Back
to Wiggins.
We'll shout out to our buddy Marcus Thompson, who just drippity dropped that thing a little bit earlier on The Athletic on Andrew Wiggins. I'd like to share this with everybody about Andrew Wiggins because, sure, it all comes from a good place. Big believer in intentions, and I get it, Warrior fans. It comes from a good place. You're a Warrior fan. You want the Warriors to win. Andrew Wiggins means more winning. So whether each and every one of you are actually worried about Andrew the person or just worried about Warrior basketball, in some way, shape, or form, with each passing day, the curiosity grows. I think for the most part, everyone has been pretty respectful about this in terms of, Andrew's got something family related. Family's more important than anything else. So onward we go. But as it gets to a month, people are like, gosh, what could it be? Well, the tone of everything that Marcus wrote, and I'll just pass along a couple of quotes, but the tone of everything he wrote was this: nobody wins or loses more based on Andrew's absence than his teammates and the Warrior franchise. Nobody is more tied to him than them. So if they aren't mad, maybe you shouldn't be either. Quote from an unnamed player: what Andrew's dealing with is some real bleep. Okay? So I promise you, because I've heard him too, we work at the home of the Warriors, all those things that you hear on the streets, right? Goo comes in, streets are talking. I think he's got a hangnail.
Sick goldfish is what I had, Mark.
He's got a sick goldfish.
Yeah.
I think one of his kids got a bad haircut.
Could be.
It's not that.
Takes 6 weeks to grow out, by the way.
It's not that. Okay? Here's another player. If we're fine with it.
I saw this one, yeah.
And the people who pay him understand, then so should everybody else. It's pretty powerful stuff.
Right.
And the only other thing that came out of this that really stood out is the Warriors have been ironclad, locked down with this information. And they are an organization that over the last 2 years has been anything but. And Marcus points out that there might still be some feelings about the fact that the Warriors let Andrew's battle with the vaccine get out last year, and that Andrew may not have been very pleased that got out, and therefore he had to answer questions and deal with it, and then eventually did get the vaccine, even though he didn't want to. So this time around is like, look, I don't want this out, and you better do a good job of holding it in. It's the same organization that had a video of Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole fly to TMZ in a matter of 2 hours. So all of this leads to the same thing. Some of you are wondering, well, how serious is this? Or what could be so serious? We don't know, but we know this. It is really, really serious.
Well, that is in the eye of the beholder, ultimately. And as a fan, you can make that judgment based on your own set of standards and what you think is, quote, serious or not. But the second quote that you read, Mark, is the one that resonates with me. If we're fine with it, meaning the team, the players, and the people who pay him understand, Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, Bob Myers in the front office, then so should everyone else. That's the one that I take away, and that's the one thing that I've held on to. Yes, I would love to know what it is, not only for my own sports talk radio-ness, the job that I do, the fans want to know, I would like to know. I'm very curious. But at the same time, if the team is fine with it, and they seem to be, if the front office is okay with it, and if they weren't okay with it, Mark, if it was a sick goldfish and he was out for 12 games because his goldfish was sick, I would imagine that the team by now would have leaked it, and it would have gotten out that Andrew Wiggins is not playing because his goldfish is sick. And, they would have done that so as to damn Andrew Wiggins and so as to allow the public to go ahead and criticize Andrew for missing games for no good reason. The fact that it hasn't gotten out and the team is not cracked at all in terms of showing any frustration, that tells me that the team sees that it is serious. They respect the fact that he's treating it the way it should be treated, and that's why it hasn't gotten out, and that's why I'm not overly concerned, other than I want him to play because he's a good player.
Sure, yeah, no, I don't think that they can win without him, and so I hope that he gets back, but if he doesn't, he doesn't, and the curiosity doesn't go away, but the understanding does. It's all pointing to the same thing. This is also a player, like I think at this time you look at someone's resume. This is not a player who misses games.
Right.
He does not do this. He does not do a lot of load management. He does not miss a lot of games. He had missed 20 earlier this year, but this is not someone who takes it lightly. So if he doesn't take it lightly, if the players whose championship aspirations are all hanging in the balance totally understand, if the people who are paying his checks totally understand and continue to cut those checks, I just all adds up to the same thing. That ridiculous stuff you've heard at the barbershop, that ain't it. It's not that. He doesn't,
most likely.
He does not have a sick goldfish. He's not cowering in the corner because somebody called him a bad name. It's not that. Okay? These are big dudes with big egos, big money, big dreams. They would be furious if they felt Andrew was sitting out on them and the reason was wobbly. They'd be furious.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Right.
So there you have it.
Well, and again, and this comes down to the individual fan, and when the news eventually comes out, and I'm assuming that it eventually does at some point.
I would assume it doesn't.
It may not. Well, if he comes back in whatever, let's say he doesn't come back till next year, and he finally plays again in October, and at that point, something's going to come out in terms of what it was, or maybe it won't. But let's just say that it does come out at some point. Every fan will individually cast their own judgment in terms of should he miss games or should he not have missed games. And whatever judgment you make on another person is wrong, in my opinion, because we can talk about, for example, Naomi Osaka, the tennis player, who may never play again at the highest level because she felt a certain way about press conferences and anxiety and, whatever it was that she felt like wasn't working for her. And at that point, she decided she can't play anymore. David Duval, the golfer, was one of the greatest golfers in the world. And then suddenly he wasn't, because mentally he was no longer able to go through what he needed to go through to be a top player. So if you want to judge another human being for not being able to do their job based on whatever it is they're going through, that's a you problem.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I agree with that.
As much as I want Andrew Wiggins to be out there giving me 21 and 10 and lockdown defense, I want that. They want that. We all want that. But if he can't do that for whatever reason, we can't judge him for that.
No, I like the concept of go to the people who know and take your cues from them.
Yeah.
Like that's a real concept. In quite frankly, in sports. We do this
in life, right?
Right. We do this in ways that are much less serious, too. I mean, we were about to do it with whoever the 49ers grabbed at quarterback. Go to their actions and take your cues from them. All right. Do you like Trey Lance? We called Tom Brady. Oh, you don't like Trey Lance. Because I'm taking my cues from your actions. Same thing here. Go to the Warrior players. Realize that their professional careers are changed by whether or not Andrew plays. And if they're chilling and simply expressing compassion, take your cues from that. That's what I'm going to choose to do.
Yeah, and to that extent, and we can look at this in terms of the punch, the Draymond Green punch, and we can take our cues from the way that leaked, right? And Jordan Poole got punched by Draymond Green in a practice in the offseason in the facility, yet that video got leaked within, I don't know if it was 2 hours, but that video came out very quickly. So why did that news get leaked so quickly, whereas this has been held on to now for the better part of a month?
Because video killed the radio. Anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's video. And they didn't have control of it.
I get that. But at the same time,
if there were video of Andrew telling Bob Myers what happened, then I wouldn't trust it either. I don't know. Video changes everything.
Agreed.
Right?
But
Ray Rice, Tyreek Hill. Video changes everything.
Yeah, Joe Mixon, I'm totally with you. However, is there something out there in terms of information that would indicate why Andrew Wiggins is out?
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, I mean, whether or not it's...
There are people who know.
Exactly.
There are people who know.
There are people who know. Yeah. So if one person who knows why Andrew Wiggins is really out, all he has to do is to one of the various reporters.
But they respect him. Again, that's another clue.
Exactly.
They're respecting him.
And I'm not trying to make this only about Draymond and Jordan Poole and what happened, but in terms of the COVID vaccine, that news got out. Draymond punches Jordan Poole, that video got out. Andrew Wiggins has been gone for a month, and that news has not gotten out. So it's either very, very serious, or they respect Andrew Wiggins and what he's going through, or both right now.
In just over 10 minutes, Om Youngmasuk of ESPN on the Clippers and a story about that team you will not believe. So that's coming up shortly. We promised this, and this is the true level of interactivity. Have you heard this yet? I've not heard this yet.
I'm not sure if I've heard it until you played it. I can't answer that.
We're all gonna listen to this for the first time together, and I really want to sort of break it down based on the tone and based on the words. But I texted Steiny and Goo. I said, "Well, boys, you better make sure you ask Bob Myers about his future now, because I want to hear what's going on." And here it is. Bob Myers on Steiny and Goo asked about the state of his future with the organization.
No, nothing new. Same stuff. I mean, there's a lot with our team right now that's taking up all my time anyway. So same answer, Steinmetz.
Steinmetz. He called him Steinmetz.
They didn't call him Steiny.
No, or Matt.
That was like when your mom uses your middle name to get you butt dinner.
Oh, man.
Rest
in peace, Sue.
Yeah, that's tough.
When she'd hit me with a Daniel Edward, I knew it was trouble.
Hold on a sec.
One more time.
One of the reasons I like doing this is not because I want to hear the words. I want to hear the tone.
The essence.
I want to hear what that person's feeling.
The je ne sais quoi.
Listen to the right at the beginning.
No, nothing new. Same stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot with our team right now that's taking up all my time anyway. So same answer, Steinmetz.
Shortest answer.
Nothing new.
Shortest answer in the history of Bob Myers.
Right?
If I ask Bob Myers, "Hey, bud.
What time is it?
Are you wearing a watch?" I'm getting at least 25 seconds. I'm getting at least 25 seconds.
You nailed it with the start of it, which is nothing new.
Same answer.
Nothing new.
Steinmetz. Same answer, nothing new. This feels to me like the question, either if I'm to read the emotion going through Bob when he hears this, it's some sort of fatigue.
Yeah.
Combined with
nausea.
Negativity?
No, nothing new. Same stuff. I mean, there's a lot with our team right now that's taking up all my time anyway. So same answer, Steinmetz.
You don't need a lot of time to sign
Same answer,
right?
Nothing new. And then Bob, I mean, like a veteran ball player, he realizes he's kind of trapped in a double team and he pivots.
Yeah. Oh, right. Exactly. We got stuff with my team.
Stuff with the team.
I love when people do this.
I love Bob Myers so much.
Do you have a pen on you? Do you have a pen? Does anybody have a pen?
I got some Cheez-Its.
Oh, well, I know. Oh, leave it to you.
I got a pen. You know, speaking of a pen, there's a pen that was... Here's a pen.
Thanks, John. Give me a pen. All right, here's a pen.
Is that a pen that's been chewed on?
I want you...
Because the pen that was left here...
No, this is
I don't
a
know
beautiful
if it's guru,
pen.
but somebody's a pen chewer who sits over here.
That's gross.
So gross.
That's disgusting.
This pen's going with me. This is a nice pen.
I want you guys to time this.
Okay.
All right? I'll tell you... I'll say start, and then I'll say finish, and then you tell me how long it takes. Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Wait, hold on.
Are you ready?
My stopwatch app. Okay, go ahead.
3, 2, 1, start.
Yeah, this is good radio.
Finish. How long was that?
2.23 seconds, Mark.
That's how long it takes to sign a contract.
Whoa. Wait. Are you sure?
So, Bob, are you able?
Don't hold up your signature.
Are you still able to focus on team activities by putting aside those 2.2 seconds?
2.23, Mark.
2.23 seconds. That's how long it takes to sign a contract.
I thought you were going to say that's how long. And if you want to time his answer, his like, blah, blah.
Also took 2.23 seconds.
I was going to say.
I'm like, you could have signed the contract right there instead of your exasperated sigh.
It was an exasperation sensation is what it was.
No, nothing new. Same stuff. I mean, there's a lot with our team right now that's taking up all my time anyway. So same answer, Steinmetz.
before he pivots, that's longer than 2.23 seconds. But you know what that tells me, Mark?
My man.
Is that if they handed him that contract and he realizes it's going to take me 2.23 seconds to sign this, and he looks at the contract, he answers to Joe Lacob the same way he answered Steinmetz, which is, nah.
There are two words in the English language that when people say them, you know they're feeling tired.
F off?
No.
Blank you?
Same stuff.
Oh, man.
Hey, buddy, what's going on today? Yeah, same bleep, different day.
Thank you, Boach. Totally.
Same stuff. Same stuff. Nobody's ever happy when they say same stuff. Hey, what's going on today? Hey, man, same stuff. It's amazing. No, same stuff, different day.
Totally.
Wah, wah, snuffleupagus. So, listen, we're a little tongue-in-cheek here, obviously.
Just a little, though.
But just a little. Like, that's not evoking good thoughts when that question was asked.
From his buddy, Matt Steinmetz, and he always praises Matt for being on the beat, and I'm going to borrow from Ernie Chavez, who paid $2 for this because it is an appreciation sensation.
It was also an affiliation sensation.
That's $1 a piece, and Ernie, you're welcome.
That's
yes.
fine.
And Bob appreciates Matt Steinmetz for his time on the beat. So the fact that he would be so, I guess, downtrodden and dismissive of the question, it was exasperation, Mark, the way he answered it. And I don't blame Bob Myers for it, but in terms of will Bob sign, when you hear that answer, I mean, do you think that Bob's going to sign a deal?
Certainly does not feel like it. These things can change quickly. Of course, they only take 2.3 seconds. But anyway, it's Warrior Wednesday.
2.23.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game at 6 p.m. It's presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The Clippers host the Warriors. We'll get into the team, but we'll also get into the story. Wait till you hear what the Clippers went through recently. Youngmasuk of ESPN joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
Golfers teed up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, humans, who likes Warrior basketball?
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hang on. Who likes going to see Warrior basketball live?
Did I mention ooh, ooh, ooh?
Live.
I like it.
And in person.
I love it.
And in an arena where they actually win basketball games.
That's kind of my kind of party.
That'd be Chase Center. Yeah,
that's my kind of party.
Down the street.
Yep.
Warriors do good things there. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you would like to see it, you can win 2 tickets to see them play the Spurs on March 31st, and all you got to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more of a chance you have to win. You get 1 entry per hour for every hour that you listen. So every hour that you listen, boom, you rack up another shot all the way up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app right now. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, 4 tickets go to Warriors.com. The Warriors will not be at Chase Center tonight. They will be down in Los Angeles taking on the Los Angeles Clippers. Om Youngmasuk, ESPN, NBA reporter, and all over the Clippers, joins us now on Willard and Dibs. Om, we're glad to have you. And could you share with everybody how close all of the Clipper players were to not even being alive for this game tonight?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure if you guys just saw the news that literally just broke from the Warriors, but Andre Iguodala will undergo surgery next week for a fractured left wrist that he suffered on Monday against the Suns. So an update on his status will be provided following the surgery, according to the Warriors. So I just want to let you in on that.
Yep.
Literally just dropped, I think, like a minute.
Yeah, thank you.
We just saw it as well. But
literally breaking news when it comes to a broken wrist. So thank you.
Yes. The Clippers have experienced a lot of turbulence on the court and off the court coming out of All-Star break. They had a lot of trades that they made after like 58 games to kind of like, change the course of their season. Mason Plumlee, Eric Gordon, Bones Highland. They then went and got Russell Westbrook, which was an unexpected risk that a lot of people thought the Clippers did need to kind of take, signing him at the All-Star break. And then they lost 5 straight coming out of the All-Star break, which I think was only matched by teams like Houston and Detroit or something like that. And so they had a scare as well. Their flight to Denver got hit like as soon as it took off out of LAX, immediately went into a storm, dropped like 5 times in altitude, and then like they heard a big bang and they got hit by lightning in midair. When they landed, they saw like basically part of the paint of the Delta Airlines tail at the end had been taken off by this mid-air lightning strike. So they've had a couple scares. Even when they flew to play Golden State, they were walking on the tarmac at LAX, and hail started coming down on them. So the weather has been kind of kooky here, and the Clippers have certainly kind of had their rocky moments. But it appears now, before they face the Warriors tonight, that they're starting to kind of come out of it and find safe cruising altitude. They're starting to play like the contender that we kind of thought they would be. I know it's only been 3 games; they've only won 3 straight. But they're starting to show signs of more improved defense. Their offense has been very good since the All-Star break, and the new pieces are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
You mentioned turbulence, and that's what it's felt like up here in terms of the Warriors season, but also the Clippers season. So as you look at LA right now, heading into their home stretch as they try to come in for a landing and hopefully for their sake be a playoff team, what's the state of the Clippers going forward for their last dozen or so games?
They have a lot of practice time, which is a good thing for them because they had an insane amount of games entering before the All-Star break. I think after the All-Star break, they only had like 21 games left in the season. So they have a lot of practice, and they're literally using all of their practice time. This has been a team that normally doesn't practice because they have a lot of veterans, but Ty Lue has needed that practice time to get everybody on the same page, kind of incorporate all these new pieces. They're using even their shoot-around times to kind of like go over like improving their defense, for example. And so I think what we've seen in the last 3 games is that the Clippers are kind of locked in and more focused on game plans and what they need to do. And I think in these final games, they have a couple back-to-backs remaining, which means that Kawhi Leonard will likely sit out one of those games because that's been how they've kept him healthy. And listen, there's no argument for me on that because Kawhi Leonard has been excellent
I mean, he is now in a stretch since January where we're seeing him put up numbers that were like playoff like Kawhi Leonard. He has scored 33 or more points, I believe, in 5 of his last 9 games. And so he's really looking good. He's shooting the ball good. He's dunking the ball. I think he had 5 dunks against the Toronto Raptors 2 games ago. And I think he's only had something like 5 games of 4+ dunks in his career. And like 2 or 3 of them have come since January. That should tell you how good he's feeling. So I think for the remaining games, the Clippers just want to be more consistent, continue to play defense the way they played in the last couple games, and also make sure that Paul George and Kawhi Leonard stay healthy, and then develop chemistry. That's the biggest thing for them. They got to develop chemistry with all the new pieces, including Russell Westbrook.
Youngmasuk is with us here, ESPN, talking Clippers, Warriors, which is coming up tonight on 95.7 The Game. You know, you mentioned in there the load management thing for Kawhi, and you said, quote, no argument from me. So how about if I counter that, because there is an argument from me. Here's my question. I got triggered last night by Anthony Davis going for 35 and 17, and before the fans had even left the building, they announced that he's not playing the very next night because it was pre-planned. The load management conversation has been well documented, but couldn't I argue it doesn't work? It doesn't work. All of the players who are load managing have gotten here to the month of March, and very few of them are playing. LeBron and Lillard and Brandon Ingram. I know it's a different reason for Ja, Luka, Kyrie. Is load management working if you get to the end of the year and all of these guys are hurt anyway?
Okay, so when I mentioned load management earlier, I'm only talking specifically when it comes to Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
With everybody else, you have an argument, and I don't like. I'm an old school head, so I love old school basketball. I like guys that play 82 games a year, and I don't really love where the game is heading, where it's being dominated by medical staff. In this particular case for the Clippers, though, it's hard to argue the results they're getting right now with Kawhi Leonard. If it's working for Kawhi Leonard, okay, and the way he's playing, and if you play him on the second of a back-to-back and he gets hurt in these final 13 games, well, then it really wasn't worth it. It was not worth it at all playing him in one more game. I get it, though. Like, for example, like the Lakers and Clippers, they need every game down the stretch. They need to win these games. It's not like they can take a night off. Totally understand that, 100%. And with the Clippers, there's been a lot of frustration from fans and, people around outside of the team wondering like, Paul George is not playing, Kawhi Leonard's not playing. They're holding these guys out. And it definitely was frustration inside the organization at times when, I think Ty Lue just didn't know when his guys were going to play earlier in the season. But I think right now, with the way, just in talking specifically about Kawhi Leonard, the way he's playing, it's working, so I would say I don't want to risk anything down the stretch. With Anthony Davis, he is playing very good basketball right now, and yes, the Lakers need every win they can get, but at the same time, you can't lose Anthony Davis while LeBron James is out, so I understand, I guess, a little bit of why they're not playing AD, and they're playing very good basketball, so there's a chance they could beat Houston, but Houston, just beat Boston, so you can't take anything for granted.
From load management to rust management, the Warriors seem to have found a way to manage Russell Westbrook by not guarding him. Where does he fit with this Clipper team going forward into the playoffs?
So he's done, it's funny because I think a lot of people take from that game, what went viral was Draymond sagging in the middle of the paint, not even like, he wouldn't even touch the free throw line. He was in the middle of the paint, almost like behind the dotted line. He wouldn't even go past the dotted line. And just leaving Russell Westbrook open. And I think maybe that's kind of a blueprint of maybe what, a taste of things to come for the Clippers down the stretch. But to be honest with you, if you go and watch that game, the Clippers had built a 12-point lead despite all that Golden State did. If anything, maybe the Golden State Warriors lulled the entire Clippers team to sleep from three-point land that night because I think they missed something insane, like 34 or 42 three-point attempts in that game. It was kind of more than Westbrook. I mean, Westbrook, when he went to the bench in the third quarter, Golden State had started making that insane 38-8 run or whatever it was. But Westbrook goes to the bench, and the Clippers are up like 3, I think. When he comes back, the Clippers are down like 12. So I think, people think, they left Russ out there, and that's the reason why Golden State kind of won that game. I think, Russ has actually tried to fit in the way the Clippers need him to. He's not jacking an insane amount of threes. He did go 0 for 5 from 3 in that game, but it's weird. The context of what Russ does is not the same almost of what he was doing with the Lakers. There were a lot of poor turnovers that led to easy baskets on the other side. There were a lot of jacked up shots like early in the shot clock, whether it was an open 3 or mid-range pull-up. He hasn't done a ton of that with the Clippers. And if he's not in a rhythm, Ty Lue won't play him in the fourth. Ty Lue will go with Eric Gordon or Terrence Mann. So far, I would say Westbrook has kind of fit in and played the way they kind of hoped he would, and he's increased their pace. They're now like 8th in pace since the All-Star break, and their offense went from bottom 10 before the All-Star break to 12th in the league, I believe, in offense. So defense is taking a step back, though. Defense went from top 10 down to something like 25th or something like that after the All-Star break. But their offense has been good. I'm not saying Russell Westbrook's the whole reason why their offense has gotten better. I think all the new pieces have really kind of helped up, and then Kawhi and Paul feeling healthy and dominating lately is kind of what's got the offense going.
Yeah, tough assignment for the Warriors tonight, but hey, they lose all their road games, so it's all good. Om Young Masuk, hey man, great to have you. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you too. Om Young Masuk of ESPN. And again, the breaking news, fractured wrist for Andre Iguodala. Doc Pandia says maybe 6 to 8 weeks. Could be a career ender. More on that coming up. It's Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com and sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture and Ken Palm to get your bracket ready. I know you're filling them out tonight. He joins us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there's a Bobapedic Memory Foam Hybrid or Hybrid Plus mattress for you. Check them out at mybobs.com.
I mean, just let it wash over you.
He's going to make me cry.
Nothing says pizza at 11:18 in the morning, sitting around on a couch on a Thursday, praying for brackets, basketball, and cash.
Oh, so good.
Oh, man, it must be March. Here we go. And the great Ken Pomeroy is going to join us here momentarily. Do want to mention the breaking news again, and we'll have more on this after we visit with Ken. But Andre Iguodala is going to be out, and this is an estimate coming from our own Doc Pandia, but about 6 to 8 weeks, broken wrist, a fracture in the wrist. He will have surgery, so Andre Iguodala is out an extended period of time, and it may well be the rest of the season, and it may call it a career for the great Andre Iguodala, former NBA Finals MVP. So more on that coming up around the bend, but let's welcome in the great Ken Pom. We just go by Ken Pom, kenpom.com. That's where you can get all the little data, which you know the deal, Ken. We look at this data, we live by it, and we hope it turns into a wonderful cash present here as spring opens up in our United States of America. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so I mean, is there, like, when you put all of this together, and I know this is a deep data run, so I'm not asking you to sort of like share the way this all comes together, but do you have a list right now of teams that you think these are the teams that legitimately have a chance to win it all? And if so, how big's that list this year?
Well, I don't necessarily have like a hard line on, hey, this team can do it, this team can't. But there are obviously teams that are much better positioned than others. I will say that this year, at least according to my ratings, there is, as much parity at the top as there ever has been. Just in terms of the ratings, the top teams are just worse than they, have been in previous seasons, really going back, almost 20 years. So I would not be surprised. I know our brackets always end up going down in flames at some point, but I would not be surprised if more brackets go down in flames this year, because I do think the top teams are more vulnerable than they ever have been.
I'm a Ken Pom geek. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm a Ken Pomaholic. I think we've talked about this before, Ken, many times on the station. But I was looking at your numbers, and it seems like almost always a team that wins the championship is top 20 in offense and in defense. And this year, it's UConn, it's Alabama, it's Houston, and Texas, the only teams that qualify. Would you say that one of those four is most likely to win based on the way they've played so far in the regular year?
Yeah, that's certainly a good start. I mean, I think Houston and Alabama are the clear, top two most likely teams to win it. And then after that, like, I don't get too caught up in saying, hey, you got to be top 20 in both. But the fact of the matter is, you're going to win the title. You have to play like a team that has a top 20 offense and a top 20 defense. And so if you're, within shouting distance of those ranks, you can do it. Like UCLA, if they were fully healthy, if Jalen Clark wasn't hurt, their offense is ranked 25th, their defense is number 1. Like, I would say for sure they would be in that mix as well. You mentioned UConn, certainly Purdue. I would even throw in the mix. I know people are, really skittish about picking a Big Ten team, and I can appreciate that. But Zach Edey is a machine offensively, and they rank 23rd defensively, so it's not like their defense is terrible or anything. It's pretty solid, and they can certainly fake it, I think, and play like a top 20 team for the next 3 weeks. So yeah, there's obviously teams that are more better set up to win this than others, but I think the list of teams that could possibly win it are, probably more like 8 to 10 teams as opposed to 4 or 5.
Ken Pomeroy with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Ken, I think one thing that stands out from a Bay Area perspective, they're a 5 seed, but based on your ratings, St. Mary's is number 11 in the country. What kind of tournament do you think they could have?
Well, I hope for my sake they have a good one, because, yeah, no question, I have them rated higher than a lot of people do. They will run into UConn in that, potentially second-round game, and that is going to be a huge test, because that West region, really the West region, it was just, I don't know what got into the selection committee, but they decided to essentially just stack that region after Kansas, who's the weakest 1 seed in the field. After Kansas, they basically stacked that region with, really tough 2, 3, 4, 5 seeds. So that, St. Mary's was in another region. They would be, I would really love it if they had just swapped them with Duke, because Duke is a 5 seed, and the East has a much easier path to the Final Four than St. Mary's does. But if St. Mary's can bring their A game, like certainly they can compete with UConn, and UConn's lost to lesser teams than St. Mary's, so they could win that game. But UConn unfortunately will be probably a 3 or 4 point favorite in that one.
If I'm trying to sneak off with my bracket on the back of maybe a surprise Elite 8 team, who would that team be? I'm in love with Florida Atlantic, but I'm afraid for the second round matchup with Purdue if it all comes to pass that way. I also love San Diego State, but maybe they're not a sleeper. Is there a team that you would maybe whisper to our audience as one that you might put in your bracket as a surprise Cinderella?
Yes. Don't tell anybody, guys.
Okay, thank you, Ken.
Right. I would go with Creighton.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hashtag Ken Palm.
I love, the 6th seed. They're 13th in my system. They've been really highly rated in a lot of analytical systems all year. They lost 6 in a row early in the season, and people kind of got off the scent, and they weren't rated in the AP poll. But they finished the season pretty strong, 14-6 in I think an underrated Big East. Lost in the Big East tournament, the semifinals to Xavier, pretty badly, so that might spook people a little bit too. But this is a team that has some low grade NBA talent at multiple positions, has some depth, and is a pretty well rounded profile. 27th on offense, 16th on defense. I mean they're close to those cutoffs you were talking about earlier. So this is a team that can make a deep run, and their bracket is actually pretty favorable in my opinion. I'm not really scared about Baylor. Arizona's had a good year, but their defense is a little suspect. So, yeah, I could certainly see Creighton making the Elite Eight.
This is Ken Palm. He's talking Ken Palm to me.
It is.
This is my dream right
Ken,
here.
you have no idea. It's literally like a young golfer meeting Tiger Woods.
I got
goosebumps. It's unbelievable what's happening in front of me right now. There's red cheeks and everything.
Oh my God!
Let me flip the script though, because everyone wants to know who's that underdog, who's that secret. Let's flip it.
Oh boy,
who's the overrated team? Who do people? You got people, taking them to the end, and you're like, no, that team's fake.
Well, number one on the list is Kansas, as I mentioned. They are the weakest 1 seed, and they just happen to get put in easily the most difficult region of the 4 regions. So that would be a team I would target. I would probably avoid picking them to the Final Four. If you want to have a 1 seed go down kind of early, certainly in the Sweet 16, I wouldn't object to getting rid of them. Another team that's a little suspect to me is Marquette as a 2 seed in the East. Again, one of those kind of lopsided profiles that are a little scary, really good offensively, but their defense has been kind of suspect all year. It got better in the Big East tournament, and they won the Big East tournament, but still has a ways to go. And, I tweeted out a stat earlier in the week that, no 1 or 2 seed that started unranked in the preseason AP poll has ever made a Final Four. And that encompasses 36 teams. So it's not a small sample. And Marquette actually falls into that category. They were nowhere to be found in the preseason AP top 25. I don't think they got a single vote. And here they are as a 2 seed. A fantastic coaching job by Shaka Smart. But ultimately, I think, kind of the burden of being this surprise team will catch up to them.
Changing my bracket on the fly here with Ken Pomeroy at Ken Pom here on 95.7 The Game. You mentioned coaching Shaka Smart. What about Rick Pitino in Iona? How live are they as a double-digit seed going up against UConn and then maybe St. Mary's in the second round?
Right, yeah. They really got a bad draw, I think, in drawing UConn, because UConn's clearly the toughest 4 seed and kind of a sneaky Final Four pick. But it's hard for me to see that game being, a blowout in favor of UConn. I do think, Rick Pitino may be the best coach in the field. I'd probably go with Bill Self 1, but certainly Pitino 2. He's able to get the most out of his team, and I do think that is a very scary matchup for UConn. People say, hey, UConn's the best 4 seed, but UConn looking at Iona was probably not a matchup that they really wanted, and I could see that game getting interesting. I do think UConn will prevail, but Rick Pitino's not going to make it easy.
Ken Pomeroy, the great Ken Palm, with us, and the basketball ratings. By the way, is this a comfortable thing for you that people sit down with these ratings and then put their own money totally based on them? Like, do if it doesn't go well, do you get a lot of hate mail or something like that?
Yeah, certainly social media will light up on every twist and turn in certain games. And, And I can't monitor Twitter, during tournament action too often because the feedback is not always the best. But it's part of the territory, and you hope that once the dust settles, nobody's going to come to my house with some sort of weapon and want to do me in. That's the only thing I ask.
If you ever need it, Ken Palm, I've got your back. I've got your back in spades. I'm probably your number one fan, and I was on Corpus Christi yesterday. We're riding with Fairleigh Dickinson today, and it's all based on what we like to call here in the Bay Area, Ken Palm.
I love it. FDU's looking pretty good, so I hope that works out for us.
Thank you, Ken. If not, I'm going to turn on you in a heartbeat.
Understood.
Never.
Yeah.
This is my guru, Mark. This is my guy.
Ken, great to have you on a very, very busy day. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, go. That's
Ken Palm. That it?
That's it.
I had more.
I bet you
I
did.
had like 17 more questions.
He's coming on again tomorrow.
Oh, thank God.
No, he's not. I want everybody.
I'm glad that you shared with the audience the joy that was all over my face during this interview because I love this tournament. And I love, it's kenpalm.com if you're interested. It's just data, and I love data. You know that.
It's not just that. I need everybody to understand what this looks like in here. Okay, so imagine that, let's say you took your kids to a Warrior game.
Yeah.
Okay? You take your kids to a Warrior game, and you got really, really good seats, and they're walking down, and then all of a sudden the ball bounces off the court, bops one of the kids in the head, and they might be crying a little bit.
Yeah.
You look up, and it turns out that ball was tossed by Steph Curry. And so what Steph does, because he's a nice dude, Steph hops the seats and runs over and gets on one knee and sits down and gets right on the level of your kid and sits there and talks to him for a little bit. Maybe sign an autograph, sign a jersey.
Rubs little picture. Timmy on the head.
Yeah, put your arm around him, get a little picture. The way that kid would look in that moment, that's how Dan Dibley looks when we're talking to Ken Pomeroy.
Oh my God! I wish you were lying.
You look like we just talked to Steph. I'm now concerned. What would you look like if Steph Curry were on the phone?
Whatever.
So you can shoot. So what?
Steph, why you throw your mouthpiece so much?
I mean,
what's the deal with you and Atherton?
What
But you get me, Ken Pomeroy?
And the Atherton.
I just thought that was for you.
Oh, my God.
Seriously, but you give me Ken Pomeroy, and I had another 11 questions. I know that it's not about me, it's about the audience. But thank you to Grandy and the great JT Lucan, and for you, Mark, for entertaining my Ken Palm crush for about 10 minutes.
There was. And so I hope everybody feels a little bit more ready for the tournament. I'll be honest, I'm just like, I think everybody else, like I'm sitting down to do the brackets tonight. You guys sit down and do it tonight. I know some people love to do it on Sunday night, Monday morning, what have you. I got to wait until those play-in first four dealios are over, and I got to I got to hear what people have to say. I got to read some Ken Palm. And then we'll do it tonight. I'm never doing it before Wednesday night. To me, that's crazy talk.
I did one on Tuesday, and I have one that I literally, as Ken Palm was talking, I was making some changes because I actually had Iona over UConn because Rick Pitino coaches Iona, and Iona had a great run through their tournament. But as I looked at Ken Palm's numbers, he does have UConn as not only the best of the number 4 seeds, but he has them number 4 overall. Behind Houston, Alabama are the 2 best teams in the country.
Right.
Everyone agrees. He's got UCLA 3rd, but that's based on data, and UCLA has an injury
problems
to one of their big players, and then UConn is the next team up. So as Ken Palm was talking, I put UConn into my Final Four in a real-time adjustment.
Okay, so listen, I've never done this before.
Ken Palm.
I'm going to fill this thing out tonight solely based on this.
On Ken Palm?
Ken Palm.
Okay.
We're going to Ken Palm the whole thing.
You're going to Ken Palm it up?
I mean, the kids are going to sit down. Dad, why'd you pick that? And I'm going to look at them and just be like, Ken Palm.
Yeah, thank you.
And they'll be like, what the hell did you just say to me? And then,
what'd you call me?
Then, I'll try to explain it. And then they'll be like, Dad, look, Steph Curry just hit a 3. And then we'll move on with our lives.
Sure.
So that's how that's going to go tonight. But I've never done that before. Usually, I'm much more of a gut instinct bracket filler-outer guy because I don't pretend to be what all of you pretend to be, which is, I love that no one's even heard of this stuff. And then it all comes out on a bracket, and Monday morning, people are like, a 12 always beats a 5, and so that's why Iona and all, you're acting like you know something about these teams. You know nothing. You don't even know their mascot.
I watched every play of Florida Atlantic this year, Mark.
Maybe you did.
Every squeak of the sneaker, I was there.
Yeah, but you look like a Beatles fan when Ken Pomeroy comes on, so you're weird. I just, you know what I mean? Like,
I almost cried.
I want to be one with the idea that I have no clue what's going on, and I'm about to put money on it, and I have no clue what's going on. So I love this. I want to just give it to someone else. I'm not going to go chalk, meaning like if it's a higher ranking, they move on, because then I'm just going to end up with Houston, Alabama, UCLA, UConn, whatever at the top. But I'm going to lean into the Pomeroy ratings and let them be my guiding force as I work through the month of March and the thing that they call brackets.
I like that. I like it. Yeah. I'm excited by it. And, the 12-5 thing is real. And if you really want to, look at the historical data as it pertains to which seed wins over which other seed, that data is out there. And I think it's been 15 straight years where at least 112 has beaten at least 1-5 in the bracket. The 9-8 matchup is a coin flip. It's 50-50 historically.
10-7 kind of is
10-7's close as well. 11-6 and 12-5 is also a lot closer than you would think. So you need to pick at least one 11 over a 6, 112 over a 5, and if you're feeling a little bit cheeky, you may want to pick a 13 over a 4. Beyond that, 1s, 2s, and 3s win more than 90% of the time.
Exactly. There you go. So chalk if you want them. There it is. By the way, Dibs is not just happy because Ken Pom was on.
Oh, boy.
I got to think, and let's just be honest. Can we just call this what it is?
I'm a little concerned on where you're going with this.
This is the most orgasmic hour of Dan Dibley's radio career.
Now, this is mean-spirited.
This guy got a 1-2 punch of Ken Pom comes on right as Andre Iguodala's career ends.
That's not fair.
I like to be an open book. I like to welcome people into what's going on in here. I've never seen you look this happy in my entire life, and it can't just be Ken. The fact that Ken Pomeroy was on while your least favorite player in the history of sports suffered an injury that could not only be season-threatening, it could be career-threatening. You can't contain your joy right now, and it's a little unsettling.
Might be a sugar-free rock star that's working for me right now.
My gosh.
I'll say this about Andre Iguodala. He's not my least favorite athlete in the history of sports. He's not even my least favorite Warrior in the history of my long 50-year fandom as a Golden State Warrior fan.
Who is?
I'd have to Google it. I'd have to really research.
That's a great question.
I'd have to really look deep.
Is it Eric Wanamaker?
In my soul.
It's Eric Wanamaker.
It's Eric Pascal. Okay, there. And I got nothing against Pascal. I've got nothing against Iguodala.
Well, that's not true.
Well,
that's not true.
The only thing I have against Iguodala is his insensitivity in his open complaining about the fact that he's only making the veteran minimum to sit around in street clothes.
Okay, so there you do have something against Iguodala, and there it is.
Now, what I have against Andre Iguodala has nothing to do with this injury. I'm not happy he got hurt. I'm not happy that his career is most likely over. I'm not happy that he's going to be sidelined for 6 to 8 weeks. I'm not happy that he's going to undergo surgery. However, I do think that this might be an opportunity, and I don't know the roster rules in terms of the ramifications on what this could mean, but if they can take Andre Iguodala's roster spot, if he's out for 8 weeks, that's mid-May, which means if he's back in mid-May, is he really going to be able to help you from mid-May to mid-June in the NBA Finals? Maybe.
6 to 8 weeks, in theory, there is the chance that Andre Iguodala would be ready for round 2.
Late 2, maybe early 3, right? So let's just say that that's the case. In the meantime, what if you had a player that you could, sign,
use,
and have them actually use that roster spot? So I'm not happy that Andre Iguodala got hurt, but I am intrigued at the notion that maybe now Ty Jerome can get signed and actually stick around. Well, Anthony Lamb, I think, is going to get signed anyway.
Yeah, so no, this would be, my mind went to the same place. which is, did this just mean that the entire season-long Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome debate ended in a tie? No pun intended. Are they just going to keep them both? Is that it? If that's it, though, you are doing something out of character if you're the Golden State Warriors, which is giving up on the future prospects of Andre Iguodala.
Right.
And I know that sounds funny, but that's essentially what they've done the whole year. This team decided to use a roster spot at times against its own benefit to keep a guy who they were just sort of kind of hoping would be there in the end. And so would it be any different for them to now say, hey, I know we could give the roster spot to someone else, but what if we get to the second round of the playoffs and we want Andre Iguodala? I mean, that would fit the character. I think that would frustrate the hell out of everybody, but that would fit what the Warriors have done to this point. Certainly, the first thought for me, when you've got a guy that has done as little as he's done, and you have to at least get to the second round for him to even potentially play, and even then, there's absolutely no promise. Why would you not just say, okay, that Andre, we love you. That's the career. That's how it's going to end. And get the bodies who actually contribute on this team. Get Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. Sign them up for the rest of the year, and let's ride.
Well, the other piece to that, and I'm with you in terms of, hey, can we get a guy who can actually possibly help us? But the other part of it is, does Steve Kerr feel like that Anthony Lamb or Ty Jerome, are they playable in a playoff series? Is Ty Jerome going to be a guy that Steve Kerr will look down the bench and say, yep, we want you. We want you on the floor in this big leverage spot, as opposed to maybe Iguodala in the conference final?
All right, this is presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And do not forget the 2 tickets to the Warriors and the Spurs later this month on the line simply by listening to our show and our station. You download the Odyssey app, listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get 1 entry for every hour that you listen. And again, that's it, just by listening. 1 entry every hour you listen, all the way up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app. There's no reason to wait. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors. And if you want Warriors tickets, you always go to warriors.com. Okay, coming up next, we got to get into the specific importance of this game tonight. This one's a little different. They're all big. This one's different. Plus, Peter King on with us on Willard and Dibs earlier today and had some fantastic stuff on Sam Darnold, the future D-line moves of the 49ers, Lamar Jackson, and Aaron Rodgers. So that is all around the corner as well. Time for your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
I want Iguodala.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a...
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
He's right. He's absolutely right.
He's wrong, and he's out of line.
No, he's not. He's right. Who the hell is Ken Pom?
I'll tell you who he is. He's the college basketball March Madness Jesus, not to blaspheme.
I tell you what. I will reserve. I mean, I enjoyed talking to Ken. I like making money. That's what we're all trying to do. Stop acting like this is wholesome. Oh, they're college kids and they're playing sports.
Stop acting like I'm not giving out winners like Halloween candy, babe.
You know, sports.
Okay.
It builds all kinds of good things in the lives of young people.
Yeah.
That's sports. I'm like, yo, Fairleigh Dickinson plus 2.5.
Mainly Dickinson.
And they're up by 16.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And you know where I got that pick, right?
Ken Pom.
You're welcome.
And so that's
early. It's early.
That's my point. My point is, ask me in 3 weeks who Ken Pom is, and we'll see if my cheeks get as rosy as yours did.
I am a Ken Pom acolyte all year long. I follow his numbers. I follow him on Twitter. If he wants to follow me back, you're going to see a grown man cry.
You're a Ken Pomerant is what you are. That's who you are.
I'm a Ken Pomistan is what I am. Now, you asked me to explain the system, so let me know at whatever point you want me to actually. I can dumb it down in about 90 seconds if you have some free time.
You dumb down for your audience and double your dollars?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. And I know we've got some Peter King goodness coming our way here in about 15 or 20.
We do. And it's also a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And happy March Madness Eve for all of those of you who celebrate.
Oh, wow. Boy, do I partake.
Yeah, so if he's right, then I won't say who's Ken Pom. But if I fill out this bracket based on his ratings and it doesn't work, you're dead to me. Dead to me.
I get it.
But, look, we're off to a good start. You're giving me your system, which is off of Ken Pom.
Strictly off of Ken Pom.
We were a winner yesterday with Corpus Christi. And Fairleigh Dickinson, plus 2.5. You told me, you're like, boy, the system says they're actually going to win the game.
Yeah, by a couple.
And they're up by 17.
It's early.
In the second half.
It's early.
It's not that early, actually.
Right.
A 17-point lead in the second half of a college basketball game is actually a pretty big deal. I'm feeling like we got an Ottoman game here. That's what I'm feeling. I'm about to put my feet up, Dan Dibley.
Not quite yet.
I'm about to do it.
Let's get to the under 8 timeout, and then we can talk about feet up because,
Of course, Texas Southern would hit a basket right when I said that. But anyway.
And when you're dealing with kids, and these are essentially young adults, you have to realize that there is a certain amount of plus or minus that goes into it.
You sound like one of those don't bet on it commercials. I'm just a college kid. And you're not a kid. All right? You're an adult. Get yourself to class on time and make a three-pointer, okay?
When you're talking to a guy who bets on Little League Baseball when he can. And you want to talk about the bankability.
That I won't do.
Well, it's because you don't want to win money. The only thing more bankable than Little League Baseball is the women's NCAA tournament.
That's true. That I agree with. We should be rocking and rolling on that here pretty soon, too.
Those young ladies play to form more reliably than any other athlete in the entirety of pro and collegiate sports.
True story. Yeah. You know who's the opposite of those women, those young ladies, as you called them?
Thank you.
The Golden State Warriors.
You can't trust them.
No, can't trust them at all. Or can you? Because when they go on the road, they lose. When they go at home, they win. I know that's it's overly simplistic in my opinion. But listen, we're all waiting for the same thing. And all of us, to a certain degree, don't believe what's in front of our faces, which is that the Warriors, whatever it is, you can all have your reason. Whatever it is they do, it doesn't travel. However, you sure they won't win tonight? Are you sure?
I'm not sure, but odds are they won't win tonight. They've won 7 games of their 33 games on the road. We talked about this yesterday. Of the 7 games they've won on the road, a grand total of, I'm doing my Mark Willard, 1. A grand total of 1 win has come against teams in the top 6 in their conference, and it was a win over the Cleveland Cavaliers. The other 6 road wins they have are against the, and I won't say little sisters of the poor, because that demeans both sisters and poor people, but those other 6 wins have come against teams that don't have the wherewithal to be playoff teams.
Yeah, no, I get it. However,
little 9 non-binaries of the middle class, we'll call them.
but a Warrior fan knows, they know this process, which is that, I mean, even the national media, Howard Beck was on with us yesterday, and he goes, look, I'm not going to tell you yet that the Warriors can't win the title. And then he goes, if they go 0-5 on this upcoming road trip, and then he stops and he goes, I still won't tell you they can't win the championship.
Right.
Because we can't do it. We can't bring ourselves to say that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green can't do this. You can't bring yourself to do it. Why? Because they've proven everybody wrong so many times, because they're so great, because this whole thing, this era, this dynasty has taken so many twists and turns. No one wants to be the guy or the gal who doesn't believe in the Warriors. Like, who wants to be that? A, it's not fun, and B, you keep getting proven wrong. It happens all the time. It's happened repeatedly on this ride. So no one wants to be that person, and so there's the belief that, gosh, any one of these road trips, this could be the road trip where they come out and they flip the switch and they look like themselves and all of this stuff. The normal cadence, as I've watched it, is this, because I'm even looking at YouTube right now. YouTube chat. Mac Dre, they will win. Paul Zaradka, LA going down. Mac Dre, just win, baby. Oh, that's 2 Mac Dre's.
Rest in peace, Mac Dre.
Uncle Looney wants to know what's the spread tonight. It's 2.5, unless it moved. It was 2.5 in favor of the Clippers. But there's all this Warrior belief. Why? Because it's the first game of the road trip. It's the first game of the road
3.5, by the way, is where
it
the
up
number
to 3.5?
sits. Yeah.
Watch the arc of a Warrior fan. They leave for the road. We're going to do it this time. And then they lose the first game. All right, but that was a good team. So the next game, they're playing Atlanta, and I got to think that they're going to have some pride, and they're going to go out there and they're going to win that. And then they lose that game. And somewhere around the 3rd game of the road trip, a Warrior fan becomes despondent, decides that they're never going to win another basketball game. The playoffs are a joke. Playoffs? We were talking about playoffs? This team's not going.
I just want to win a game.
This team's not going to win in the playoffs. It's ridiculous. You're all homers, and that's stupid. And then what happens? The Warriors return home. And then they go beat the tar out of somebody really good 2, 3, 4, 5 times in a row. Rinse, repeat, action. That's all we've done all year long. So here we are again. They beat the Bucks and they beat the Suns. I know that they were both missing their best players, but they beat the Bucks and they beat the Suns. And so here we are. Warriors are going to win tonight. I don't know. I mean, this is a monster game. These two teams are tied. They have the exact same record. They are currently 5-6. And when you think about what the Warriors have left, the number of games on the road, who they're playing, a win right now, they win the season series, it would vault them really into a powerful position. If they lose tonight, it gets scary again every time because you got 4. No, it does.
Nah.
Yeah, you get 4 more road games.
But you got Atlanta and you got Houston on this trip.
Let me think.
Those are wins.
So the last time they went on the road, this is what happened. They were going to play the Lakers, and Steph was returning. And they're like, okay, there's no LeBron, so maybe they can win this one. Oh, but they didn't. And, Steph was returning, so we got it. They need a minute to figure it out. Oh, but 48 hours from now, I know they're not good on the road, but Oklahoma City.
Yeah, am I right?
They'll win that one.
That's the last road game they've won.
They didn't win.
No, the last road game they won
was in Oklahoma City.
Correct.
But not last week.
And the last road game they won?
It was in January.
You know who was playing on the Golden State Warriors?
James Wiseman?
He was technically a rostered player.
He was a Warriors.
Jonathan Kuminga played. And a guy by the name of Andrew Wiggins also played that night. He went 7-13. He was a plus 10. That was January 30th. The last time the Warriors won a road game, January 30th. So you're talking about 44 days ago. 44 days ago,
Crazy.
The Warriors actually won a road game. So you lose to the Clippers, fine. I'm expecting you to lose to the Clippers. Now, if you go out and you lose to Atlanta in back of losing to the Clippers, then I'm going to be a little bit more concerned because I already told you, Mark, 2-3 on this road trip. Wake me when you get home, and you'll be a game above 500, and that's exactly where I expect you to be.
I don't know why they wouldn't lose these games.
All 5 of them?
Why wouldn't they?
Because Atlanta's not very good.
Right, like all these other teams.
Houston is terrible.
Right.
So those 2 are wins. The other 3, they're losses.
That is more adorable than the Sacramento Kings.
Look at you patting me on the head.
That is adorable that you think because the other team's not good that the Warriors will beat them.
I already told you how this trip's going to go, and if I get it right, you have given me permission on the air to end your days, to go ahead and close the book on M.W. Willard.
Mm-hmm.
I told you it's going loss, win, loss, win, loss.
Right.
And you didn't agree with me.
Boy,
I believe you put your life on the line, if I'm not mistaken.
Boy, I hope they win this one tonight.
Big. It's a big one for you.
Hey, are the Lakers without LeBron really good?
It depends. It
depends
on what night.
They've lost more games than they've won this year, right? Is it a good team?
Without LeBron?
Just
or
in all forms. They have they have a losing record.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are they a good team?
Yeah, they're a good team. Don't sleep on the Lakers.
Oh, gosh. Is Oklahoma City a good team?
Not really. They got a couple good players.
Portland a good team?
No, they're not.
Minnesota a good team?
Nah, Minnesota's a fraud.
Okay. Those are all teams that they've played on the road since their last victory. They didn't beat any of them.
Right.
But you think they'll definitely beat Atlanta.
Yeah.
Because,
Because Atlanta.
Somebody give me a good reason why they're going to win any of these games. By the way, real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And remember, this is a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Peter King in 7-8 minutes. But yeah,
I get what you're saying. And
Devil's
you're not
advocate.
wrong. Yeah.
I'm not telling you they can't win. But someone, and feel free at 888-957-9570, give me a rational, educated, intelligent reason why the Warriors would win any of these 5 games.
Well,
why?
They would beat Atlanta because Atlanta is a team that has not completely punted on the year, but they are in punt formation. They're 34-35. They're a team that's not very good. They made trades at the deadline to subtract. They fired their coach. They have made major changes at the top of their organization. Atlanta feels to me like a team looking toward next year more than they look toward this year. So that's why I think that they're going to beat Atlanta, and I think that the Warriors will be favored over Atlanta when that game comes up here in 2 days' time.
Great. I thought that was well reasoned.
It was not completely rational.
I thought you made sense.
A lot of hyperbole in there.
You used a word a couple of times over the last few sentences that I'm removing from my Warriors vocabulary.
Huh, what's that? Should?
Expected.
Oh, yeah. That's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You said, I expect them to lose tonight. Here's what I expect of the Warriors. Nothing. And I mean that in a good way and in a bad way.
I get that.
This has literally become an exercise for me, and it's kind of fun. Like, you know how they say ignorance is bliss?
Yeah.
It really is. Like, I will sit down with pizza tonight. It's pizza night. It's pizza night at the Willard House.
Salami and olive.
Well, it's tough because I got 2 of the 3 kids are just like, hey, Dad, just cheese.
Cheese, yeah.
Cheese.
Yeah.
They're still at that age, right? It's
well,
tough.
the 9-year-old, of course.
Well, I concoct my own salami. I'm like, fine, just buy cheese pizza, and then I'm going to bring it home. I'm going to slap salami and olive on it, put it in the oven for an extra 2 minutes. I got salami and olive. It's a little cheaper, too. Anyway.
Cheap.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy, the bird pizza.
I'm running circles around you, pizza place. Anyway, point is this. It's pizza night. We're going to sit down, and we're going to just act like super dumb people. Sit down, 7 o'clock, a pizza in one hand, beverage of choice in the other, And I'm going to act like it's the first time I've ever seen a Warrior basketball game.
Who's that number 30? He's fun to watch.
Yeah, he's plucky. He's little, but he shoots the ball well.
Hey, number 3 can't stay on his feet. Does he have sneaker issues?
Who's the guy over there in street clothes? It says, I can't read the last name. Iguodala. Iguodala. Right? I have no... Why would I expect...
I get it.
Anything, good or bad? I have no clue every time they play what they're going to do.
They have no clue. And that's the thing. So in terms of expectations, because you can pretend that you don't have them, but you're going to watch tonight because this is a big game. And this is a big game.
Very big game.
Because they're 36-33, and so are the Clippers. And if you lose this game, you realize that you fall behind them in the standings, and the Atlanta game becomes a little bit more important. But in terms of what you're talking about as far as expectations go, when you're 7-26 on the road, yes, you don't have the same expectations for results that you normally do with a Warrior team that would go to the Clippers in this spot, and you would think, okay, it's mid-March, this team is ready to start humming, they're ready to make that championship push, they're going to beat the Clippers. I expect that.
The Golden State Warriors are in the 5 seed right now. The Timberwolves host the Celtics starting right now. The Timberwolves host the Celtics. And if the Timberwolves win and the Warriors lose tonight, they've got the exact same record. The T-Wolves right now are in the play-in tournament. So it's that tight, and I just feel like tonight is a game and a half. This is a game, because of the standings, because of who they're playing, because it's a road game, this is a game and a half, and it's that important. If they're able to win it, this one would feel huge. Okay, great stuff with Peter King on Willard and Dibs. You'll hear that in mere moments, but we have a small piece of breaking news around the 49ers before we listen to Peter. But the 49ers have agreed to terms with cornerback Isaiah Oliver on a 2-year deal. Now, here comes the fun part about Isaiah Oliver. I don't know how he wasn't in the Bay Area sooner. This is literally the way seemingly all players are signed to the Bay Area. You can just tag this on the end of every signing that happens in the Bay Area. ... Oliver was limited to 16 games the past 2 years because of a torn right ACL suffered in 2021. But he played well surrounding that, should have a chance to compete with Sam Womack. That is Isaiah Oliver, 2-year deal, and he becomes like the 23rd athlete here in the Bay Area who's coming off of a torn ACL.
Yeah, it seems to fit the profile. And the other signing that they made today was Cleveland Farrell.
Yep.
Former Raider.
Former number 4 overall pick?
Yes,
is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was actually at Raider camp for his first practice once upon a time, a long time ago. And he's not an injured player, but he's an underachiever. So that kind of fits the profile as well.
Yeah, we'll see where they go. And in fact, that's one of the things we talked to Peter King about because, you watch someone like Hargrave come in, and that's exciting for the defensive line. But you watched a lot of the depth on that defensive line go out the door. Ebicom is gone, and Omenahu is gone. So it feels like the 49ers might be on the verge of trying to reshuffle that deck. I know they really, really value big depth on both lines. And there were other little surprises. Dan Brunskill goes to the Tennessee Titans. Like, they already needed depth on the offensive line. McGlinchey is obviously a Bronco. And so they re-signed Jake Brendel, but a lot of moves still need to be made on both lines. So we'll find out what they're going to do next as we get into the different waves of free agency. And that's one of the things we discussed with the great Peter King, Football Morning in America and NBC Sports. Peter King joining us on Willard and Dibs earlier, and we started by asking Peter about the 49ers signing of Sam Darnold. We asked Peter, what does that say about what the 49ers think about Trey Lance?
Nice insurance policy, that's what it means. Because, look, right now the 49ers want to be protected at the quarterback position. Okay, and no matter how much anybody truly still loves Trey Lance, has faith in him, whatever, the simple fact is Trey Lance has not done it yet. And what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch did is they ensured their 2023 season could be about as good as it can be. Because, look, here's what they've done in the last few days. They have essentially taken their, the strength of their team right now, which is their defense, obviously, and they have fortified their defense with probably the best player on the defensive front in all of free agency. And I have to say that after I got over the initial surprise of them getting Javon Hargrave, I said, I know exactly why they did this, because they are not sure what they're going to see at the quarterback position this year. I mean, do you have any idea who's starting opening day? Probably not. And what happens if Trey Lance wins the job and then performs poorly early on, and Brock Purdy isn't ready and his elbow is not good? Well, they have a proven fireman in the bullpen now in Sam Darnold, who actually played pretty well this year in Carolina. And look, one thing that we know about Kyle Shanahan is quarterbacks play better when they play for Kyle Shanahan. So I think it was a real smart signing, and it was a signing that was not all that costly. And I think it was a real good idea. Plus, the last thing I would say is, about Hargrave is that, look, that there's a good chance you're going to be playing some 21 to 16 games this year. And so you want to have your defense as strong, especially strong up the middle as it can be. And I think that's what the 49ers have done.
Is the tandem of these signings, Hargrave and Darnold, a nod to Kyle Shanahan and his ability to make the most out of quarterbacks who maybe aren't the highest paid guys in the league?
Well, look, I saw a lot of people who said, oh, my God, they should go get Brady. They should talk him out of retirement. Or they should go, bigger than just a backup quarterback. And I disagree fervently. I think everyone is expecting somehow, some way for, Brock Purdy to turn into a pumpkin at midnight tonight. I mean, what gives you the feeling that Brock Purdy is suddenly going to start throwing interceptions and turning the ball over this next year? Look, in his before the championship game in Philadelphia, the ill-fated championship game, Brock Purdy had played 8 games since he took over the job, and he threw 3 interceptions and never fumbled. And look, I just think one of the things that you have to realize is that, it's not always going to be that great. But to me, I think he did enough and proved enough that when he's healthy, he should be the starting quarterback of this team. Now they have insurance with 2 guys. And look, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who's going to step up this summer. We'll see. We don't even know how healthy Brock Purdy is going to be on Labor Day weekend. So essentially, I think it's a wait and see thing, but I think they're fortunate right now to have depth at a position that is still kind of a mystery.
Peter King with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Peter, the 49ers grab Hargrave, but then they let Omenihu and Ebicom out the door and clear space. There is a perception out there that maybe they're getting ready to do something else big. Do you agree? What do you think's next?
I don't necessarily think they're going to do anything big. I think one of the things that you have to do in today's football is get ready for the second wave of free agency. If I were the 49ers, I would wait because, look, I wrote this in my column this week that the middle class of football is being obliterated as we speak. There just aren't nearly the number of prominent free agents signed this year as there were in any other year. And the reason is the team said we are not overpaying for guys who we don't think are that great. And so honestly, that is what has happened now. The 49ers would be smart, honestly. And look, Omenahu is, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name, I mean, he had some big moments for this team this year or last year. And so to me, I kind of look at where they are with that as simply, making sure that when the second wave of free agency begins in a week or so, that they have enough money to go get guys who they've targeted, but who they've targeted at lower bonuses and salaries.
Is that third wave that might still be to come not until the draft? And have the 49ers kind of cracked?
No, the third wave will happen post-draft. And, the third wave, quite honestly, I always think of that as, around June 1st, because there's going to be a bunch of guys cut in early June and who are going to be on the street who people might not expect. And so I think the third wave really happens then. And until then, I think the prices will continue to moderate and in some cases really, crash because teams just, and look, and this isn't about Lamar Jackson, but I still can't find a team that might, not saying that there won't be one, but I still can't find a team that might give Lamar Jackson the kind of guaranteed money that he seems to be expecting.
No, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask you about the wave before the wave and the draft and whether or not the Niners have actually cracked the code with all these comp picks. But while we're talking Lamar Jackson, what team out there do you think might want to jump into the breach and give him the kind of guaranteed money that he's looking for?
I don't think there is one. There could be one. It doesn't do a team any good. It doesn't do the Atlanta Falcons any good at all to basically advertise that they're going to be going after Lamar Jackson. Not that I think they are, but there's a lot of reasons why you would keep it very quiet, and most of which is about the incumbent quarterback on your team. Not that Desmond Ridder deserves, and we're talking Atlanta, and I don't think Atlanta's going to go after him, but what I am saying is that if Atlanta were to go after him and realize early on that there's no way it's going to work, they would hope that it just stayed quiet so that Desmond Ridder doesn't view it as a repudiation of his, of him being the starting quarterback. I would just make one other point about all this. I think that one of the things that has been forgotten, probably conveniently, and I'm not sure exactly why, but one of the things that's been forgotten, honestly, is that, Lamar Jackson is a great football player. Of that, there is no doubt. And he's had some great moments early in his NFL career. But the fact is, he has missed 34% of the snaps the last 2 years. He wants all this guaranteed money. He has started and finished one game in December and January in the last 2 years. And so, to me, you really have to, I believe, you've got to be realistic about who your quarterback is. And if you want to respect your quarterback, I think respect is a word that's thrown around a lot with players, of course. But you want to respect your quarterback, but you also want to respect the team. And, to me, to give Lamar Jackson a 5-year fully guaranteed contract at $45 million or whatever it is, I think is absolutely irresponsible.
So, Peter, it's so interesting because we were having a healthy conversation about this not only earlier, but over the last few days. If I'm the Baltimore Ravens, I go, look, we don't like the Browns' contract. We don't like Kyler Murray's contract. We don't like Russell Wilson's contract. So you can say that that's the market, but those are bad deals. and Lamar can come back and say, why do I have to be the one to reset the market the way that all you owners want it to be? So if that is the argument, who's right?
I don't know that anybody is absolutely right, but the fact is, it is Baltimore's decision. And as of now, apparently, according to Lamar Jackson, they have offered him a 3-year fully guaranteed contract, or a contract of 3 or more years, of which the first 3 years worth $133 million are totally guaranteed. And Lamar Jackson evidently, because he has not agreed to this, evidently wants more. And so, to me, if I were Lamar Jackson and somebody offered me 3 years, $133 million, that would make me a free agent again at age 29, meaning, clearly in my prime. And so to be able to get a contract that is whatever that is, $44 million a year, fully guaranteed for 3 years, when the last 2 years you've started and finished one game down the stretch in December and January. I think that we could argue all we want about how, well, they called plays that got him hurt, or they've exposed him to a lot of punishment because he runs a lot. I mean, okay, that's fine, but it's a little bit of a silly argument to say, oh, just guarantee him the money for 5 years, because if he gets hurt as much as he has, and you don't have any options at quarterback because you have so much invested guaranteed in your current quarterback, the general manager is going to get fired. So, again, I respect Lamar Jackson can ask for whatever he wants to ask, but I sure wouldn't give him. I mean, I would probably max it out at 2 fully guaranteed years, but the Ravens evidently offered him 3.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how that one's going to play out. And I guess the even bigger headline is the Aaron Rodgers saga in terms of, yes, he's going to the Jets. It seems to be a fait accompli, as the French would say. But what will be the compensation? And how do you think this is going to work out in the Big Apple for a curious, darkness-loving quarterback?
I don't think being in New York is really going to have that much of an effect on him versus, say, being in Green Bay. He does have some rabbit ears when it comes to the media. He hears everything, gets mad at Adam Schefter and all that stuff. And I don't quite understand why that happens, but every great quarterback now is a national figure. It's like Steph Curry. Yes, he plays, in the Bay Area, and his home court is in San Francisco. But Steph Curry is covered a lot nationally by ESPN, by everybody who loves basketball. And so he is getting attention everywhere. That's the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. He will get attention everywhere, no matter where he plays. And that's why I don't think it's that big a deal that, the big bad New York media now can devour Aaron Rodgers. I don't think it's going to be a very impactful thing. I think how it works out is going to be really interesting to see, because look, I've covered the schedule a lot in the NFL, and I have somebody told me recently that, the NFL really is not going to make a decision on a lot of its marquee games until they see where Aaron Rodgers signs. If I believe that if he signed with, if he had signed with Vegas, the opening game of this NFL season would have been Vegas at Kansas City on Thursday night, September 8th. But now I wouldn't be surprised if it is the Jets at Dallas to open the Sunday night football season on NBC. What's going to happen now is that Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets are going to instantaneously become a national team when they have not been a national team. I don't even think they really were one back when they were a factor 10, 12 years ago. So I think that's one part of it. The other part of it is he'll figure it out, and they'll figure out the compensation. And I think the Green Bay is really going to force the Jets to pay more than they want to, especially because Rodgers probably is only going to play a couple more years.
Peter King right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Great conversation. And, as he's sitting there talking about Aaron Rodgers at the end, there's another piece of this we didn't get to earlier, which is that Rodgers on Pat McAfee's show today said this.
And when I got back to that little shack they have where there's one bar of Wi-Fi, I got back to the hundreds of text messages and emails and all different things. I realized that there'd been a little bit of a shift. And that I heard from multiple people that I trust around the league, players mostly, that there was some shopping going on, that they were interested in actually moving me. And at this point, I got to admit, I went in the darkness 90% retiring, 10% playing.
Liar.
No chance.
He's a phony. Honestly, he's a phony. So he goes back. I go back into my cabin, and I've just got one bar, and I open my phone and I have all these text messages and all these tweets. First of all, you have more than one bar. If you've ever had one bar, you don't get text messages and you don't get the internet, and you can't hear the rumors that they're shopping you. And by the way, you knew before you went into the darkness that they were shopping you because you basically told them, hey guys, shop me. I'm retiring if you don't shop me.
There is not 1 minute on this earth that has happened this year or any other year where I thought Aaron Rodgers was retiring since he started playing. That
he
has
was
not
90%
existed.
when he went into darkness.
Well, it's also fun when people do. So I was about 82.5%
Right.
that I want pizza tonight. I was about 10% pasta. And then, there's this weird 7.5% that maybe we'll make a quiche or something. What the hell does that mean?
Nothing.
90% retired. 0% retired.
When you went in the darkness, and you were 90% that you were going to retire, and then when you came out of the darkness, you realized when you got internet, you went to Spotrac and you looked up how much money you're going to make this year, and it slapped you in the face like a cold fish, and you realized, holy crap, holy ayahuasca. I'm making $50 million this year. I'm not retiring.
I'm pretty excited that you called it Spotrac. Is that what it is? I've always called it Spotrac. Is it?
Spotrac would be SPA. Like if you're tracking your appointment at the spa.
Like a soft
It's
O.
probably Spot Rack. It's SPOTRAC.
Spot Rack.
Spot Rack. It's when you're working out and you need somebody to spot me.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Jimmy, can you spot me on this rack?
Go ahead and spot rack that guy.
Spotrac.
Yeah, whatever it is. But I've never heard it called that.
I love it.
I've never heard
I've been going to it for 15 years.
I used to call it Farley Dickinson, and there's an I in there, and it's Fairleigh Dickinson.
And now they're up 20.
I'm fairly confident we're going to win money right now.
You better recognize.
Yeah.
And
Good job, by the way.
Are you ready to put some respect on my system?
Dude, I bet it.
Yeah,
right? I bet it.
Did you bet big again?
In it, huge,
Okay.
huge. We're
11 to win 10.
We're racking up dimes over here.
I would say donuts on Friday, but we're doing afternoons now.
That's right.
We can't do donuts at 3 p.m.
You know what, though? Quick aside, I don't know when it was. Feels like it's about 4 years ago that donuts, like orange juice, became a round-the-clock deal. You get these donut houses and fancy restaurants that are offering donuts for dessert. You got mud pie, right? You got a little creme brulee. You got some tiramisu, and then they'll be like, "Oh, we got donuts," and you get like a plate of donuts.
Yeah,
it comes out at 8:30 at night.
That's weird.
But it's awesome. It's awesome. I'm all about breaking that thing down. Like, dude, drink red wine with your pasta. Mess around with it a little bit, right? White wine with steak. Go crazy.
Yeah, that's
Go
fine.
crazy.
But donuts for dessert, I'm out.
Really?
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay. I'm going to bring in donuts for this show 2 to 6, and you're going to eat a donut.
Well, I'll eat a donut.
Yeah.
I'm a junkie. I'm a sugar junkie.
All of a sudden, you're going to be like, you know what? This is actually working for me.
Yeah.
There's no time of day where the chocolate old-fashioned doesn't go down easy.
No, it hits nice.
Let's be honest.
And believe me, if the morning guys, the morning roast wants to bring in donuts and there's a donut left over by the time I get here at 1 o'clock, I'm eating a donut.
You guys have never brought anything for anybody. All they do is come eat our donuts.
That's false.
But
last week, actually, Joe Shasky brought donuts on a certain Wednesday.
He did. They weren't great donuts, but he did bring
donuts
them.
were brought.
Yeah. But you know what? I actually got, because you and I, we've done this before, I got nothing but love for the dudes that are starting the show at 6 a.m. Very, very limited in terms of what they can bring in.
Right.
I mean, you get what the hell is open? You're coming in here at 4:45 in the morning.
Can't get a breakfast burrito at 4:45.
You're ahead of the starters. You're ahead of the donut shops. You're ahead of everything except for the 24-hour grocery store.
Pretty much.
So, anyway.
You're limited.
Yeah, all good.
Interesting, though, what Peter King said also in terms of what he thought might be the Sunday night opener.
Thank you for finishing it.
I had to.
I felt incomplete.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute. Hanging Chad.
Yeah.
Good job.
He had me thinking about the Niners' schedule, and I know it's an odd schedule this year. It's 8 home and 9 road, including a game against the team that knocked them out of the playoffs, the Philadelphia Eagles. And I was just thinking to myself as he was saying that Sunday night opener, that would be a great Sunday night opener. I don't think the Niners want it on the opening game at Philadelphia. I don't think Philadelphia wants to face the Niners that early in the year, but that would be a pretty good marquee spot for that game.
I think early is great. Good. Play the Eagles early.
For the Niners?
Yeah.
Without Brock Purdy?
Who cares if you go 0-1? They go 3-4 every year and then up in the NFC title game.
That's true.
Yeah, I'd much rather play them in September than December, especially if it's at Philly. Weather's beautiful in September.
That's not a bad call.
Yeah, go out there and just run around and do your thing.
And also, you kind of know that the NFL is going to give you 2 in the East early in the year. That's what they've done. And this year, you've got Philadelphia, Washington, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Jacksonville, all on the road. So you've got 5 games. Cleveland might be in the Central Time Zone. I got to Google it. Ohio is one of those weird split. Cleveland might be Central.
I think it's still 3 ahead.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Ohio is one of those weird ones for me. But I know that Philly and Pittsburgh and Jacksonville are all East. Washington's in the East. So 2 of those games will be back-to-back early on.
By the way, we talk so much about Atlanta. Can I bring up one other team? The Washington Commanders. What are you doing? You're not in on the Lamar Jackson situation? By the way, you're 5 miles away from where he's playing right now. You don't think that's not a double dip? Grab all those fans in that area, grab Lamar Jackson, and put him in the NFC East and go up against Dak. Oh, and the $40 million a year man, Daniel Jones. And then watch how much better he is. Look, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles right now run that division, but it's all the more reason to go get him. You got these other 3 teams who all made the playoffs this year. You're going to just sit there and not go get Lamar Jackson? I don't understand. I really don't. I understand what Peter said.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I get the financial aspect of this. And the other thing is, I don't really know what it is Lamar's asking for. We're all acting like we know what he's demanding. I don't know what he's demanding, but I do not understand why the Washington Commanders are not smitten with Lamar Jackson.
Well, according to sources, they've already settled on their future quarterback, at least Mr. Right now, not Mr. Right, Jacoby Brissett is expected to sign with the Washington Commanders.
That's
sir.
a backup.
Yes, sir.
That's a backup.
Deal worth $10 million, $8 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of
per year?
It's up to $10 million. It's a 1-year contract.
1-year contract.
So,
up to 10.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
$8 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
According to Jeremy Fowler,
That's very
ESPN.
Yeah, that's a very, very high level, but not. That's not starter money. That's not backup money either. But
it's this year's starter money.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, they've got Sam Howell, so to me, it's
an Andy Dalton type contract,
a little bit.
And every time Dalton comes in, it's like you might start, but you might not. Who did Dalton just sign with? The Panthers, right? Dalton goes to the Panthers. Well, we all know. Are you going to start? Probably week 1, but maybe not. And C.J. Stroud at some point is going to take over. So you're like starter-ish.
Yeah.
Same thing with Jacoby Brissett.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Maybe starter for now, and then maybe if Sam Howell can step in, or maybe they draft a quarterback and they figure out who their quarterback of the future is. They still have Jake Fromm on that team. So, he's a guy who was highly drafted and another quarterback who could be a quarterback of the future.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying Jacoby Brissett is Lamar Jackson, but it feels like with that signing, they're out of the Lamar Jackson sweepstakes.
The Warriors and Clippers are an hour and a half away right here on 95.7 The Game, and in less than 10 minutes, we'll be getting you what Bob Myers said earlier today, both about Andrew Wiggins and his own future. So we'll have that in a little bit. But while we're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles, and we mentioned the Pat McAfee show where Aaron Rodgers now uses that show as his newsbreaker, there was also this from Pat McAfee today about the 49er-Eagle NFC Championship game. Take a listen to this.
Was that the most unlucky quarter in the history of football?
Yeah. By far.
So, obviously, Purdy, Tommy on.
Yep.
How you doing? Keep it moving. That's what, first play, second play?
Yeah. Second, third play, and that was with a fumble.
Yeah.
Turnover.
Yes. Yeah, bing, turnover in that moment. Yeah, how you doing? Keep it moving. Bosa on a punt play was just standing on the sideline, had literally done it hundreds of times. And I think Gunner or corner gets tossed by somebody. Cleat slices the outside of Bosa's leg, clearly bruises him too. He's like hobbled the rest of the day. So like the jungle cat on the outside that they rely upon heavily on the defensive side of the ball, Bosa, all of a sudden he's like kind of down a wheel almost. It's like, how does that happen? Guy Tommy John's his elbow. Then there's fumbles all over the place. Then there's a couple more concussion to...
Yep. First play, Fred Warner had to leave the game because I think his shoulder
popped out of place.
Yeah, right away.
Fourth down, Devonta, no review.
Yeah.
Yes. There's the first quarter. They had no shot.
So there it is. Not to bring up all of the old wounds, but I hate to say it to everybody out there, including yourself, want to tell me about how the Eagles clearly were the better team than the San Francisco. I disagree. I don't think we got our answer.
Well, that will never be proven.
No, they won.
Your opinion versus my opinion, it's a standoff.
Yes, it's one of those things where we'll never get an answer, but that's actually my point. And sports is not about getting the answer. I'll meet you halfway, and I'll meet you here, which is that we spend too much time talking about who the best team is.
Right.
That's not what sports about.
Sports is about who wins and who loses.
It's not about who the best team is.
The Niners lost.
At what point, while Kevin Durant was with the Warriors, were the Warriors not the best team? Did they win every year? At what point?
They didn't beat Toronto.
Right. And the year before Kevin arrived, were the Warriors the best team?
Well, they didn't win the title.
All right, there you go.
Because Draymond lost his composure.
By the way, I've totally gotten into semantics arguments on the air before, which are not terribly fun with regard to if you win, does that automatically mean you're the best team?
It means you were the better team over the course of that game to the extent that you scored more points than the opponent. And ultimately, we all get caught up in the semantics of who the better team is, because the Giants were not the best team in baseball in 2010, 2012, or 2014.
But they were.
But they were when they needed to be, which was when they played Kansas City in Game 7, and they needed to. He's a horse. When they needed to go to Mad Bum to get 16 outs. He got 16 outs.
Hey, Boach, who should we use next inning? The Mad Bum.
Right.
Again.
Good luck taking him out of the ball game. Yeah. But that's to the point. And what Pat McAfee said, that was a cute little monologue, but those things are not, quote, bad luck. When a Philadelphia defensive player beats a tight end and jacks up your quarterback, that's not a bad luck situation.
Okay.
That's a defensive. No. We're going to take them one at a time, Mark. We're going to take them one at a time. Quarterback gets hurt because defensive player beats offensive player. That is not bad luck.
Disagree.
That is a good play by a defensive player.
It's not bad luck that he got sacked. It's bad luck that he tore his UCL.
Is it bad luck that he fumbled?
No, that's a good play to go after the ball.
Right.
It's bad luck that his elbow popped.
When an offensive player has a play that is either a catch or isn't a catch, and then a coach timidly turtles up and doesn't throw a hanky, that's not bad luck.
I agree.
That's bad coaching.
I agree. However, and you'll hate this, it is also bad refereeing, but not by those on the field.
Agreed.
We watched in this NFL season that they are being fed information from New York on key calls in key moments. And so I was first disappointed that Kyle Shanahan didn't throw the hanky.
Right.
But I was second disappointed with the league for not getting the message to the refs, no catch.
The system is bad, and I don't know if the refs eschewed asking for help in that situation. I don't know how that played out, but to me, that's not bad luck. Fred Warner having his shoulder pop out of the socket, that's not bad luck. That's a football player getting hurt playing football.
I don't know if
Nick Bosa getting sliced as a stander-by, as a passer-by, that's bad luck.
I agree with you, but is an injury in the NFL bad luck? It's garden variety, but it's not good luck. It's not like someone's fault. It's not great play by the Eagles that led to a stinger for Fred Warner. I understand what they're saying. If we use a different word, it was the most unfortunate quarter.
Series of events. It was, I'll give you that.
Unbelievable series of events that led to a point where the 49ers could not even compete in the second half. And whether or not they were the better team, we won't know.
We'll never know.
And it doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter. However, there's no doubt in my mind that the 49ers and Eagles, when put on the same field with one another, can totally compete with each other. But it didn't end that way that day.
No.
Because of an unbelievable series of events.
But and the second injury, to me, the Josh Johnson injury, is as much bad luck as the rest of it. Because if Josh Johnson doesn't get hurt, do you win the game? No, I don't think so. Do you compete? And is that game a lot closer than it turned out to be? Absolutely.
Maybe, yeah.
I think it is. You probably still lose, but yes, when you lose your starting quarterback in that fashion, it's unfortunate, but I don't think it's, quote, bad luck that a defensive player put a hard hit on a quarterback.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Warriors Wednesday. It is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And we're sponsored by AC Transit. Coming up next, tell you how you can get in the Warriors-Spurs game later on this month. We'll also let you know what Bob Myers said about Andrew Wiggins. And then we'll let you know what Bob Myers said about himself. That is next on the all-new 2 to 6 version of Willard and Dibbs.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'd like for you to check your dreams tonight. In your dreams, Dibbs.
All right. They've been crazy lately.
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, your dreams will become a reality.
Yeah? Ken Palm again? Ken Pomeroy? College hoops?
Not quite that good.
You realize tomorrow at 5 I will be completely useless with there'll probably be 4 games going on. Ska-da-da-da-da-da.
All right, fine. Then I'll handle Steve Kerr by myself.
Wait, Steve Kerr?
Steve Kerr. And I'm told probably 5 o'clock.
Okay.
But let's be honest. Steve shows up when the hell Steve wants to show up.
And we take him when he shows up.
And we'll be here for it.
I'm here for it.
So Steve Kerr tomorrow night right here on 95.7 The Game with Willard and Dibbs after their stunning upset victory over the Los Angeles Clippers, which is about to take place in just over an hour and 15 minutes.
Wouldn't be stunning. Be a nice win, though.
Wait a minute. You expect them to lose?
Yes.
Of course it would be stunning.
It would not be stunning. Okay? You know what was stunning? Fairleigh Dickinson winning by 26. That was stunning.
I expected that.
Well,
why'd you think I bet on it? I mean, I've been watching Fairleigh Dickinson for minutes.
Yeah. You didn't even watch the game because it was so comfortable.
I was over there. It was over there. But anyway, hey, couple tickets to Warriors Spurs. How about it, huh? March 31st, all you got to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get an entry for every hour you listen. Honestly, you're like, well, what do I have to do? You have to listen. That's it. Just sit there like the big old lump on a log that you are. Don't move, just listen, and you amass chances up to 8 entries per day, 1 per hour, up to 8 a day, just by listening. A chance to go see the Warriors and the Spurs in action at Chase Center. Download the Odyssey app now. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors. And for your Warriors tickets, always go to warriors.com.
I will say this, Mark. If they beat the Clippers tonight, it will be maybe their best road win of the year. Which is hard to say when a team that is 36 and 33 beats another team that is 36 and 33.
Right,
considering they have 7 road wins, and only 1 against a playoff team, and where they are right now in the schedule, this would be the biggest road win of the year.
Look, and they're playing very well right now, and so yes, you're talking about time and space plus just who they've been able to beat on the road. And if I remember correctly, that one win over a top 6 team, which was in Cleveland, wasn't it a load management game?
It was. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green did not play.
Big 3 didn't play.
Yeah.
So try that tonight. Just
Seriously.
sit everybody and let Kevon Looney take over. Mr. 82. Kevon should change his number to 82.
That'd be pretty cool.
That's what I want to see.
Mr. 82.
Just wear the number 82 and flash it in front of all these load managers. Kawhi Leonard. Oh, you can dunk. Yeah, great. That's awesome. Thanks for your 46 games. That's wonderful, Kawhi. Hope we're not bothering you with the NBA season. Bob Myers was on with Steiny and Goo earlier today, and a couple of important things, but, I don't know how satisfying they are. So the 2 topics on the table are your future and Andrew Wiggins' future. Not yours, Dibbs. Bob Myers.
Damn.
Hey, Bob, your future. Hey, Bob, the future of Andrew Wiggins. Let's start with his own future. What about that contract, Bob?
No, nothing new. Same stuff. I mean, there's a lot with our team right now that's taking up all my time anyway. So same answer, Steinmetz.
Yeah, I like.
Steinmetz.
There's a bunch in there that I thought like he just sounds. I don't want to say he sounds annoyed, but he sounds as annoyed as Bob Myers ever sounds.
No, he sounds annoyed.
Fatigued.
He's annoyed, but he also told the guys, I understand you got to ask these questions. And that's Bob understanding the nature of the bit. Not that we're going to be out to grill Steve Kerr tomorrow about his future and his contract and what the hell you got going on in your life, but it is part of the deal where you got to ask tough questions, but that is about as annoyed as you ever hear Bob.
Well, again, my whole point coming out of this, I wanted to hear it, and I did. I texted the guys. I go, hey, make sure you ask him about this, because I knew that he wasn't going to give us anything firm, but I wanted to sort of read the vibe. I wanted to hear what he sounded like, and he used a phrase that I think it goes hand in hand with exasperation and negativity. He used the phrase "same stuff."
No, nothing new. Same stuff. I mean, there's a lot with our team right now that's taking up all my time anyway. So same answer, Steinmetz.
Yeah, you've all been there. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Same crap, different day.
Totally.
Whenever someone says same stuff or same bleep, it's just like, whatever. Just kind of tired by the whole process. So I don't know. I'm not here to say that means Bob Myers is leaving, but it ain't great. There's nothing going on there. And how is there nothing going on there? I don't know.
Because there's nothing going on there.
I don't know how I don't know how we got to this point.
Well, it's one of three things, Mark. It's either they've made an offer that Bob doesn't want to accept, or they've reached a stalemate, or Bob doesn't want to do it anymore. It's one of the three. Because if Bob really wants to keep the job and Joe Lacob really wants Bob to keep the job, this would have been a non-story. They would have paid him every single possible cent. Joe Lacob, I don't think, is trying to lowball Bob Myers. Maybe he is. Maybe Bob is not getting the contract terms or the money that he's looking for. I would be stunned if Bob Myers left and went elsewhere and word came out that Joe Lacob was on the cheap.
Oh, that
would be a shocker, would it not?
That would not go over well.
Right.
Within the entire organization.
Has Joe Lacob ever gone on the cheap?
No. Well, especially when you're talking about something that doesn't count against the cap.
Exactly.
This is the GM.
Exactly.
I mean, you know what I mean? So, yeah, we don't know what Bob wants. I don't know where the Warriors are, but it doesn't have a good feel around it right
Good call.
now. And neither does the Andrew Wiggins situation. And everyone has reached this spot of not knowing how to talk about it, because what can you say? I will say that I was very, very impressed with the article by Marcus Thompson that was released earlier today. And just to sort of give you a synopsis of the article, it was two things. A, he had an unnamed player who was like, what Andrew's going through is some real stuff now, okay? It's a big deal. So that was one. And the other thing was another player who said, look, if it doesn't bother us and it doesn't bother the people who pay the man, it probably shouldn't bother you. And so that's powerful. And then pair that with what Bob said about Andrew.
Nothing different than before, but same answer. Okay. Unfortunately, I get why you got to ask. I get why the fans are interested. There's nothing wrong with that. But we got to respect him and his life and his privacy, just like I would respect yours. But that doesn't mean people have to like that answer. But in our opinion, it's the right answer. Certainly, I'm sure he wants to be here. We want him here. But beyond that, I can't help shed light, because if I was in the situation he's in, I asked people to keep it private, I hope they would. So just honoring that, respecting that. Gotcha. Nothing really new. I shared last time that it wasn't the plan that he wouldn't be back. I know some people have reported that. I haven't heard anything along the lines of he's not coming back. There's speculation on that, but I haven't been told, hey, look, I'm not coming back. Nobody said that to me.
Yeah, it's just such a mysterious situation. It's so unfortunate, mainly for Andrew, and so we all feel for whatever it is without knowing what it is. But at the same time, I've shared my opinion. I don't think they're winning anything without him.
Right, so, and I bet you that it's the team's opinion as well. If they were asked, hey, can you guys do this without Andrew? I think the answer is no. And what you said from the Marcus piece is the thing that we should all remember in terms of where we all want to weigh in. And it's what the unnamed player that said what he's dealing with is some real blank. And I mean, that quote to me sounds like he talked to Draymond. I don't know that, but that's like something Draymond would say. No matter who that player was, if that player is saying it's some real blank, then who are we as fans to think otherwise?
You want to go get some rest and get ready for Steve Kerr tomorrow?
Steve Kerr? The tourney starts at 9 a.m., brother. I may not make it in.
That's a really
I'll be
good
so
point.
strung out on redshirt freshmen shooting free throws.
Best of luck to each and every one of you who are grabbing a pen and scribbling stuff you know nothing about tonight on a piece of paper. It's bracket night around the country. Have a great, great time. And also, let's have a great time listening to and watching the Warriors take on the Clippers right here on 95.7 The Game. And what's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Warriors Live with John Dickinson ahead as the Warriors and Clippers are up next right here on 95.7 The Game. And for Dan Dibley, I'm Mark Willard. Remember, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Bay Area Panthers indoor football fun for the whole family is back. Sunday, March 26th versus the Arizona Rattlers.